Su Chenxiao traverses the myriad realms, awakening the destiny villain system. As the most favored youngest son of his clan, his background is exceedingly formidable. His father is the supreme leader of the divine clan, his mother the daughter of an emperor, and both his siblings are unparalleled prodigies. Both his grandfather and maternal grandfather possess terrifying cultivation at the imperial realm, treating him with utmost care, as if he were a precious gem that could shatter or melt away. Yet, despite such a ludicrously advantageous background, he finds himself thrust into a hellishly challenging beginning. The original host was ensnared during his trials in the lower realm, having his supreme bones extracted and divine blood siphoned away. At the moment, the soul tablet, stored within the divine clan, is on the verge of shattering. All his kin descended into madness. Countless factions exclaimed, "Which audacious individual dared to lay a hand on Su Chenxiao? What? You tell me it's merely an ant from the lower realm? Insanity! Do these foolish ants wish to bring about our demise?" Su Wudao declared, "To hell with clan rules. Whoever dares to obstruct my descent to the lower realm shall face annihilation of their entire family." Chen Wanyuel lamented, "If anything befalls my son, I shall not live another day." The divine monarch of the domain proclaimed, "My younger brother is grievously wounded. Esteemed ones, lend me a life." The divine phoenix empress vowed, "Those who dare to harm my younger brother shall have their souls eternally scorched in blazing flames, never to attain rebirth." Chapter 1. The youngest son of the supreme divine clan faces peril in the lower realm. The sacred emperor's domain is shrouded in mist within a grand and solemn palace. A beautiful matron, resplendent in regal attire, bore a visage of deep concern. She softly addressed the man before her. "Let us calculate the time. Is it not time to retrieve Xiao Xiao from the lower realm? Lately, I have been plagued by an unsettling feeling. Do you think Xiao Xiao might encounter danger in the lower realm?" Beside her, a man with cascading black hair, donned in flowing black robes adorned with golden edges, exuded a strikingly handsome and robust demeanor, his stature towering. His vital energy surged like an unstoppable tide. An aura of inherent authority radiated from him, commanding respect without the need for anger. "My dear, you are letting your imagination run wild again." Su Wudao, somewhat helpless, set aside his affairs and placed his hands gently on his wife's shoulders, his voice soothing as he reassured her, "Do not worry, my dear. The trials in the lower realm are an age-old tradition of our Su family. His elder siblings have all undergone this. Moreover, Xiao Xiao possesses life-preserving artifacts, and his soul tablet remains secured in the clan's pavilion. Should anything happen, the elder will be the first to notice. In the lower realm, no one can harm Xiao Xiao. Trust me." Upon hearing Su Wudao's repeated assurances, Chen Wanyu gradually eased her worries. Though her heart still brimmed with longing, she could appreciate her husband's well-intentioned concerns. "Very well." Witnessing his wife's acceptance, Su Wudao chuckled softly. His gaze softened, tinged with longing as he remarked, "Xiao Xiao has always been spoiled by you both. A bit of experience in trials will do him good. After all, the longevity of this clan tradition surely has its rationale. I wonder how that rascal is faring now." Members of the Su family enter a state of memory, sealing upon turning 12, embarking on trials in the lower realm. The thought of his beloved son returning soon brought an involuntary smile to Su Wudao's face. Just as he was lost in contemplation, suddenly, an urgent voice pierced through from outside. Clan leader, a grave matter has arisen." The door swung open hastily, revealing an elderly man with white hair, clearly over 70, whose expression was marked by alarm. Upon entering, he cried out in distress. Seeing the visitor, Su Wudao, in a cheerful mood, responded with a gentle smile. "Ah, fifth elder, what troubles you now? Did I not inform you that nothing is too significant to trouble our Su family? Calm yourself, sit down, and let us discuss this over tea." In the realm of Tsangshi, at the Yi family's martial arena, the three prominent families of Chenxiao have gathered. All are awaiting the final judgment of Su Chenxiao. The atmosphere is stifling, thick with a palpable aura of impending doom. Perched upon the main seat, Yi Hongtian, the patriarch of the Yi family, gazes intently at the youth below. The young man hangs his head, his entire form drenched in blood, his garments tattered. Bound by iron chains to a wooden frame, he barely clings to life, a far cry from his once roguish and elegant appearance as a noble scion. Yi Hongtian's eyes glint with a frigid intensity as he unleashes a thunderous proclamation. "Su Chenxiao, you have slain a disciple of the Tianqi Dao sect and falsely accused a member of the Lin family." The voice reverberates like thunder, leaving the audience's eardrums ringing. Even the numerous elders from various clans present cannot help but lament the ruthlessness displayed by the Yi family. The once celebrated prodigy of Chenxiao, who merely killed a disciple of the Tianqi Dao sect, now finds his physique destroyed and his foundational cultivation obliterated. This is solely due to the fact that the Tianqi Dao sect stands as one of the four mightiest sects in the Tsangshi realm, while Su Chenxiao is merely an exceptionally talented wanderer devoid of any connections. As many sigh in astonishment, the subject of their judgment, Su Chenxiao remains silent, his head bowed. The pain is excruciating. Have I traversed to another world? A torrent of memories surges forth, and Su Chenxiao swiftly comprehends his predicament. This is a fantastical realm where cultivation is categorized into stages: bone-blood realm, chi condensation realm, Dan construction realm, sky ascension realm, spirit law realm, soul sea realm, fragmentation realm, enlightenment realm, ascension realm, immortal realm, kingship realm, divine origin realm, supreme realm, saint realm, and quasi-emperor realm. Beyond that lies the realm of the emperor. The original body possessed extraordinary talent, endowed with a divine demon physique and a rare divine bone. He is also the youngest soul sea realm prodigy in Chenxiao. However, such exceptional talent has led him to fall in love with Lin Qingran, a member of the Lin family. Lin Qingran ardently desires to enter one of the four great sections. To fulfill her aspirations, Su Chenxiao did not hesitate to reveal his greatest secret, using his own divine demon blood to assist her in reaching the bone-blood realm. In subsequent efforts, he expended all resources to procure various rare treasures, enabling her, a person of mediocre aptitude, to step into the Dan construction realm. At the age of 16, attaining the Dan construction realm would surely suffice for entry into the four great sects. He had thought that such devotion would win her heart, yet the outcome was betrayal, as she conspired with Feng Yuanchai of the Tianqi Dao sect to ensnare him. Each harbored ulterior motives, resulting in his current predicament. After clarifying the situation, Su Chenxiao felt a chill run down his spine, cursing inwardly. How could this be? From the outset, it is akin to facing hellish difficulty. How does one navigate this? Enduring the excruciating pain coursing through him, Su Chenxiao cast a cold, measured gaze towards the direction of the Lin family, addressing them with chilling precision. Lin Qingran, how foolish of me to have treated you with such sincerity. Were it not for my efforts, how could you have ascended to the Dan construction realm? While you bask in the admiration of others, do you truly feel justified? In that moment, a woman garbed in white, her beauty akin to freshly fallen snow, observes the proceedings with an icy demeanor. Her skin is as smooth as congealed fat, her waist slender as a willow, and her bosom ample. She is Lin Qingran of the Chenxiao Lin family. Chapter 2. If one must place blame, it can only be on the absence of a noble background. In response to Su Chenxiao's inquiry, Lin Qingran remained indifferent, her voice devoid of emotion. Everything I have acquired is through my own efforts. What relation do I have with you, Su Chenxiao? Ha ha. Su Chenxiao's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he let out a loud laugh. What splendid self-acquired achievements. To be a harlot yet erect a facade of virtue, Lin Qingran. You truly are an unadulterated wretch. Lin Qingran furrowed her brow, a vague discontent stirring within her. The last remnants of guilt dissipated entirely. When did this fellow dare to speak of her in such a manner? At that moment, a jovial voice resounded beside her. Su Chenxiao, even now you refuse to acknowledge the truth? Beside Lin Qingran stood a remarkably handsome scion of a prestigious family, gently waving a folding fan. Feng Yuankai. The corners of his mouth curled into a slight smile, his gaze filled with disdain and mockery. It's a pity that you were once a prodigy of Chenxiao. But what use is a divine physique without a proper background? You shall remain forever hidden in this insignificant place. You must understand that in this Zhongshe realm, those who dare to kill disciples of the Tianqi Dao sect never meet a good end. As the instigator of it all, he was well aware that Su Chenxiao had been wronged. He and his senior brother had come to this barren land in search of exceptionally gifted disciples, only to unexpectedly discover a person with extraordinary physique and divine bones in Chenxiao. Both were consumed by greed, desiring to monopolize this astounding opportunity. After eliminating his fellow disciple, he merely concocted a flimsy excuse to frame Su Chenxiao. Little did he expect that the fools of the Chenxiao families would actually believe it. Now that the divine bones were in his possession, only the powerful physique remained, which he would have to wait for his master to handle. With that thought, Feng Yuankai took out the divine bones, examining them with delight. Qingran, do you not think it a waste to give such a bone to someone like this? Lin Qingran, maintaining her calm demeanor, nodded slightly. What Brother Feng says is indeed correct. However, I kindly ask that you do not forget our previous agreement. Feng Yuankai grinned widely. Naturally. Once today passes, you shall be a disciple of the Tianqi Dao sect. I will request my master to take you under his wing. At that time, you will be my junior sister. At this, Feng Yuankai cast a fleeting glance at Lin Qingran's ample bosom, a hint of lewdness flashing in his eyes. Lin Qingran, sensing his brazen gaze, feigned ignorance, bowing her head slightly to observe the woeful figure of Su Chenxiao, bound to a pillar not far away. Su Chenxiao, do not blame me. If blame must be assigned, it lies solely in your lack of a noble background. With your talent, even reaching the Dan building realm would not allow you entry into the four great sections. Since you are so fond of me, you should facilitate my ascent. Lin Xingran perceived everything as entirely justified. After all, in the presence of the Tianqi Dao sect, no matter how extraordinary one's talent, one was merely an insect. If forced to choose between the two, she would not hesitate to select the Tianqi Dao sect. After all, the Tianqi Dao sect boasts formidable beings of the ascending heaven realm, being one of the most profound sects with immense resources. On the other hand, Su Chenxiao chuckled mockingly, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. A harlot paired with a dog, truly a match made in heaven. Fang Yuansai's eyes narrowed slightly, his tone turning unfriendly. Who are you calling a dog? Is that a reflection of your own guilt? Enough. Yi Hongtian, seated at the head of the table, spoke coldly. Su Chenxiao, even now you dare to engage in verbal sparring. You, a mere rogue cultivator, do you comprehend what the Tianqi Dao sect represents? Even 1,000 of you would not equate to the life of a dog from the Tianqi Dao sect. The four great sects hold an unparalleled position in the Zhangshe realm. There was once a disciple of a Dao sect who was slain by a person from a noble family. The very day it occurred, their clan was annihilated. Their city reduced to ashes, with not a single soul left alive. This remark, whether intentional or not, caused Fang Yuankai to furrow his brow, casting an unhappy glance at Yi Hongtian. At this moment, the atmosphere was tumultuous, with members of the three prominent families of Qingqing cursing with faces filled with resentment. Disciples of the Tianqi Dao sect have perished in Qingqing. I see this wretch seeks to bring ruin upon us all. Yes, he must be flayed alive, subjected to 1,000 cuts. Otherwise, when the Tianqi Dao sect's wrath descends, all of Qingqing shall be buried alongside this wretch. Cough cough. Su Chenxiao spat out a mouthful of black blood, his eyes flickering ominously, a chilling terror emanating from him. He gazed at Yi Hongtian and slowly spoke. You speak so grandly, yet it is merely because you see me as isolated, seeking a scapegoat. Fool. He had explained himself before, but in the end, he understood that as long as the four characters Tianqi Dao sect loomed over him, any explanation would be futile. To add charges, is there ever a lack of excuses? Su Chenxiao's gaze flickered, taking a deep breath. He never anticipated that upon his arrival in this realm, he would find himself in such dire straits. His cultivation was rendered useless, his divine bones stripped away, and his eyes soaked in blood, his vision growing increasingly blurred. Endless darkness surged forth like a tide. Struggling against the urge to succumb to sleep, Su Chenxiao gritted his teeth and declared, Dog system. If you do not arrive soon, I shall truly die before your eyes. Ding. Though the system may be late, it shall never be absent. System is activating, activation successful. Congratulations on binding the great villain system. Chapter 3 Activating the Destiny Villain System, Innate Chaotic Divine Body. Finally arrived. Upon hearing the voice of the system, Su Chenxiao's dimming gaze suddenly sparkled with brightness. He cursed inwardly. If you were any later, I would have truly perished. Stop dawdling. If there is anything that can save me, bring it forth. Congratulations, Master, for receiving a supervillain package. Will you open it? Without hesitation, Su Chenxiao replied. Open. Ding. Villain package opened successfully. Unlocking panel view function. Destiny protagonist radar detection. Rewind playback function. Congratulations, host, for receiving rewards. Innate chaotic divine body, red. Chaotic and formless, able to embody myriad laws. All Dao rhythms and physiques it has touched can be mimicked, and it can also assimilate other physiques for comprehensive mastery. A supreme body above all heavens. Universal chaotic scripture, red. An ancient scripture long lost, containing 10 ancient divine methods and 99 minor divine arts. The most suitable companion technique for the innate chaotic divine body. Universal soul devouring beast embryo, red. An ancient evil spirit long extinguished, capable of devouring souls to nourish and strengthen the host's body. Villain value 10,000. Several celestial restoration pills and boundary breaking pills. Destiny villain title, black gold. Charm 50 against those around the Destiny protagonist. Deterrence 10, damage 10, Destiny protagonist hatred value 300. No, there is indeed a plethora of items, yet the question lies in whether any of them can be of use in my current predicament. Su Chenxiao's expression darkened. These treasures, at present, offered no solution to his dire situation. Detected that the host's life is on the brink of death, the system automatically fuses with the innate chaos divine body. The innate chaos divine body is fusing. Ding. Detected the host possesses the innate divine demon body. Automatic compatibility in progress. The innate chaos divine body. Su Chenxiao's brow furrowed tightly. Before he could ponder further, in the next instant, an overwhelming and terrifying power surged forth from within his being. Boom. A brilliant golden divine light soared into the heavens. In the sky, the golden divine aura saturated the firmament, resembling the mysterious chaos of the vast seas. Expanding outward in concentric circles, under the shroud of the chaotic divine radiance, Su Chenxiao's previously shattered and utterly ruined body began to mend at an astonishingly terrifying pace. Thump, thump. The sound of a robust heartbeat resonated, with blood and energy surging like the tumultuous tides. This aura was astonishing. Its immense power left all present utterly astounded. Their complexions paling. What is this? What has transpired? That little creature was supposed to have been rendered incapable, yet he still possesses strength. Yi Hongtian's face was a portrait of shock, his pupils filled with that blazing golden divine pillar. The surrounding furniture trembled violently. Could this possibly be a phenomenon of heaven and earth? He had only read of such occurrences in ancient texts, where only extraordinary prodigies could evoke such celestial manifestations. How could this be possible? Even Feng Yuankai couldn't help but widen his eyes, appearing somewhat incredulous. Wasn't this fellow's cultivation supposed to be destroyed? Meanwhile, outside the Zhangshi realm, amidst the boundless void, dozens of formidable beings at the divine origin realm trembled in fear as they beheld the youth radiating an overwhelming murderous intent. The youth had a prominent nose and was strikingly handsome, with eyes that sparked with thunderous rage and murderous energy. His visage was chiseled, brows like swords, and he bore a formidable presence, clad in pitch-black armor steeped in malevolence. He wielded a crimson spear, emanating a profoundly terrifying aura. Monitoring pavilion, do you dare obstruct me? Beside the youth stood an extraordinarily beautiful woman. She was tall and slender, her red dress accentuating her graceful figure, her jade-like legs long and straight. With phoenix-like eyes and a fiery mark on her brow, her long hair flowed like divine flames, exuding an imperial majesty that was hard to behold. Yet at this moment, her enchanting gaze was chillingly fierce, exuding an aura of formidable coldness. Step aside. What? The elders of the monitoring pavilion, who governed countless realms below, felt their eyelids twitch violently. Faced with these two harbingers of death, claiming they were unafraid would be a lie. One was the renowned second miss of the Su clan, Su Yaowang, renowned for her possession of the phoenix divine body, pursued by countless aspirants across the realms. And the other was even more terrifying. A being who had single-handedly annihilated 1,000,000 extraterrestrial foes, the domain guardian, Su Jingheng. The monitoring pavilion was responsible for overseeing 30 million lower realms. Yet before these two, they dared not utter a word. One elder, mustering his courage, approached with an abject demeanor, saying, "Might I inquire what brings you both to the lower realms? The lower realms cannot bear the weight of your supreme power. Please inform us, so we may relay it to the pavilion master." Su Jingheng's expression was frigid as he coldly replied, "If you wish to avoid death, then begone." The crimson spear in his hand hummed ominously, with a pressure akin to a mountain collapse unleashed upon them. In an instant, the dozens of monitoring pavilion elders nearly soiled themselves in fear, instinctively summoning their artifacts, terrified that this harbinger of death might strike them down. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Su Jingheng's brow furrowed as he gazed in a particular direction. His profound eyes seemed to pierce through layers of dimensions, murmuring softly, "The aura of my brother's divine demonic power. There is no time for idle chatter. If anything happens to my brother in your lower realms, none of you in the monitoring pavilion shall escape." Sensing the increasingly faint aura, Su Jingheng's intent to kill became unmistakable. With a chilling remark, he transformed into a streak of crimson light, vanishing in an instant. Su Yaowang frowned slightly, turning to the elders of the monitoring pavilion and stating, "My younger brother is training in the Zhangshi realm, and his life hangs by a thread. If you dare obstruct us again, do not blame the Su Imperial Clan for disregarding etiquette." With a cold huff, Su Yaowang followed suit, leaving behind a group of petrified elders in the monitoring pavilion, exchanging fearful glances, their spines tingling with dread. After an indeterminate time, one elder finally spoke with a haunting tone, "Shall we not stop them?" "Stop the Su Imperial Clan's people, and that harbinger of death? You wouldn't have enough lives to spare if you tried to intervene. When did we in the monitoring pavilion offend such a figure?" "Oh no." Suddenly, an elder realized the gravity of the situation, exclaiming in alarm, "Did you not hear the divine phoenix matriarch mention that her brother is training in our jurisdiction below? It seems the Su clan's young master is in trouble down there. Go. Immediately send someone to notify the Taoist sect in the Zhangshi realm, instructing everyone to search for the Su clan's young master. If the Su clan's members truly perish within our jurisdiction, the monitoring pavilion will indeed be doomed." Buzzing. Just as the crowd was in a frenzy of urgency, news arrived from within the monitoring pavilion. Not good. The emperor of the Chen clan, Emperor Chenxiao, and their clan leader have arrived at our monitoring pavilion. Moreover, members of the Su clan are also present. What the hell? What is happening? While it's one thing for the Su clan to send people, why has the old emperor of the Chen clan also come? Has the monitoring pavilion committed some grievous offense today? Chapter 4. The arrival of the Supreme Imperial Clan. I dare anyone to harm my brother. Meanwhile, within the Zhangshi realm, the golden divine light gradually receded. The celestial phenomenon caused by the innate chaos divine body lingered in the heavens, refusing to dissipate. Innate chaos divine body. Fusion progress. 16. Su Chenxiao felt a warm current continuously washing over his body, providing considerable relief. The shattered roots and cultivation were gradually being restored. The Foundation Establishment Realm. Su Chenxiao surveyed the astonished onlookers. System, check the panel. Ding, checking panel. Name, Lin Hongtian. Identity: patriarch of the Yi clan in Chenxiao, Sangshe realm. Realm: Soul Sea realm, 3rd level. Name: Fang Yuankai. Identity: disciple of the Tianqi Daoist sect. Sangshe realm. Realm: Soul Sea realm, 5th level. Soul Sea realm. Su Chenxiao's eyes flickered as he let out a long sigh. The highest realm present was merely the Soul Sea realm. He had previously been limited by Lin Qingran's underhanded methods using the soul-locking pill from the Tianqi Daoist sect. Once the innate chaos divine body fully integrated, restoring him to the 9th level of the Soul Sea realm, no one present would be able to stop him. This damned hellish difficulty, 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west. Since I have awakened the villain system, once I escape this peril, I shall make all of you pay dearly. Su Chenxiao's pupils flickered with a trace of ruthless light as he secretly contemplated. Meanwhile, on the other side, the heavens and the earth were manifesting extraordinary phenomena. This was undoubtedly a celestial marvel. It was astonishing that despite having his cultivation and innate roots completely discarded, this individual could still achieve such a feat. Gazing at the nearly blinding golden divine radiance in the sky, Fang Yuansai's breath quickened, his face awash with infatuation and fervor. The natives of Chenxiao had no comprehension of the immense power that a divine body possessed. The innate divine demon body. It was undoubtedly the manifestation caused by the innate divine demon body. Such an extraordinarily potent physique could only rightfully belong to me, Fang Yuankai. It is mine. It belongs to me. Fang Yuankai roared in his heart. Beside him, Lin Qingran was equally astonished. She suddenly recalled that Su Chenxiao had once told her that his youthful prowess in the Soul Sea realm was due to his unparalleled physique. Even among the myriad realms, it was a rarity. Yet such a physique, without a strong background in his vulnerable early years, was most susceptible to envy. Even if one could not usurp his physique, countless individuals would covet his blood and flesh for alchemical purposes. The reason he remained in the remote land of Chenxiao was partly due to his physique, but more so because of himself. Lin Qingran glanced at the utterly shocked crowd and then at Fang Yuankai, whose face was filled with mad desire. An unprecedented thought began to blossom in her heart. Perhaps she could wait for Su Chenxiao's growth? However, this notion was swiftly dismissed. No. Only those of extraordinary backgrounds and peak talents are worthy of me, Lin Qingran. What good is a powerful physique without a formidable background? He would merely serve as a garment for others. Moreover, she had never been the type to rely on others. Only by joining the Tianqi Dao sect and strengthening herself could she hope to dominate all. Just as everyone was captivated by this magnificent spectacle, a joyous and robust laughter resounded through the venue. Ha! A celestial phenomenon. My dear disciple, I never expected that precisely as stated in the talisman. A prodigious divine body would emerge in this little Chenxiao. An elder, exuding an aura of immortality with a youthful visage despite his white hair, descended from the sky. Upon seeing the arrival, the heads of various clans in Chenxiao were taken aback, quickly standing to greet him. The head of the Yi family, Yi Hongtian, welcomed Elder Ning of the Tianqi Dao sect. We have seen Elder Ning. Since his arrival, Ning Feng's gaze had remained fixed on Su Chenxiao, who was bound to a pillar. He merely surveyed the crowd without uttering a word, his eyes reflecting arrogance and disdain. This tiny place of Chenxiao, had it not been for his disciples' claim of an extraordinary opportunity here, he would never have journeyed such a distance to this locale. Ning Feng bypassed the gathered clan leaders and approached Fang Yuankai directly. The people present were all prominent families of Chenxiao. Witnessing Ning Feng's utter disregard for them, the expressions of several clan leaders turned sour. Lin Qingran observed this scene with keen eyes, feeling increasingly vindicated in her choice. By sacrificing a background-less Su Chenxiao, she could exchange it for a bright future. Worth it, master. Fang Yuankai tucked away his folding fan and bowed respectfully. Ning Feng nodded slightly, speaking in a measured tone. Disciple, the innate divine demon body is exceedingly rare in the world. You've done well this time. Upon your return, I shall reward you handsomely. At this point, Ning Feng paused and scanned the surroundings. He noticed that only his disciple, Fang Yuankai, was present and inquired with some confusion. Where is your senior brother? Fang Yuankai quickly feigned a sorrowful expression, lamenting, Master, I am incompetent. I intended to seek out exceptionally talented disciples for our sect in Chenxiao. But unexpectedly, that divine demon body is exceedingly malicious. Merely engaging in a verbal spat with my senior brother led him to strike him down. Had it not been for this young lady, Lin, assisting me, that fiend would have long since fled without a trace. As he spoke, Fang Yuankai pushed Lin Qingran forward. I see. Upon hearing the news of his disciple's death, Ning Feng's expression showed little fluctuation. After all, he had many disciples and did not particularly miss this one. Ning Feng cast a casual glance at Lin Qingran beside him and spoke. You are the Lin family girl, Lin Qingran, that my disciple mentioned, correct? Your senior brother's master is a formidable figure of the broken realm. Lin Qingran felt as though her every thought was laid bare and hurriedly bowed, saying, Greetings. Elder Ning. Ning Feng nodded slightly. The relief that Fang Yuankai felt, seeing that his master did not pursue the matter of his senior brother's death, was palpable. And he quickly interjected, Master, Qingran is merely 16 and already possesses the cultivation of the pill formation realm. Her abilities are quite commendable. Wouldn't you agree? Ningfeng shot him a glance. Fang Yuansai's small scheme was not lost on him. This girl indeed possessed a pleasing appearance. But her talent was mediocre and hardly of great use. While it was unclear how she had reached the pill formation realm at such a young age, it was still somewhat fortuitous. Nevertheless, acknowledging Fang Yuansai's success in discovering an extraordinary opportunity, Ningfeng did not dwell on it and replied nonchalantly. Very well. For your contribution in aiding our Tianqi Dao sect to capture the rogue, you shall henceforth be my disciple, Ningfeng. What? A simple statement sent shockwaves through the hearts of everyone present. The Lin family had indeed received immense fortune. Should she enter the Tianqi Dao sect, it would truly be a case of one person ascending, lifting the entire household. Once, Chenxiao had been revered under the Yi family. But even 1,000 Yi families combined would amount to naught before the Tianqi Dao sect. Henceforth, Chenxiao would likely undergo a transformation. Many cast envious glances in an instant. Lin Qingran's beautiful eyes suddenly sparkled with joy. Her father, Lin Tai, was flushed with excitement as he turned to his precious daughter, saying, Qingran, to enter the Tianqi Dao sect and become a disciple of Elder Ning, truly is our Lin family's extraordinary fortune. Quickly, bow to your master. Lin Qingran, suppressing her excitement, approached with calm dignity and slightly bowed, humbly stating, I, disciple Lin Qingran, pay my respects to my master. At this moment, she could feel the envious and jealous gazes surrounding her. Her heart swelled with pride. She had entered the Tianqi Dao sect, which she had always yearned for. From this day forth, she would no longer be entangled with these mundane beings of Qingqing. Enough. Ningfeng displayed little emotion as he turned to glance at Chenxiao, still bound to the pillar. His eyes glimmered as he spoke. Disciple, possessing an innate divine body means this person is no ordinary individual. This youth is capable of killing your senior brother at such a young age. Could he not be one of the disciples from the other three great sects? Such prodigies often have terrifying backing. If he were a disciple of a supreme elder from one of the other three sects, even I would not dare to offend him. Sensing his master's concerns, Fang Yuankai stepped forward with a smile, reassuring him, Please do not worry, master. I have already investigated this youth's background. He is merely an orphan with no father or mother from Qingqing. There is absolutely no one behind him. As such, Ningfeng narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of barely perceptible greed flashing within them. Although he would not strip away the divine body, the essence blood of the divine body was indeed a remarkable treasure. Yet, why do I still sense a trace of Tao rhythm emanating from you? Upon hearing this, Fang Yuan's expression changed drastically. This old wretch, he truly cannot be deceived. It was as if he suddenly remembered something, and he willingly presented the divine bone he had obtained. Huh, master, your insight is as clear as day. I happen to possess another extraordinary treasure, which I am also prepared to offer to you. Such a divine item, I believe, only you, master, are worthy of possessing. This jade bone is a flawless creation, exquisite beyond compare. It bears ancient and mysterious runes, with Tao essence flowing throughout, clearly indicating it is no ordinary object. Feeling the overwhelming aura of Tao essence, Ningfeng's greed intensified. Without revealing his intentions, he accepted the divine bone, nodding his head, and for once, a smile graced his features as he said, Excellent, excellent. Good disciple, you truly have a thoughtful heart. I have lingered at the 9th layer of the broken realm for far too long, with this divine object. I shall surely break through to the realm of enlightenment in no time. As for the one possessing the divine body, he can extract the essence blood from this child to concoct pills. Naturally, there will be a share for you as well. Fang Yuan was instantly overjoyed and hastily replied, I dare not. To enable master to break through to the realm of enlightenment is my greatest wish. Ha! Ningfeng laughed heartily, clearly in high spirits. Their conversation was devoid of any concealment, and naturally, Chenxiao heard every word distinctly. This old fool still wishes to capture me and extract my blood for alchemy. From Ningfeng's profile, it was evident that he was a powerful figure of the Broken Realm. The Broken Realm is 2 major realms above the Soul Sea. This means that even if I were to restore my cultivation, I could never escape his grasp. Damn system. If you wish for my demise, just say it. Chenxiao spoke coldly. Who's the villain that starts off like this? A Broken Realm powerhouse has arrived. How can I possibly escape? Ding. Your master is the destined great villain. As a villain, one must possess the elegance befitting their role. For now, please await the fusion of the Chaos Divine Body and do not worry excessively. Progress of the innate Chaos Divine Body fusion. 45. Just as Chenxiao was about to speak, Ningfeng directly stepped in front of him. He raised his withered, aged right hand and placed it upon Chenxiao's forehead. Immediately, a strange force surged forth. Ningfeng laughed heartily. Disciple, you must pay close attention. I shall teach you this secret art upon our return. From this day forth, you shall be responsible for daily blood extractions from the blood slave. This technique is called blood summoning technique. Ningfeng bellowed, his white beard billowing wildly. as a terrifying and overwhelming suction force surged from his palm. Like a whale swallowing the sea, the tide returned, causing Su Chenxiao's blood to boil and surge uncontrollably, attempting to be forcibly drawn out. Su Chenxiao gritted his teeth, his eyes reddening, staring fiercely at Ningfeng. That damned old fool. The pain of having my essence blood forcibly extracted is no less than that of having my bones pulled and marrow drawn. Meanwhile, the people of Chenxiao watched with wide eyes, utterly perplexed by the scene before them. What is Elder Ning doing? It seems he intends to extract that creature's blood. Extract away. Only with his death can the wrath of the heavenly Qi Dao sect be appeased. In the distance, Lin Xingran's beautiful eyes flickered with frustration. Is Su Chenxiao's blood truly this powerful? I never imagined even the elders of the heavenly Qi Dao sect would desire Su Chenxiao's divine blood so eagerly. I must be the greatest contributor to this matter. Once Master refines pills with the blood, I shall certainly seek to claim my share from Feng Yuan. What Lin Xingran did not know was that her seemingly ordinary talent was able to break through to the pill formation realm precisely because Su Chenxiao fed her daily with pills infused with divine and demonic essence blood, transforming her physique, leading to her current cultivation. Feeling the overwhelming and potent vitality, Ningfeng's eyes brightened further. Good. What a marvelous treasure. Suddenly, a tremendous rumble erupted. The once clear sunny sky was now filled with flashes of lightning, dark clouds gathering, and the earth trembling. It was as if the heavens themselves were collapsing. From the vast expanse of the sky, a furious, thunderous roar reverberated. Let us see who dares to touch my brother, you ants of the Tsangshe realm. Do you wish to be annihilated? Chapter 5. The aura of my younger brother's divine bone. You all deserve to die. With just a single roar, countless beings within the Tsangshe realm could not help but kneel, trembling in fear. Far beyond, among the four great sects of the Tsangshe realm, the elder-level figures felt an overwhelming power capable of annihilating heaven and earth. They were all abruptly awakened from their meditative states, disbelief etched upon their aged faces. What terrifying power! Has a great being from the upper realm descended upon our Tsangshe realm? How is this possible? Not only is there the celestial monitoring pavilion guarding the boundary between the upper and lower realms, but there also exists an insurmountable chasm of heavenly principles. Is someone forcing their way across the realms? It felt as if an immense terror was about to descend, before the being even arrived. The vast and overwhelming pressure enveloped the entire Qingqing. Every individual present felt their blood surge and tremble, unable to resist kneeling in submission. Ningfeng, who was in the midst of performing the blood summoning technique, was suddenly interrupted. Despite his broken realm cultivation, he felt as insignificant as an ant before this aura. He trembled uncontrollably, his eyes wide with horror as he gazed at the sky. Rumble. Above the endless expanse of the sky, it appeared as though terrifying beings were engaged in battle, with astonishing lights continuously bursting forth. This mere lower realm's heavenly principles dares to obstruct me. Su Jingheng. Begone. Rumble. A blood-red, dazzling light erupted. In an instant, the deafening, earth-shattering sound reverberated. The vast sky seemed to have been forcefully torn apart, creating an enormous chasm that stretched for thousands of kilometers. Through this fissure, one could clearly see the chaotic void streams that obstructed countless cultivators from ascending to the lower realm. At this moment, countless beings gazed up at the sky in sheer terror. The people of Qingqiang were shrouded beneath a frenzied torrent of energy, as the sky that had once blocked the chaotic void streams was now being violently torn apart. This despairing scene, reminiscent of the heavens collapsing and wailing, caused Ningfeng's eyelids to twitch uncontrollably. An ominous premonition surged within him. The heavens have cracked? How is this possible? Wait, there are people. In that chasm, there are two individuals. Someone in the crowd screamed in fear, causing everyone to involuntarily look up. Rumble. Two formidable, overwhelming, and terrifying divine lights descended from the chasm. Holding a crimson spear, like gods or demons, the majestic Su Jingheng stood proudly in the sky. Beside him, the enchanting Su Yaowang, akin to a celestial goddess, also appeared. The two figures were enveloped in divine radiance, their formidable aura rendering all present breathless. The assembly gazed upwards at the two dazzling silhouettes in the sky. Were they celestial beings descended from the heavens? Lin Xingran's beautiful eyes sparkled, trembling incessantly. Upon beholding Su Yaowang, even she, who was usually quite confident in her looks, felt a wave of profound jealousy wash over her. With hair as fiery and radiant as divine flames, and a visage of unparalleled beauty, every inch of her seemed like a masterpiece meticulously crafted by the heavens themselves. Just standing there, she resembled a proud phoenix, a goddess beyond reproach, making others feel woefully inadequate. Could there truly exist such flawless women in this world? What was their purpose in coming here? This was unfathomable, more terrifying than the ancestors. It was as if an unfathomable abyss lay before him. Ningfeng, at the pinnacle of his shattered realm, could not discern their true cultivation. Only he could vaguely speculate that these two were likely eminent beings from the upper realms. Why would entities capable of reshaping the heavens appear in this place? Suppressing his fear, Ningfeng bowed deeply, adopting the humblest of postures, and spoke, "I am Ning Feng, honored to meet you, esteemed predecessors." Yet, the two mighty beings appeared oblivious, scanning their surroundings as if in search of something. Suddenly, the woman in the sky seemed to have discovered something. Her pupils constricted. Incredulity etched on her face. Younger brother? Younger brother? Who? As confusion washed over the crowd, Su Yaowang had mysteriously appeared before Su Chenxiao. Upon seeing him, bloodied and shackled to a pillar, her exquisite features were overtaken by sorrow and rage. With a crack, the chain shattered. Su Yaowang rushed forward, enveloping Su Chenxiao in her embrace. Covering her mouth, tears welled in her beautiful eyes as she murmured, "How could this be, younger brother? Quickly, take this Qingdi pill. Tell your sister, who has done this to you." Boom. Su Chenxiao's sister. This revelation struck the gathered members of the three great families like a bolt from the blue, leaving them stunned and blank-minded. Impossible. Wasn't he an orphan? Where had this sister emerged from? Why younger brother? The patriarch of the Yi family, Yi Hongtian, turned pale, murmuring in disbelief. How could this be? Lin Qingren fixed her gaze intensely on Su Yaowang. When she noticed the resemblance between Su Chenxiao and the woman, it felt as though lightning had struck her. Trembling, she staggered back a few steps. No, this cannot be. Suddenly, memories of a past jest exchanged with Su Chenxiao flooded her mind. Su Chenxiao, with your youthful cultivation, are you truly just a loose cultivator? Haha, a solitary soul, without parents. Qingran, why would I deceive you? I don't remember my childhood well. But you mentioned a possibility. What if my parents had some unspeakable reason for abandoning me? What if they would return for me someday? For some reason, I have always felt like I am not from this place. At that time, Lin Qingran had said little in response. However, upon discovering Su Chenxiao's background, any lingering feelings she had for him dissipated entirely. How could a mere loose cultivator help her escape this cage-like lower realm? Little did she know, her words had unwittingly become prophetic. While the people of Qingqing struggled to accept this revelation, even Su Chenxiao himself was left in a state of bewilderment. Not a bro. What is happening? What does it mean to be a villain constantly beaten? As a destined antagonist, isn't it reasonable to have a supremely powerful background? The true identity of the master is the youngest scion of the Su family, a celestial imperial lineage. Both parents are alive. With his grandfather and maternal grandfather being great emperors of the current age, his elder brother a divine lord of the realm, and his sister a revered goddess. Currently undergoing trials in the lower realms. Su Chenxiao, damn. I love you, brother. Why didn't you say so sooner? I was ready to blow him up. As a villain, one must always maintain the elegance of a villain. If action can be taken, there is no need for idle chatter. And if one can call for help, there is no need for hesitation. The system reiterated. In midair, Su Jingheng also recognized the grave state of his younger brother. The divine bone he had bestowed had been excavated. His vitality waned, his roots and cultivation obliterated, his body marred with wounds. He resembled a candle flickering in the wind. Boom. A terrifying force surged again. At that moment, everyone from Qingqing felt as though their hearts were tightly gripped by a colossal hand. Unable to suppress a mouthful of blood, he appeared before Ning Feng in an instant, his gaze chillingly fierce. Why do you possess the aura of my younger brother's divine bone? Ning Feng's pupils dilated. He had never encountered such a terrifying being capable of rending the heavens of the lower realm. A sudden chill gripped him, suffusing his mind with a profound sense of mortality. The esteemed elder of the heavenly Qi lineage fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. Predecessor, spare me. Bang. Without granting him a moment to speak, Su Jingheng pressed his palm onto Ning Feng's head. In his furious eyes, a sinister gleam flickered as he directly commenced a soul search. The soul-searching technique was ruthlessly powerful, disregarding the opponent's life or death, forcibly tearing open the sea of consciousness to extract memories. The piercing scream echoed, awakening all present. They could only watch in horror as Elder Ning of the heavenly Qi lineage writhed in agony. Do not spare me. The scream persisted for an indeterminate time. Su Jingheng's eyes slowly opened. Ning Feng appeared soulless, collapsing like a puddle of mud. The divine bone he had recently acquired flew from his garments. Indeed, witnessing this scene, Su Jingheng's fury threatened to erupt. Bang! The once formidable Ning Feng, now akin to a lifeless dog, had his head crushed like a watermelon, exploding into a mist of blood. You all shall perish. Chapter 6. Prefer background over favoritism? Today his kin have arrived. Not a remnant remained. Not even a trace of soul left in this terrifying power. Master. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Fang Yuan felt a wave of suffocation wash over him. His vision darkened. His legs weakened, nearly collapsing from shock. Before him, his master had been effortlessly crushed like an ant. It was over. Who were they? Why had Lin Qingran, that wretched woman, never mentioned them to him? Lin Qingran. Who are they? Fang Yuan bellowed. Do you wish to see me dead, you wretched woman? He dared not imagine the fate he would have faced had the divine bone remained in his possession. Lin Qingran was filled with terror and confusion. This was an elder of the heavenly Qi lineage at the Shattered Realm. The master he had just sworn allegiance to was dead? I don't know. He never spoke of it. Having learned everything through his soul search, Su Jingheng's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. His breath became uneven, his chest swelling with boundless hatred. He recalled how everyone had cherished his younger brother during his childhood in the clan, treating him as a treasured gem, fearing he might break, cradling him in their hands. Even the desire to consume the golden-winged rock compelled him to venture into the Demon Emperor domain to capture the offspring of the Rock Emperor for a feast. How could one have endured such indignities? The blood-red divine spear seemed to sense its master's turmoil, emitting a low hum. Su Jingheng's gaze swept across the assembled crowd of Chenxiao, and he spoke in a grave tone. My younger brother merely descended for trials. You covet his divine physique and blood, believing him to lack backing, and thus you seek to flay him alive. You, mere ants from the lower realms, truly possess an audacity of immense proportions. The patriarchs of the three major families turned ashen, drained of color. And no, it was not us. Senior, spare us. The members of the three families fell to their knees, begging for mercy. Isn't it the background that you all admire? Then today his kin have arrived. Under Su Jingheng's icy and wrathful gaze, a horrific scene unfolded. Bang, bang, bang. Individuals from the Yi, Lin, and Wang families exploded one after another into clouds of blood mist. Blood and remnants scattered across the ground, transforming the martial arena into a torrential downpour of crimson rain. It was as if an invisible scythe of death mercilessly reaped lives. The overwhelming stench of blood permeated the air, and a copious amount splattered across Lin Qingran's cheeks. Her delicate form trembled uncontrollably, terrified that she would be next. Even now, she could not comprehend why Su Jingheng possessed such a formidable elder brother. Before the might of this overwhelming power, Feng Yuan trembled, utterly terrified, having long since soiled himself in fear. Where was the semblance of a prodigy of the heavenly Qi Dao sect? I do not wish to die. I do not wish to perish here. Suddenly, it seemed he sensed something, as though a terrifying force had locked onto him. The true Qi within him surged uncontrollably, causing blood to pour from his mouth and nose. His pupils dilated in sheer terror as he desperately sought escape, screaming, No, I cannot die, Bang! In the next moment, without even a flicker of his soul escaping, Feng Yuan met the same tragic fate as his master, perishing within Qingqing. Not a trace remained. One by one, the people of Qingqing exploded into oblivion. In such an oppressive atmosphere, someone finally broke down, unable to endure, desperately trying to flee. Run! Don't kill me! I do not wish to die! Bang! Bang! Yet the ultimate outcome remained unchanged. This was a unilateral massacre, a veritable hell on earth. At that moment, several streaks of light rushed from the distance. Please, senior, restrain your fury. The realm of Tsangshi is fracturing. If you strike again, countless beings within Tsangshi shall perish in the chaos of the void. The esteemed elders of the heavenly Qi Dao sect hastened to arrive. They understood that these newcomers were undoubtedly powerful beings from the upper realm. In desperation, they invoked the name of their backing sect, the Heavenly Xian sect, hoping to dissuade him. Upon seeing them, the originally despondent crowd erupted in joy. The Grand Elder, the mighty from the Heavenly Qi Dao sect have arrived. We are saved. However, the next words shattered their last hope. Our Heavenly Qi Dao sect is a branch of the Heavenly Xian sect. We implore you, senior, for the sake of the Heavenly Xian sect, spare the lives of the countless beings in Tsangshi and only cleanse Qingqing. If your wrath remains unsated, the cities of the southern wilderness are yours to claim. We only beg you to temper your divine might and cease the destruction of this realm. No one could believe it. The Grand Elder of the illustrious Heavenly Qi Dao sect was, at this moment, pleading for mercy? Was this truly the Heavenly Qi Dao sect, one of the four great sects of Tsangshi? A chill ran through everyone, plunging their hearts into deeper despair. Heavenly Xian sect? Su Jingheng's gaze turned frigid, his voice laced with murderous intent. Today, do not speak of this so-called Heavenly Xian sect. Even if you stand behind an emperor, it will not save your worthless lives. As for your Heavenly Qi Dao sect, I had no intention of seeking you out, yet you have come to my door willingly. Die. With that, Su Jingheng swung the blood-red divine spear in a sweeping arc, transforming it into a streak of sanguine light aimed at the newcomers. An unfathomable force erupted forth like a tidal wave. In an instant, the earth shattered, space crumbled. Such divine might was akin to a falling sun, blinding and unyielding. Enraged, he cared not for the fates of these insignificant creatures. His sole desire was to bury them all in vengeance for his brother. And no, senior, we harbor no intentions of enmity. Senior, boom. A thunderous roar resounded. Beneath the blood-soaked light of wrath, several enlightened elders of the Heavenly Qi Dao sect were obliterated in an instant, leaving no trace behind. Even the void in the distance was torn asunder, creating a gaping, ominous rift. The remnants of this unmatched power sent shockwaves that violently dispatched countless beings within and around Qingqing to their deaths. Even the cultivators below were reduced to bloodied heaps, their organs shattered. Lin Qingran instinctively raised her hand to shield herself. A wondrous sight unfolded. The jade bracelet adorning her wrist suddenly burst forth with a resplendent radiance. Buzz! A pure white light dissipated all, even countering the might of the Supreme Realm. I am still alive? Lin Qingran gazed incredulously at the jade bracelet in her hand. At the same moment, Su Jingheng, having noticed this, furrowed his brow in realization. The undying jade gifted to my younger brother. How could it be in the possession of a woman from the lower realm? He moved swiftly, appearing before Lin Qingran in the blink of an eye. Lin Qingran felt a jolt of fear, retreating a few steps before the imposing figure before her. A man exuding an aura akin to a demon. Without hesitation, Su Jingheng seized her right hand, his piercing gaze locked onto hers as he demanded, "Who are you? Why does my brother's life-preserving artifact appear in your possession?" An overwhelming aura of murderous intent enveloped her, and Lin Qingran felt as though she were drowning in a sea of corpses and blood, struggling to breathe. Chapter 7. The Intricacies of Lin Qingran, the Wretched Maid. Her father was dead, but Lin Qingran resolutely refused to perish here. A powerful will to survive compelled her to suppress her fear and speak. "This jade bracelet is a gift from Su Chenxiao." Su Jingheng's brow furrowed tightly, scrutinizing Lin Qingran's face for an extended moment. The undying jade given by his mother was bound to his brother, unless his brother personally gifted it. Even a Supreme Realm powerhouse could not sever the bond. Was this woman truly connected to his brother? Before he could ponder further, a sudden cry rang out from afar. "Elder brother! Something is amiss with my little brother. Look at what has happened to him." Su Jingheng's expression shifted, and he hurriedly turned to look. "Little brother? What has happened to him?" Lin Qingran felt a wave of relief wash over her, akin to someone who had just escaped drowning, collapsing to the ground, greedily inhaling the foul, blood-soaked air. On the other side, Su Chenxiao, cradled in Su Yaohuang's arms, appeared to be in agony, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. Su Yaohuang's expression was fraught with anxiety as she urgently addressed Su Jingheng. "I have just administered the Qingdi pill to my younger brother. This pill is capable of healing all injuries. Yet, why does he still appear to be in such agonizing distress?" Beep. Innate Chaos God. Fusion progress of the innate divine and demonic body, 90. 959-7100. Fusion complete. Boom. As Su Chenxiao merged the two divine bodies, an astonishing aura suddenly erupted from within him. The ancient and mysterious chaotic energy, mingled with divine and demonic power, gradually began to permeate the surroundings. Su Jingheng's countenance turned grave. The presence of demonic energy was perplexing. What was this other, unfamiliar aura emanating from his younger brother? Even he had never witnessed such a phenomenon as body fusion, and he could only speak in a solemn tone. "Father and mother will arrive shortly. You must stay here and take care of our brother. That woman seems to have some connection to him, and given his current state, we shall speak further once he awakens." Su Yaohuang nodded, casting a glance at the still shaken Lin Qingran nearby. She had indeed noticed that her brother's undying jade was in the possession of the other. Sensing the oddity in his words, Su Yaohuang turned to Su Jingheng and asked, "Elder brother, what are you planning to do?" Su Jingheng's gaze darkened, a flicker of intense killing intent flashing through his eyes, the gloom in his heart refusing to dissipate. Coldly, he replied, "To kill." With that, Su Jingheng transformed into a streak of crimson light and vanished from the scene. Su Yaohuang said nothing further. She understood that only blood could quell her brother's fury at this moment, turning her attention to the pained Su Chenxiao in her arms. Her beautiful eyes brimmed with sorrow and concern. The fiery phoenix mark between her brows flickered, and a stream of blazing divine flames enveloped Su Chenxiao, shielding him from any disturbance. "Do not be afraid, little brother. Soon father and mother will arrive. We shall take you home." Once Su Jingheng departed, the overwhelming pressure dissipated abruptly, granting the remaining onlookers a moment to breathe. Lin Qingran felt as though her soul had been wrenched from her, collapsing weakly to the ground. One moment, she had reveled in the joy of becoming a disciple of the Tianqi Dao sect, and the next, she was confronted by the descent of figures claiming to be kin to Su Chenxiao, akin to deities. Even the exalted elder of the Tianqi Dao sect, whom she had regarded as supreme, had been effortlessly obliterated. Everything felt surreal, as if she were ensnared in a dream. She gazed at the breathtakingly beautiful and regal Su Yaohuang, whose presence was both noble and aloof. The blood and remnants around her served as stark reminders that everything here was undeniably real, as if separated by an eternity. With disheveled hair and a look of utter despair, Lin Qingran slumped to the ground. Staring at the jade bracelet adorning her right hand, she murmured softly, "What have I truly missed?" In her moment of despondency, Su Yaohuang had appeared before Lin Qingran. Her stunning visage was imbued with an icy demeanor, devoid of any emotion. As she looked down upon Lin Qingran like a celestial being, her gaze seemed to pierce through Lin Qingran's very soul. "You claim that the undying jade in your possession was gifted to you by my younger brother?" Lin Qingran slowly raised her head, startled. The close proximity only magnified her awareness of Su Yaohuang's flawless beauty. In comparison, the latter's noble and ethereal aura seemed innate, while Lin Qingran felt like a mere counterfeit trying to feign elegance. Overcome with inferiority, she dared not meet Su Yaohuang's gaze and lowered her head, whispering, "I did not deceive you. It is true. With a delicate motion of her finger, Su Yaowang caused the storage ring in Lin Qingran's hand to float uncontrollably away. Buzz. In an instant, she effortlessly dispelled the restrictions within the storage ring. One by one, treasures began to float out. As she beheld the items belonging to her younger brother, Su Yaowang's brows furrowed even tighter. Among them were life-saving treasures she and her brother had bestowed upon him. Had he possessed even one of these, he would not have fallen to such a dire predicament. Suddenly, Su Yaowang's attention was drawn to a jade vial. From it, she sensed the aura of her younger brother's innate divine and demonic body. Pop! As the vial opened, pure white pills floated out. Su Yaowang's eyes narrowed, filled with a simmering rage directed at the head-down Lin Qingran. These are pills refined from my brother's divine and demonic essence. Realizing the implications, even the usually gentle Su Yaowang could no longer contain her anger. My brother has gone to such lengths for you? This overwhelming aura made Lin Qingran tremble. I do not know. I truly do not know. Su Yaowang could endure no longer. She raised her jade hand and delivered a resounding slap to Lin Qingran's cheek. Slap. Without employing any force, it was merely a simple slap, yet it resonated sharply. Wow, wretch. Lin Qingran was stunned. A distinct handprint quickly appeared on her pale cheek, and a wave of humiliation surged within her. Yet, before this exalted and ethereal woman, she could not muster a shred of defiance. Su Yaowang seized her chin, her radiant eyes fixated on Lin Qingran, brimming with murderous intent. Do you not understand? These treasures would incite envy even in the presence of an emperor. They could not possibly have come into your possession without my brother's consent. I know not the nature of your relationship with him, but while he treats you so well, you merely stood by and watched as he faced peril. She felt it was unjust for her brother. How could an ordinary-looking girl of such poor talent ensnare the heart of Su Chenxiao, the beloved younger brother of the Su family, as patriarch? Feeling Su Yaowang's unmasked killing intent, Lin Qingran felt a chilling wave wash over her, rendering her speechless. Aye. Su Yaowang yanked Lin Qingran's hair and forcefully shoved her to the ground. With an icy glare, she spoke. Now you wish to play the innocent? Wow, wretch. I warn you, if anything befalls my brother, every living soul in the Zhongshe realm shall pay for it with their lives. The name of the Imperial Su family, a title Lin Qingran had never heard before, resonated for the first time in her world. She had never imagined that Su Chenxiao hailed from the very realm she had longed for, possessing such a terrifying background. She dared not utter another word, fearing that the truth would lead to her demise. Yet, a flicker of hope lingered in her heart, perhaps even a tinge of delight. Chapter 8. The frustration of the Qingxing crowd, the arrival of the imperial parents. With Su Chenxiao's affection for her, if he were to awaken and she were to admit her mistakes, surely he would forgive her, wouldn't he? Unbeknownst to Su Yaowang, she was oblivious to Lin Qingran's current thoughts. Finally, casting a cold glance at her, she rose and turned towards the remaining terrified crowd in Qingxing. There is no doubt, she declared, that none of you shall leave this place until my brother awakens. With a gentle wave of her right hand, a terrifying flame, capable of incinerating the void, erupted forth. The arena was enveloped tightly, besieged by flames that radiated an utterly terrifying heat. After accomplishing this, Su Yaowang carried the unconscious Su Chenxiao directly into a building, where they awaited the arrival of her parents in silence. Amidst the searing inferno, the people of Qingxing were left in a state of shock. The events of the day had unfolded so abruptly that it felt as though they were trapped in a dream. No one had anticipated that the seemingly unremarkable Su Chenxiao had a powerful figure from the upper realm standing behind him. Qingran, stammered an elder from the Lin family, who still clung to a sliver of hope as he crawled over. His heart raced as if it might leap from his chest, consumed by profound fear as he inquired. Did Su Chenxiao ever mention his origins from the upper realm? Many shared the same question in their hearts. It seemed the others were not eager to kill them yet, perhaps waiting for Su Chenxiao to awaken and make a judgment. The other two clans of Qingxing were somewhat resigned, but the members of the Yi family were utterly pale, collapsing in despair on the ground. They had subjected Su Chenxiao to the most severe treatment in a bid to curry favor with the Tianqi Daoist lineage. Lin Qingran glanced at the elder beside her and shook her head. Qingran. The elder grasped her arm, pleading with a tone full of sorrow. I know you have a good relationship with Su Chenxiao. Once he awakens, you must speak on behalf of the Lin family. We have never wronged him. We were forced by the Tianqi Daoist lineage. If only they had known, they would never have acted so foolishly. Who would have joined the Tianqi Daoist lineage had they known Su Chenxiao's astonishing background? Every member of the three great families of Qingxing was gripped by regret. Even Lin Qingran herself wore an expression of complex emotions, lightly biting her crimson lip as she murmured, I will do my best. Strangely, she felt little disturbance over her father's death. Instead, Su Chenxiao's identity made her heart race with myriad thoughts. Ultimately, she could always apologize to Su Chenxiao, claiming she was coerced by her senior brother Fang Yuan. Upon hearing Lin Qingran's agreement, the elders of the Lin family expressed their delight, nodding fervently. Excellent, excellent. This is the best outcome. Even at this juncture, they clung to a glimmer of hope. With Su Chenxiao's kin arriving, his identity and status were now incomparable. Should the Lin family manage to align themselves with him, they could very well disregard even the 4 great Taoist lineages. A day later, shower. Su Chenxiao seemed to hear someone calling for him incessantly. During the endless darkness of his slumber, many memories from his childhood resurfaced. Slowly, he opened his eyes. His vision somewhat blurred. Where am I? Shower, you've awakened. A voice filled with joy rang out. At the bedside stood a beautiful woman. Her face streaked with tears, ecstatic as she hurried to support Su Chenxiao. Meanwhile, Su Wudao, pacing restlessly in the room, was jolted and approached with a face full of guilt. Shower. As Su Chenxiao gazed at the two before him, their appearances began to merge with the memories awakening in his mind. He instinctively called out, Father, Mother? The memories sealed away before the age of 12 had been released, revealing him to be the son of the patriarch of the Su family from the upper realm. And these two were indeed his biological parents. Chen Wanyue's beautiful eyes gleamed with excitement as she covered her mouth and quietly sobbed. My dear Shower, you've finally awakened. You frightened me terribly. Though Su Wudao's face revealed no visible emotion, his gaze softened significantly. He gently sat down, extending his large hand to stroke Su Chenxiao's hair, his voice deep and tender. Good child, do you still remember your father? Shower, you have suffered in this lower realm. Su Chenxiao looked at the two before him, still somewhat dazed, and nodded. Upon hearing his words, Chen Wanyue's expression grew cold, casting a frosty glance at Su Wudao as she spoke. Su Wudao, how can you still say such things? If it were not for your family's despicable rules, would my Shower have faced such calamities? Since arriving in the Zhongshe realm and witnessing Su Chenxiao's plight, she had not offered Su Wudao a kind word. Su Wudao, filled with guilt, nodded in acknowledgement, unable to refute her. You are right. These rigid and cruel rules should indeed be revised. My lady, Shower is now safe. I brought the immortal elixir of creation specifically for him. Not only has Shower awakened his innate chaotic divine body due to his misfortune, but with the elixir, even a being on the brink of death can be returned from the gates of hell. Chen Wanyue fell silent, turning to Su Chenxiao with a voice dripping with tenderness and love. Shower, how do you feel now? Are you better? Su Chenxiao assessed his body, his eyes brightening. His blood-soaked clothes had been replaced, and he felt a surge of vitality coursing through him. His injuries had long since healed. Not only that, but even his previously damaged foundation and cultivation had fully recovered. In fact, he had even broken through a significant realm, reaching the 9th level of the fragmentation realm. He felt an unprecedented vigor coursing through him. Looking at his parents, who were filled with concern and care, Su Chenxiao felt a warmth swell in his heart. I feel much better now. Just a bit of a headache, he murmured, pressing his forehead. Upon hearing this, Su Wudao's previously stern expression finally broke into a smile as he spoke gently. Shower, you've just regained your memories from before you turned 12. It will take some time to process them. My lady, since Shower has just awakened and is no longer in grave danger, let us step outside for a moment and allow him some solitude. Chen Wanyue understood that her precious child had not seen them for many years and might feel a bit estranged. Reluctantly, she cupped Su Chenxiao's face, her heart full of tenderness, and kissed his forehead. Shower, you have suffered in this lower realm for so long. Now that your memories are restored, I know it may be hard for you to accept. Your father and I will step outside. If you need anything, call for us, all right? The warmth of her touch lingered on his cheek. The comfort from his mother made Su Chenxiao nod instinctively, whispering, I understand. Once his parents exited the room, he soon heard the voice of his sister, Su Huanyao, from outside. Mother, has little brother awakened? I want to go in and see. Yao, listen to your mother. Let us step back for now. Your little brother has just regained his memories. Let him take a moment to himself. All right. As Su Chenxiao lowered his head, he murmured to himself, so this is what familial love feels like. It's quite nice. In his past life, his parents had abandoned him early on, and he had never seen what they looked like. The fortune teller had claimed he was destined to be a solitary star. He had thought this world would be the same, only to discover that he had so many caring family members. Su Chenxiao smiled faintly, pulling his thoughts back. System, are you still operational? Master, I am here. Initiate the playback. I wish to ascertain what transpired during my awakening of the innate chaotic divine body. Su Chenxiao stated impassively. As you command, Master. The playback function requires a consumption of 100 villain points. Shall I proceed? Proceed. Ding. Consumption successful. Current villain points, 9,900. Playback commencing. Half an instant stick later. This jade bracelet was gifted to me by Su Chenxiao. He observed the playback interface, taking in the innocent visage of Lin Qingran, who resembled a pure white lotus, and let out a cold, expressionless laugh. Ah, Lin Qingran, how unexpected that you managed to survive. Through the system's playback, Su Chenxiao gleaned everything that had previously transpired. Fang Yuan had indeed benefited from the situation. Yet, he had not forgotten the true instigator, the foul vixen Lin Qingran, who had ensnared him in this predicament. Lin Qingran was rather clever, knowing how to obscure their ambiguous relationship. Su Chenxiao gradually rose, a fleeting glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Let's go. Since I am the vengeful antagonist, it is time to settle accounts with those scoundrels. As a villain, one must possess the awareness befitting their role. Chapter 9. The Chenxiao Realm awaiting judgment. The revenge begins. Outside the room, Su Jingheng stood motionless, embodying a statue with the crimson blood divine spear held tightly in his arms. Meanwhile, Su Yaowang wore a face of concern, grappling with whether she should enter the room to check on her younger brother. Creak. As the door creaked open, Su Chenxiao emerged from within. Little brother. A glimmer of joy flashed across Su Yaowang's stunning features as she hurried over, grasping her brother's hand to assess him. Vitality flows smoothly, meridian stable. Brother, you are truly unharmed. Su Jingheng nodded coldly, his expression unreadable. Feigning. You are merely feigning. Su Yaowang pouted. Despite her brother's impassive demeanor, he was undoubtedly more anxious than anyone else when it came to her little brother's troubles. Turning to Su Chenxiao, Su Yaowang inquired with a smile, Little brother, do you recognize who I am? Inhaling the delicate fragrance wafting from her, Su Chenxiao chuckled helplessly, nodding. All right, sister. I remember now. Where are our parents? Su Yaowang's beautiful eyes lit up with excitement as she stepped forward and embraced Su Chenxiao tightly. The heavenly monitoring pavilion from the upper realm has sent people. Mother and father have gone to demand an accounting. The astonishing softness enveloped him as he pressed against her alluring curves, rendering him momentarily breathless. Little brother, welcome back. How you must have suffered. Su Yaowang sniffled. Although she appeared aloof and imposing outside, she harbored deep affection for her little brother. After some struggle, Su Chenxiao finally extricated himself from her fragrant embrace, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he rubbed his nose and spoke. Sister, we must maintain proper boundaries between men and women. Su Yaowang paused at his words, unable to suppress a chuckle. Her eyes curved in delight, dissipating much of her earlier concern. This smile was akin to a millennium-old iceberg melting away, indescribably beautiful. Little brother, what is this? Have you grown up now and no longer wish to be embraced by your sister? You used to beg to sleep beside me every night. Su Chenxiao found himself momentarily speechless. Having learned that his brother was no longer in peril, Su Yaowang resumed her previous icy demeanor, gazing intently at Su Chenxiao's face as she spoke earnestly. All right, little brother, those who oppressed you are now within the martial arena. Their fates lie in your hands. Though I shan't pry into your private matters, you are my dear brother, the son of the Su family patriarch from the imperial lineage. Your trials in the lower realm are akin to a fleeting dream. Do not let a mere woman cloud your judgment, understand? While she did not state it outright, Su Yaowang's intention was abundantly clear. Su Chenxiao hesitated slightly before responding, I understand, sister. I will handle these matters myself. Su Yaowang nodded and cast a glance at Su Jingheng, saying, Look, your elder brother is also present. This fellow, having just returned from beyond the realms, exudes such a heavy killing intent. In his quest for vengeance, he has obliterated the 4 prominent factions of the Chenxiao realm, and their patriarchs and elders are presently in the martial arena seeking forgiveness. Su Chenxiao regarded his elder brother, stepping forward to greet him. Elder brother. Su Jingheng maintained his stoic demeanor, responding succinctly. Suddenly, a flash of white divine radiance flickered. What is this? Su Chenxiao was taken aback. Before Su Jingheng, a piece of divine bone floated serenely. Su Jingheng's voice resonated slowly. You have now awakened as the innate chaotic divine body. This supreme bone may hold no value for you. However, since it was a gift from me, it is only fitting that it returns to its rightful owner. Upon their arrival, their parents had also learned that their younger brother's previous condition was due to the awakening of a potent physique. The innate chaotic divine body ranks among the top 3 of the myriad divine bodies. Yet, compared to their younger brother's awakening of such a formidable divine physique, they were more concerned about his safety. Su Chenxiao accepted the supreme bone, remaining silent for a moment before saying, Elder brother, thank you. Su Jingheng nodded, choosing not to speak further. It was not until Su Chenxiao departed for the martial arena that a subtle smile graced Su Jingheng's lips. Within the martial arena, the terrifying crimson divine flames enveloped the area, incinerating the surrounding space under their scorching heat. A pervasive atmosphere of unease and dread hung heavy in the air, akin to a Damocles sword poised overhead, awaiting judgment. All were restless, their hearts filled with trepidation. The atmosphere was oppressively terrifying, with not a single word uttered among them. The elders of the 3 great families of Chenxiao appeared as though their souls had been siphoned away, moving about like mere shells. In the span of a single day, they had witnessed figures of unprecedented stature, the formidable and inscrutable elders and ancestors of the 4 great factions imprisoned within. Each was a being capable of shaking the very foundation of the Chenxiao realm with a mere stomp. Yet, even such entities knelt on the ground, ashen-faced. The people of Qingqing transitioned from initial shock and disbelief to despair. What in the world have you Tianqi sect done to incur the wrath of the heavens and the ire of the people, provoking the mighty from the upper realm? Our Yunhai sect was completely unaware of this matter and has been unjustly dragged into this calamity by you Tianqi sect. The elders of the other 3 great factions within the Chenxiao realm seethed with fury, wishing they could eradicate the members of the Tianqi sect on the spot. The ancestor of the Tianqi sect knelt upon the ground, his pupils quivering incessantly. He could only recall a youth wielding a blood-red spear, appearing as a demon god, descending upon the sect. With a single strike, he obliterated the sect that had stood for a millennium within the Chenxiao realm. Before that youth, even he, who had lived for over 1,000 years, felt no more significant than an ant. A profound sense of resistance did not arise within me. I remain utterly oblivious as to what my heavenly Qi Dao sect has done to offend the formidable beings of the upper realm. However, dear esteemed guests, do not panic. My heavenly Qi Dao sect is under the protection of the revered Tianqian sect, and I have already established contact with their powerful entities. They shall arrive shortly. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of the other ancestral figures present softened somewhat. Someone sighed softly, murmuring, "We can only hope that the esteemed one will spare our lives for the sake of the Tianqian sect." At that moment, a gap suddenly opened in the endless divine flames surrounding this place. Everyone instinctively turned their gaze towards it. "Little brother, they are right here." From the midst of the divine flames, a young man dressed in a blue robe, possessing a strikingly handsome visage and an air of nobility, emerged. The youth seemed shrouded in a veil of mist, the innate chaos energy exuding a faint white radiance, and his eyes held a depth far beyond his years. Lin Xingran's complexion turned pale, her eyes filled with a complex mix of regret and confusion. The newcomer was none other than Su Chenxiao, who had recently restored his cultivation. Chapter 10, Shattering Seas and Rending Bones, The Punishment of Kin. The people of Qingqing momentarily beheld the once carefree and extraordinarily gifted prodigy of Qingqing. Yet this time, unlike before, standing beside the youth was a peerless woman from the myriad realms, her power unfathomably terrifying. Gazing at the exquisitely regal and unparalleled young man, Lin Xingran found herself momentarily entranced. Su Chenxiao, who could have imagined that within the span of a single day, the identity of what was once a mere loose cultivator would undergo such a monumental transformation? At this moment, the grand ancestor of the heavenly Qi sect, his countenance flushed with fury, bellowed, "Demonic woman, I advise you to release us. My heavenly Qi Dao sect is a branch of the upper realm's Tianqian sect. The Tianqian sect boasts formidable beings at the kingly realm. They will soon descend." The kingly realm? Su Yaowang chuckled at these words. In the vastness of the heavens, there are countless Dao sections. The sects residing in the kingly realm are not even worth mentioning. With disdain, Su Yaowang remarked, "The kingly realm is not even worthy of being a dog for my imperial clan, the Su family. My brother has spared your lives, but only so that my younger sibling can punish you. Otherwise, you insignificant ants of the ascending heaven realm would dare to converse with members of my imperial clan?" Boom. As she spoke, a mere hint of the terrifying aura of the supreme realm shattered the heavenly Qi grand ancestor, leaving him utterly broken, unable to even draw breath. Ah! The grand ancestor of the heavenly Qi sect let out a wretched scream as he crashed heavily to the ground, his body shattered, gasping for air, utterly incapable of breathing. The grand ancestor of the heavenly Qi sect. Witnessing this scene, the other 3 Dao sects from the Chenxiao realm, as well as the people of Qingqiang, could only stare in horror, disbelief written across their faces. For them, the kingly realm was a domain capable of wielding absolute dominion over the lower realms, a being of immense power. Yet, in the eyes of the adversary, they were deemed less than a mere watchdog. Their limited perspective would forever prevent them from comprehending the might of the imperial clan, the Su family. Su Yaowang's imposing and proud demeanor sent waves of emotion surging within Lin Xingran. Could Su Chenxiao's background truly be so formidable? With the grand ancestor of the heavenly Qi sect's pitiful state, no one dared to utter another word. Su Yaowang's cold, emotionless gaze swept over the gathered crowd. Turning to her younger brother beside her, she spoke softly, "Little brother, I leave this group to you. Their fate lies solely in your hands. I shall take my leave. What transpires in the Chenxiao realm is a matter of my brother's personal affairs. Were it not for his tribulations, the ants of the Chenxiao realm would never have encountered the existence of the imperial clan, the Su family." She did not wish to remain and influence her brother. Feeling the protective nature of his sister, Su Chenxiao looked at Su Yaowang with gratitude and nodded. Understood. With that, Su Yaowang departed. Su Chenxiao then turned, his expression remarkably calm. He did not even cast a glance at Lin Xingran, who stood amidst the crowd, but instead fixed his gaze upon a middle-aged man, disheveled and too fearful to meet his eyes. Su Chenxiao spoke in a measured tone. "It is time to settle the score. Then, ye family head." His voice was not loud, yet it weighed heavily upon Yi Hongtian, rendering him breathless. Yi Hongtian's heart sank, his body trembling uncontrollably. "Young Master Su, this is all a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding?" Su Chenxiao revealed a radiant smile, leisurely approaching Yi Hongtian. Apart from Lin Xingran and the vile Fang Yuankai, the individual he despised most was none other than Yi Hongtian. This man had gone to great lengths to curry favor with the heavenly Qi sect's Fang Yuankai, subjecting Su Chenxiao to considerable torment. Bending down, Su Chenxiao's eyes shimmered with mirth as he remarked, "What a grand misunderstanding indeed. breaking fingers, piercing bones, shattering seas. TSK. That sensation is one I never wish to experience again. The more Su Chenxiao spoke, the deeper Yi Hongtian's fear grew, his pupils quaking violently. Eventually, he fell to the ground, racked with pain and remorse, confessing, "It is all my fault. Young Master Su, I failed to recognize the mountain before me. You may do as you wish. I, Yi Hongtian, am willing to die to atone. I implore you, do not hold my family as past transgressions against me. Spare the last remnants of my Yi family." Patriarch. The members of the Yi family, upon hearing this, were all stricken with anguish and disbelief. Yet Su Chenxiao frowned slightly, his displeasure evident. "I have yet to begin, and you already wish for death? It won't be so easy." As he spoke, he glanced at the trembling elders of the Yi family beside Yi Hongtian. Among the crowd, a young man, bearing a striking resemblance to Yi Hongtian, had long since been reduced to a quivering wreck, kneeling on the ground, panic evident on his face. Name: Yi Ling. Identity: son of the head of the Yi family in Qingcheng, Songshi realm. Cultivation: 7th layer of the core formation realm. No wonder. Su Chenxiao's eyes narrowed slightly, a curious thought emerging. It was as though he were confronting a long-lost friend. Without a care, Su Chenxiao patted Yi Hongtian's shoulder, a nonchalant smile adorning his face, and said, "Here is your chance. Inflict upon your son, Yi Ling, all the tortures you imposed on me, and I shall spare you. Or rather, spare your entire Yi family. What say you?" Such enticing words fell like a thunderbolt upon Yi Hongtian. His body trembled violently, and he incredulously raised his head to gaze at the smiling, noble-faced youth before him. He then glanced at his son, who was paralyzed with terror, his face a mask of dread. "Father, please don't." "No." Yi Ling, gripped by fear, continually retreated. "Have you made your decision? All shall perish. Or shall you endure punishment?" Su Chenxiao's nightmarish voice echoed once more. "You have 3 seconds to ponder." 1. Like the tolling of a judgment bell. Amidst the thick haze of fear, Yi Hongtian suddenly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot, a trickle of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth as he roared. "I will do it. I shall comply." "Oh." Su Chenxiao raised an eyebrow, seemingly taken aback by how quickly Yi Hongtian acquiesced. He had not even counted to 3. Yet, it mattered not. A faint smile graced Su Chenxiao's lips as he mockingly remarked, "One cannot stand firm without a ruthless heart." Truly, the head of the Yi family from Qingcheng possesses commendable resolve, even willing to turn against his own flesh and blood. Thus, let us commence with the simple yet brutal technique of exploding the Qi Si. Under the horrified gazes of all present, Yi Hongtian unsteadily rose to his feet, his steps heavy and slow as he approached Yi Linger. "Forgive your father. For the sake of the Yi family, it must be you." Yi Ling's breath quickened, his eyes wide with terror as he incessantly pleaded, "No, father, I beg you." Heart bleeding, Yi Hongtian's eyes were bloodshot. Finally, as if stealing his resolve, a fierce light erupted from his tiger-like gaze, and he raised his hand to strike down with tremendous force. Bang! The blow struck directly at Yi Ling's Qi Si. An overwhelming surge of true energy poured into Yi Ling's Qi Si like a tumultuous tide, continuously inflating and expanding. The explosion of the Qi Si is a method to abolish one's cultivation. By flooding it with countless true energies, one can forcibly rupture the opponent's Qi Si. Yi Ling's pupils dilated in horror. He felt a sudden, excruciating swelling in his abdomen, and in an instant, the pain became unbearable, causing him to howl. "Ah, father, please. No." Chapter 11. Everything I have given you, then return it all to me. The sins of the father, yet the son must bear the burden. Tears of blood streamed from Yi Hongtian's eyes as he murmured softly, "Linger, do not blame your father." Despite his words, his actions did not cease for a moment. The true energy within Yi Ling continued to swell. At last, accompanied by a deafening roar, boom, like the sound of a balloon bursting. The immense true energy erupted from the Qi Si, crashing violently within. Yi Ling's eyes bulged with terror, darkness enveloped him, and he spewed forth a mouthful of essence blood onto Yi Hongtian's cheek before collapsing into unconsciousness. "Useless," Su Chenxiao observed with indifference, his gaze devoid of emotion at the scene before him. To falter at such an initial hurdle, what a worthless creature. He had endured torment for days on end. It was at this moment that the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Counteracting the heavenly principles. The villain shall not be humiliated. In this fantastical world, one cannot stand firm without a ruthless heart. Now issuing a novice quest. Annihilate the oppressors. Quest reward: pure Tao heart, gold. The Tao heart is the foundation of cultivation. If it wavers, one's realm becomes unstable. Mildly, it invites inner demons. Severely, it leads to a decline in one's cultivation. Pure Tao heart, naturally clear, untroubled by inner demons, impervious to external influences. System shop is now open. Yi Hongtian personally crippled his son, causing the Tao heart to waver. Congratulations to the master for gaining 500 villain points. Oh. Upon hearing the system's voice, Su Chenxiao's eyes narrowed slightly, and a smile crept upon his lips. He had not anticipated that even without the destined protagonist, there would be rewards in villain points. However, there was no need for further dialogue. None present today would escape. In a sense, these individuals had already caused his demise once. To speak of reason and mercy with them would be an affront to his concerned parents and brothers, as well as to this villain system. Su Chenxiao cast a glance at Yi Hongtian and, mimicking his tone, spoke coolly. Few can endure punishment under my hand and remain conscious. If we are to repeat this, I shall not allow him to drift into comfortable unconsciousness. Wake him. This statement echoed Yi Hongtian's own words, now returned to him unchanged. Yi Hongtian's body trembled. Clenching his teeth in reluctant understanding, he nodded. I understand. Next came the stripping of fingers and piercing of bones. Tear. Just as Yi Ling had slipped into unconsciousness, he felt the nails and skin of his fingers brutally torn away in one swift motion. His eyes flew open, drenched in sweat, and he screamed. Such ruthless methods left the people of Chenxiao in stunned silence. No wonder they had witnessed Su Chenxiao covered in blood, appearing utterly wretched. It turned out that the head of the Yi family had employed such extreme tortures. Observing Su Chenxiao clad in azure, exuding an air of nonchalance akin to that of a noble, Lin Qingran felt a wave of familiarity mixed with strangeness wash over her. Just then, Su Chenxiao turned his head, revealing a playful smile directed at her. Their eyes met. Next, it is your turn. Lin Qingran, like a startled rabbit, hastily lowered her head. Su Chenxiao slowly rose, disregarding the terrified crowd around him, and approached Lin Qingran directly. Indeed, the vicissitudes of life are unpredictable. Would you not agree, Qingran? Lin Qingran's heart raced, her hands tightly clenching her skirt as she could only whisper, Su Chenxiao. I'm sorry, I never intended to harm you. It was Fan Yuan who forced me. I never wished for this. She clung to a flicker of hope, yearning for Su Chenxiao's forgiveness. Surely, if she acknowledged her mistake, he would forgive her, right? After all, Su Chenxiao was unharmed. Su Chenxiao's voice drifted to her ears. Of course, my dear Qingran. How could I ever hold it against you? Upon hearing these words, Lin Qingran's eyes widened in astonishment, a glimmer of excitement flashing through her. She could hardly believe it as she lifted her gaze to meet Su Chenxiao's smiling face. Indeed, her heart swelled with delight. She knew Su Chenxiao still loved her as before. At that moment, even the elders of the Lin family, upon hearing this exchange, wore expressions of uncontainable joy. Lin Qingran's eyes glistened with tears, her voice a soft, pitiful whisper as she gazed at Su Chenxiao. Is it true? Su Chenxiao, I wronged you before. But I promise it won't happen again. Can we return to how we once were? What an unadulterated white lotus she was. At this juncture, she could still so calmly utter such nauseating words. Su Chenxiao narrowed his eyes, slowly leaning closer, nodding as he spoke. Of course, there was a pause in his tone. And then he leaned down to whisper in her ear, Of course, that is impossible, you fool. How could I ever forgive you for such deeds? You wretched harlot. What? Lin Qingran's once excited heart felt like a bucket of cold water had been thrown over it, her expression frozen in shock. Suddenly, Su Chenxiao raised his hand and struck her hard across the right cheek. Bang! Lin Qingran was sent flying. This unexpected blow left everyone present dumbfounded. The entire Qingqing knew of Su Chenxiao's affection for Lin Qingran. They could never have imagined he would lash out. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Qingran tumbled several times on the ground, struggling to rise in a pitiful state. She cupped her cheek, still in disbelief. Her face etched with shock and confusion as she mumbled, Su Chenxiao, how could you dare hit me? In the past, he had never even raised a hand against her, let alone spoken to her harshly. I harbor no fondness for striking women. Yet, alas, it is the only means by which I can find some semblance of comfort. In the next instant, Su Chenxiao materialized before me, delivering a punch to her abdomen. Bang! Her delicate frame jolted, and a searing pain radiated through her belly. Lin Qingran stumbled backward uncontrollably, spewing a mouthful of blood, her internal organs quivering violently. A woman who could remain indifferent to her father's death. Su Chenxiao understood that only by reclaiming all that she had acquired could he inflict the deepest anguish upon her. In that moment, Lin Qingran's aura diminished exponentially. The painstakingly cultivated foundation of her cultivation crumbled like a house of cards. My cultivation? No. My cultivation. Su Chenxiao, how could you have rendered my powers useless? She had toiled endlessly, sacrificing countless days and nights to ascend to the foundation stage, only to have it all stripped away? Su Chenxiao nodded, his expression serene as he chuckled softly. This is far from over. Since all of this was acquired through your own efforts, you shall return everything I bestowed upon you. Lin Qingran's eyes filled with terror, blood trickling from her lips as she hoarsely implored, What more do you intend to do? Chapter 12. You are mistaken? No. You merely comprehend that your demise is imminent. An unseen force emanated outward. Lin Qingran's storage ring and the indestructible jade she had gifted herself were both drawn forth. Ding. Lin Qingran's cultivation has been nullified. Reward of 1,000 villain points granted. Witnessing this scene, Lin Qingran's countenance froze. A flicker of desperation in her eyes as she softly pleaded, Chenxiao, do you remember? These were once your gifts to me. I can forfeit them all. I implore you to forgive me." Gazing upon the abjectly humbled Lin Qingran, there was no trace left of the once poised and haughty daughter of the Lin family. Su Chenxiao smiled faintly, stepping forward to rest his hand upon Lin Qingran's neck. Caressing her flawless, jade-like skin, he gradually tightened his grip. "Do not fear. Soon, I shall forgive you." He gestured towards Yi Tianhong in the distance. The anguished screams of Yi Ling echoed relentlessly. "Kill me, father, please, in my suffering." His cultivation had been obliterated, fingers mangled and bloodied, his very bones shattered. Yi Ling oscillated between consciousness and unconsciousness, enduring the inhumane torment meted out by his own father. Lin Qingran cast but a fleeting glance, and it was as if she had plunged into an abyss of ice, shaking her head vigorously. She had never witnessed Su Chenxiao's demeanor so devoid of emotion. The terror etched on the faces of the onlookers, the distant cries of agony, and the suffocating sense of dread suddenly jolted her into clarity. "He truly wishes to end my life." Coughing, she gasped, "Su Chenxiao, I was wrong." Tears streamed down her cheeks, her beauty marred by fear. She desperately pleaded, "I was truly mistaken. I beg you, for the sake of our past, spare me. I will do anything. I cannot die." No longer did she yearn for forgiveness. She only wished to survive. Su Chenxiao shook his head with an amused smile. His gaze as frigid as ice, yet his voice bore an unsettling gentleness, akin to that of an intimate lover. "Lin Qingran, you are not regretting your past actions. You merely realize that your end is nigh. Good night." With a vice-like grip around her neck, he tightened his hold as the spectators looked on in disbelief and horror. Crack! Su Chenxiao ruthlessly snapped her neck. The cold smile of the youth before her seemed frozen in time. Lin Qingran's eyes widened in shock. Her life slipping away without a final breath. Ding! Lin Qingran has been slain. Congratulations to the master for gaining 1,000 villain points. The elders of the Lin family, and all from Qingcheng, felt as though the heavens had collapsed. Their last flicker of hope, believing that Su Chenxiao might relent due to Lin Qingran's past affections, was extinguished in that moment. With Lin Qingran dead, how could Su Chenxiao possibly spare them? With a dismissive gesture, he discarded Lin Qingran's lifeless body as though it were refuse. Her pupils widened, her expression filled with regret and confusion. Even in her final moments, she could not fathom that Su Chenxiao would truly have the heart to end her life. Su Chenxiao gazed impassively at the corpse on the ground, a slight smirk gracing his lips. A sense of clarity washed over him, dispelling the last remnants of his inner turmoil. At that moment, a stunning figure materialized beside him. Su Yaowang had appeared, her expression devoid of emotion as she surveyed Lin Qingran's lifeless form, then glanced at her younger brother. With her ruby lips parting, she softly spoke, "Brother, you have done well. If it were someone you cherished, even if they were of ordinary talent, our esteemed Su clan possesses the means to refine their essence and alter their constitution. It is a pity that this woman, standing before such incredible fate, remained blind to it. What do you intend to do with the rest of them?" Su Chenxiao, his demeanor tranquil, replied slowly, "I am rather fatigued. Let us eliminate them all." At this pronouncement, the pale faces of all present drained of color, their vitality extinguished. "What?" With blood from his own son staining his hands and face, Yi Hongtian, resembling a vengeful specter, was struck by disbelief as he turned to look. On the ground, Yi Ling was devoid of life. He had succumbed to the torturous fate wrought by his father, Yi Hongtian, during the brutal punishment. An elder from the Yi family rushed forth, his pallid complexion and frail, aged hands grasping Su Chenxiao's garments in a desperate plea. Tears streaming down his face as he knelt. Young Master Su, you promised us you would not act against the Yi family." Su Yaowang's brows furrowed deeply. Raising her hand, she unleashed a surge of energy that sent the Yi family elder flying, leaving his fate uncertain. "You dare to bargain with my brother?" Su Chenxiao regarded the Yi family members with a mocking, derisive glint in his eyes. "Have I ever made such a promise?" Upon hearing these words, Yi Hongtian's expression turned frenzied, his face twisted with venomous rage as he lunged at Su Chenxiao. "Bastard! I will kill you. I swear I will kill you." He had brutally slain his own son to preserve the Yi lineage. Yet now, the other party had reneged on their word. Ding! Yi Hongtian's resolve shattered. His spirit in turmoil, reward of 500 villain points granted. Faced with the wrathful, bloodthirsty Yi Hongtian, Su Chenxiao merely unleashed the pressure of the shattered realm, causing Yi Hongtian to collapse to the ground, bloodied and helpless. Boom! Patriarch! Yi Hongtian felt as though an immense weight bore down upon him, his bones grinding under the pressure, utterly immobile. Su Chenxiao did not even spare him a glance, instead turning to his sister, Su Yaowang. "Sister, I leave this to you." Su Yaowang's enchanting eyes sparkled with a captivating light as she smiled gently. She recognized that her brother had finally come to understand. He had grown. With a hint of affection, Su Yaowang ruffled Su Chenxiao's hair and reassured him, "Do not worry, I shall handle this. Dear younger brother, you have only just awakened. Hurry back and rest. If mother and father return and find you here, they will surely blame me and your elder brother." Su Chenxiao nodded in acknowledgement and turned to leave. Once the younger brother departed, Su Yaohuang retracted her gentle demeanor, her expression instantly transforming into one of icy coldness. Her fiery hair flowed gently, resembling a merciless empress surveying the despairing souls present. You may resist, but the outcome will remain unchanged. With a rumble, an endless inferno surged forth like a tsunami. The terrifying flames consumed everything in their path, instantly engulfing hundreds in a sea of fire. The 4 great Taoist sects and the 3 clans of Chenxiao were all left aghast, their faces drained of color as they fled in terror. No, I do not wish to die. Su Chenxiao, I will haunt you even in death. Cries of anguish and curses echoed incessantly. In the face of impending death, some accepted their fates with resignation, while others lashed out in defiance. Yet, the outcome remained the same. On this day, countless beings in the Zhangshi realm bore witness to an astonishing scene that would haunt their memories for eternity. Amidst the chaotic darkness of night, ashes filled the air, and the cries of phoenixes soared as flames transformed into a magnificent phoenix, dazzling and radiant, soaring into the sky. None knew the nature of their transgressions. They only understood that on the 9th day of the 8th month in the year 963 of the heavenly Xian calendar, at the borders of Qingcheng, the heavens wailed, and the earth mourned as divine flames descended. The 4 great Taoist sects and the 3 clans of Qingcheng were left with no survivors, doomed to eternal perdition. Ding. Congratulations, Master, on completing the task. System shop opened. Reward, Dustless Dao Heart. Reward, 3,000 villain points. Triggered hidden reward. Acquired the Li Hua Divine Pearl. Chapter 13. The Eerie Soul Beast and the Celestial Prize Pool. How beautiful it is. Under the night sky. Su Chenxiao sat by the window, gazing at the blazing flames that tore through the darkness, transforming into a fire phoenix, with sparks dancing in the air. For a moment, he became lost in thought. The voice of the system announcing the rewards brought him back to reality. Su Chenxiao paused for a brief moment, a smile curling upon his lips. I never expected to trigger a hidden reward. The Li Hua Divine Pearl. Li Hua Divine Pearl, Gold. Contains the power of the Nanyan Li Hua, ranked 19th among the heavenly flames, renowned for its formidable might, capable of incinerating all things. A white light flickered. An illustrious, crimson fire pearl floated before him. The moment the Li Hua Divine Pearl appeared, a terrifying warmth pervaded the room. Intrigued, Su Chenxiao examined the item, rolling it in his hands and sensing a warm energy emanating from it. He nodded gently. Indeed, a fine treasure. Divine items of the 5 elements are among the rarest existences within the myriad realms. Possessing one can allow a person to defy fate. Not to mention the Nanyan Li Hua, which holds a prestigious ranking among the bizarre flames. His sister, Su Yaohuang, possesses the innate Xian Phoenix body and requires vast amounts of heavenly flames to enhance her cultivation to new heights. However, regarding this hidden reward, Su Chenxiao pondered for a moment before inquiring, System, is the Li Hua Divine Pearl related to my sister, Su Yaohuang? The system's response came promptly. What you say is correct. The special effect of the Destiny villain title. Upon receiving a reward, there is a chance to trigger hidden rewards. Hidden rewards are related to key individuals. Su Chenxiao nodded slightly, realization dawning upon him. No wonder. It seems that in the future, when I deal with those destined protagonists, I may also acquire items associated with them. Looking towards the system's reward space, aside from the chaotic scriptures and various elixirs, Su Chenxiao found himself particularly drawn to the embryo of the Soul Beast. The Soul Beast, an enigmatic entity of unknown origins. It is a relic of the long-extinct Dark Era, a period shrouded in terror and obscurity that many dare not mention. During that time, the heavenly Tao was obscured by an incomprehensible power. The cultivation methods of beings across the realms were forcefully altered, leading to the emergence of inner demons. Almost 1 in 5 cultivators succumbed to madness, and numerous unheard-of beings appeared, with the Soul Beast being among the most fearsome. It is said that it can forcibly consume the souls of living beings and enslave them eternally. Most terrifying of all, the Soul Beast can attach itself to another's mind without them realizing it, making it nearly impossible for even the mightiest cultivators to detect. Over time, the victims of the Soul Beast consumption would remain ignorant of their fate. Until the end of the Dark Era, countless bizarre entities, including the Soul Beast, suddenly vanished from the realms as if they had never existed. To think that the system's reward package would include an embryo of the Soul Beast. Su Chenxiao's eyes shimmered as he summoned the embryo. It was about the size of a palm, enveloped in a layer of grayish membrane, within which lay a faceless entity resembling an embryo, seemingly in slumber, quietly awaiting awakening. Is this the legendary Soul Beast? Su Chenxiao murmured softly while examining the item in his hand. It appeared unremarkable. He did not sense any aura emanating from the embryo. It was akin to a mere pebble by the roadside, devoid of any energy fluctuations. According to the system's description, the Soul Beast possesses the ability to devour souls and nourish its host. How does one hatch it? Su Chenxiao inquired. The master must detach a wisp of their soul and nourish it with blood to awaken the Soul Beast and bond with it. A soul? Su Chenxiao was momentarily taken aback by the response. Without hesitation, he severed a wisp of his soul and extracted it from his mind. For a cultivator, the soul is of utmost importance. Even the slightest injury brings unbearable pain that ordinary people cannot withstand. Yet, Su Chenxiao's expression remained indifferent. As though he felt no pain at all, he directly infused the wisp of soul into the soul beast embryo. Then, he pricked his finger, allowing droplets of blood to fall onto the embryo. Plop! The blood permeated through the membrane and into the interior. The once lifeless soul beast embryo began to stir after receiving the nourishment of his blood. Eventually, when the embryo had absorbed all the nutrients from the blood, a fluffball devoid of flesh and body materialized in Su Chenxiao's hand. It took on a misty form, lacking eyes or a nose. Save for a mouth filled with sharp fangs, the little creature moved swiftly, seemingly very affectionate towards Su Chenxiao, floating in the air and playfully darting around his face, occasionally emitting squeaky sounds. Observing the frolicking white mist nearby, Su Chenxiao felt as if he had forged a certain connection with this little creature. Through the bond established by the wisp of soul, he could control the life and death of the soul beast. It is hard to fathom that this fluffy, white ball of fur could indeed be the dreaded soul devourer, a creature that sends shivers down the spine of all who speak of it in this new era. Is it truly you? Su Chenxiao tentatively reached out to touch the furball. To his astonishment, the soul devourer transformed into wisps of white mist, affectionately swirling around his fingertips. A smile broke across Su Chenxiao's face at the sight. How intriguing. He had not expected the newborn soul devourer to take on such a form. From this moment forth, I shall be your master. At this thought, Su Chenxiao shook his head in mild regret. Alas, the souls of the people in Qingcheng had been obliterated beneath the divine flames of his elder sister. Otherwise, you could have feasted abundantly. Upon its birth, the soul devourer required souls to nourish it. Just as Su Chenxiao pondered whether to venture out in search of sustenance for the little creature, the mist that had encircled his fingertips morphed back into a furball. It opened its mouth, lined with sharp fangs, and began to devour the air, producing a crunching sound. Su Chenxiao glanced over, his pupils narrowing slightly. What is this? Before his eyes, the very fabric of space was being gnawed upon, a slender tear appearing. The little creature was feasting upon the space of its Songshi realm. It even did not spare the chaotic void beyond the realm. The creature's body swelled at a visible rate, growing significantly in size in mere moments. Finally, as if sated, it flew into Su Chenxiao's hand and fell into a deep slumber. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Su Chenxiao's eyes. He had never imagined that the soul devourer could consume the very essence of its Songshi realm. This was unprecedented in historical records. As a being specifically designated by the system, it was clear that it was no ordinary creature, worthy of standing alongside the supreme ancient texts of the chaos scripture. Su Chenxiao had a premonition that he had struck an extraordinary fortune this time. The ancient texts only offered fragments of information. Perhaps upon returning home, he could inquire with his parents about the soul devourer. He carefully stored the soul devourer back into the system's space. At this moment, Su Chenxiao felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Now, it was time to indulge in some purchases. System, open the marketplace. In the blink of an eye, an array of dazzling items appeared before Su Chenxiao. From emperor-level divine techniques to formidable weapons, even legendary beings were up for acquisition. The 9-dragon coffin, the primordial emperor scripture, the Tai sword, the azure dragon egg, and the Xianwang stone. The system marketplace refreshed daily, with the highest tier classified as the Red Universe, followed closely by the Golden Emperor level and the Purple Saint level. The required villain points varied greatly across these categories. Su Chenxiao glanced at his current villain points, 16,000. This amount was but a mere drop in the ocean compared to the treasures within the system marketplace. A quick glance revealed that he could scarcely afford anything that caught his eye. However, on the far right side of the marketplace, a prize pool filled with glowing orbs captured his attention. The multiverse random prize pool. 1,000 villain points for one draw. The items obtained are random, with a guaranteed purple item for 10 consecutive draws. Red, 01. Gold, 152. Purple, 64. Blue, 132. Green, 436. Chapter 14. The Tai Sword Technique. Gold. Single draws are eternally divine. This exceedingly familiar interface ignited a spark in Su Chenxiao's eyes. Card draws. This is my forte. Moreover, the highest quality red probability, akin to the soul devourer from the chaos scripture, astonishingly stands at 01. This is simply too generous. After a moment of contemplation, Su Chenxiao decided to conduct a 10 consecutive draw to test his luck. 10 consecutive draws. Ding. Consumed 10,000 villain points. Initiating 10 consecutive draws. Guaranteed purple item. Within the prize pool, 10 white orbs materialized. One by one, they burst open, releasing the radiance corresponding to their quality. Su Chenxiao held his breath, fixated on the unfolding scene, his eyes unblinking. Ding. The orbs exploded. Congratulations, you have obtained White 6 Flavor Remania Pills X1. Congratulations. you have obtained white sleep-inducing powder X1. Congratulations, you have obtained blue frog technique X1. What on earth? Chenxiao's expression darkened. He had opened 9 orbs in one breath, yielding 8 white and 1 blue. Still, he tried to console himself. No worries, no worries. There's still the last guaranteed purple item. He opened the final orb. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the purple dress worn by a fairy. What the hell? Upon seeing the last reward, Chenxiao's eyes widened in disbelief. Buzz! The fairy dress appeared in his hands, as light as gossamer, yet heavy as cicada wings. This was a supreme-grade fairy dress. However, he wondered where that dog of a system had procured it, as it exuded a warm sensation. Chenxiao's expression darkened. After storing the fairy dress back into his storage space, he glanced at his remaining 6,000 villain points. Chenxiao, without hesitation, he opted for a single draw. All in, it's a matter of wisdom. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a gray cloth bag. Congratulations, you have obtained a blue 5 animal play. Refund. By the time only 1,000 villain points remained, Chenxiao was feeling desensitized. He treated it as a mere filler. Clinging to the mindset of not stopping until he had drawn everything, he opened another orb. Consumed 1,000 villain points. Crack. This white, misty orb began to shatter. This time, a reversal of fortune awaited. A golden divine light burst forth. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained the Golden Taie Sword Technique. Emperor Taie Sword Technique, Gold. Contains 13 forms, capable of condensing sword fruits. The sword can cleave heaven and earth, unmatched in offense. No way. A jackpot. Chenxiao's pupils constricted. Gazing at the dazzling orb, radiating with golden divine light, his heart raced with exhilaration. It is worth noting that the Taie Sword Technique was valued at a staggering 100,000 villain points in the system marketplace. In the dead of night, Su Jingheng, who was meditating outside, slowly opened his eyes. Sensing the chaotic energy emanating from within the room, along with a subtle, almost imperceptible hint of sword intent, a flicker of surprise crossed his profoundly deep gaze. What is my younger brother up to? Ever since he had risen, the room had been filled with considerable commotion. He wondered what his brother was doing inside. It seemed that he was indeed immersed in cultivation. Excellent. A slight smile graced Su Jingheng's lips. At that moment, Su Yaowang, who had just resolved matters concerning the people of Qingsheng, returned as well. Upon seeing Su Jingheng, who wore a smile outside, Su Yaowang inquired curiously, "Elder brother, what are you up to? Is the younger brother resting?" Upon hearing his sister's voice, Su Jingheng immediately suppressed his smile, cleared his throat, and resumed the stern and dignified demeanor befitting an elder brother. The younger brother is cultivating. Do not disturb him. That cannot be. The younger brother has only recently recovered. How can this be? Su Yaowang felt a twinge of urgency. Just as she was about to speak, she sensed the profound and ever-changing aura of chaos. She paused momentarily, her face lighting up with joy. Chaos energy? Has it only been a short time, and my younger brother has already begun to master the innate chaos divine body? Su Jingheng nodded slightly, his voice grave. The innate chaos body has not appeared in the realms for over 1,000,000 years. Its might is beyond the imagination of mere mortals. Once, our father used the transcendence pill to awaken my younger brother, but only the innate divine demon body manifested. Even the transcendence pill could not awaken his chaos divine body. Had it not been for this calamity, he might have remained unaware of his potential for a long time. It seems this misfortune has turned into a blessing. Su Yaowang expressed her dissatisfaction. So, you're saying that my brother's suffering means we should thank those rascals? Upon hearing this, Su Jingheng sneered, his voice filled with menace. Thank. The Su family shall remain unyielding in this world. That is the greatest mercy we can extend. The following morning, Chen Wanyue and Su Wudao returned from the Celestial Monitoring Pavilion, seeking justice. Upon realizing that her precious son was still in the midst of cultivation, Chen Wanyue felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow. In this barren realm, how much hardship must Xiaoshan have endured to reach such a broken state of cultivation? Su Yaowang, standing nearby, nodded in agreement with her mother. Indeed, mother, the disciples from other imperial families have already reached the Tao comprehension stage at this age. My brother's talent surpasses both mine and eldest brother's. Had he remained within the clan, he would have likely achieved the king realm long ago. Their words held deeper implications. Su Wudao felt a headache coming on. It was one thing for his wife to express grievances, but now his daughter was echoing the sentiment. How can this be justified? Setting aside the king realm, one only needs sufficient talent, resolve, and resources to reach it. Moreover, is the dragon transformation pool of our Su family merely a figment of the imagination? Yaowang, you and Jingheng both went through this process. Why is it that when it comes to your younger brother, you share your mother's bias? He turned to Su Jingheng. Jingheng, you should help your father reason with them. The king realm is still regarded as a formidable strength among the myriad realms. Ordinary wanderers would find it nearly impossible to attain such heights in their lifetime. However, for a family as deeply rooted and unfathomable as the Su clan, it was hardly a matter of consequence. Su Wudao wished for his eldest son to speak on his behalf. Yet, even the usually compliant Su Jingheng slowly began to voice his thoughts. Father, I believe that second sister and mother are correct. Given our younger brother's talent, he need not endure the tribulations of the lower realms. He is destined to dominate this world. Upon hearing this, Su Wudao's eyes widened in disbelief. What is this? Is this some sort of jest? We all agree that Xiaoshan would undergo trials before returning. Am I the sole sinner here? He stared incredulously at the three of them, who stood united against him, unable to articulate a response for some time. Finally, he could only concede with a resigned tone. All right. It is my fault. At this juncture, Su Wudao paused, feeling the fluctuations in the atmosphere, a glimmer of satisfaction dawning in his eyes. I never anticipated that Xiaoshan could awaken the innate chaos divine body. With the blessing of our ancestors, the Su family may once again rise to prominence and tread upon the pinnacle of the realms. As the cycles of day and night continue, and the rise and fall of celestial families depend on the prodigies of the current era, the longevity of an imperial family lies in its formidable cohesion and illustrious history. In the bygone dark era, the Su family's ancestor, Su Yuxing, led the myriad emperors to tear apart that chaotic and enigmatic epoch, restoring order and returning to the light. The imperial family of Su, however, faced a prolonged decline due to this very upheaval. Since the last era, however, emperors have emerged in succession, and the imperial family has once again ascended to the apex, becoming the supreme rulers of the myriad realms. As Su Wudao pondered this, the chaotic energy around them began to recede like the tide. Su Yaowang glanced at the closed door and softly remarked, "It seems our younger brother's cultivation is coming to an end. He will soon emerge." Su Wudao nodded, his laughter hearty. Ha! Xiaoshan has only just awakened. The innate chaos divine body is one of the most powerful divine bodies in the realms. Such a body cannot be mastered in a day. Once we returned to the Su family, before he could finish his thought, an astonishing force erupted from within the room. Bang! The door flew open under the impact. This surge of power was akin to a roaring tidal wave, fierce and tumultuous, containing an astonishing amalgamation of divine and chaotic energies. What is happening? The sudden spectacle startled both Su Yaowang and Su Jingheng. Xiaoshan. Chun Wanyue gazed at the trembling house and the figure of Su Chenxiao, who was deep in meditation. Her beautiful eyes narrowed, sensing something extraordinary, her face reflecting disbelief. The divine body has reached great completion. How can this be? Wasn't Xiaoshan just recently awakened to the innate chaos body? Even Su Wudao's smile froze, his muscles tensing. The awakening of a divine body to such a stage typically required considerable time for consolidation. He had intended to bring Xiaoshan back to the clan for gradual exploration, yet to his astonishment, the boy had achieved great completion in merely a day. Has our younger brother truly reached the pinnacle of his divine body? Su Yaowang gasped in astonishment. If so, then, her heart sank, and she looked up at the sky. The once clear heavens were now shrouded in thick clouds, dark and roiling with thunder. The spectral image of an ancient divine demon wielding a divine weapon loomed large, glaring at the heavens. Before it floated a chaotic azure lotus. A howling gale stirred, as if heralding the impending descent of a catastrophic thunderous wrath capable of annihilating the heavens and earth. This is bad. The manifestation of my brother's divine body is a sign of the physical tribulation. Anyone favored by the heavens, possessing a divine body at great completion, must endure the ordeal of physical tribulation. The physical tribulation is terrifying. If one is unprepared, they may perish. I have personally experienced the suffocating terror of the physical tribulation of the Xianfeng divine body. Now, with Xiaoshan possessing both the innate chaos divine body and the divine demon body, his power surpassed her own Xianfeng divine body. Given the hasty nature of this tribulation, the odds of success were exceedingly slim, perhaps 1 in 10. Su Wudao had not anticipated such an event. He watched the flickering black thunder in the sky, his expression darkening. Damn it, the 3 transformations 9 mysteries, the black prison thunder tribulation. Is this seeking my son's life? The 3 transformations 9 mysteries is the most formidable of physical tribulations. Had we been in the Su clan, I would have ensured that Xiaoshan was sufficiently prepared, and I would have faced it without fear. But here in the lower realms, Xiaoshan only possesses a handful of life-saving treasures I provided. How can he withstand the 3 transformations 9 mysteries tribulation? Su Wudao's eyes flickered, fixated on the thunderous force above, his brow furrowing. Fortunately, Xiaoshan's cultivation is not yet high. Thus, I hope the 3 transformations 9 mysteries tribulation will not be excessively overwhelming. We must wait. Jingheng, what are you intending to do? Meanwhile, Su Jingheng, wielding the crimson blood divine spear, was channeling an extraordinarily terrifying force, causing the very space around him to begin to shatter inch by inch. He intended to directly intervene in the tribulation for his brother, to shatter it. Stop! Su Wudao called out urgently, trying to prevent him, his voice raised. The one destined to face the tribulation is heir. If we join in, it will only amplify the terror of this lightning tribulation. Su Jingheng's countenance was icy as he spoke coldly. Then let it become so. I will not allow it to descend. Brother. At this moment, Su Yaowang, acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, grasped Su Jingheng's arm and shook her head emphatically. Faced with the obstruction of his family, Su Jingheng fell into silence for a while. Ultimately, he slowly sheathed the crimson blood divine spear, and that terrifying power dissipated into nothingness. Just then, a warm voice unexpectedly resonated within the room. Leave this tribulation to me. I can handle it. The voice. Everyone turned to look inside the room. Little brother? Xiao. It was none other than Su Chenxiao, who had unknowingly awakened from his meditative state. Enveloped in a swirling aura of chaotic divine and demonic energy, he emanated an extraordinary, ethereal grace. He had discarded the useless items he had drawn yesterday to the system for recycling. Then, with the villain points he acquired, he had practiced the chaotic scripture and the Tai sword technique. With a smile gracing his lips, Su Chenxiao strode forward, raising his gaze to the ominous thunderclouds above, where there seemed to be flashes of lightning dancing in his eyes. Su Chenxiao grinned and softly remarked, "It seems this lightning tribulation has been long awaited." The moment he fused the innate chaotic body with the divine and demonic body, he felt an instinctive awareness. His intuition told him that only by overcoming this tribulation could his divine body reach its zenith. Turning towards his worried mother, he reassured her, "Mother, do not fret. This is my own tribulation, and I shall confront it alone." Chen Wanyue was momentarily taken aback, about to respond, when Su Wudao suddenly burst into laughter and interjected. "Haha, wonderful. Madam, Xiaotra's extraordinary talents allow him to face such a tribulation, which only attests to the strength of his divine body. In that case, Xiao, go forth." Su Chenxiao nodded and approached his elder brother, Su Jingheng, directly. "Brother, may I borrow the divine weapon?" Su Jingheng looked at his younger brother with a hint of surprise. In a fleeting moment, Su Chenxiao's visage overlapped with that of the rebellious little boy from his memories. He felt that his younger brother had matured. No longer the mischievous rascal of yore. Su Jingheng freely handed over the crimson blood divine spear, then patted Su Chenxiao's shoulder earnestly, saying, "Go forth. You are my brother." Su Jingheng, how could a mere lightning tribulation possibly impede you, this true dragon? Su Chenxiao could feel the strength of his elder brother's hand and nodded firmly. By the way, there's one more thing. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, Su Chenxiao retrieved the fire of departure divine pearl from the system space. His expression relaxed and his eyes sparkling with mirth, and handed it to Su Yaowang. "Sister, this is a gift I obtained by chance in the lower realm. Take it." With that, Su Chenxiao leaped forward, soaring towards the terrifying thunderclouds above. Observing the fire of departure divine pearl, which contained the essence of the world's extraordinary flames, Su Yaowang was momentarily stunned, before breaking into a smile after a long pause. This little rascal. Witnessing this scene, Su Wudao and Chen Wanyue felt a surge of emotions within their hearts. Su Wudao gently embraced Chen Wanyue, gazing at the figure of the extraordinary youth confronting the tribulation in the sky. A profound sense of pride glimmered in his eyes as he spoke with satisfaction. It seems that during his years in the lower realm, Xiao has undergone much. He has grown up and become more understanding. We need only to trust him. In the skies over Chenxiao, the winds roared and clouds surged, the sound of thunder echoing incessantly. Boom. Gazing at the terrifying 3 transformations, 9 mysterious thunder tribulation, Su Chenxiao held the crimson blood divine spear, enveloped in the aura of divine and demonic energy, as well as chaotic energy. His expression was tranquil, yet a spark of excitement flickered in his eyes. It was the perfect opportunity to test my newly cultivated Tai sword technique. Although I wield a spear instead of a sword, my brother's crimson blood divine spear will suffice. The black prison divine thunder aims to annihilate both body and soul. Even a mere touch could lead to utter obliteration. Below, Su Wudao and the others watched the scene above with rapt attention, their faces etched with concern. It would be a lie to say they were not worried. With a light shout, the chaotic energy surged forth like a tidal wave. Su Chenxiao raised the crimson blood divine spear high, his eyes shimmering like a starry river, pointing directly at the heavens as he declared, "Come, I shall shatter you." Seemingly sensing the provocation from the tribulation bearer below, the 3 transformations 9 mysterious tribulation erupted with a thunderous roar. Boom! The black divine thunder tore through the sky. Like a colossal dragon, it descended with unparalleled destructive force, intent on obliterating everything in its path. The ground shook violently. Su Chenxiao's gaze was sharp. Facing the devastating black prison divine thunder, he did not flinch but instead swung the crimson blood divine spear in a horizontal slash. Tai sword technique. Falling heaven style. Chapter 16. Crossing the physical tribulation, ascending to the heavenly realm. The Tai sword technique, unparalleled in its offensive capabilities. The crimson blood divine spear unleashed a blinding brilliance, cleaving the massive, world-piercing black prison divine thunder in two. Boom! Terrifying ripples surged through the air. The sky transformed into a vast ocean of black lightning, as the black prison divine thunder was sliced into countless thin bolts that detonated explosively. In an instant, the earth trembled, and even the surrounding mountains of Chenxiao crumbled under the shockwave, towering ancient trees and various structures reduced to dust. Such a fearsome strike caused Su Yaowang below to involuntarily flinch, murmuring, "How did my little brother learn such a terrifying divine ability?" The fine lightning clung to the spear's tip, darting towards Su Chenxiao with the swiftness of a black serpent. Su Chenxiao raised an eyebrow, his wrist flicking to shatter the countless thin bolts of lightning. He grinned and said, "Is that all?" Boom. The thunder in the sky roared, erupting once more in a deafening crash as another wave of wrathful lightning descended. This time, 3 even thicker, more terrifying bolts of lightning plummeted like mountains, their annihilative aura engulfing the entire Chenxiao realm. Countless beings gazed upon the world-destroying divine thunder, unable to resist prostrating themselves in fear, trembling uncontrollably. The 3 bolts of lightning collided, intertwining like lightning dragons, becoming even more massive and imposing, carrying an unstoppable force of annihilation. The 3 transformations' 9 mysterious tribulation consisted of 3 phases, each exponentially more powerful than the last. Even Su Wudao below could not help but feel his eyelids twitch, unable to suppress the cold sweat for his precious son. At that moment, a rift was torn in the space of the Chenxiao realm. As the delegation from the Monitoring Heaven Pavilion and the Tianxian sect stepped in, they were immediately struck by the terrifying heavenly tribulation. They stared in shock at the celestial storm of divine thunder cascading down, startled. What is happening? Is someone undergoing a tribulation? Below. Su Wudao happened to witness this scene, and a fierce anger ignited in his eyes. The Monitoring Heaven Pavilion? This bunch of rascals arrives at this moment of all times. Do they intend to amplify the intensity of my precious son's tribulation? Get down here. His fury surged, and he reached out with a massive hand. A tumultuous and terrifying force materialized into a magnificent golden hand, which seized the members of the Monitoring Pavilion and the Heavenly Profound sect, unceremoniously hurling them down with great force. The earth trembled with a resounding crash. Do you deem my son's 9 transformations and 9 profound calamities insufficiently formidable? The mere mention of the 3 transformations and 9 profound calamities sent the individuals from the Monitoring Pavilion and the Heavenly Profound sect into a state of pallor. How could they not recognize that this was the legendary calamity renowned for annihilating countless prodigies? It's a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. Silence. We shall settle accounts later. Su Wudao cast a cold glance at them, his expression tense as he turned his gaze towards the sky, where Su Chenxiao was undergoing tribulation. The thunderous calamity reached its zenith, and the dark divine radiance surged forth, akin to a roaring dragon descending upon Su Chenxiao. In his grasp, the blood-red divine spear emitted a resonant hum, its intent astonishing. A fleeting glimmer of fierce light flickered in his eyes as he declared in a deep voice, "This trifling calamity is nothing." The chaos scripture spun into motion, and the overwhelming force of chaos and divine magic poured forth like an unfathomable ocean. Were it an ordinary divine body, facing this infernal divine thunder, it would surely cower in fear. Yet Su Chenxiao, possessing dual divine bodies, now stood enveloped by the furious and destructive infernal divine thunder. Surrounded by the ethereal primal chaos, his divine body gleamed with unparalleled brilliance, untouched by any impurity. Taya sword technique. Heaven-slaying style. Boom. An overwhelming divine radiance pierced through the infernal divine thunder, blossoming with unmatched brilliance amidst the vast sea of thunder. This sword light surged forth, roaring with might. It cleaved through the thunderclouds, tearing a colossal rift in the firmament of the azure stone realm. Boom. The heavens shook and the earth quaked. The members of the Monitoring Pavilion and the Heavenly Profound sect stood wide-eyed, utterly stunned. They felt their vision consumed by that divine radiance. In the next moment, the fearsome 3 transformations and 9 profound calamities vanished without a trace, leaving the world in silence. The sky, adorned with star-like flashes of lightning, cascaded downwards. Beneath the torn thunderclouds stood Su Chenxiao, resembling a noble scion, resplendent and untainted, holding the blood-red divine spear. Clad in azure robes, he stood proudly in the air, his divine body flawless, the essence of the Tao flowing around him. Having endured the infernal divine thunder's baptism, his primal chaos divine body was now perfected. The primal chaos body converted the overwhelming thunder, coupled with the various imperial elixirs bestowed by his sister and father. A peculiar sensation surged within Su Chenxiao. His cultivation at the 9th level of the shattered realm unexpectedly broke through at this moment. The 1st level of the enlightenment realm. A torrent of profound energy surged upwards, layer upon layer, relentlessly crashing forth. The 2nd level of the enlightenment realm. The 3rd level of the enlightenment realm, and it continued unabated until reaching the 9th level of the enlightenment realm. Beyond the enlightenment, one must possess a clear mind and an untainted heart. However, at this moment, having returned from tribulation and possessing a pristine Tao heart, Su Chenxiao faced no bottlenecks, and this was not his limit. A flicker of divine light shone in Su Chenxiao's eyes, filled with disdain and pride as he lightly uttered, "Break." In an instant, His cultivation at the 9th level of the Enlightenment realm shattered boundaries. The first level of the Ascension realm, a single step to ascend, from shattered to ascended. A staggering leap of 2 great realms. Throughout history, even the most gifted prodigies could not achieve such a feat. This extraordinary spectacle caused his mother, Manhwaedit, to cover her mouth in disbelief, tears brimming in her eyes. Shower. Beside her, Su Yaowang supported her, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. Had little brother not only crossed the thunder tribulation, but also ascended to the Ascension realm? A hearty and exuberant laugh resounded. Ha ha. Excellent. 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 Truly worthy of being my son, Su Wudao. This meager body calamity is no match at all. Su Wudao's clenched fists were filled with exhilaration, confessing that he had never felt such tension even when breaking through to the quasi-emperor realm. Shatter the 3 transformations and 9 profound calamities. Ascend from the shattered realm to the Ascension realm. Shower is an unparalleled prodigy seldom seen in a millennium within my Su clan. He is indeed my son. In this moment, Su Wudao's face radiated with an uncontainable pride for his beloved son. Even the members of the Monitoring Pavilion and the Heavenly Profound Sect, who were still in shock, suddenly regained their senses. Seizing the opportunity of Su Wudao's good mood, they hastily rose from the ground to extend their congratulations. Congratulations to the Su clan of the Imperial lineage. Congratulations on producing another unparalleled prodigy. The young master's ascent to the Ascension realm is unprecedented in both ancient and modern times. We are truly fortunate to witness it. Su Wudao glanced at them coldly, retorting, "What concern is it of yours? You old fools nearly disrupted my son's body calamity. Get lost. We shall settle accounts later." Chapter 17. Surrender 90% of sect resources and related personnel. The expressions of those from both sects stiffened. The venerable ancestors of the Monitoring Pavilion and the Heavenly Profound Sect stood rigidly to the side, like misbehaving children, no one daring to utter a word. Su Chenxiao, who had just broken through in the sky, smiled faintly. The Ascension realm was already the pinnacle of the lower realm. He stepped over to join his father and brother. With a gentle demeanor, Su Chenxiao offered the blood-red divine spear back. "Big brother, here it is. To be honest, this blood-red divine spear is truly remarkable. In the future, I too wish to acquire a fitting weapon." Observing the exquisite youth before him, with a countenance as refined as jade, Su Jingheng smiled and remarked, "You have always enjoyed playing with it since childhood. Now you have truly matured. As your elder brother, I have little to offer, so this blood-red divine spear is yours." Su Chenxiao's expression shifted as he hastily replied, "Big brother, this cannot be. This spear is your life-bound imperial weapon. You have seen the technique I just employed. I prefer swords over spears. Take it." Without allowing for further debate, Su Chenxiao thrust the blood-red divine spear into his brother's hands. Su Jingheng received the spear, momentarily taken aback, before breaking into a chuckle and shaking his head. Meanwhile, Su Yaowang and their parents stepped forward together. "Little brother, congratulations on your breakthrough to the Ascension realm." Everyone beamed with joy and satisfaction, their eyes filled with affection for the youngest son of the family. Su Chenxiao looked at his mother, Manhwaedit, who gazed back with love, her eyes slightly misty. "Mother." Manhwaedit stepped forward, gently embracing Su Chenxiao, tenderly stroking his hair as she said, "Shower, congratulations. You have endured hardships in the lower realm these years." They cherished their family reunion for quite some time. Su Wudao, smiling, said, "All right, Shower, your trials in the lower realm have concluded. It is time for you to return with us to the Imperial Su clan." At this point, Su Wudao's expression shifted as he recalled the members of the Monitoring Pavilion and the Heavenly Profound Sect who had been standing in punishment for quite some time. His expression turned cold as he asked, "But what are you doing here?" The ancestors of the Monitoring Pavilion and the Heavenly Profound Sect felt like crying at this moment. Finally, they remembered us. As this family reveled in their reunion, they completely disregarded the presence of the others, leaving the latter feeling extremely uncomfortable, caught in an awkward predicament. Su Chenxiao turned his gaze towards them as well. Ding! Detected the presence of a fated protagonist. Individuals related to the fated protagonist have appeared. Oh, the fated protagonist? At last, they have arrived. Su Chenxiao's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he cast a slightly amused glance at the elderly men. System, display the panel. Name, Ji Alfing. Identity, ancestor of the Monitoring Pavilion. Realm, first level of the Sage Realm. Name, Bai Yu. Identity, ancestor of the Tianxian sect. Realm, first level of the Supreme Realm. Su Chenxiao's eyes narrowed slightly. Those who intersect with the fated protagonist are all from the Tianxian sect. It seems that their counterpart must indeed be within the Tianxian sect. At this moment, both the Monitoring Pavilion and Tianxian sect individuals were undergoing interrogation by Su Wudao. Stepping forward, Su Chenxiao inquired, "Father, who are they?" Upon seeing Su Chenxiao, the crowd rushed forward as if they had encountered a savior. "Young Master Su, we were previously unaware of your trials in the realms under the jurisdiction of the Monitoring Pavilion. In light of recent events, my Monitoring Pavilion cannot evade responsibility and has come to offer our apologies." An elder from the Tianxian sect hurriedly added, "Young Master Su, While the Taoist Tianqi sect in the lower realms is indeed a branch of our Tianqian sect, it has had no ties with us since 3,000 years ago. Even if we had 1,000 lives, we would not dare to command the Tianqi sect to act against you. We are willing to offer recompense. Please forgive us. Esteemed Su family of the imperial lineage. Humph. A cold voice interjected nearby. Su Wudao spoke with an air of indifference and disdain. Do you truly believe that my imperial Su family would covet your meager resources? The members of both sects exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Su Wudao's expression remained impassive as he spoke forcefully. I have made myself quite clear. After this incident, the Monitoring Pavilion and Tianqian sect have no reason to exist among the myriad heavens. The Tianqian sect is the backing of the Taoist Tianqi sect, which sought to harm Xiaoxiao. Meanwhile, the Monitoring Pavilion has repeatedly obstructed Yao Huang and Jing Heng from descending to the lower realms. Although my beloved son is unharmed, it does not mean that my wrath has dissipated. What? The crowd felt as if struck by lightning, their hearts sinking. The elder from the Tianqian sect turned pale, lacking any color in his face. The Monitoring Pavilion is a formidable power among the myriad heavens. In stark contrast, the Tianqian sect barely ranks among the lowest, with only this one Supreme Realm ancestor remaining in the entire sect. He never anticipated that even such a colossal entity as the Monitoring Pavilion could be extinguished at the whim of the Imperial Su family. Wouldn't he that spell doom for the Tianqian sect? Please spare us, Clan Leader Su. We are willing to take responsibility individually. My Monitoring Pavilion has struggled to maintain its standing in the upper realms and never intended to offend the Imperial Su family. Even the usually gentle and soft-spoken Chen Wanyue refrained from voicing objections to Su Wudao's decision. As the imperial princess of the Chen family, she was certainly not one to exhibit excessive leniency. Reflecting on Su Chenxiao's reckless behavior during his youth, she realized that her indulgence had played a significant role in shaping his audacious character. Seeing Su Chenxiao silent, Chen Wanyue presumed that her son was feeling some sympathy. So she gently remarked, Xiao, this is the outcome they deserve. Do not dwell on it. Su Chenxiao smiled and shook his head, responding, Mother, I am not contemplating this. I merely think it will take several months until the trials conclude. If I were to return just like this, it would be difficult for father. Chen Wanyue paused, momentarily taken aback, then chuckled softly. Silly child, let alone the fact that you have achieved a complete divine body and ascended to the realm of heaven. Your father is the current clan leader of the Imperial Su family, and both your grandfather and maternal grandfather are revered emperors. Should anyone dare to speak ill of you behind your back, I would ensure they lose their tongues. Su Chenxiao was momentarily stunned, gazing blankly at his gentle and beautiful mother, who seemed untouched by the world, resembling a celestial being. For a long while, he could find no words to express his thoughts. Who would have thought that his mother also possessed such a fierce side? With a sigh, Su Chenxiao said, Mother, I actually wish to explore the surrounding realms before returning. Recognizing that her beloved son was not jesting, Chen Wanyue regarded Su Chenxiao's eyes for a considerable time, ultimately responding with a mix of exasperation and affection. Oh, you child, still so playful as you were in your youth. Very well, since this is your decision, I shall not impose my will upon you. After conferring with Su Wudao, she had intended for this father to persuade his son, but to her surprise, Su Wudao burst into laughter upon hearing her words. Haha, my son is indeed thoughtful. After all, there remains a significant time until the trials conclude. Since Xiao wishes to wait until they are finished, that is acceptable. I shall summon Elder Qing later. With him present, nothing untoward shall happen to Xiao. Chen Wanyue pondered for a moment before nodding. Elder Qing was the current leader of the Imperial Su family's death attendants, possessing strength at the quasi-emperor level. During the chaos in the Demon Emperor realm, it was Elder Qing who kept watch over Xiao, ensuring that nothing went awry. Su Wudao contemplated for a moment, but still felt it was somewhat inappropriate. Consequently, he turned his attention to the kneeling elders of the Monitoring Pavilion and Tianqian sect. With an imposing presence and a voice devoid of anger yet filled with authority, he declared, I shall grant you an opportunity for atonement. Surrender 90% of your sect's resources and a strand of divine soul for my son, for the duration of my son's time in the lower realms. You shall serve as his attendants and must ensure his well-being. Should my Xiao suffer even the slightest grievance, you shall know the consequences. Chapter 18. A million premium spirit stones, the imperial weapon, the White Emperor's sword. Upon hearing this, the members of the Tianqian sect and Monitoring Pavilion all brightened with renewed hope. Although they were required to surrender 90% of their sect's resources, preserving their sect was of paramount importance. The individuals from both sects nodded vigorously as if granted a reprieve, hastily offering a strand of divine soul. Only then did Su Wudao's icy demeanor show signs of softening. Nodding in satisfaction, he turned to Su Chenxiao and said, Xiao, since this is your own decision, I shall not interfere. After we return to the clan, I will have Elder Qing come. Should anything arise, you can seek his assistance. Before parting, his mother expressed her reluctance with many heartfelt words. His sister and brother also solemnly spoke, Little brother, We shall await your return in the Imperial Su family 3 months hence. Mother has prepared 100 marriage proposals for you. You may choose at your leisure. What? 100 marriage proposals? What is this nonsense? Rest assured, all are daughters of great clans from the myriad heavens. A grand competition for suitors will be held, with daughters from various esteemed families in attendance, creating quite the spectacle. They are eager to send their daughters to our Su family. His mother stated that only the most exceptional in beauty and talent would be deemed worthy to become a daughter-in-law of the Imperial Su family. Watching his family depart, Su Chenxiao bore an exceedingly peculiar expression. A competition for a fiancé? Forget it. Without dwelling further, Su Chenxiao turned his gaze back to the gathered elders of the monitoring pavilion and Tianxian sect, fixing his attention on an elderly man with a frail frame and a haggard visage. He smiled slightly and declared, "Those from the Tianxian sect may remain. The rest may depart." What? Several ancestors of the monitoring heaven pavilion wore expressions of confusion and hurriedly spoke. "Young Master Su, this is inappropriate. Your father, the patriarch of the Su clan, has personally instructed us to guard your side." At this moment, Bai Yu, the ancestor of the Tianxian sect, looked utterly bewildered, unsure why young Master Su insisted on keeping them behind. Su Chenxiao's eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of displeasure crossing his gaze as he declared, "It was your father who commanded you to stay, and it is to heed my wishes. Do not forget the agreement regarding the Su family's matters. The monitoring heaven pavilion shall return to its sect to reclaim 90% of its resources. As for the Tianxian sects, I shall retrieve it myself." The several ancestors of the monitoring heaven pavilion hesitated for a brief moment, exchanging glances before nodding in acknowledgement. "Understood, young Master Su. We shall depart at once." With that, they transformed into streaks of radiant light and swiftly exited this realm. The members of the Tianxian sect remained perplexed. Bai Yu cautiously inquired, "Young Master Su, we of the Tianxian sect can also..." Su Chenxiao interjected with a hint of amusement. "That is not permissible. Your Tianxian sect is different. I intend to personally pay a visit to your sect." The ancestors of Bai Yu were taken aback, unable to discern the deeper meaning behind young Master Su's words, and could only nod in resignation. "Understood, young Master Su." In the boundless void, a massive spiritual vessel glided through the emptiness. Su Chenxiao reclined languidly in a chair, resembling a young scion of a noble family out for a leisurely excursion. As he gazed upon the desolate and vast expanse surrounding him, his eyes glimmered with intent. System. Display the panel. Beep. Master, Su Chenxiao. Title, The Fated Great Villain. Identity, son of the patriarch of the Imperial Clan Su. Realm, first level of ascending heaven. Physique, innate chaos divine body, innate divine demon body. Cultivation technique, chaos scripture, Tai sword technique. Storage space, soul devouring beast, undying jade, Kongtong realm, 50 reformation pills, 50 breakthrough pills. Villain value, 0. Hunting fated protagonists, 0. His storage space was rather meager, requiring the nourishment of fated protagonists to thrive. Aside from the life-preserving treasures bestowed by his parents, it appeared somewhat lacking. However, Su Chenxiao paid it no mind. With an air of leisure, he retrieved a breakthrough pill, a remarkably precious sacred elixir, and casually tossed it into his mouth as if it were mere candy. Even though his current cultivation level could not immediately harness the overwhelming energy, his innate chaos divine body would naturally store it. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Su Chenxiao's eyes narrowed with a smile. "They have arrived." The nearby Tianxian sect ancestors were taken aback. "Young Master Su, are you calling for us?" Su Chenxiao remained silent. At that moment, the space ahead began to ripple ominously. An elderly figure, draped in a black robe and hunched with age, appeared unannounced. The old man exuded a repressed aura, unfathomable like an ocean. His sudden appearance caused the expressions of the Tianxian sect's esteemed elders to shift dramatically. Bai Yu's pupils constricted sharply as he hastily positioned himself protectively in front of Su Chenxiao, exclaiming, "Protect young Master Su. Who are you?" His heart raced with shock. In this surrounding domain, the highest realm was merely that of the Supreme Being. Yet, he had not sensed the arrival of this elder at all. The old man approached slowly. Boom. A terrifying force erupted around him, akin to a crashing wave, sending the monitoring heaven pavilion members sprawling. A semi-emperor. This figure is a semi-emperor. How is this possible? Amidst the panic-stricken gazes of Bai Yu and the others, the black-robed elder unexpectedly knelt on one knee before Su Chenxiao. In a hoarse voice filled with reverence, he spoke. "Old servant Qinghe pays his respects to the young master." Su Chenxiao grinned broadly, waving his hand. "It has been a long time, old Qing. Rise." Turning to the astonished members of the Tianxian sect, he calmly stated, "Old Qing is one of my Su family's kin." Only then did the others realize, their hearts filled with awe. It was clear to anyone that this elder was a protector sent by the patriarch of the Imperial Clan, a protector of semi-emperor level. The depth of the Su family's heritage truly defied comprehension. Old Qing slowly rose, extending his frail, aged right hand, in which rested a storage ring. "Young master, this was instructed by the madam to be given to you." "Oh." Su Chenxiao raised an eyebrow, flicking a strand of true energy to accept the storage ring. Delving into it with his consciousness, he was taken aback by the sight. Inside the vast storage ring lay mountains of top-tier spirit stones, a veritable fortune. Upon rough estimation, there were at least 1,000,000. Furthermore, beneath this mountain of spirit stones were numerous treasures of formidable aura and varied shapes. Noticing something within, Chenxiao's pupil sharpened. Is this an emperor weapon? In the center of the storage space stood a magnificent and terrifying emperor's sword, resplendent and pristine. The sword was exquisitely sharp, its curves immaculate, and from its blade flowed a steady stream of crimson essence, while the hilt was embedded with heavenly divine treasures, golden divine pearls. This emperor's sword, merely standing there, emanated a pressure that made countless artifacts tremble in fear. It must be noted that the current heavens were unlike any before. Though many emperors existed, following the Dark Epoch, countless divine weapons had lost their luster, with barely 1 in 10 remaining. The value of an emperor weapon in these times was beyond measure. With a hum, Chenxiao summoned the sword along with its sheath. He gently caressed the emperor weapon, feeling a profound connection to its chilling aura of slaughter. At that moment, a consciousness imbued within the emperor weapon surged into his mind. The voice of Manhwaedit suddenly resonated. Shower. The storage ring contains 1,000,000 spirit stones and dozens of artifacts. I have observed your cultivation technique, which seems to harbor a powerful sword intent. This item was retrieved from the Imperial Chen family's treasury by your maternal grandfather. It was personally forged by the Emperor of the Heavenly Sword Divine Sect, known as the White Emperor Sword. Chapter 19. The Imperial Young Master sets forth to the Tianqian sect, the White Emperor Sword. Chenxiao gazed at the Emperor weapon before him, lost in thought, warmth flooding his heart. Qinghe stood silently by, resembling a statue, not uttering a word. The members of the Tianqian sect sensed the sudden surge of oppressive golden energy. Bai Yu, with a furtive glance, felt a chill run down his spine. Is this the Emperor's sword? He sensed that before this sword, even his supreme being physique would crumble. Remembering this, Bai Yu hastily closed his eyes, wisely refraining from further gazing. Chenxiao tenderly stroked the sword's blade, captivated, and slowly spoke without looking up, Elder Bai Yu. Upon hearing his name mentioned, Bai Yu promptly replied, Young Master Su, I am here. Chenxiao smiled faintly. I inquired, within the Heavenly Xian sect, are there any individuals of exceptional distinction? Individuals of exceptional distinction? The Venerable Bai Yu, the ancestor, responded with a hint of confusion. Esteemed young master, please forgive this old fool's ignorance. I am uncertain as to whom you refer when you mention individuals of distinction. In the Cloud Realm, the Heavenly Xian sect, though not particularly powerful, is situated in a relatively secluded area among the myriad heavens. Despite this, the Grand Gate of the sect exudes an extraordinary magnificence, a place where remarkable individuals and auspicious energies converge. Majestic palaces rise above the continuous, towering peaks that pierce the clouds. Ancient trees stand tall and verdant. Exotic birds and rare beasts abound, and the surroundings brim with an abundance of spiritual energy. At this moment, outside the Grand Hall of the Heavenly Xian sect, the sect leader Yuan Fengxiao, accompanied by a cadre of elders, awaited with bated breath. The atmosphere was charged with tension, and one elder could no longer contain himself. Sect leader, do you not think that the esteemed young Master Su is likely not unreasonable? We have already conceded 90% of our resources, yet we fear he may still harbor intentions against our sect. Yuan Fengxiao's visage mirrored the elder's concern. The recent events had aged him by decades in mere days. No one could have anticipated that the Heavenly Xian sect would suffer calamity due to an obscure lineage from the lower realm. He shook his head and replied, Such matters are unpredictable. The ancestor has already brought that Imperial Clan's young master here. Elder, have you summoned the disciples to gather? The Grand Elder interjected. In response to the sect leader, all preparations have been made. The disciples are currently awaiting within the dojo. Yuan Fengxiao nodded slightly. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes as he spoke in a hushed tone. Have we ascertained which elder among us, in their ignorance, has colluded with the lower realm's Tianqidao sect? I have repeatedly stated that our Heavenly Xian sect must not entangle itself in the murky waters of those lower realms. Initially, the sect leader had turned a blind eye. However, now that they had stirred up such a monumental disaster, if the culprits behind the Tianqidao sect were not brought to justice, it would be difficult to appease young Master Su. The myriad Dao sects were countless, with many weaker sects forming connections with the lower realms for resources. Under the guise of protection from their superior sects, they obtained numerous benefits from the lower realms each year. Over time, this had become a norm. The same was true within the Heavenly Xian sect. Had it not been for this catastrophic incident, the proud leader of the Heavenly Xian sect would have never even heard the name of the lower realms Tianqidao sect. The Grand Elder nodded. In response to the sect leader, we have investigated thoroughly. The one who accepted benefits from the lower realms Tianqidao sect is none other than our own Elder Wu, the 17th Elder. A sudden chill gripped Wu Linmu's heart, and he quickly fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. Sect leader, spare me. It was all the idea of my disciple Yi Shao. He was once a disciple of the Tianqidao sect, who ascended to the upper realm and joined my ranks. It was my folly to have believed his words. Yixiao? Yuan Fengxiao's brow furrowed. He was well aware of the young man, who bore the ancient divine body and possessed an indomitable spirit. He had nearly caused upheaval within the heavenly Xin sect. However, this young man was a prodigious talent, a once-in-a-millennium genius, representing the hope for the future of the sect. Thus, Yuan Fengxiao had exercised considerable leniency towards him. With a cold smirk, Yuan Fengxiao admonished, Wu Linmu, in your avarice for trifling gains, you nearly brought our sect to ruin. Should young Master Su take offense, you must bear the consequences alone and not implicate our heavenly Xin sect. Do you understand? Wu Linmu trembled, stepping back in fear, finally nodding as he rasped, yes. As Yuan Fengxiao pondered how to placate young Master Su's wrath, a colossal spiritual vessel approached in the distance. Upon recognizing the figure atop the vessel as the venerable ancestor by Yuan Fengxiao's heart raced, and he hurriedly led the elders to greet him. I, Yuan Fengxiao, sect leader of the heavenly Xin sect, along with 18 elders and 100 deacons, humbly welcome the esteemed young Master Su. Yuan Fengxiao led the way, kneeling with his forehead to the ground, displaying utmost reverence. The 100 behind him followed suit, creating an appearance reminiscent of those seeking pardon. As the massive spiritual vessel descended, a voice as gentle as jade, reminiscent of a spring breeze, resonated. Is this the heavenly Xin sect? Indeed. But why are you all kneeling here? Hearing the youthful voice, Yuan Fengxiao, who had kept his head bowed, was taken aback and quickly explained, we have encountered young Master Su. The lower realm's Tianqi sect has inadvertently provoked your wrath, a crime deserving of death. Our heavenly Xin sect bears no connection to the Tianqi sect, for one of our elders, in his ignorance, accepted their benefits, leading to this grand misunderstanding. We implore young Master Su to grant our sect a path to redemption. Su Chenxiao's expression remained calm as his gaze swept over the assembly, noting that the countenance of each individual bore some indication of their roles as fated protagonists. It seemed evident that he had come to the right place, for the destined protagonist resided within the heavenly Xin sect. With a faint smile, Su Chenxiao spoke, enough, you may rise. If I truly wish to pursue this matter, your heavenly Xin sect would not have endured until now. With a mere gesture from the elder Qing beside him, an invisible force lifted the hundreds in attendance effortlessly. Sensing the overwhelming pressure, Yuan Fengxiao's pupils contracted sharply, and he trembled as he rose. Slowly, he lifted his gaze to behold the legendary young master of the Imperial Su clan. Tall and regal, clad in immaculate white, his countenance as refined as jade, exuding an air of elegance and grace akin to serene pines and bamboos. He bore the inherent aura of one destined for greatness. Even having encountered numerous prodigies, Yuan Fengxiao could not help but marvel at the strikingly handsome visage of the youth before him, reminiscent of an ethereal being. What a dashing young noble! The elders behind him were equally astonished, perceiving in him the essence of a born leader, a rare fusion of qualities that seemed both unrelated yet perfectly harmonious. This was indeed the young master of the Imperial Su clan, truly extraordinary and unparalleled. Chapter 20. The fated protagonist Yixiao, the ancient divine body. Such is the burden of a sect leader. After a moment of astonishment, Yuan Fengxiao quickly regained his composure, raising both hands to present a storage ring. Bowing deeply as he respectfully proclaimed, I am Yuan Fengxiao, sect leader of the heavenly Xin sect, and I pay my respects to young Master Su. Within this ring lies 90% of our sect's resources. I humbly request your acceptance. Su Chenxiao glanced at him with surprise. This fellow possesses a degree of understanding. Nonchalantly accepting the storage ring, he took a cursory glance within. Approximately 10 million mid-grade spirit stones, along with an array of spiritual pills, elixirs, and techniques, were neatly arranged. When converted, it amounted to merely several 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. Yet, given that the heavenly Xin sect, at its pinnacle, was but an inconspicuous sect among the myriad heavens, possessing such resources was indeed a commendable feat. Su Chenxiao paid little heed, merely nodding slightly. Upon witnessing this young Master Su accept the storage ring, Yuan Fengxiao finally exhaled a sigh of relief and hastily implored, I kindly request that you accompany us. I have instructed my disciples to await your esteemed arrival at the dojo. This arrangement would indeed enable him to swiftly locate the destined protagonist. With a gentle smile, Su Chenxiao replied, if that is the case, let us proceed. At that moment, within the expansive dojo of the Tianqian sect, a throng of over 3,000 disciples gathered. Not far from the main hall of the sect, beneath the gaze of the sect leader and several esteemed elders, Su Chenxiao approached, as if surrounded by a constellation of stars. Countless eyes turned toward him, whispering among themselves, is that the sect leader and the elders? And behold, is that ancestor by you? Even ancestor by you has come. Wait, could that youth be the fabled descendant of the Imperial Clan? Truly, he was a noble scion, exuding an unparalleled charm. Many female disciples of the Tianqian sect felt their hearts flutter upon beholding Su Chenxiao's striking visage, akin to the sun contrasting with fireflies. Even the male disciples were struck by a wave of inferiority. At that moment, a discontented voice interrupted the admiration. A youth clad in sect attire, with delicate features and arms crossed, scoffed, "Humph. So what if he possesses a handsome appearance and comes from a prestigious lineage? What is so remarkable about that?" As soon as these words were uttered, several female disciples cast him disapproving glances. "Huh, Yi Xiao, have you lost your mind?" mocked a sharp-nosed youth, his demeanor sinister. "That individual is from the Supreme Imperial Clan. Their family could obliterate our Tianxian sect with a mere word." Suddenly recalling something, Yang Jie chuckled knowingly. "All right. I remember now. You are merely a scattered cultivator from the lower realms. Before that, young master, you must feel utterly ashamed and insignificant, mustn't you?" Since joining the Tianxian sect, Yi Xiao had harbored animosity toward him, not only for having taken his cherished junior sister, but also for usurping the title of the inner sect's foremost disciple. As if struck at a sore spot, a flicker of hatred crossed Yi Xiao's eyes as he coldly retorted, "Yang Jie, if you utter another word, we shall meet on the arena of life and death." Yang Jie's expression abruptly turned icy, and he fell silent. Observing this, Yi Xiao let out a cold laugh. What if he is a prodigy from the upper realms? Before me, Yi Xiao, he wouldn't dare utter a sound. However, as Yi Xiao scanned the assembly of elders, he searched in vain for the figure of his master. A hint of confusion crossing his features as he pondered, "Where is my master?" Meanwhile, under the guidance of Yuan Fengxiao, the sect leader of Tianxian, Su Chenxiao swiftly ascended to a pavilion above the dojo. "Young master, please," Yuan Fengxiao respectfully offered the seat of honor, standing aside to serve tea. Neither the ancestor nor the sect leader took their seats. The gathered elders dared not sit either, standing silently, not daring to utter a word. It was not until Su Chenxiao waved his hand in a genial manner, while examining the disciples below, that he spoke in a gentle tone, "Sect leader Yuan, there is no need for such formality. Please, be seated. And the same applies to all of you." Yuan Fengxiao felt both astonished and privileged, bowing repeatedly. His emotions surged like a roller coaster. Upon learning of Su Chenxiao's illustrious achievements in his youth, he had initially feared for the Tianxian sect's fate. Yet, upon witnessing him in person, this noble young master appeared far more refined and gracious than the rumors suggested, instilling in him a profound respect and admiration. "Sect leader Su, all our disciples are present. Grand Elder, why do you not have them pay their respects to sect leader Su?" An elder beside him nodded in understanding and addressed the assembled disciples below, proclaiming loudly, "Today, the young master of the Imperial Su family graces our Tianxian sect, illuminating our humble abode. It is a rare fortune. All disciples of Tianxian sect, kneel and pay your respects to young master Su." At that instant, every gaze was fixed upon Su Chenxiao, some filled with reverence, others with admiration. Such a prominent figure, even the ancestors stood respectfully at his side. With such an illustrious background and striking presence, it was inconceivable not to feel awe. Upon hearing the Grand Elder's command, the disciples of Tianxian sect knelt one after another, their expressions a mixture of reverence and admiration as they chorused, "We, the disciples of Tianxian sect, pay our respects to young Master Su. We, the disciples of Tianxian sect, pay our respects to young Master Su." Their voices resonated like thunder, echoing through the dojo. Yet, in this solemn moment, amongst the 1,000 disciples, one figure stood out, akin to a crane among chickens, standing tall and proud amidst the kneeling disciples. This scene did not escape the notice of the elders present. The Grand Elder's eyelids twitched. He recognized this uniquely spirited disciple, Yi Xiao, the foremost talent of the inner sect. But what was he thinking at this moment? Seated behind him was the young master of the Imperial Su family, a figure of unfathomable prestige. His father was the patriarch of the Imperial Clan, with siblings who were unparalleled prodigies, supported by several great emperors of the Su and Qin clans. Was this truly the time for him to assert his individuality? The Grand Elder felt exasperated, barking, "Yi Xiao, what are you doing? Kneel." This outburst naturally drew the attention of Su Chenxiao and the tea-serving sect leader, Yuan Fengxiao. Su Chenxiao lifted his gaze, and upon noticing the proud youth with an indomitable spirit, his eyes glimmered with interest. Name, Yi Xiao. Title, heaven-defying martial emperor destined protagonist. Identity, direct disciple of the Grand Elder, inner sect senior brother. Age, 27. Character, arrogant, proud, cold, unyielding. Cultivation level, first stage of ascension. Physique, ancient divine body, minor completion. Cultivation techniques, heavenly scripture, savage blood refinement technique, unification technique. Treasure, Mount Tai seal, heavenly lock net. Destiny value, 100,000. Chapter 21, prideful bones do not kneel, then let us shatter them. Ancient divine body, 100 consecutive draws. This immense destiny value stirred Su Chenxiao's desire. The ancient divine body ranked among the top 10 powerful physiques across the realms. At full maturity, it could rival the great ancient ferocious beasts, Shatter the Void. And in its perfected form, it boasted a vitality like an ocean, able to withstand even the true dragons and phoenixes of ancient times. Renowned as a formidable entity, A divine body unparalleled. Who would have thought that the first destined protagonist would come with 100 consecutive draws and a terrifying physique? I have truly stumbled upon a treasure. With a smile that deepened, Chenxiao toyed with the teacup in his hand, his gaze intently fixed on Yixiao below. A character of such proud defiance, it seems he is indeed a protagonist with a remarkable personality. Yixiao's reckless actions plunged both the venerable Bai Yu and the sect leader Yuan Fengxiao into a state of icy dread, their hearts racing uncontrollably. Yuan Fengxiao felt a prickling sensation at the back of his head and immediately stepped forward, bellowing furiously, "You insolent wretch! Yixiao! Who has emboldened you to show such disrespect before the son of the Imperial Clan?" Even beside Yixiao, a young maiden tugged at his sleeve, urging him to reconsider. "Brother Yi, kneel quickly. You cannot afford to offend that esteemed person." Unmoved, Yixiao's eyes sparkled with defiance as he boldly gazed at the sect leader, his words resonating with conviction and flair. "Sect leader, I beseech you to forgive my transgression. A man's knees are worth their weight in gold. As a man of 7 feet, I shall kneel only to my parents and my master. As cultivators, we contend against both heaven and man, relying solely on our own strength, not on our lineage." Sitting nearby, Chenxiao nearly choked on his tea, exclaiming inwardly, "What a defiant martial emperor! Such unabashed masculinity." Yixiao had anticipated that his impassioned proclamation would garner considerable support from his fellow disciples. However, to his astonishment, the expressions of those prostrated on the ground morphed into incredulity, their faces paling in disbelief. Many of his peers urged him urgently, "Brother Yi, stop this madness and kneel. Are you trying to bring death upon us? The Imperial Clan of the Su family is a behemoth, known only to us through ancient texts." Yuan Fengxiao trembled with rage, unable to bear the thought of turning to glance at Chenxiao, feeling as though he wished for death. He and the elders had humbled themselves, even the venerable ancestor had bowed, all to preserve the hard-won foundation of the Tianxian sect. Yet this brash youth, relying on his status as a prodigy, not only mocked them but remained utterly unyielding. "Yixiao, silence at once." The sect leader Wu Linmu, unable to endure further, erupted in fury. Having finally secured the Su family's forgiveness, this rebellious disciple had now escalated the situation. "Rebellious disciple, do you not comprehend the stature of young Master Su? I command you to kneel this instant." Boom. The terrifying pressure of the king's realm surged forth, locking onto Yixiao, who stood out like a crane among chickens in the crowd. "Master." Yixiao felt an immense weight crash down upon him. His body jolted, and he found himself involuntarily kneeling, one knee and both hands on the ground. A faint golden glow enveloped him as his formidable ancient divine body resisted the oppressive force. Refusing to submit, gritting his teeth, drenched in sweat, he retorted, "If my master demands I kneel, then I, Yixiao, shall naturally obey. But to demand submission based solely on a noble lineage is truly disgraceful. You insolent fool, cease your insolence." The elders of Tianxian's sect wished to tear his mouth apart in frustration. Yet at that moment, Chenxiao, standing at the back, spoke with a calm smile. "Your name is Yixiao, is it not? An ancient divine body, imbued with pride and resilience. I admire your spirit." Yuan Fengxiao and elder Wu Linmu exchanged startled glances, their hearts sinking. "Young Master Su." Chenxiao paid them no heed, leisurely swirling his teacup, his tone unhurried and composed. "If you do not wish to kneel, then do not. Qing Lao, let him lie down." "What?" At this pronouncement, the elders of Tianxian sect felt their pupils constrict. The seemingly statue-like Qing Lao responded respectfully, "Yes, young master." The pressure of the quasi-emperor's realm was released, sweeping through the room like a cataclysm, obliterating all in its path. This terrifying divine might send shivers down even the spine of the venerable Bai Yu, the most powerful present. The disciples below cowered on the ground, lacking even the courage to look up. Yixiao gasped, overwhelmed by an acute sense of mortality and suffocation. Despite possessing the ancient divine body and unparalleled physicality, he felt as insignificant as an ant before the might of the quasi-emperor. Boom. In an instant, the ground beneath him crumbled, and Yixiao's legs were brutally shattered to dust. A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the air as Yixiao collapsed like a broken doll, bloodied and in excruciating agony, drenched in sweat. Ding. The destined protagonist Yixiao's limbs are rendered useless, destiny value lost. 10,000. Congratulations, master, you have acquired 10,000 villain points. Commencing with a tenfold draw, how exhilarating. Chenxiao had not anticipated that this first destined protagonist would be so easily subdued, presenting himself without the need for pursuit, saving him considerable effort. A gentle smile remained on his face as he gazed at the fallen Yixiao, now resembling a wretched creature. Sipping his tea, he remarked indifferently, "A mere disciple dares to belittle my Su family. It appears that the prestige of the Imperial Su family is still insufficient. Wouldn't you agree, sect leader Yuan?" Yuan Fengxiao and elder Wu Linmu's expressions shifted dramatically, and they fell to their knees, trembling. "Young Master Su, We of the Tianxian sect harbor no such intentions. Wu Linmu, pale as a ghost, pleaded, young master. Yi Xiao is but a recent ascendant from the lower realms, ignorant and fearless. He knows not the vastness of the Imperial Su family. I implore you, young master. Show mercy and spare Yi Xiao's life. Feigning realization, Su Chenxiao nodded, the lower realms? So that's how it is. Very well, I shall ensure he gains a clearer understanding. Elder Wu, step forward. Wu Linmu shuddered, a wave of foreboding washing over him. He glanced at the kneeling sect leader and then at the venerable Baiyu. Trembling as he approached, Su Chenxiao, with a warm smile, inquired softly, Yi Xiao's master, the one behind the Tianqi Dao sect, a powerful king? Boom. At this revelation, Wu Linmu froze, disbelief etched on his face as he turned to the kneeling Yuan Fengxiao. This young master knows everything. In contrast, Yuan Fengxiao trembled uncontrollably, feeling as if he had fallen into an ice cavern. He had intended to spare Wu Linmu out of consideration for Yi Xiao's backing, unaware that before the system's gaze, no secrets could remain hidden. Buzz. A white light flickered, and the white emperor's sword appeared in Su Chenxiao's hand. Lowering his head, his anger concealed, he gently caressed the blade while murmuring, "It seems I have been too lenient with you all, resulting in this unfortunate affair." Wu Linmu continued to prostrate himself, pleading desperately, "Young master, spare my life. Please, spare me." Ignoring the quaking figure before him, Su Chenxiao grasped the white emperor's sword, its tip poised against Wu Linmu's neck. Wearing a gentle smile, "Since your disciple has just descended from the lower realms and is unfamiliar with the affairs of the celestial realms, I shall graciously impart a lesson to him. What say you, esteemed Yuan Zhongzhu?" Chapter 22. The Hypocritical Chosen One. Young Master Xie bestows death. Yuan Fengxiao knelt on the ground, cold sweat streaming down his brow as he lowered his head and proclaimed loudly, "I shall abide by your commands, young master." He felt an overwhelming dread as the seemingly gentle young master before him morphed into an entity of terrifying complexity, inscrutable and formidable. It appeared that nothing could escape his keen perception. A smile graced Su Chenxiao's lips as he turned his gaze towards Yi Xiao, who lay prostrate on the ground, his eyes radiating an intense gaze. "Yi Xiao, you claim I use my power to oppress others. Today, I shall demonstrate to you what true oppression entails." As he spoke, the white emperor's sword pierced the neck of Wu Linmu with the slightest effort. Before such a razor-sharp imperial weapon, even his king-level physique seemed as fragile as paper. A trickle of blood began to flow. Wu Linmu bowed his head, his eyes fixated on the imperial sword at his throat. He dared not flinch, fully aware that any hint of resistance would not only spell his doom, but also bring devastation upon the celestial profound sect. Thus, he could only watch helplessly as the imperial sword drew closer, paralyzed with fear. Below, thousands of disciples dared not lift their heads in the presence of this spectacle. "Master!" Yi Xiao's eyes blazed red, his face contorted with fury as he shouted towards Su Chenxiao in the distance. "If you have any grievances, direct them at me. Spare my master." He attempted to charge forward, but his bones felt shattered, leaving him to writhe helplessly on the ground. Once a prodigy of the celestial Qi lineage from the lower realms, Yi Xiao had always possessed an ancient godly physique, effortlessly dominating his peers. Even upon ascending to this upper realm and joining the celestial profound sect, he shone brightly, an undeniable sun in the eyes of all. He had always looked down upon the superlative lineages and powers, convinced that his talent and pride would propel him to greatness and recognition as an emperor. Yet, Su Chenxiao's emergence ruthlessly shattered that dream. He could only watch in despair as the imperial sword inched closer to his master's throat. The elders of the celestial profound sect, along with the sect master and the old ancestor, knelt trembling beside him, too fearful to resist, even slightly. Is this what the celestial imperial clans are like? Even a supreme ancestral figure bows like a dog in deference. Yi Xiao bellowed, "I, Yi Xiao, take full responsibility for my actions. If you dare harm my master, I shall repay you with blood in due time." The moment those words escaped his lips, the elder Qing, who had been meditating beside Su Chenxiao, suddenly opened his eyes wide. An ant dares to threaten the son of the imperial clan simply because he possesses a trace of the sage's divine will? Boom. Just a glance from Qing was enough to shatter Yi Xiao's internal organs, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of his own flesh. His face a mask of agony. No matter how resilient his ancient godly physique was, it could not mend such grievous injuries. Beep. The chosen one Yi Xiao has sustained severe injuries, losing 5,000 destiny points. Congratulations, master, you have gained 5,000 destiny points. Sage's divine will. Su Chenxiao raised an eyebrow, realizing that this chosen one possessed a rather extraordinary background. However, it mattered little to him. He looked at the petrified Wu Linmu and chuckled softly. "Your esteemed disciple has committed a grave error. Shall you come forth yourself, or shall I assist you?" Wu Linmu trembled uncontrollably, fully comprehending the implication of Su Chenxiao's words, his breath growing increasingly rapid. Elder Qing coldly remarked, "Should you not express your gratitude to my young master?" Wu Linmu forced a pained smile, his voice hoarse. How could a noble young master like yourself stoop to dirtying your hands with the blood of a mere king level? I have cultivated for a millennium, and to die beneath the imperial sword is not in vain. I only beseech you to spare the celestial profound sect. I shall thus thank young Master Su for granting me death. From a distance, Yixiao, witnessing this scene, cried out in anguish, No, no, master, please don't. Wu Linmu's aged eyes suddenly brimmed with unwavering resolve, as if he had made a momentous decision, and he charged directly towards the imperial sword. Uft! The white emperor's sword effortlessly pierced through his throat. In his final moments, he gathered his life essence, unwilling to let a single drop of blood stain the noble young master's pristine form. Su Chenxiao narrowed his eyes, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Just as he was about to obliterate Wu Linmu's soul, he summoned the soul-devouring beast. The beast surged into Wu Linmu's consciousness, transforming into a horrific, faceless monstrosity, ravenously devouring his soul until not a shred remained. Bang! Wu Linmu's lifeless body crumpled to the ground. Beep! The chosen one Yixiao's master has perished, losing 500 destiny points. Congratulations, master, you have gained 500 villain points. Upon hearing the system's announcement of villain points, Su Chenxiao raised an eyebrow in surprise, murmuring to himself, 500. Such a meager harvest of villain points. System, what is the meaning of this? Su Chenxiao inquired. Beep. The more significant the person to the chosen one, the greater the destiny points they possess. Yixiao, hidden trait, insecure, extremely concerned about reputation and others' opinions. Understood. Thus, it means that Yixiao does not hold his master in as high regard as expected. His fury stems less from the loss of his master, and more from the humiliation suffered in front of his peers, a blow to his pride. Su Chenxiao's eyes narrowed, a faint smile playing on his lips as he lightly tapped his fingers on the table, observing Yixiao, whose face was now twisted with hatred and disdain as he hurled insults in his direction. Do you comprehend? Should I wish to end his life, he can only kneel and express gratitude. Yixiao, consumed by rage, retorted, How can the illustrious imperial clan act in such a manner? If I, Yixiao, survive this calamity, I will surely avenge my master. Su Chenxiao chuckled lightly, feigning a facade of deep sorrow, despite having no genuine emotional turmoil. As Wu Linmu's direct disciple and the Celestial Profound Sect's eldest disciple, he was compelled to maintain this charade, valuing his reputation above his very life. Is this what they call pride? How amusing, indeed. Buzz. A flash of white light materialized as a verdant, life-infused pill appeared in Su Chenxiao's hand. He flicked it towards Yixiao, sending it soaring in his direction. This was none other than the Qing Emperor pill, a treasure bestowed upon him by his mother. What is this? The elders of the Celestial Profound Sect gaped in astonishment at the sight. The overwhelming vitality emanating from the Qing Emperor pill left many elders, who had merely sensed its life force, awestruck and astonished, as if they had been rejuvenated from a state of decay. What overwhelming vitality! This is undoubtedly a sacred healing pill. No, I sense that consuming this will surely extend one's lifespan by several centuries. What is young Master Su planning to do? As the crowd stood bewildered and perplexed, the invaluable Qingdi pill was unceremoniously swallowed by Yixiao. Cough, cough. Yixiao's body trembled violently, and he shot a glare filled with animosity at Su Chenxiao, growling, What have you made me consume? Chapter 23. If you dare not, then kneel before me. Before he could fully react, an overwhelming surge of vitality erupted from within Yixiao. Under the effects of the Qingdi pill, the shattered bones and flesh of his legs began to mend at a visibly rapid pace. Numerous small flesh buds sprouted and intertwined from his legs. Even the ground around him swiftly sprouted vibrant green plants. What is young Master Su attempting to do? Why bestow such a precious healing pill upon that fellow? The disciples of Tianxian's sect were filled with confusion. Yixiao's pupils quivered as he felt his grievously injured body swiftly recovering, warm currents coursing through him. Startled, he fixed his gaze on Su Chenxiao across from him, hoarsely questioning, Are you attempting to humiliate me, Yixiao? Seated at the head of the assembly, Su Chenxiao looked down upon Yixiao with an air of superiority. Shaking his head, he replied leisurely, Yixiao, did you not just proclaim your intent to avenge your master? I am here, presenting you with an opportunity for retribution. However, as he spoke, Su Chenxiao spread his hands with a smile, his eyes glinting with mockery and derision. But do you possess the courage to take action? Yixiao's entire being trembled. He never anticipated that a single pill could pull him back from the brink of death. Hearing Su Chenxiao's words, he was further astonished by the audacity of this imperial clan scion, who dared to regard him with such disdain. What did you say? Yixiao gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with fury. Do you truly believe that I, Yixiao, would not dare? An elder from Tianxian's sect could no longer contain himself, shouting, Yixiao, you must think this through. This individual is the son of the clan chief of an imperial family. Even your master, Wu Linmu, resorted to self-immolation. If you dare to harm young Master Su in any way today, it will not only spell doom for you, but also for our entire Tianxian sect. Even the meek little junior sister, kneeling nearby and too frightened to raise her head, spoke up. Brother Yi, please don't. At this moment, among the disciples, Fang Jie scolded vehemently, Yi Xiao, you would offend that esteemed individual simply for your ridiculous pride. Elder Wu has treated you well. Your master has already perished because of you. Are you a harbinger of death, intent on bringing ruin upon us all? I do not wish to die. You cannot afford to offend that esteemed individual, Brother Yi. I implore you to regain your senses. Yi Xiao's pupils flickered continually as he clenched his jaw, a trickle of blood seeping from his mouth. Ever since awakening the ancient divine body, he had carried an unparalleled pride, pushing through realms with unyielding resolve. Not even before the formidable protector beside Su Chenxiao had he ever submitted. Yet today, witnessing the fury and disdain in the elder's eyes and the disappointment and blame from his fellow disciples, he felt his once unshakable resolve waver for the first time. You all. A mouthful of fresh blood spewed forth. Yi Xiao's complexion turned ashen as he staggered back a few steps. Ding. The destined protagonist is met with hostility from fellow sect members, his arrogance diminished, losing 1,000 destiny points. Congratulations, Master, you have gained 1,000 villain points. Su Chenxiao smirked with amusement. Indeed, compared to the death of his master, this vain protagonist was far more concerned with the perceptions of others. Since that is the case, it shall be easy to handle. Su Chenxiao rose, stretching lazily, then leaped forward, arriving before Yi Xiao in a single stride. The surrounding disciples hurriedly made way. Only upon close proximity could Yi Xiao perceive the innate nobility emanating from Su Chenxiao. Handsome as jade, with superior features. Every gesture exuded an air exclusive to the elite, unfazed by the collapse of the heavens. Such a dazzling presence rendered all others present dim in comparison. Even he, typically so self-assured, felt an unfamiliar emotion swell within him. Jealousy. Yi Xiao's gaze fixated on the radiant, ethereal young man before him, a sinister glint flickering in his eyes. Do you truly dare to approach? Why would I not? Su Chenxiao shrugged, speaking as if conversing with an old friend long unseen, his smile serene. I am a man of my word. Here I stand before you. Yi Xiao, you may strike now. Su Chenxiao's demeanor was calm and unruffled. This fellow seemed to have calculated that Yi Xiao would not dare to act. With fists clenched tightly, Yi Xiao trembled, panting heavily. Do not force my hand. The elders of Tianxian's sect were already terrified beyond measure. The sect leader, Yuan Fengxiao, gasped, his face devoid of color as he shouted, Yi Xiao, calm down. For heaven's sake, if you act, it will truly spell utter ruin for everyone in Tianxian's sect. Seemingly sensing Yi Xiao's hesitation, Su Chenxiao remarked blandly, my patience is limited. If you do not act soon, do not blame me for withdrawing this opportunity. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Su Chenxiao grinned widely. Stepping closer to Yi Xiao and unreservedly patting his shoulder. Leaning in, he whispered, or perhaps, the proud you is afraid. Yi Xiao, struggling to suppress his fury, felt his chest heave wildly at this taunt, and he instantly raised his right hand, channeling a terrifying surge of power. At this distance, if he were to strike, even the protector beside Su Chenxiao might not have time to react. Oh, Su Chenxiao's eyes narrowed, a smile playing on his lips. At last, you can no longer contain yourself? At that moment, Yi Xiao was embroiled in an inner turmoil. He raised his fist high, the atmosphere around them seemingly frozen. Everyone held their breath, none daring to speak. Brother Yi, please remain calm. I do not wish to die. Time passed, and finally, reason triumphed over emotion. Yi Xiao gradually relaxed his tightly clenched fists, his right hand losing strength as it slowly descended. He closed his eyes, striving to quell his tumultuous heart. Not a word more was spoken. Observing this scene, the sect leader Yuan Fengxiao, nearly having his soul frightened away, finally exhaled a long breath. His entire being slumping helplessly into his seat. Oh, the other elders also felt a wave of relief wash over them. Just moments ago, it felt as if the entire Tianxian sect had danced on the precipice of doom. A flicker of disdain and contempt crossed Su Chenxiao's eyes. His smile faded. And at that moment, he resembled an unassailable sovereign, looking down with indifference as he declared, since you dare not, then kneel before me. Yi Xiao's eyes snapped open. Locking gazes with Su Chenxiao, witnessing the profound disdain in his eyes, an inferno of rage surged once more within him. You. Yi Xiao's teeth nearly ground to dust, as his very being surged with pent-up fury. His body trembled uncontrollably, yet at this juncture, all he could do was kneel slowly. His face suffused with an unbearable humiliation. Thud. As soon as he knelt, Yi Xiao's complexion turned ashen, and he spat forth a mouthful of fresh blood. His aura in disarray, teetering on the brink of a fall in cultivation level. His Dao heart wavered. Ding. The destined protagonist Yi Xiao's Dao heart has wavered, losing 5,000 destiny points. Congratulations, Master, you have gained 5,000 villain points. Is this sufficient? Yi Xiao uttered these words, nearly grinding them out from between clenched teeth. Su Chenxiao, lofty and disdainful, let out a cold laugh. If he were to strike, perhaps this young master might regard you with a modicum of respect. If you are unafraid of authority, why kneel? Are you genuinely fearless, or is it merely a facade? Coward. Chapter 24, Hidden Background. the destiny heroine Ming Su Yuan. The terrifying background of the opponent ultimately forced him to yield. Yi Xiao painfully closed his eyes, enduring a moment of tranquility in the tempest, retreating a step to embrace boundless horizons. Yet, Su Chenxiao's incisive words were akin to a sharp blade. It ruthlessly tore apart the self-doubt buried deep within Yi Xiao's heart, causing a fissure in his Dao heart. Crack. Ding. The destined protagonist Yi Xiao has fallen into self-doubt. His Dao heart has cracked, losing 5,000 destiny points. Congratulations, Master. You have gained 5,000 villain points. At that moment, the distant Qing Lao seemed to sense something, transmitting a thought. Young Master, outsiders have arrived in this realm. Two individuals, one at the ascending heaven realm, the other at the saint realm. The saintly aura emanating from this child is left by the opponent. Oh, they arrived rather swiftly, Su Chenxiao remarked with a raised brow, casting a playful glance at the kneeling Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao, there is something you may not yet comprehend. You believe that you have achieved your current stature solely through your own efforts. In truth, what you rely upon is merely the background you so disdain. Yi Xiao was taken aback by these words, lifting his head to gaze at Su Chenxiao, confusion written all over his face. What do you mean? Suddenly, a terrifying saintly pressure surged from within the cloud realm. The air thickened with the aura of a saint descending upon our cloud realm. Master, what is happening? As the sensation registered, Yuan Fengxiao, the leader of the Tianxian sect, narrowed his eyes, as if struck by a realization. It is that senior who has arrived. The one behind Yi Xiao. What? Is there a saint standing behind Yi Xiao? The elders present were incredulous upon hearing this. Yuan Fengxiao nodded gravely, his expression serious. Not long after Yi Xiao joined our Tianxian sect, a powerful saintly figure came to visit. This elder, aware of Yi Xiao's impulsive nature, gifted me pills to assist him in breaking through and urged me to take good care of him. My protection of this child stems from this very reason. The saint standing behind Yi Xiao must hail from a formidable lineage among the myriad realms. However, this complicates matters. Currently within the Tianxian sect, we are faced with the young master of the unparalleled Imperial Clan, the Su family. From the distance, a golden divine radiance rapidly approached. I dare anyone to harm my brother. An astonishingly powerful elder, whose cultivation reached the saint realm, appeared alongside a youthful maiden. The maiden possessed exquisite features. Her skin like congealed fat, bright eyes and white teeth, her figure slender and delicate, reminiscent of a flower on the verge of blooming. Clad in a flowing light blue dress that danced with the wind. Although still young, her captivating beauty hinted at a future that promised to astound the world. Upon her arrival, Ming Su Yuan's beautiful eyes sparkled as she swiftly searched for Yi Xiao's figure. Granny Qian, is brother Yi here? Su Chenxiao glanced upward, his eyes narrowing slightly. Name, Ming Su Yuan. Title, Heaven-defying Martial Emperor Destiny Heroine. Identity, daughter of the hidden ancient clan's patriarch, half-demon. Age, 17. Realm, Ascending Heaven Realm. 6th layer. Physique, nine-tailed demon body, ancient fierce bloodline of the nine-tailed spirit. Name, Qianwu. Identity, guardian of the hidden ancient clan, Ming family. Realm, Saint Realm, 7th layer. Su Chenxiao observed the profiles of the two above him, intrigued. How interesting, Yi Xiao's destiny heroine. Upon seeing the youthful maiden, Yi Xiao appeared somewhat incredulous, muttering to himself. Yuan. Simultaneously, Ming Su Yuan spotted Yi Xiao among the crowd. Upon witnessing his pale face as he knelt on the ground, her expression turned icy in an instant as she rushed forward. Let go of my brother. Don't come any closer. Yuan. Yi Xiao's face changed dramatically. Qing Lao, within the pavilion, moved swiftly to appear beside Su Chenxiao. How dare a mere hidden ancient clan offend the young master? Depart. In that instant, an overwhelming aura of quasi-emperor power surged forth. Ming Su Yuan felt as though she had been struck by a heavy blow, her entire being uncontrollably hurled away. Miss. Granny Qian appeared behind her, immediately unleashing her saintly power to shield her. However, against the strength of a quasi-emperor, even a saint felt as insignificant as an ant. Gradually retreating under the force, Granny Qian was filled with alarm. Quasi-emperor, you are the leader of the Su family shadow guards, Shu Qinghe. Granny Qian's pupils trembled wildly, her mind shaken upon encountering such a formidable figure within this small Tianxian sect. The Su family shadow guards? How could they possibly appear here? Qing Lao spoke with an icy tone, devoid of any emotion. Does our young master need to explain himself to you? Depart, and pay your respects to the young master. With a swift motion, he unleashed a formidable divine power towards Granny Qian. Before quasi-emperor might, even a saint appeared diminutive. An Imperial Clan's young master? Could it be? Granny Qian quickly turned to the strikingly handsome youth within the hall, her complexion paling as she hastily explained. I am a member of the hidden ancient Ming clan, and this young lady beside me is the daughter of the Ming clan's patriarch. We mean no offense. I beseech you to forgive us, young Master Su. Enough. At this moment, Su Chenxiao raised his hand to interrupt, smiling amiably at the two. So it is the ancient clan Ming. A misunderstanding, indeed. Qing Lao, stand down. Following Su Chenxiao's words, The horrifying quasi-emperor aura abruptly dissipated. Granny Qian gasped for breath, unable to fathom that she would encounter an Imperial Clan member in such a small realm. Moreover, beside him stood a quasi-emperor level protector. At such a young age, to possess such treatment, the identity of this individual was unmistakably apparent. The patriarch of the Su clan and the son of the Chun clan's imperial daughter, Su Chenxiao. I am Qian Wu, and I have the honor of meeting young Master Chenxiao. Su Chenxiao raised an eyebrow, then chuckled lightly. You know me? Granny Qian replied with utmost respect. We hidden ancient clans have certainly heard of your illustrious name. Su Chenxiao waved his hand dismissively, casting a casual glance at the kneeling Yi Xiao, and inquired, So, did you come here because of this fellow? The saintly aura emanating from this child must also be left by you, correct? Granny Qian felt an unsettling premonition rising within her. Glimpsing the kneeling disciples of the heavenly Xian sect and Yi Xiao, she, ever astute, instantaneously comprehended the situation at hand. This troublemaker. Hastily, she distanced herself from him, saying, Returning to the young master, our clan's young lady once received this person's benevolence during her time in the lower realm. However, this boy is reckless and consistently embroils himself in chaos, and my lady has intervened on his behalf more than once. I never anticipated that he would offend you. Young Master Su, I shall take my lady away at once. Su Chenxiao waved his hand, smilingly remarking, There's no rush, since we've arrived. We might as well stay and witness a splendid performance. Yi Xiao, do you see? Whenever you find yourself in peril, assistance will invariably manifest. Were it not for their covert support, do you truly believe you could have survived this long? Even this is merely a standard privilege of the fated protagonist. Yi Xiao, fists clenched and kneeling on the ground, felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. His pride would not allow him to let Ming Su Luan witness his current disgrace. Bowing his head, he coldly replied, I do not know her. My accomplishments today are solely due to my own efforts. I have never needed her assistance. Ding. The fated protagonist Yi Xiao harbors a rift with the fated female lead Ming Su Yuan, resulting in a loss of 1,000 destiny points. Congratulations, Master. You have gained 1,000 villain points. Triggered the effect of the title Destined Villain, additionally receiving the Supreme Artifact Manhwaedit. Chapter 25. Depriving the Primitive Divine Body's Essence. Ascending 9 Realms. Rewards activated. Supreme Artifact Manhwaedit. Unyielding, indestructible, capable of stabilizing the heavens, yet demands a formidable physical constitution from its user. Su Chenxiao's eyes gleamed with interest. Meanwhile, Ming Su Yuan trembled slightly, her expression betraying disbelief at Yi Xiao's words. With a pale face, she murmured, Brother Yi, what has happened to you? How can you say you do not know her? Yi Xiao's declaration ignited the fury of the elder Qian. Yi Xiao, you ungrateful wretch. Do you truly believe that all you possess today stems from your primitive divine body? Indeed, while you possess a divine physique, countless prodigies exist throughout the realms. Do you know what fate befell most of them? Elder Qian's aged eyes burned with rage. Only she understood the sacrifices the young lady had made for this individual. Having had her essence extracted to forge pills, and with powerful families possessing methods to strip and graft physiques, had it not been for the young lady's clandestine assistance, you would have been reduced to a blood slave of the Tianqi sect long ago. Even now, in the upper realm, the young lady remains perpetually concerned for your well-being, specifically instructing me to care for you. Otherwise, with your propensity for trouble, you would have perished 100 times over. Yet now you claim all is due to your own endeavors, dismissing the young lady's unwavering support. Truly a heartless ingrate. What? Yi Xiao's pupils dilated. Grappling with the harsh truth, he lifted his head, incredulity plastered across his face as he gazed at Ming Su Yuan. I had wondered why the elders of the heavenly Xian sect took me as a personal disciple upon my arrival. Could it be that you orchestrated this? Ming Su Yuan's eyes glistened with unshed tears, disappointment etched on her face, and she bit her lip, remaining silent. The cruel reality was unbearable for the proud Yi Xiao. Was it possible that all he had endured was merely under the influence of another's design? Yi Xiao let out a self-deprecating laugh, spiraling into madness as he vehemently denied, This cannot be. This cannot be. Everything I have achieved is through my own toil. I, Yi Xiao, have never begged for your assistance. Why do you meddle in my life like this? Answer me. Ding. The fated protagonist Yi Xiao's relationship with the fated female lead Ming Su Yuan has fractured, resulting in a loss of 20,000 destiny points. Congratulations, Master. You have gained 20,000 villain points. 20 consecutive draws. Su Chenxiao's eyes sparkled. Who would have thought that the enigmatic ancient Ming clan occupied such a significant portion of Yi Xiao's destiny points? Moreover, it appeared he was quite dissatisfied with the female lead's covert aid, reaping benefits while feigning innocence. Su Chenxiao chuckled, crouching down, his expression mocking as he regarded Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao, do you understand now? Were it not for the hidden ancient Ming clan, you would be naught but a shadow. This world is never short of geniuses. Yet those without a backing are merely geniuses, nothing more. By what right do you think that a mere primitive divine body could rival the efforts of countless ancestors from illustrious families over millennia? Your so-called pride is In my eyes, cheaper than a stone by the roadside. Scoundrel, silence yourself. Yi Zhao's eyes blazed crimson. His face contorted with hatred as he glared at the man before him. Yet, he was horrified to find himself utterly unable to retort. The talent he once took pride in was rendered insignificant in the eyes of his adversary. Elder Qian observed the scene coldly, her voice icy as she spoke. Yi Zhao. It was one thing to rely on the young lady's protection while causing trouble, but young Master Su hails from the Imperial Su family. A supreme existence that even our hidden ancient clan dares not provoke. This calamity is your destiny. No one can save you now. She felt fortunate for having acted swiftly to distance herself and the young lady from this troublemaker. Otherwise, should she have acted recklessly and offended the Imperial young master, it could spell doom for the entire Ming clan. Among the myriad hidden ancient clans, there was but one Imperial Su family. Yi Zhao's pupils trembled violently. He knelt, unable to utter a single word. Why? This cannot be. Su Chenxiao smiled warmly, placing a gentle hand on Yi Zhao's shoulder, and said with a grin, Yi Zhao, you once claimed that those from the Imperial family could do as they pleased. Today, I shall reveal to you that my Imperial Su family indeed can act without restraint. Your once prized primitive divine body is now mine. As he spoke, a mesmerizing violet light erupted from his palm. Buzz. One of the 10 ancient divine arts, 10,000 returns to 1. As the most compatible with the innate chaotic divine body, this supreme scripture, of unknown origin, possesses a divine ability capable of stripping any special physique's essence and assimilating it for oneself. An overwhelming force manifested, violently extracting the essence of Yi Zhao's primitive divine body. The ancient power within him was forcibly reversed, swirling like a vortex at the center of his chest, forming a radiant sphere of yellow divine light. The brutal extraction of his physical essence inflicted excruciating agony akin to 1,000 knives. Yi Zhao's eyes seemed ready to burst from their sockets, veins bulging on his forehead as he struggled to resist. Boom. At that moment, the elder Qing intervened, exerting her formidable cultivation to suppress Yi Zhao, rendering him immobile. Elder Qian's face was a mask of shock, and everyone from the heavenly Xian sect looked on in disbelief. This was indeed the method of physique deprivation. Such divine abilities were only spoken of in ancient epics. Who would have imagined that the Imperial Su family possessed such a technique? Brother Yi. Ming Suluan's lovely visage paled at the sight, and she wished to step forward to intervene, yet was ruthlessly halted by the hand of Granny Qian. Miss, we have sheltered him for long enough. Now that Yi Zhao has offended the noble scion of the Imperial clan, he must face the consequences of his actions. If you dare to intervene again, do not blame this old woman for her lack of compassion. Turning to Granny Qian, Ming Su Qian was taken aback by the cold, terrifying gaze that replaced the usual indulgence in her eyes. The aged woman's voice transmitted a somber warning. Miss, as a lady of high birth, we have done more than enough for those of this mortal realm. However, you cannot possibly be unaware of the might of the Su family of the Imperial clan. The Ming family cannot afford to provoke them. Do not allow your actions to endanger the innocent members of your clan. The word clan struck Ming Suluan like a bolt, as if she had finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. Biting her delicate lips, her beautiful eyes reflected a tumult of anguish and struggle. Brother Yi, I am so sorry. I cannot bring ruin upon my father, mother, and the other members of the Ming family. Ultimately, she chose to remain a passive observer in the face of the looming mountain that was the Imperial Su family. Ding. The destined protagonist Yi Zhao has lost the ancient divine body, with a loss of 30,000 destiny points. Congratulations, Master, for acquiring 30,000 villain points. Yi Zhao's anguished cries echoed for a prolonged time as a resplendent orb of primal essence was gradually extracted from him. His cultivation plummeted rapidly, descending from the 9th layer of the Enlightenment realm to the 8th, then the 7th. In stark contrast stood Su Chenxiao, who, upon fusing with this formidable essence, unleashed a terrifying primordial power from within. Boom. His body surged with a primal ferocity, resembling a fierce beast from the ancient past. Su Chenxiao's physique gleamed like jade, as the ancient and desolate power emanated from him. In that moment, his cultivation surged from the 1st to the 9th layer of the Ascendant realm, achieving a remarkable leap through 9 realms. Chapter 26. The future Martial Emperor falls, unlocking the blessing function. As Su Chenxiao felt the transformation of his divine body, he slowly opened his brilliant eyes, a flicker of joy crossing his handsome and noble features. He murmured softly, with blood like a dragon, my body can shake the kings. The ancient divine body is truly exceptional. I graciously accept this gift. Before the astonished and fearful gazes of all around him, Su Chenxiao released Yi Zhao, who lay on the ground like a lifeless dog. Yi Zhao, feebly groaning on the ground, cried out, return my divine body to me. That is my ancient divine body. He lacked even the strength to rise, having become almost entirely powerless, weaker than the disciples within the sect. Unperturbed by Yi Zhao's plight, Su Chenxiao merely smiled, reveling in the delightful sensation that filled him. He had not expected that the ancient powers contained within the chaos scriptures could not only strip away the essence of a divine body, but also allow him to break through 9 minor realms. Such a terrifying capability was indeed extraordinary. He could hardly wait to test the strength of his current physique. Yuan Zhongzhu, come here, Su Chenxiao called out casually. Yuan Fengxiao's heart skipped a beat as he trembled and approached from afar, speaking with utmost reverence. Congratulations, young Master Su, on acquiring the ancient divine body and greatly enhancing your power. Su Chenxiao cast a glance at the terrified Yuan Fengxiao and smiled lightly. Considering my current good mood, I shall grant you a chance. With your divine body at the God Origin realm, withstand a single strike from me, and I will spare the lives of everyone in the Tianxian sect. Yuan Fengxiao was momentarily taken aback, then his eyes brightened with joy. Though he had recently broken through to the God Origin realm, he was still a genuine powerhouse, 2 major realms above the Ascendant realm. If he could endure a single blow, it would grant the entire Tianxian sect a reprieve. Such an opportunity was rare indeed. Filled with excitement, Yuan Fengxiao quickly suppressed his cultivation, standing there with his physical strength alone. He respectfully declared, I am willing. Young Master Su, your generosity is boundless. On behalf of everyone in the Tianxian sect, thank you for your mercy. Su Chenxiao chuckled, squinting his eyes. No need for thanks. With that, he lowered his gaze to his right hand. An aura of ancient desolation and divine might began to swirl around him, channeling the Taya sword technique. He unleashed a punch infused with 2 terrifying energies. The punch struck with such force that it shattered the very fabric of the cloud-bound realm. Even before it reached him, Yuan Fengxiao felt his blood surge violently, his body seemingly on the verge of being torn apart. His pupils constricted as a sense of suffocation enveloped him. This power. You dare claim it belongs to the Ascendant realm? A wave of deathly intent surged forth. Yuan Fengxiao gritted his teeth, daring not to summon his full strength, relying solely on his physical resilience to endure. The punch struck firmly against Yuan Fengxiao's body. Crack! In an instant, countless fissures spread across his God Origin realm body, launching him through the air like a cannonball. Boom! Buildings crumbled, and dust clouds rose in the distance. Such an astonishing blow was far beyond the capabilities of one in the Ascendant realm. Even Granny Qian, nearby, was left astounded and horrified as she gazed at this young noble from the Imperial Clan. How could this be possible? He is, after all, at the God Origin realm. Even with the ancient divine body, he should not possess such formidable strength. What she did not know was that Su Chenxiao, having originally possessed a divine body, had now gained the ancient divine body, making him even more fearsome. In the ruins, Yuan Fengxiao spat blood. His body shattered and his internal energy chaotic. A piercing sword intent surged within him, as if his very organs had been obliterated. Trembling, he sat on the ground for a long while, unable to rise. With a pale, bloodless face, he hoarsely uttered, I thank the young master for his guidance. However, Su Chenxiao gazed at his own fist with a hint of disappointment, murmuring, I clearly felt I could have shattered his body entirely. Was it still lacking in some regard? After acquiring the ancient divine body, Su Chenxiao sensed that if he were to confront the tri-changing 9 mysteries calamity once more, even the legendary hellish divine thunder would be able to be withstood by his physical form, without the need for the chaos aura to envelop him. Yet, despite possessing the supreme divine body, he lacked a powerful body refinement technique. He believed that with some practice, he could enhance his strength severalfold. Chuckling softly, Su Chenxiao shook his head, dismissing his thoughts. After all, the path of cultivation must be gradual. He had just obtained the divine body and could not rush the process. With a flick of his hand, a Qingdi pill appeared and shot forth. Very well, Yuan Zhongzhu, I never go back on my word. The matter of the Tianxian sect shall be forgiven. Take this. Yuan Fengxiao, as if blessed by the heavens, knelt down, tears of gratitude in his eyes, proclaiming, Thank you, young master, for your grace. At that moment, an unpleasant voice rang out. This is my divine body. It is the power of Yi Shao. Yi Shao, lying on the ground, felt an even deeper resentment welling within him at the sight of it all. The primal divine body that belonged to him had inexplicably amplified within the opponent, becoming dozens of times stronger. Yi Zhao's eyes were bloodshot, twisted with an extreme ferocity. He suddenly turned to Ming Su Luan beside him, roaring like a vengeful spirit, Luaner, assist me in slaying him. Eliminate him. I once saved your life. You must help me kill him. Ming Su Luan's complexion paled even further upon hearing this, her eyes filled with unfamiliarity. Is this truly my brother Yi? Granny Qian's expression changed dramatically as she bellowed, Silence. My young lady owes you nothing at all. With a swift motion, she struck towards Yi Zhao's head, the terrifying holy power instantly shattering Yi Zhao's vitality. Bang! With this single blow, Yi Zhao's life force was extinguished. She feared that if Yi Zhao continued speaking, it would provoke calamity upon them, endangering the Ming family as well. Brother Yi. Ming Su Yuan's vision darkened. She hadn't anticipated Granny Qian would take such drastic action, leading to her immediate unconsciousness. Ding! The destined protagonist Yi Zhao has perished, and the destiny value is cleared. Congratulations on hunting the destined protagonist Yi Xiao of the rebellious Martial Emperor. Congratulations, Master, for acquiring all the possessions of the destined protagonist, the celestial profound art, the barbaric blood body refinement technique, the Taishan seal, and the heavenly locking net. Unlocking script functionality. You can now roughly view the script of the destined protagonist. Upon the destined protagonist's destiny value dropping below 30 and perishing, remaining opportunities are unlocked for viewing, to prevent the Master from missing out on significant fortunes. Current hunting of the destined protagonist. 1. Current villain value. 105,000. Su Chenxiao cast a surprised glance at Granny Qian. This old woman was indeed decisive, directly eliminating the destined protagonist. However, it mattered little. The newly added system functionality regarding life scripts was quite intriguing. In Su Chenxiao's line of sight, the panel displaying the count of hunted destined protagonists prominently featured Yi Xiao's gray avatar. The rebellious Martial Emperor destined protagonist Yi Xiao, deceased. Remaining opportunities for the Crimson Fallen Burial Ground, the Supreme Divine Canon, the Ancient Divine Refinement Technique. In the Northern Demon Realm, the Azure Dragon Beast, Heavenly Materials, and Earthly Treasures. The Celestial Profound Ancient Land, the Sacred Realm Inheritance, and Sacred Great Elixirs. Chapter 27. The Fruit of the Great Path, Opportunities of the Burial Ground, Ancient Divine Refinement Technique. Su Chenxiao meticulously examined the descriptions of Yi Xiao's remaining opportunities. He held no interest in other matters, such as the inheritance of saints. However, the Ancient Divine Refinement Technique was an unparalleled and supreme method, most suitable for his divine demonic body as well as his primal divine body. It seemed that this was Yi Xiao's second significant opportunity. Ancient Divine Refinement Technique. The Crimson Fallen Burial Ground? Su Chenxiao murmured softly, having never heard of such a place before. Meanwhile, after personally ensuring Yi Xiao's demise to prevent any further repercussions for the Ming family, Granny Qian finally exhaled in relief and turned to Su Chenxiao, saying, "Young Master Su, this boy spoke insolently, repeatedly attempting to provoke both you and our Ming family. I truly could not restrain myself and acted rashly to eliminate him. I hope you can forgive me." Su Chenxiao withdrew his thoughts, glancing at the unconscious Ming Su Yuan, whose panel had evidently lost the title of the destined female protagonist. He spoke calmly, "Enough, since Yi Xiao is dead, I have no desire to investigate your relationship further." Granny Qian's face brightened, and she respectfully replied, "Young Master Su, you are magnanimous, truly worthy of being the pride of the Imperial Su family. I express my gratitude on behalf of the family head, should the opportunity arise in the future. Our Ming family will certainly hold the Su family in the highest regard and be willing to serve." "Oh, truly?" Su Chenxiao inquired with a smile, observing Granny Qian. "Then why wait for the future? Why not act now?" Granny Qian was taken aback. Su Chenxiao continued, "I ask you, are you familiar with the Crimson Fallen Burial Ground?" Granny Qian furrowed her brow, contemplating for a moment before nodding. "The Crimson Fallen Burial Ground you speak of is an ancient secret realm. It opens to the outside world once every 30 years. And only those outstanding juniors who have obtained qualifications may enter to vie for opportunities. Young Master Su, what are your intentions?" Su Chenxiao replied with a calm smile. "I plan to venture into this Crimson Fallen Burial Ground." This esteemed individual desires to enter the Crimson Fallen Burial Ground? Granny Qian was bewildered. While the Crimson Fallen Burial Ground was indeed an ancient secret realm filled with countless opportunities, this was a young master from the Imperial Su family. Someone who lacked nothing in terms of heavenly materials and treasures. Logically, the items within the Crimson Fallen Burial Ground should hardly capture his interest. Granny Qian was somewhat perplexed, but she did not dwell on it and explained earnestly, in response to the young master. "This session of the Crimson Fallen Burial Ground will commence in just over half a month. If you truly intend to go, you may visit the hidden ancient clan, the Xian family, as this secret realm is located within their territory and is overseen by them." "The hidden ancient clan, the Xian family?" Su Chenxiao nodded slightly, speaking. "Understood. Notify the Xian family. Half a month hence, I shall enter the Crimson Fallen Burial Ground." Granny Qian was taken aback, quickly nodding, "I understand. I shall convey your words accurately." Only then did Su Chenxiao nod in satisfaction. He yawned lazily and said, "All right, let it be so. I am somewhat fatigued. You may leave." Granny Qian's eyes brightened. "Young Master Su, do come to the Ming family as a guest when you have the opportunity." "Very well, then. I shall take my leave now," she said, taking the unconscious Ming Su Yuan with her and transforming into a streak of light, departing from this realm. After their departure, Yuan Feng Shao, the sect master of the Celestial Profound Sect, who had consumed the Qing Di pill to recover, arrived. He cast a cold glance at Yi Xiao's lifeless body and spoke in a solemn tone. "This boy has offended you and deserves to die 1,000 deaths. Young Master Su, should you plan to visit the Crimson Fallen Burial Ground, we are willing to serve you. In the coming days, feel free to stay at my Celestial Profound Sect, allowing us to properly host you and redeem ourselves for our transgressions." Su Chenxiao pondered for a moment before responding. "Very well." Within a magnificent palace prepared by Yuan Feng Shao, Su Chenxiao scrutinized Yi Zhao's life script and remaining opportunities, lost in thought. According to the system, the destined protagonists were categorized into varying tiers. The strongest could achieve the status of an emperor, while the weakest could become significant figures in their respective realms. Yi Zhao possessed an unparalleled divine body, and thus his life script foretold a future of grandeur, one that could see him ascend to the status of a martial emperor. Yet, this protagonist, endowed with an ancient divine body, nearly met his end within the Crimson Fallen burial ground. This was certainly intriguing. Chen The name struck a familiar chord within him. Su Chenxiao spoke with a calm demeanor. Qing Lao. At your service, master. Qing Lao replied respectfully. Su Chenxiao instructed. Investigate the hidden ancient clan, the Xian family, with particular emphasis on an individual named Xian. Qing Lao nodded, solemnly affirming, understood. With that, he vanished into the darkness. After Qing Lao's departure, Su Chenxiao released the soul-devouring beast, allowing it to consume the surrounding space within the cloud realm. Ever since devouring the soul of the king-level expert Wu Linmu, the soul-devouring beast had grown considerably, now resembling the size of a ball. Its ethereal form becoming more solidified. It lay on Su Chenxiao's lap, voraciously devouring the spatial surroundings. Gazing at the soul beast resting upon his leg, Su Chenxiao gently caressed it. There was no tangible sensation, as though his hand had plunged into a chilling mist. Soul beast, juvenile. Little one. The system informs me that once you mature, you will bestow untold benefits upon me. It appears I must find a suitable place for you to feast heartily. He pondered which realm might be fortunate enough to serve as nourishment for the soul beast. A faint smile graced Su Chenxiao's lips as he suddenly recalled the acquisition of over 100,000 villain points. He opened the system shop, eager to indulge in extravagant spending. Coincidentally, the shop had refreshed its inventory with a new batch of items. Upon spotting one particular item, Su Chenxiao was momentarily taken aback. Astonished. Such a thing exists? The Great Tao Fruit grants entry into the realm of immortality, allowing one to randomly comprehend a principle of the Tao. Cost in villain points, 10,000. The Great Tao Fruit allows for the understanding of a complete principle of the Tao, a rarity even among the myriad heavens. Such fruits are born only under extraordinary circumstances. Having already reached the 9th level of the ascending heaven realm, the next step would be the immortal realm. A pivotal threshold for cultivators across the heavens, with the time required varying greatly and heavily, dependent on one's comprehension. One must refine their grasp of the Tao into its original Tao fruit. The more principles one comprehends, the more formidable their divine abilities become. Ordinary individuals can only capture glimpses of the Tao through various opportunities. However, those with innate divine bodies, even the weakest of special constitutions, possess an inherent Tao. This implies that as long as the resources are sufficient, individuals with special physiques have a minimum ceiling of the immortal realm. Su Chenxiao's eye sparkled. As one endowed with a chaos body, the more Taos he could comprehend, the better. Observing that the Great Tao Fruit in the system shop required merely 10,000 villain points each, he promptly purchased all available. The item was instantly grayed out. Ding. Successfully purchased 5 Great Tao Fruits. Spent villain points, 50,000. Remaining villain points, 55,000. Chapter 28. Breaking through to the immortal realm, 8 principles of the Tao. Buzz. Extracting the Great Tao Fruits from the system storage. An array of uniquely shaped fruits, swirling with Tao essence and exuding an otherworldly aura, appeared before him. Some were covered in scales of vibrant crimson, seemingly scorching the surrounding space. Others emanated a bizarre aura, their surfaces adorned with faceless visages. Su Chenxiao regarded the great Tao fruits before him, absorbing the distinctive essence of the Tao they contained. 3 were of the lower Tao, 1 of the middle Tao, and 1 of the upper Tao. A gleam ignited in Su Chenxiao's eyes as he seized a great Tao fruit and began his cultivation. System, accelerate the refining process tenfold. For the next few days, Yuan Fengxiao had not seen Su Chenxiao leave the Grand Hall. Once, he attempted to visit, but was intercepted by Elder Qing. Upon sensing 5 or 6 unprecedented Tao auras, Yuan Fengxiao couldn't help but tremble, his expression reflecting astonishment. Where did such immense Tao power originate? Young Master Su, are you preparing to break through to the immortal realm? 10 days later, 8 beams of colorful light erupted from the ancient hall, surging skyward. The overwhelming force of the Tao permeated the heavens and the earth, causing the entire Tianxian sect to tremble, prompting the elders to gather before the Grand Hall. With a rumble, as the doors slowly parted, all eyes turned towards the ethereal figure of the young man clad in white. His visage was strikingly handsome and noble, his divine aura subdued yet resplendent. 8 principles of the Tao encircled him, 3 of which were particularly robust, exuding an ancient and desolate atmosphere, leaving onlookers in awe. Upon sensing his cultivation level, everyone's pupils constricted. The immortal realm? Yuan Fengxiao, shaken to his core, was the first to react, hastening forward to offer his congratulations. Congratulations, young Master Su. on your momentous breakthrough to the immortal realm. 8 Unparalleled Principles of the Tao, a rarity even among imperial families. How little time has passed. Recalling that merely dozens of days prior, this young master had only reached the first level of the ascending heaven realm, even with the boon of the ancient divine body. This speed of cultivation was truly terrifying. The other elders present quickly followed suit, loudly congratulating him. Congratulations, young Master Su, on breaking through to the immortal realm. From this day forth, you shall undoubtedly overshadow all other talents across the heavens, establishing your name in the ancient battlefield. Su Chenxiao's expression remained tranquil as he replied nonchalantly. It is merely a breakthrough to the immortal realm. There is no need for such fuss. You may disperse. The fervent reactions of the Tianxian sect members in their attempts to flatter him seemed rather excessive. Yuan Fengxiao and the other elders exchanged glances. Among those present, even the sect master, Yuan Fengxiao, who possessed the most principles of the Tao, could only grasp 3 principles after spending hundreds of years in the immortal realm, slowly comprehending them one after another. Yet, this young master had just entered the immortal realm and comprehended 8 principles. Such a spectacle was truly unprecedented. Was he not pleased? Such terrifying expectations, indeed, he must be a scion of the imperial family. The crowd awkwardly began to disperse. Elder Qing stepped forward at that moment, saying, I extend my congratulations to the young master. 8 principles are sufficient to establish a king. The clan leader has prepared a great Tao fruit for you. And with the Su family's dragon transformation pool's baptism, should you return to the clan now, you could master 10 principles of the Tao in one fell swoop. Among all clans, you would undoubtedly be considered an exceptional talent. Exceptional talent? Su Chenxiao smiled proudly. My aspirations extend far beyond that. I recall my elder brother, Su Jingheng, who lingered in the immortal realm for a decade before attaining the 12th principle. As for me, endowed with the innate chaos divine body, the more principles, the better. Su Chenxiao stated calmly, there is no rush regarding my return to the clan. Elder Qing, have you thoroughly investigated the matter I requested earlier? Elder Qing nodded. His voice raspy. Young master, I have gathered all information regarding the hidden ancient clan, the Xin family. Pray tell. The hidden ancient clan, the Xin family, resides within the Kanming Dao region, consisting of 3,489 members, with 97 descendants possessing the Xin family bloodline. Su Chenxiao was taken aback, his expression darkening. Get to the point. I asked you to focus on Xianaoyan. This is merely a census. Yet, this also indirectly highlighted the formidable capabilities of the Su family shadow guards. Within a short span, they had managed to gather such comprehensive information on a prominent hidden ancient clan. Elder Qing paused momentarily before swiftly shifting his focus, saying, Young master, Xianaoyan is the direct descendant of the current patriarch of the Xin family, possessing remarkable talent and ranking 24th among the celestial sword bodies. 15 years ago, his father, Xianyu, sent him to another realm for a few years, fearing for his safety amid a power struggle for the position of patriarch with his cousin. However, upon returning to the clan, for reasons unknown, Xianaoyan severed ties with his father. Severed ties? Su Chenxiao mused after a moment of contemplation. The name, coupled with the background of the hidden ancient clan and his life experiences, piqued his interest. It is perhaps only a protagonist destined by fate who can repeatedly thwart another protagonist of the same destiny, such as Yi Xiao. Where is he now? Qing Lao replied. Young master, Xianaoyan is currently within the Kanding Dao domain. It seems that he is fighting in the arena to secure a qualification for the impending opening of the Red Meteor Burial Ground. Su Chenxiao's eyes glimmered, calculating the time. There was less than a week until the Red Meteor Burial Ground would be unveiled. He intended to acquire the ancient divine refinement scripture during this venture. If he could also harvest another protagonist of fate beforehand, it would be nothing short of splendid. With this thought, Su Chenxiao broke into a grin, cheerfully declaring, in that case, I shall journey to the Kanding Dao domain to meet this Xianaoyan and discern what manner of person he truly is. In the vast expanse of the heavens, upon learning of Su Chenxiao's imminent departure to the Kanding Dao domain, the sect leader of Tianxian sect, Yuan Fengxiao, proactively prepared a supreme-grade spirit vessel to escort him. Su Chenxiao did not decline, however. What took him by surprise was that this fellow had actually summoned a renowned female cultivator within the domain, whose exceptional beauty and cultivation were matched by her unparalleled grace. In an attempt to attach himself to the illustrious branch of the Su family. What an outrageous fellow. This young master is solely focused on building his career. How could I be one to indulge in the frivolities of pleasure? Su Chenxiao mused, reclining amidst the alluring curves of a young woman. Young master, come, taste the fruit. Several charming young ladies were peeling spirit fruit grapes for him, their beautiful eyes filled with adoration as they gazed at the strikingly handsome nobleman before them. Alas, despite his languid and extravagant demeanor, this young master had never crossed any boundaries with any of them, leaving these enchanting maidens, who were pursued by many in Tianxian sect, with a lingering sense of regret. Meanwhile, Yuan Fengxiao was in high spirits, his complexion flushed as he reveled in the day. although Su Chenxiao had nearly obliterated his physical form with a single punch previously. The Qingdi pill gifted afterward not only restored him, but even allowed him to break through the stagnation he had faced at the first level of the divine origin realm. Now, having the opportunity to curry favor with this imperial young master filled him with immense excitement and joy. As the spirit vessel traversed through layer upon layer of array barriers, Yuan Fengxiao finally arrived before Su Chenxiao, bowing respectfully as he announced, "Young Master Su, we have arrived at the Canding Dao domain." Chapter 29. The hidden ancient clan of the Xian family, the protagonist of Fate, Xian Outyan's brother. In the Canding Dao domain. Within the hidden ancient clan of the Xian family, a tall and exceptionally composed middle-aged man occupied the main seat. This man was Xianyu, the clan leader who had emerged victorious from the previous generation's struggle for leadership. With his eyes closed, his emotions concealed, he inquired, "Where has Outyan gone?" In the hall below, a handsome young man, Xian Ning, clasped his hands and replied, "Father, my elder brother has gone to the Tianqi arena." Xianyu murmured softly. The arena, a flicker of displeasure crossed his deep-set eyes as he scolded, "This reckless child. How could a member of the esteemed Xian family, my son, stoop to participate in such a lowly arena to fight with barbarians?" Seeing his father's wrath, Xian Ning's heart sank, and he spoke cautiously, "Father, the Tianqi arena offers a qualification to enter the Red Meteor burial ground. I believe that is the reason elder brother has gone there." Xianyu's anger only intensified upon hearing this. The Red Meteor burial ground is under the watch of my Xian family. If that rebellious son were willing to acknowledge his mistakes, would I not allow him to enter? Xian Ning fell silent, jealousy festering within him. Why was it that, despite being the same son of their father, Xian Outyan always received preferential treatment? After a moment of hesitation, he raised his gaze to his father, filled with hope as he said, "Father, I do not comprehend. Elder brother has completely severed ties with our ancient clan and is no longer a member of the Xian family. Why do you still concern yourself with his actions? Is it that our ancient clan cannot continue without Xian Outyan? Father, I too am in the immortal realm, and my cultivation surpasses that of elder brother. I can represent the Xian family in entering the Red Meteor burial ground." At these words, a sharp slap resonated through the hall. Smack! Rebellious son, no matter what, Outyan is still your elder brother. Do you intend to defy me, your father? Kneel. Xianyu had appeared before Xian Ning, his expression furious, akin to an enraged lion. Yet, upon witnessing Xian Ning kneeling with reddened eyes and silent despair, a realization seemed to dawn upon him, and his countenance softened. He crouched down and gently stroked Xian Ning's bruised face, speaking in a soothing tone, "Ninger, I do not harbor ill intentions. You are also my son, Xianyu. It is merely that your mother passed away early, and your elder brother Outyan was sent away at a young age, lacking our care, which has led to his extreme disposition. As a father, I must grant him some leniency." Xian Ning trembled, kneeling on the ground as he fought to suppress his tears. Looking at his familiar yet distant father, he chose to speak up for the first time, "But father, what about me? I have been a hostage in the clan for 3 years. I was merely a bargaining chip for uncle to threaten you. He once told me that you had contemplated abandoning me as your son several times. At least elder brother is safe in the outside world, and upon his return, you shower him with countless resources as compensation. But what has he done? He has grown arrogant, blaming you for mother's death, harboring countless grievances against you. Father, your eyes have always been focused solely on him, forgiving all his transgressions." Xian Ning, with tear-streaked cheeks, rebuked loudly, "Have you never considered that I am also your child? A piece of flesh from your beloved mother. You have merely projected all your guilt over her death onto elder brother." These heart-wrenching words struck Xianyu like a razor-sharp blade, piercing deeply into his heart. Silence. Xianyu's previously gentle expression transformed into one of unbridled fury, and he instinctively raised his hand to strike. Xian Ning did not flinch or back down, as if bracing himself for the impending storm. Yet, Xianyu's hand lingered in the air, hesitating to descend. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and spoke in a low, restrained voice, "Leave. Father, I command you to leave as your son. Did you hear me?" Xian Ning's body trembled, and it was as if he suddenly comprehended something. With a self-deprecating smile, he slowly rose to his feet, unsteadily walking out. After he departed, Xianyu returned to his seat, gazing blankly at the ceiling for an extended period. For the sake of this position of clan leader, he had sacrificed far too much. His eldest son had turned out this way, and now even his youngest son, who had always been obedient and understanding, was similarly troubled. Was it true that he, as a father, was simply unfit for the role, just as he succumbed to self-doubt? An elder of the Xian clan hurriedly approached. "Patriarch, Patriarch." The second elder, Xianyu, rubbed his temples in an attempt to calm his racing heart, then turned to the newcomer and inquired, "What is it?" The second elder hastily replied, "Patriarch, the young master of the Imperial Su family has arrived. As mentioned by the Ming family of the ancient clan, at this moment, the Grand Elder is receiving this esteemed guest outside. Shouldn't you? What? Is it truly someone from the Imperial Su family?" Xianyu's heart jolted at the news as he quickly rose. "Quickly, Summon all the elders to accompany me in welcoming this imperial young master. Meanwhile, outside the grand hall of the ancient Xian clan, Yuan Fengxiao walked nervously beside Su Chenxiao. Although he was the patriarch of a clan, he realized upon entering this hidden ancient clan that there were indeed individuals beyond his reckoning, realms higher than his own. The Xian clan's grand hall was not only magnificent and imposing, but even the guards matched his own level of divine origin. The Grand Elder stood respectfully beside Su Chenxiao, addressing him. Young Master Su, please wait a moment. Our clan's patriarch will be here shortly. Allow me to lead you to the Shuiyun Pavilion for some rest. Su Chenxiao nodded, responding with a faint, Suddenly, he noticed a youth hurrying past with reddened eyes. Name, Xian Ning. Title, Cold-Blooded Evil Emperor Destiny's protagonist's younger brother. Identity, son of the patriarch of the hidden ancient Xian clan. Age, 20. Character, gentle. Jealous, realm, undying realm 9th level. Physique, 2-element divine body. Cultivation method, Xiantian record, Yinyang ancient technique. Script, the youngest son of the hidden ancient clan Xian family. Taken as a hostage in childhood due to threats to his father, now harbors jealousy towards his father's favoritism towards his elder brother, Xianaoyan. The younger brother of the destined protagonist? Su Chenxiao was momentarily taken aback. Thus, it is indeed true that Xianaoyan is the destined protagonist. However, the script of his brother is rather intriguing. A slight smile graced Su Chenxiao's lips as he pointed to the passing Xian Ning and asked, Elder Xian, who is that? The Grand Elder glanced over and respectfully replied, Young Master Su, that child is Xian Ning, the youngest son of our clan's patriarch, possessing considerable talent, and is regarded as the contemporary prodigy of our Xian family. Su Chenxiao nodded, smiling. He seems somewhat unwell. Has something occurred? The Grand Elder was taken aback, as he too had noticed Xian Ning's reddened eyes. As a member of the ancient Xian clan, he quickly surmised the reason but could only give a wry smile, saying, This old man is uncertain of the matter. At that moment, a hearty laughter rang out from afar. Ha! This morning I heard the auspicious birds singing outside, and I wondered if some good fortune was at hand. Who would have thought that the young master of the Imperial Su family would honor our Xian clan with his presence? Truly, it brings unprecedented glory to our ancient clan. Chapter 30. The Capricious Xianyu, the Jade Token of Qualification. In the distance, Patriarch Xianyu approached, accompanied by a number of clan elders to greet. He appeared quite grand as he stepped forward, clasping his hands in salute, speaking neither too humbly nor too arrogantly. I'm Xianyu, Patriarch of the Xian clan. Honored to meet young Master Su. I have heard tales of your esteemed reputation for years. Seeing you today, it is indeed as the rumors proclaim. Your bearing is that of a true dragon among men. The elders beside him also approached respectfully, each bearing a courteous demeanor. Name, Xianyu. Title, Cold-Blooded Evil Emperor Protagonist's biological father. Age, 2561. Character, capricious. Biased. Identity, Patriarch of the hidden ancient Xian clan. Realm, Saint Realm 7th level. Su Chenxiao responded with a warm smile. I am but a newcomer, aware of the hidden ancient Xian clan's existence, and I came to see for myself. The grandeur of your hall certainly lives up to the reputation of a hidden ancient clan. The Patriarch Xianyu laughed heartily, replying, You flatter me. Please, young Master Su, allow me to host you and offer you a warm welcome. In the Shuiyun Pavilion of the Xian clan, a pavilion stood amid the tranquil waters, surrounded by fragrant herbs and treasures of nature, rich in spiritual energy, with crystal-clear waters and picturesque scenery. Xianyu poured a pot of fragrant tea, slowly pushing it forward with a smile. Our Xian clan resides in this remote realm, a mere small territory with little to offer. Please try this yuan tea. It can strengthen one's cultivation and offer a taste of the power of the great Tao. At this point, Xianyu glanced at Qing Lao and Yuan Fengxiao beside Su Chenxiao, offering them each a cup as well. This must be the esteemed shadow guard of the Su family. And this gentleman here is the leader of the Tianxian sect. It is an honor to meet you. Qing Lao stood stoically beside Su Chenxiao, resembling a statue, saying nothing. Yuan Fengxiao, however, was taken aback, never expecting such an illustrious clan patriarch would recognize him, a minor sect leader. Unbeknownst to him, the Xian clan had already thoroughly investigated his background prior to his arrival. Although aware that this recognition was due to young Master Su, Yuan Fengxiao still hurriedly cupped his hands in gratitude, saying, I am unworthy. Thank you, Patriarch Xian, for the tea. Xianyu smiled, turning to Su Chenxiao, inquiring. The elder of the ancient Ming clan, Granny Qian, recently informed us that your visit pertains to the matter of the Qiyun burial ground, correct? Su Chenxiao sipped his tea, his expression calm, smiling gently. The Qiyun burial ground opens once every 30 years, overseen by the ancient Xian clan. Such a treasure, now that I am here. It is only natural that I wish to take a look. However, I must trouble Patriarch Xian for the qualification. Upon hearing this, Xianyu hurriedly waved his hand. What do you mean, young master? If you wish to enter the Qiyun burial ground, not just a single qualification, even if you need 10 or 100, our Xian clan would gladly provide them. Saying this, Xianyu produced a jade token from his storage ring and handed it over. What is this? Su Chenxiao inquired. Xianyu replied, Young Master Su, please accept this. It is a qualification token. The Qiyun burial ground was discovered by our ancestors a millennium ago, rumored to be the battleground of the Dark Era Emperor and Dark Creatures, with opportunities for great fortune. Our ancient Xian clan, knowing it is difficult to control, has opened 1,000 qualifications every 30 years for other ancient clans to enter with this token. This token grants entry to the burial ground. Only those who possess it can shatter it to leave when the burial ground closes. The Qiyun burial ground has existed for tens of thousands of years, serving as a significant economic source for the hidden ancient Xian clan. Each year, the revenue generated from the issuance of these qualification tokens is immense. If not for the fear of depleting the resources within the burial ground by distributing too many tokens, even if the Imperial Young Master desired 100 tokens, it would not be a problem. Su Chenxiao took the jade token, clearly inscribed with the character Xian in its center, and he could faintly sense the intricate array patterns flowing within it. Apart from that, there appeared to be no significant distinction. With that being said, I sincerely thank you. Patriarch Xian. Xianyu beamed, his mood exceptionally buoyant as he declared, Young Master Su, you are too kind. A token of qualification, despite being a coveted prize that cultivators vie for with fervor, is an item of abundance for the Xian family, who dispense these tokens at will. Should they forge a connection with this formidable young noble from the imperial lineage, the transaction would be nothing short of advantageous. As if struck by a thought, Xianyu continued, However, Young Master Su, the Red Meteor Burial Ground is a realm unto itself, rife with fierce beasts and deadly formations. With its geographical location shifting every 30 years, only those beneath the King's realm may enter. Regrettably, your guardian beside you may not be permitted entry. If you wish to venture forth, it would be prudent to accompany a disciple of the Xian family, for we possess considerable knowledge of this burial ground, which would undoubtedly assist you in seizing opportunities. His foremost concern lay in the potential harm that could befall this imperial scion within the burial ground. Should such an unfortunate event occur, it would spell disaster rather than fortune for his ancient lineage. Su Chenxiao's eyes flickered as he recalled the sight of the faithful protagonist's younger brother, Xian Ning, from earlier outside the hall. A smile graced his lips as he gently inquired, Might there be a candidate from the Xian clan? Xianyu's eyes brightened. The prospect of entering alongside such a distinguished figure from the imperial family far outweighed the meager opportunities within the burial ground. His immediate instinct was to assign this grand opportunity to his eldest son, Xian Outyan. Yet, the image of his youngest son's discontented face suddenly flitted through his mind. Sighing inwardly, Xianyu thought, Outyan's impulsive nature and his unwillingness to acknowledge me as his father are concerning. Furthermore, I have indeed neglected Ning-er's care. After much deliberation, he concluded that only his youngest son, Ning-er, possessed the aptitude for this task. It would be unjust to favor one over the other. Thus, Xianyu spoke with a smile, Young Master Su, my somewhat inept youngest son, Xian Ning, is suitable for this role. He has just turned 20 and possesses the two-element divine body. Not only is he sensible and obedient, but he also stands at the 9th level of the undying realm. Should he be fortunate enough to assist you, I believe your endeavors within the burial ground will yield remarkable results. What do you think, young master? Su Chenxiao sipped his tea, contemplated for a moment, and nodded slightly. Then it shall be as you propose. Xianyu's expression brightened, a wave of excitement washing over him. Fortunately, the other elders were absent. Otherwise, the arrangement for his son to accompany young Master Su would not have proceeded so smoothly. Seizing the moment, Xianyu added, In that case, young master, I shall summon my unaccomplished son at once. With that, he quickly sent a message through a divine messenger to call forth Xian Ning. Shortly thereafter, Xian Ning arrived, appearing considerably more presentable. Upon his approach, he respectfully saluted his father, Xianyu, and Su Chenxiao. Father, young Master Su. Xianyu, wishing to make amends with his youngest son, nodded and calmly addressed him. Ning-er, this is the esteemed guest from the Imperial Su family, young Master Su Chenxiao. He intends to venture into the Red Meteor Burial Ground. During this period, you shall accompany young Master Su closely and heed his every command, understood? Prior to this, Xianyu had already conveyed the identity of Su Chenxiao and the matter of the burial ground to Xian Ning through divine thought. Xian Ning nodded and turned to face Su Chenxiao, who sat across from his father. Clad in white, he was strikingly handsome, his face adorned with a warm and gentle smile. His every gesture exuded a noble grace, reminiscent of a scion from a prestigious family. Even Xian Ning, who had encountered many talented peers, felt a sense of awe. So this is the son of the imperial family, he mused as he stepped forward, clasping his hands in respect and bowing his head. I have the honor of meeting you, young master. Rest assured, the Red Meteor Burial Ground has long been under the control of my Xian family, and I am well acquainted with its inner workings. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to command me. Su Chenxiao scrutinized the young man before him, the faithful protagonist's younger brother, noting his striking features and keen eyes. With a faint smile, he gestured for him to take a seat. A fine young man indeed, befitting the lineage of an ancient clan. There is no need for such formality. Please sit. Xian Ning hesitated, glancing towards his father, who, with a calm demeanor and a sip of tea, simply stated, "Since young Master Su has invited you to sit, you should do so." It was only at his father's urging that Xian Ning, albeit with a sense of unease, took his seat. This was the first time in his life he found himself sitting at the same level as his father, who typically exuded an air of gravitas and rarely smiled. He marveled at how even such a formidable figure could display warmth and respect in the presence of young Master Su. Feeling a surge of gratitude, Xian Ning cast a glance at Su Chenxiao. The latter returned a gentle smile, offering him a friendly and warm gaze. This connection to the faithful protagonist's brother might prove advantageous in the forthcoming endeavors to harness the protagonist's potential. After Su Chenxiao acquiesced to the arrangement, Xian Yu beamed with joy and remarked, "With 3 days remaining until the Red Meteor burial ground opens, I would be honored to host you at my ancient clan's residence during this time. While our Kanming domain may not be extensive, it possesses many picturesque locations, and I would have Ninger show you around." At this, Xian Yu glanced at his somewhat anxious son, signaling him with a look before rising to say, "Young master, I must prepare and instruct Ninger on a few matters. Please bear with me for a moment." Su Chenxiao nodded, casually responding, "Go ahead." Xian Yu clasped his hands in respect and turned to beckon Xian Ning to follow. Outside the water cloud pavilion, Xian Yu regarded his son, who was looking downcast and silent. "Ninger, lift your head," he gently commanded. "Father," Xian Ning hesitated, finding it difficult to meet his father's gaze. He had just defied the imposing authority of the man before him for the first time. Xian Yu observed his son's averted gaze for a moment before his expression softened. He reached out to gently touch Xian Ning's slightly flushed cheek, saying, "Ninger, did I hurt you just now? You were right. I have been focused on your inept brother all these years and have neglected your feelings." Xian Ning was momentarily taken aback. Disbelief etched across his face as he stared at his father. He stammered, "Father, as the clan leader, you have many responsibilities." "I am fine." Xian Yu smiled affectionately, recognizing that his youngest son had always been the most obedient and understanding. Shifting the conversation, he delved into the matter at hand. Speaking with enthusiasm, Ninger, that young Master Su, is the most cherished son of the leader of the Imperial Su family. His grandfather and maternal grandfather are among the most formidable emperors of our time. If our Xian family can cultivate a good relationship with this esteemed young man, we may very well ascend to become one of the most powerful clans among the hidden ancient families in the future. This opportunity is rare, and I entrust this task to you. Do you understand my intentions?" Xian Yu inquired with hopeful anticipation. Xian Ning nodded, fully aware of the immense power wielded by the Imperial Su family. What astonished him was the realization that, given his father's character, it would be improbable for someone like him to have the fortune of befriending a noble scion of the Imperial family. Could it be that his earlier descent in the Grand Hall had finally led his father to recognize that he alone was the most obedient and filial son? Yet, the next statement from Xian Yu ruthlessly shattered the last fragment of hope within him. "This matter was originally intended for your elder brother, Xianao, but his fiery temperament and impulsiveness render him unsuitable for such a responsibility. Only you can truly put your father at ease." Upon hearing these words, the overwhelming sentiment of gratitude that filled Xian Ning's heart instantly turned to ice. He gazed at his father, whose demeanor was gentle and who continued to offer him reassurances, and felt an unfamiliar sense of estrangement. Indeed, even though his brother, Xianao, had severed ties with the family, his father still thought of him first in times of fortune. He realized he was forever relegated to the role of a backup option. As if awakening to the harsh reality, the flicker of emotion that had briefly warmed Xian Ning's heart vanished entirely. "I understand now, father." Yet, oblivious to his son's turmoil, Xian Yu patted his shoulder with satisfaction, saying, "If you can befriend that young Master Su, it would not only be a tremendous boon for you, but for our Xian family as well. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to confide in your father. Go forth, and do not let me down." At Shuiyan Tingxian, Xian Ning arrived in a daze. Noticing his disheveled state while leisurely sipping tea, Su Chenxiao narrowed his eyes slightly. After reviewing Xian Ning's recent experiences, he came to understand the weight of his brother's burdens. The younger brother of the destined protagonist seems to carry a heavy heart. Su Chenxiao remarked with a faint smile. Xian Ning was momentarily taken aback, but soon approached, asking, "Young master, how may I serve you?" Su Chenxiao smiled and replied while sipping his tea, "There is no need for such formality. Sit down and keep me company over tea." Xian Ning, feeling somewhat dazed, complied. As Su Chenxiao sipped his tea, he casually remarked, "You seem to carry some worries. Is it that your father has compelled you to accompany me, and you are displeased?" Xian Ning snapped back to reality at his words, quickly rising to kneel on one knee, saying, "I dare not. To accompany young Master Su is an honor for Xian Ning. It is merely that I have some familial matters that weigh heavily on my heart." Su Chenxiao, intrigued, smiled and said, "Oh, familial matters?" With a snap of his fingers, a dazzling white light emanated from the gem-encrusted storage ring in his hand, and a bottle of potent, fragrant liquor appeared on the table, a fine exchange for tea. Pray, do share. For a moment, Xianning hesitated, but recalling his father's instructions, he managed a bittersweet smile. Since it is the young master's request, I shall not dare to refuse. He proceeded to voice his discontent candidly. Su Chenxiao listened intently, his smile growing increasingly pronounced. After about half an hour, having consumed a considerable amount of liquor, Xianning's complexion had taken on a slightly rosy hue, and much of his inner turmoil had dissipated. He had not anticipated that there could be someone in this world who understood him. Although he felt the effects of the alcohol, Xianning remained relatively lucid and implored. Young Master Su, I beg you, please do not let my father know of this matter. Su Chenxiao nodded with a light smile, saying, naturally. But from what you have shared, it appears your elder brother possesses quite the personality. At the mere mention of his brother, a deep jealousy flickered in Xianning's eyes. My brother has always believed that my presence in the clan is a sign of favoritism from our father and mother, and injustice towards him. Little does he know that before our father became the clan leader, I, Xianning, was merely a pawn in other schemes for 3 years. The suffering I endured was no less than his. If anything, it was greater. Yet he, upon returning to the clan, has sought to outshine me at every turn. Leveraging our father's indulgence, repeatedly defying him without consequence, and even choosing to sever ties with our ancient clan. But he remains oblivious to the fact that the disasters he wreaks in the outside world are left for me, his younger brother, to clean up. Su Chenxiao could sense the deep resentment boiling within Xianning and nodded in agreement, saying, if that is the case, have you ever considered making your brother understand that without your ancient clan, he would amount to nothing? Xianning sighed, it is futile, given our father's favoritism towards him. Even after severing ties, my brother still has people watching over me. How could I ever compete with Xian Aotian? Su Chenxiao grinned broadly and said, what if I were to offer my assistance? What? Xianning's heart trembled as he looked incredulously at the handsome and enigmatic Su Chenxiao. After several cups of truth-spilling liquor, he had already come to regard this young master as a true confidant. Upon hearing that this illustrious figure was willing to help him, his intoxication faded, and disbelief washed over him. Young Master Su, what do you mean by that? The next day, in the Kanming Dao domain at Yiling City, the impending opening of the Zongyun burial ground, an event that occurs once every 30 years, had drawn various sects and esteemed families to bring their disciples. The Dao domain was teeming with people, with cultivators arriving in droves. As the most renowned and bustling city in the Kanming Dao domain, the Tianqi Coliseum also found itself bustling with activity. At the entrance of the Tianqi Coliseum, Xianning, a member of the reclusive ancient clan, was well known throughout the Kanming Dao domain. Initially, the manager of the Coliseum intended to seat him in the VIP box upon recognizing him. However, upon learning that Xianning was accompanied by a figure from the legendary imperial family, he was instantly struck with fear and hurriedly notified the master of the Coliseum to personally greet them and invite both into the highest tier Supreme Box. The Supreme Box, reserved for clan leaders and powerful beings of the Saint Realm, was situated at the highest vantage point in the entire Coliseum, offering an unobstructed view. The interior was lavishly adorned, with rare spirit fruits and treasures laid out on the table, while exquisite paintings of beauties graced the walls for selection. The spacious interior allowed a sweeping view of the entire Tianqi Coliseum. Su Chenxiao reclined comfortably in a chair, indulging in the services of several beautiful young maidens who attended to him. Xianning stood attentively at his side. At this moment, a sultry, enticing voice broke the atmosphere. It is my Tianqi Coliseum's first time hosting someone from the imperial family. Facing Su Chenxiao was an extraordinarily beautiful woman, her figure alluring and curvaceous, who giggled as she spoke. I have long heard that the young Master Su hails from the imperial Su family, possessing an unparalleled beauty. To have you grace us today is truly an honor that has left me quite flustered, my heart racing like a startled deer. The woman had exquisite and captivating features, a delicate oval face, and lips as red as fire. Cascading lavender locks framed her tall and graceful figure, accentuating her elegant swan-like neck, draped in soft white fur. Her sheer silk dress clung to her enchanting curves, leaving one utterly entranced. With captivating, enchanting eyes akin to a mesmerizing pool of autumn waters, she is a veritable calamity for nations. Name, Lu Zishan. Title, Heartless Evil Emperor, one of the destined heroines. Identity, Master of the Tianqi Coliseum. Age, 1523. Personality, cold-blooded. Realm, Supreme Realm, 3rd level. Life script. Born into the Purple Een Spirit Serpent clan of the Demon Emperor realm. She lost her chance at the chieftain position due to a surprise attack and fled with her clan's treasured artifact to the Kanming domain, where she established the Tianqi Coliseum. In the Coliseum, she met Xian Aotian, placing her bets on him. Determined to rely on him to return to the Demon Emperor realm and reclaim her position as chieftain of the Purple Een Spirit Serpent clan. The protagonist has yet to make her appearance, yet the destined heroine has already arrived. Lu Zishan slightly bowed. This humble girl, Lu Zishan, has the honor of meeting young Master Su. A delightful fragrance, intoxicating and alluring, wafted from Lu Zishan, masking the demonic aura surrounding her. Chenxiao remarked casually, "Why does a member of the Purple Spirit Serpent clan, who should remain in her own realm, come to our human territory?" Lu Zishan was momentarily taken aback, her beautiful eyes narrowing. She possessed a treasure capable of concealing her aura, yet he had discerned her true identity at a glance. Truly a person of imperial lineage. With an indifferent yet charming laugh, Lu Zishan responded softly, "Young Master Su, as expected of one of imperial descent, you have seen through my identity at once. Were it not for pressing circumstances, who would willingly abandon their homeland for such an unfamiliar place?" Noticing that Chenxiao remained silent, reclining lazily in his chair with his eyes closed, enjoying the attentions of the young girl beside him, Lu Zishan rose gracefully. Her steps languid as she swayed her slender waist. "Allow me," she said to the girl who was massaging Chenxiao. The girl, daunted, did not dare to refuse. Lu Zishan placed her delicate, pale hand upon Chenxiao's shoulder, gently kneading it, her voice like a gentle breeze. "As a distinguished scion of the imperial family, it is best for me to attend to you, young master." Meanwhile, Xianning frowned deeply. Even as a member of a hidden ancient clan, he could not help but feel a shiver run down his spine at the seductive tone of her voice. However, Chenxiao did not decline, relishing the beauty's ministrations, and spoke with his eyes still closed. "I have heard that your Colosseum is hosting an event. Anyone who achieves 100 victories will earn a qualification token for the Red Meteor Burial Grounds?" Lu Zishan, continuing her gentle massage, chuckled lightly. "Oh, is young master interested in that token? If so, there is no need for complications. I would gladly present it to you." Chenxiao opened his eyes, gazing at Lu Zishan's enchanting visage with a smile. "That is unnecessary. However, is there someone currently within your Colosseum?" "Who?" "Xian. Chapter 33, The Abandoned Scion of the Xian Clan, 100 Battles in the Colosseum. Lu Zishan was momentarily stunned upon hearing the name, clearly recalling it well. She replied leisurely, "The person you mentioned, young Master Su, I am indeed acquainted with. He has become quite the renowned figure in our Tianqi Colosseum recently." At this point, Lu Zishan cast a glance at the expressionless Xianning, laughing lightly. "It is rather peculiar. This individual, clearly of the ancient Xian clan, has come to our humble establishment to vie for a qualification token. He has achieved 95 victories in a row and only needs 5 more to reach his 100. Upon hearing this, Xianning's face grew icy, his displeasure evident as he scoffed. "Humph! How could a distinguished member of the hidden ancient Xian clan stoop to enter such a mundane place for public amusement? Is he intent on tarnishing the reputation of our clan?" Lu Zishan shrugged in exasperation and replied, "Our Colosseum never forces anyone to compete. This little establishment cannot afford to provoke the ancient Xian clan. The 100 battles are a choice made by Xian Outyin himself. It has nothing to do with us." Having operated the Colosseum for over 100 years, her aim has always been to discover exceptionally talented youths, placing her bets on them to aid her return to the Purple Spirit Serpent clan. She had once considered Xian Outyin, who possessed both talent and a respectable background. However, after encountering this imperial young master today, her ambitions shifted. Ding! The destined heroine Lu Zishan has decided to abandon her bet on Xian Outyin. Xian Outyin's fortune value decreases by 1,000. Congratulations to the master for acquiring 1,000 villain points. Has she already shifted her focus? Truly a woman of cold pragmatism. Chenxiao took little notice of this, instead observing the Colosseum below. The arena comprised 12 sections, hosting hundreds of matches daily for entertainment and betting. The stands were teeming with spectators, all seats filled. The cultivators watching were animated, their faces flushed with excitement. Some gazed fervently at the battlefield below, fists clenched in cheers, while others pounded their chests in frustration, lamenting their bets. "Hit him! Hit him! I wagered 10,000 spirit stones on you. Make sure to crush him." Witnessing the lively and boisterous atmosphere below, even Chenxiao couldn't help but exclaim, "What a lively scene. When does Xian Outyin's death duel commence?" Chenxiao inquired. Lu Zishan smiled gently. "Ah, so young Master Su is here for that. The last 5 death duels for Xian Outyin were originally scheduled for the afternoon. However, if you wish to see, it could certainly be arranged now." Chenxiao, intrigued, glanced at Xianning and nodded. "Let him begin at once. I, too, wish to meet this abandoned scion of the Xian clan, Xian Outyin." "Very well, young Master Su." Below the 3rd level of the Colosseum, in a dim and damp dungeon, the terrifying roars of ferocious beasts and frantic cries echoed incessantly. "Roar! Let me out! Let me out!" Those imprisoned here were either consigned to battle or bought by the Colosseum from the outside, including death row inmates and savage beasts. In a narrow, open chamber, a cold-faced young man clad in black sat cross-legged on a hard stone bed, cultivating. The essence of the Tao flowed around him, a pitch-black path swirling nearby, seemingly impervious to the influence of his surroundings. The youth had long black hair, handsome and rugged, his features chiseled like a knife, bearing a resemblance to the head of the Xian clan, Xian Yuyu. Tap, tap, tap. Just then, hurried footsteps approached. As the door swung open, A man with shifty eyes and a rotund figure entered, bowing respectfully. Young Master Outyin, are you still cultivating? The man was an attendant of the Colosseum. Although he was nominally a warrior of the Colosseum, everyone knew his true identity as a scion of the ancient Xian clan. However, he had severed ties with the Xian clan and come to their Tianqi Colosseum to acquire a qualification token. The young man, Xian Outyin, slowly opened his eyes, brilliance emanating from them, as if he possessed the power to consume the heavens. Boom. In an instant, the surrounding stone walls became riddled with cracks, and a powerful gust of wind erupted from within, creating ripples in the air. The Undying Realm, second stage. The portly steward was taken aback by this sudden spectacle, his entire body trembling with trepidation as he stammered, "Young Master Ao, Sir Ao Tian." Xian Ao Tian, suppressing his immense cultivation, gazed coldly at the steward before him. "What is it?" The steward hastily explained, "Young Master Ao, you have 5 final battles remaining. The Lord has arranged for your fight this afternoon to commence ahead of schedule." Ahead of schedule? Xian Ao Tian's expression remained inscrutable, betraying no signs of joy or anger. "So be it. After days of relentless combat, my cultivation has indeed progressed significantly. Moreover, I have now ascended to the second stage of the Undying Realm. The time has come. It is time for me to obtain the qualification token and depart." With this thought, Xian Ao Tian indifferently stated, "Understood. Make the arrangements. Today, I, Xian Ao Tian, shall achieve 100 victories in deadly combat." The steward, relieved by his words, nodded and promptly left to organize the duel. In the confines of this narrow, oppressive, and pitch-black chamber, Xian Ao Tian contemplated the darkness around him, memories flashing through his mind of the years gone by. "You wretched child, if you utter one more word, I, Xian Yu, will disown you as my son. To bear a son and neglect him, have you ever fulfilled your duty as a father? Very well, if you believe I am no son of yours. Then from this day forth, I, Xian Ao Tian, shall sever all ties with the ancient clan of Xian, the patriarch of the Xian family. You may consider me as having never existed. I have never known you as my father. I was cast away to other realms by my father since childhood, never even getting a chance to see my mother one last time. I had thought they had their reasons, only to find that upon my return to the clan, I inexplicably gained a younger brother. Possessing the 2 elemental divine body, he is merely 20 years old, yet has attained the 9th stage of the Undying Realm." Reeling back from these thoughts, Xian Ao Tian's gaze hardened with cold determination. "Enough. I, Xian Ao Tian, have never relied on anyone throughout my life." He was determined to make that biased father of his understand that even without the support of the clan, he could secure the qualification token to enter the Crimson Fallen Burial Grounds. Chapter 34. The Extermination of the Immortals Array, the 4 Imperial Swords of Slaying Immortals. In the Tianqi Colosseum, Area 1, known for its unique history and the countless renowned combatants who have fought in its arena, it only opens to those with the highest popularity among fighters. Thanks to the stewardess promotions in other areas, all eyes were on the castaway of the ancient clan, Xian family's own Ao Tian, as he prepared for his final 5 deadly battles. The first arena was packed with spectators, not just the usual enthusiasts and fervent gamblers, but also prodigies from various realms and esteemed families eager to witness the spectacle. The atmosphere was electric. Have you heard? Soon, the outcast of the ancient clan, Xian Ao Tian, will engage in 5 consecutive battles. Isn't that the son of the current patriarch of the Xian clan, Xian Ao Tian? The current patriarch is known for his ruthlessness, having purged his own brothers during his rise to power. Why is his son here? Before the crowd could ponder further, the steward in the first arena chuckled and announced loudly, "Today, the first arena opens because a heavyweight fighter is set to engage in deadly combat. I believe you all know who it is, so please welcome the one with 95 consecutive victories from the Tianqi Colosseum, the outcast of the ancient clan, Xian Ao Tian." With a resounding boom, the massive stone doors on the eastern side of the arena creaked open. From the boundless darkness emerged a strikingly handsome, cold, and tall young man clad in black. His entire demeanor was sharp and frosty, akin to a sword unsheathed, ready to unleash its might and sever all that stands in its way. As soon as Xian Ao Tian appeared, the crowd erupted into a tumult of excitement. The locals of the Kanming realm were somewhat composed, while those who had come from other realms due to the Crimson Fallen Burial Grounds were utterly astonished. It was indeed the young master of the ancient clan, Xian Ao Tian. How could it be? Why would the Xian family participate in deadly combat? Even among the elite seats in the first arena, many distinguished and extraordinary ancient clan prodigies were abuzz with speculation. A slender, sallow-faced youth in the crowd crossed his arms, casting a disdainful glance at Xian Ao Tian in the arena, sneering, to think that Xian Ao Tian, a member of the ancient clan, has fallen so low as to fight here in this filthy arena for a mere qualification token to the burial grounds. How disgraceful for our ancient clan. He brings shame upon us. This speaker was Qian Ao, a contemporary prodigy of the Qian clan. He had once clashed with Xian Ao Tian in a secret realm, and their rivalry had been ongoing. Another ancient clan prodigy beside him chimed in, "Brother Qian is right. We come from prestigious families, and I've never heard of any of our kin choosing to engage in deadly combat in such a place. This Tianchi Coliseum attracts attention using our ancient clan's name, and it will surely face repercussions. Just as this was said, the gathered prodigies looked up toward the VIP observation room above the arena. They beheld a magnificent and opulent hall floating in the sky, overlooking the combat arena from a lofty height. Inside the VIP room, the sound of notifications rang out. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining a white dragon tiger pill X1. Congratulations on obtaining white silk stockings X1. Congratulations on obtaining blue fury pill X1. Congratulations on obtaining purple divine machine 9 steps of escape. Current villain value, 46,000. Once again, it was the guaranteed purple tier. Reclining in his chair, Chenxiao, feeling rather bored, had engaged in a tenfold draw, unable to restrain his hands when idle. He had originally intended to save for 100 draws. Supreme Divine Machine 9 Steps of Escape, purple. After training, speed is greatly enhanced. Steps become unfathomable. With 9 steps, one can traverse realms, and perfecting it can rival the techniques of the Emperor realm. Fortunately, the divine abilities of the various realms were exceedingly rare, and this purple guarantee yielded something commendable. At that moment, the gentle massager, Lu Zishan, softly remarked, "Young master, as you instructed, Xian Tian has arrived." Chenxiao squinted, gazing down at the young man in black within the arena. Name, Xian Tian. Title, Ruthless Evil Emperor Destiny Protagonist. Identity, son of the patriarch of the hidden ancient clan, Xian. Age, 26. Personality, cold, indifferent, ruthless. Realm, second stage of the Undying Realm. Physique, celestial sword body. Cultivation techniques, ruthless sword cannon, black ancient cannon, sword of slaying heaven, unnamed sword technique, fragment. Treasure, extermination of the immortals array red, broken sword of slaying immortals. Unfathomable star map. Destiny value, 300,000. Upon beholding the artifacts adorning Xian Outyin, Chenxiao momentarily froze, his languid eyes widening in astonishment, gleaming with newfound brilliance. This fellow possesses the legendary array diagram of extermination. And an imperial weapon? The slaughtering immortal sword. This weapon is renowned as one of the 4 supreme swords of heaven: extermination, slaughter, trapping, and absolute. It is said that each imperial sword harbors an endless killing formation, capable of transforming infinitely and cleaving through stars and celestial bodies. The slaughtering immortal sword is infamous for its lethality, with a killing formation that can incinerate the very essence of life and erode the soul, truly terrifying. Good heavens, a universe-level extermination array diagram, along with a fragmented imperial sword. The slaughtering immortal. Observing the protagonist's demeanor, it appears he intends to gather all 4 imperial swords. Chenxiao's eyes sparkled, fixating on Xian Outyin below as if he had stumbled upon a treasure trove of gold. Clearly, fortune smiled upon him. Xian Outyin undoubtedly embodies the qualities of a superior protagonist. No wonder he outshone even Yi Xiao in their narrative. Exceptional. Meanwhile, upon seeing her brother, Xian Ning's expression darkened instantaneously. Within the first arena, the rotund steward, witnessing the charged atmosphere, excitedly proclaimed, "Now that young Master Outyin has graced us with his presence, it is time to unleash this installment's deathmatch beast. Esteemed guests, this creature hails from the extreme flames of the northern domain. A formidable beast dwelling within the molten lava of volcanic ranges, the infernal abyssal serpent." With a resounding crash, the stone door swung open. A roar, reminiscent of ancient terrors, reverberated through the air. Roar. The corpulent steward jumped back in fright, cursing, "Damn it, they released it before I even announced the start." He hurriedly leapt away, seeking refuge in a seat protected by formations. Billowing waves of scorching heat surged forth from the open stone door. Roar. The monumental beast's roar echoed, accompanied by a terrifying wave of heat, engulfing the arena in a conflagration. A pair of blood-red eyes, filled with primal malice and fury, ignited amidst the flames. It was a colossal blood-red serpent, 30 meters in height, its form reminiscent of a dragon intertwined with a python, its body cloaked in impenetrable scales. Its gaze burned fiercely, its powerful physique formidable, with 4 claws as sharp as blades, capable of effortlessly rending the flesh of any creature. Every inch of its skin radiated an intense heat, akin to molten lava, exuding an overwhelmingly oppressive aura. Undying Realm, 9th level. Chapter 35, Infernal Abyssal Serpent, Undying Realm 9th level. Upon witnessing this terrifying beast, many cultivators on stage instantly changed countenance, their souls trembling in fear. Are they insane? This is a beast of the 9th level of the Undying Realm. What kind of creature is this? It's horrifying. I feel as if it could annihilate me in an instant. The Infernal Abyssal Serpent? I've never heard of such a name. The audience was astounded that the arena could procure such a formidable beast. Yet, amidst the collective gaze of the crowd, Xian Outyin remained composed, his eyes closed, exhibiting no signs of distress. Within the VIP section, Chenxiao, observing this scene, remarked with interest, "The Hellfire Abyss, bloodline of the fiery dragon. How intriguing. To commence with such a spectacle, it appears your arena has indeed spared no expense." Upon hearing the Imperial lineage's son elucidate the creature's origins, Lu Zishan expressed her surprise. "Young Master Su is well versed. You even recognize such a rare beast. Young Master Outyin possesses formidable strength. Just days ago, he was merely at the first level of the Undying Realm, and now he has broken through. If it were an ordinary beast, it wouldn't be worth noting. It took considerable effort to capture this creature." Su Chenxiao smiled lightly, responding nonchalantly, "Alas, it is not the true fiery dragon. Its bloodline is impure, lacking a certain depth. Have you perhaps encountered it?" Lu Zishan inquired, her expression frozen in disbelief. "The taste of the fiery dragon is indeed exquisite, its sinews incredibly resilient, making it excellent material for forging artifacts." Behind him, Qing Lao nodded in agreement, reminiscing fondly about that flavor. In the past, when the young master and his brother Su Jingheng dominated the northern domain, they hunted and feasted on the young dragons of the fiery dragon lineage. And I was fortunate enough to partake. Delicious, you say? I must have misheard. Lu Zishan's smile faltered, her mind momentarily clouded as she struggled to articulate a response. With a bitter smile, she managed, "The fiery dragon is among the top demon clans of the northern domain. I wouldn't dare capture a pure-blood dragon. This infernal abyssal serpent is merely one of the myriad beasts possessing the bloodline of the fiery dragon, yet its strength is formidable. Even that young Master Outyin will likely face a challenging battle." As the master of the Tianqi arena, her primary concern revolved around the arena's revenue. During Xian Outyin's presence, an influx of spectators had surged, filling the arena's coffers to the brim. Therefore, the final 5 battles must not allow him to emerge victorious too easily. Otherwise, how could she profit from the gamblers? Gently squeezing Su Chenxiao's shoulder, she smiled and queried, "I wonder, what does young Master Su think? Can young Master Outyin triumph in this battle?" Su Chenxiao regarded the calm Xian Outyin below and replied flatly, "In about the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn." "Oh," Lu Zishan's interest was piqued. "You're quite confident. Considering the infernal abyssal serpent is of the 9th level of the Undying Realm?" Su Chenxiao chuckled softly. With the extermination array diagram and the slaughtering immortal sword in his possession, if Xian Outyin cannot handle this infernal abyssal serpent, he is unworthy of being called the destined protagonist. He glanced at the tranquil Xian Ning beside him, asking, "Xian Ning, are you not concerned for your brother's safety?" Xian Ning replied coldly, in response to the young master, "This is Xian Outyin's own choice. Even if he perishes, it is his own doing." As the infernal abyssal serpent made its grand entrance, the atmosphere within the arena reached a fever pitch. "Go, kill that beast. Xian Outyin. I've wagered everything, my wife and children. Do not lose. If you win this battle, you'll be my father." The clamor surged around him. Xian Outyin's expression remained impassive as he gazed upon the terrifying, predatory infernal abyssal serpent before him. In his hand appeared an ancient, rusted black sword, exuding an aura of antiquity. His presence was as sharp as a drawn sword, exuding an aura of unparalleled ferocity. "Slaughter," he declared coldly. "Come forth. Let me witness what makes a 9th-level Undying Realm beast so extraordinary." The battle was imminent. Xian Outyin transformed into a streak of black light, vanishing from sight in an instant. Roar. In response, the infernal abyssal serpent unleashed a deafening roar, spewing forth torrents of blood-red flames that scorched the heavens. The searing flames twisted the very fabric of space, carrying an overwhelming oppressive force that surged forth. Even with the arena's protective formations, the astonishing heat seemed to penetrate, scorching the audience. Those seated nearby felt an overwhelming heat, drenched in sweat. What terrifying flames! Can Xian Outyin withstand this? Amidst the blazing inferno, a beam of pitch-black sword light erupted, unleashing a barrage of razor-sharp sword chi. Xian Outyin wielded the Slayer of Immortals sword, unleashing a strike that cleaved a vast expanse through the surging inferno, tearing a colossal chasm in the raging sea of flames. With the celestial slaying sword technique, he summoned the depths of the abyss. The remnants of the once mighty imperial weapon, though diminished in power, still surpassed any ordinary blade in Xian Outyin's adept hands. His movements were a blur, effortlessly slicing through the fiery domain to appear before the flame-prisoned ghost dragon. Seeing this insignificant creature still intact, the flame-prisoned ghost dragon roared in fury, spewing forth even more ferocious flames. Humph! Xian Outyin's gaze was icy, his actions swift as lightning, deftly evading the onslaught. The Slayer of Immortals sword flickered with brilliance. Suddenly, a massive gash was rent across the gargantuan form of the flame-prisoned ghost dragon, causing torrents of blood to erupt forth. The creature, in agony, let out a furious roar, becoming even more frenzied and savage. Its scales bristled, and its mighty form swept across the ground, fracturing the earth and unleashing a cataclysmic wave. With its formidable physique, even Xian Outyin, a being of the Undying Realm, would be obliterated if struck by such a beast. Thunderous booms echoed throughout the arena, shaking the very heavens and earth, sending tremors that could be felt by the spectators in the stands. Countless faces turned pale with shock, and those who had wagered heavily wore expressions of despair. Could it be that the Xian family's outcast was about to perish? It's over. This is a beast of the 9th level of the Undying Realm. I've wagered my wife and children on this fight. Just as everyone anticipated that Xian Aoyan would be gravely wounded, or worse, a cold, mocking voice echoed from above the flame prison ghost dragon. Beasts are, after all, merely beasts. There stood Xian Aoyan in midair, clad in black, his aura swirling around him. The slayer of immortals, sword radiating a menacing black glow before him. He formed a sword technique with his hands, his voice low and frigid. Celestial slaying sword technique. Abyssal depths. The slayer of immortals' sword trembled violently. In the next moment, it transformed into an incredibly sharp beam of sword light, descending as if to sever all in its path. Should it strike true, it would pierce the flame prison ghost dragon's form. Meanwhile, within the Supreme Chamber, Chenxiao observed this scene with a grin, remarking, if it were to end so easily, it would be rather dull. Qing Lao, beside him, understood the implication, releasing an imperceptible aura from his fingertips that instantaneously merged with the slayer of immortals' sword. The trajectory of the sword light, which should have pierced the flame prison ghost dragon, shifted slightly, a deviation unnoticed even by Xian Aoyan himself. With a resounding crash, amidst the inferno, the anguished wails of the flame prison ghost dragon echoed painfully. Everyone stood frozen, breath held, as silence enveloped the arena. The atmosphere erupted in a frenzy. Countless voices erupted in thunderous cheers. They had won. Xian Aoyan had actually triumphed over a beast of the 9th level of the Undying Realm. Wealth was theirs. Xian Aoyan, suspended in the air, wore an expression of indifference, devoid of joy or sorrow. The 9th level of the Undying Realm? Merely a trifle. A sword mark appeared in his palm as he prepared to retract the slayer of immortal's sword. However, he suddenly realized that the sword seemed to be firmly anchored by some unseen force, remaining motionless for a moment. Frowning, Xian Aoyan glanced down at the raging flames below, murmuring, what is happening? Suddenly, a ferocious, soul-chilling roar reverberated from the inferno. The surging flames parted as the flame prison ghost dragon's grotesque head emerged. Its eyes seethed with rage, baring its fanged maw, and the slayer of immortals' sword was unmistakably embedded in its thick tongue. How is this possible? I was sure it was. Xian Aoyan's pupils constricted in disbelief at this scene. The flame prison ghost dragon was gathering a dreadfully potent red light in its mouth, flames that could incinerate, all surging forth. Boom. An unending torrent of fire surged toward him, and the suddenness of the scene left him with little time to ponder. Xian Aoyan was compelled to unleash a terrifying sword light to defend himself, hastily evading the celestial sword body, every move imbued with formidable sword intent. Amidst the sea of crimson flames, a fiery figure was hurled from the inferno, rolling several times before crashing heavily onto the distant ground. Ding! The destined protagonist, Xian Aoyan, suffers severe injuries, losing 2,000 destiny points. Congratulations, Master, you have gained 2,000 villain points. Everyone stared incredulously at this occurrence, exclaiming in astonishment. What is going on? The flame prison ghost dragon is still alive. Cough, cough, cough. In the arena, Xian Aoyan's divine body erupted in radiant light, dispersing the flames upon him, and he immediately retrieved a sacred-grade pill for recovery. After all, it was a beast of the 9th level of the Undying Realm, and its flames were no trifling matter. Despite possessing the celestial sword body, as a sword cultivator, his offensive prowess was unmatched, yet his physical resilience was not particularly robust. Thus, he had been avoiding the flames of the flame prison ghost dragon during the battle. However, he had not anticipated that his previous strike had failed to slay the beast. The earlier demeanor of indifference and pride had vanished, replaced by suspicion and confusion in Xian Aoyan's eyes. Damn it, how could my sword have deviated? The flame prison ghost dragon, however, did not grant him a moment's respite. It charged forward, engulfed in raging flames, its furious roar echoing. The flames danced like a tsunami, the terrifying heat and overwhelming killing intent jolting Xian Aoyan back to clarity. His expression darkened with fury as he shouted coldly, Beast, do you think I would fear you without my sword? The ruthless sword technique surged forth, and in an instant, his entire aura transformed dramatically. A torrent of sword intent erupted forth unabashedly, causing the earth to tremble. Behind him, as if the air itself had transformed into swords, thousands of sword energies coalesced in the air. The path of ruthlessness manifested beside him, and in that moment, Xian Aoyan resembled a sword immortal, coldly gazing at the opposing ghost dragon. To deal with a creature like you, I shouldn't even need to resort to this technique. You can at least say you lived well. Die. As the words fell, thousands of sword energies surged forth like a tempest. This sword light seemed capable of shredding all existence, unyielding and unstoppable. The torrent of sword light plunged into the fiery abyss, and a flicker of terror crossed the flame prison ghost dragon's eyes as it attempted to retract its scales to defend itself. In an instant, Thousands of sword energies shattered its impenetrable scales, piercing through its colossal form. The flame prison ghost dragon let out a deafening wail. Collapsing to the ground with a thunderous crash, filled with resentment and unwillingness, its breath extinguished. Xian chest heaved, clearly drained from that strike. He advanced slowly, untouched by the surrounding flames. Approaching the lifeless body of the flame prison ghost dragon, he forcefully extracted the slayer of immortals' sword from its mouth. Subsequently, casting a cold glance at the astonished and still recovering chubby steward on the stage, I spoke in a frigid tone, "Prepare for the next match." Only then did the steward snap back to reality and shout loudly, "Young Master Aotion has slain the demon flame serpent, achieving his 96th victory." In the Supreme Chamber, upon witnessing Xian Aotion execute the move to vanquish the serpent, Xian Ning's expression abruptly shifted, contorted with dismay as he exclaimed, "The nameless sword technique. How infuriating. I never expected my father would bestow such a treasure upon him." Ding. The fated protagonist Xian Aotion has incurred the disdain of his younger brother, resulting in a loss of 1,000 fate points. Congratulations, Master, for acquiring 1,000 villain points. Chenxiao glanced over, intrigued. The nameless sword technique? Lu Zishan also looked on with immense curiosity. That last move of young Master Aotion was truly remarkable. Who would have thought he could slay that flame abyss serpent without a sword? Could this possibly be a secret technique of the Xian family? A storm of jealousy and fury ignited in Xian Ning's eyes as he coldly stated, "The nameless sword technique is a martial art passed down from my mother. Although it exists only in fragments, its power is boundless. Mastering this technique allows one to manifest a sword from one's very essence, rivaling the might of any artifact. This nameless sword technique has remained with my father since my mother's passing." Confusion filled his heart. Why, despite being the son of both father and mother, did father favor his elder brother so, imparting this technique to him while withholding it from himself? Clenching his fists, Xian Ning trembled with rage. Su Chenxiao's eyes flickered with a hint of regret as he remarked, "Ah, how unexpected. It seems that the head of the Xian clan indeed shows considerable favoritism. Even though your brother has severed ties with the Xian family, your father remains concerned for him." As if struck by a sudden realization, Su Chenxiao feigned enlightenment. "I must say, that sword of his possesses an extraordinary aura, reminiscent of an imperial treasure. Though it bears some damage, it likely was once a legendary imperial sword. Is that sword perhaps also a relic of your mother?" Xian Ning closed his eyes, a self-deprecating smile forming. The entire Xian family has practiced the Xian record for generations. Sword cultivators are exceedingly rare. Only my mother was ever a sword cultivator. What else could that sword be but a relic of my mother? Opening his eyes, they brimmed with desolation and anguish. With his cultivation at the Undying Realm, how could he possibly have amassed such treasures without the protection of our ancient clan? Chapter 37. I beseech you, allow me to engage in a death match. The final battle. It is laughable that my brother remains oblivious, forever blaming our father, even though he has now cut ties with our clan. What art or artifact does he wield that is not linked to our father? Upon hearing the secrets of the ancient Xian clan, Lu Zishan expressed her astonishment. Such a thing exists? But why have I heard rumors that the clan head dotes excessively on the younger son, neglecting young Master Aotion to the point of him severing ties and leaving home? If what you say is true, it seems the crying child indeed gets the milk. Lu Zishan shook her head with a smile, not delving further. Yet her seemingly casual remark shattered the last bastion of Xian Ning's heart. Ding. The fated protagonist Xian Aotion has reached the peak of his brother's hatred, resulting in a loss of 2,000 fate points. Congratulations, Master, for acquiring 2,000 villain points. Su Chenxiao raised an eyebrow in slight surprise, casting an appreciative glance at Lu Zishan. Xian Ning's teeth nearly ground to dust, his eyes reddening. All along, he had been the most obedient child to his father. Why, since his brother's arrival, had everything changed? Father had unreservedly lavished all his affection upon him, forgiving every transgression of Xian Aotion. But what of himself? He had endured 3 years as a hostage, shrouded in the fear of death, and merely for a single act of defiance against father, he was met with slaps and scorn. What was the justification for that? At this moment, the last remnants of familial affection within him for his brother disintegrated. Xian Ning fixed his steely gaze upon the rebellious Xian Aotion in the arena below, a newfound coldness washing over him as if he had resolved something profound. Brother, you have lived your life under the protection of our father, devoid of hardships. You are indeed fortunate. Since you desire this qualification token so desperately, I shall deny you. Xian Ning approached respectfully and bowed to Su Chenxiao. Young Master. Su Chenxiao raised an eyebrow, puzzled. What is it? Lowering his head, Xian Ning spoke earnestly. Young Master, I implore you to allow me to enter the arena. I wish to engage in a death match with Xian Aotion. Please grant me permission. Oh. Su Chenxiao's eyes narrowed slightly, perceiving the jealousy and fury radiating from Xian Ning. He smiled brightly and said, "Why do you wish to do so?" Xian Ning replied, "Though Xian Aotion is no longer a member of our ancient clan, the halo of his lineage remains. As his younger brother, I must make him understand that as long as he carries the blood of the Xian family, he will forever be incapable of confronting true hardship. Chenxiao chuckled, his laughter radiant. Did you hear that, Lu Pavilion Master? I would not dream of violating the rules of your Tianqi arena. Though Lu Zishan appeared somewhat astonished. Upon hearing the imperial young master speak, she responded with her enchanting charm. Oh, what does it matter? If it is young master's request, then altering the rules is but a trifle. Should young master desire the entire arena and myself, I would dare not refuse. That cunning fox. Chenxiao replied nonchalantly. Have you heard? If you wish to go, then go. Xian Ning's eyes brightened at these words. Kneeling on one knee, he clasped his fists and declared, I thank young master for your consent. Chenxiao waved his hand dismissively. No need for thanks. This is merely a family matter. However, as he spoke, Chenxiao retrieved a blood-red pill from his spatial ring and sent it forth with his true energy. Xian Ning gazed at the blood-hued pill with confusion. Chenxiao replied with a faint smile, Your father is likely still harboring many undisclosed tactics in favor of your brother. This is a violent origin pill. It can temporarily enhance one's cultivation strength with no side effects, though it will induce weakness for a day afterward. You are to accompany me to the Scarlet Fallen burial grounds in 3 days, and before that, I should not wish to see you encounter any misfortune. This pill had been acquired during a recent 10 consecutive draws, and it had unexpectedly found its purpose now. Upon hearing this, Xian Ning hesitated slightly, recognizing the validity of Chenxiao's words. After all, even a supreme technique like the Nameless Sword technique had been granted to Xian'ao Tian. While he had received nothing, accepting the violent origin pill, Xian Ning felt genuine concern for the first time, looking gratefully at Chenxiao. Xian Ning, thanks young master. Subsequently, Lu Zishan used her divine sense to instruct the steward of the arena to escort Xian Ning away. Once he departed, she turned towards Chenxiao with a captivating smile and asked, Young master, how do you intend to reward me? Reward you with a slap, do you dare? In the pitch-black corridor, Xian sat quietly to the side, meticulously adjusting his vital energy to restore his state, preparing for the impending round of combat. As he opened his eyes, he glanced at his scorched right hand, a glint of coldness flickering within. Damn it, he thought. Never did he expect the flames of the Hellfire Serpent to be so troublesome. Even now, he remained perplexed as to why his lethal strike with the immortal slaying sword had veered off course. As if sensing something, Xian spoke coldly. Is the next match about to commence? At that moment, the plump steward, who had appeared unknown to him, had been quietly waiting for his recovery. No. The steward beamed, a sycophantic smile gracing his face. There's no rush. However, young Master Outyin, we have a matter regarding the gladiatorial arena to discuss with you. What is it? Xian inquired. The steward rubbed his hands together, his smile widening. According to our previous agreement, you still have 4 battles remaining to achieve 100 victories and obtain the qualification token for entering the Crimson Desolation Tomb. I believe you are now aware of the strength of the Hellfire Serpent you just faced. At this rate, it seems quite challenging for you to complete this deadly contest within 3 days, young Master Outyin. Xian furrowed his brow. The strength of the Hellfire Serpent was indeed formidable. If the next 4 opponents were similar beasts, he would find himself in considerable difficulty. So what are you implying? He asked. The steward continued, Young Master Outyin, it is precisely for this reason that our arena has decided to exempt you from the remaining 4 battles. From now on, you need only win a single match to secure that qualification token. Xian narrowed his eyes, regarding the ever-smiling steward with a cold smirk. Just one? I suspect the final match will not be so simple. The steward replied cheerfully, you are free to refuse. But let me hint at this. The next 4 battles will not involve mere beasts of the Undying Realm. The King Realm. Xian expression darkened as he realized the steward was daring to threaten him. However, with the Crimson Desolation Tomb about to open, he needed to prepare in advance. And he could not afford to waste time. It was just one final battle. Even if they unleashed a peak beast of the King Realm, so what? I, Xian. Accept. Prepare at once. Today, I shall obtain that qualification token. Seeing Xian acquiesce, the steward's eyes gleamed with excitement as he clasped his hands in reverence. Very well. Chapter 38, The Chosen One versus his biological brother. A life and death struggle. Within Arena 1, the final battle was on the verge of commencing. Having mostly recovered, Xian aura was calm as he awaited his last opponent. Around him, the audience, having witnessed Xian extraordinary feat of slaying a 9-tier beast of the Undying Realm, was electrified with anticipation. Even after half an hour had passed, their enthusiasm showed no signs of waning. Speculations filled the air. Who would have thought Xian could truly defeat the Hellfire Serpent? I recall he had only just reached the Ascension Realm a year ago. How could he have progressed so rapidly? After all, he is the son of the Xian family patriarch. Surely, his father has invested considerable resources in him. I have heard that the patriarch has another son, endowed with exceptional talent, who has received abundant cultivation resources since childhood. Considering that even Xian, who has only recently returned to the clan, possesses such strength, how fearsome must his brother, Xian Ning, be? Upon hearing this, the speaker suddenly felt a piercing gaze filled with murderous intent. Xianaoyan, having opened his eyes at some point, was now coldly staring at him. The man quickly fell silent. Humph, Xianaoyan scoffed, irritated. He despised comparisons between himself and his brother. A sheltered flower could never hope to rival him. At that moment, a loud laugh erupted from the hidden ancient clans. Ha ha, Xianaoyan, you truly have a grandiose sense of self-importance. Chiao, seated in the VIP area, mocked. Everyone paid their spirit stones just to witness this ancient clan's disgrace. How is it that a mere death fighter like you cannot tolerate a few remarks from us? The paying audience? As a fellow member of the ancient clan, others might fear Xianaoyan, but he did not. You're nothing but a discarded child of the Xian family. Chiao continued to deride. In terms of demeanor and strength, you will never surpass your brother, Xianning. Your brother possesses the ancient duality divine body of the Xian clan, achieving 9 tiers of the Undying Realm by merely 20 years of age. If not for your blood relation, you wouldn't even be worthy of carrying Xianning's shoes. Xianning was known for his gentle demeanor and outstanding talent, maintaining the grace expected of a member of the hidden ancient clans, thus earning considerable respect among the talented youths. Upon hearing these words, the surrounding members of the ancient clans broke into laughter, their agreement palpable. Xianaoyan's expression turned icy, his gaze filled with murderous intent directed at Chiao, his immortal slaying sword vibrating ominously in his hand. If you seek death, feel free to come down. Chiao, unfazed, sneered, I couldn't care less, but Xianaoyan, if you dare to disrupt the arena's rules, you shall forfeit your qualification token. To think that a dignified member of an ancient clan would fight over the qualification for the Crimson Desolation Tomb. How utterly shameful it is to be associated with you. Xianaoyan's chest rose and fell as he struggled to contain his fury, forcing himself to remain calm and ignore the barking of this cur. Meanwhile, within the arena, the plump steward communicated with Lu Zishan through sound transmission. Upon receiving her consent, he nodded and proclaimed loudly, it is common knowledge that young Master Aoyan only requires these last 4 deadly battles to acquire his qualification token for entering the Crimson Desolation Tomb. However, if he continues to engage in battles against beasts, I believe everyone has grown weary of it. Therefore, our Tianqi Gladiatorial Arena has decided to reduce these 4 battles to a single one. And this time, young Master Aoyan will not be facing a beast, but rather a cultivator of the 9 tiers of the Undying Realm. What? The moment this statement was uttered, not only did the audience in the stands react, but even Xianaoyan within the arena furrowed his brow in disbelief as he turned to the steward. A cultivator? He had just defeated the 9-tier Hellfire Serpent. The physical prowess of beasts was always superior to that of human cultivators at the same realm. Surely the arena did not believe that a mere cultivator of the Undying Realm could impede his acquisition of the qualification token? Xianaoyan scoffed inwardly, dismissing the notion. Enough of this nonsense. Let the person appear already, let us begin. Seeing Xianaoyan's eagerness, the steward smiled mysteriously, nodding as he said, since young Master Aoyan is so impatient, let us summon that esteemed individual. With a thunderous rumble, the massive stone door across from them swung open. A slow, deliberate footfall echoed from the dark passage. All eyes in the arena turned towards it. Is it truly a cultivator? Who could it be? Could it be some ancient demon? The talented youths of the hidden ancient clans watched with keen interest. Chiao chuckled. This Tianqi Gladiatorial Arena is rather intriguing. They have actually summoned a 9-tier cultivator. I do wonder who it is. Let us hope that Xianaoyan, that waste, does not defeat him. Laughter and chatter filled the air. Yet upon the sight of the figure emerging slowly from behind the stone gate, the mirth was swiftly extinguished. An eerie silence enveloped the entire arena in an instant. As the crowd beheld the approaching individual, Xianaoyan's pupils constricted sharply. His visage was laden with disbelief and horror. In a moment of fury, he bellowed across the distance. It's you. What brings you here? Xianning. Boom. The arena erupted in a frenzy. No one had anticipated that the opponent whom the outcast of the ancient clan, Xianaoyan, would face in this duel was none other than Xianning, the son of the clan head of the Xian family, and Xianaoyan's own younger brother. How could this be possible? Insanity. It was utterly insane. Am I dreaming? Xianaoyan, the abandoned child of the ancient clan, yet this individual is the most exceptional prodigy of the Xian family and a candidate for the next clan leader. With such a noble status, what could he possibly seek in the arena? Could it be that he also desires the qualification token? The immortal traditions within the arena, belonging to the hidden ancient clans, were left utterly speechless. Chiao's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets as he fixated on the person opposite him. Brother Xianning? How could he be here? The portly steward appeared thoroughly pleased with the crowd's reaction. With a hearty laugh, he announced, I trust everyone is familiar with this esteemed cultivator. Indeed, the warrior whom young Master Aoyan is set to engage in his final life or death struggle is none other than the son of the current clan head of the hidden ancient clan, young Master Aoyan's very own brother, Xianning. This battle is a fight to the death. The only condition for victory is to slay the opponent. Madness. They are all utterly mad. 2 distinguished prodigies from an ancient clan, Both brothers are to engage in a life-or-death battle in this arena? Absurd. An elder from the ancient clan sensed the precariousness of the situation and exclaimed, "Do you comprehend the identities of the two before you? Who bestowed upon you the audacity to pit them against each other? Is the Tianqi arena seeking its own demise?" The speaker was an elder of the ancient clan. The steward, with a chuckle, turned his gaze toward the elder. "I beg your pardon, but this matter was requested by young Master Xian Ning himself. Moreover, it has been sanctioned by that esteemed individual. That esteemed individual is beyond the comparison of all the ancient clan members present here, even combined." The steward had never exhibited such audacity before. Ignoring the elder, who was trembling with anger, he jovially proclaimed, "Everyone may place their bets now. This life-or-death struggle is a once-in-a-millennium event. Do not let it be a source of lifelong regret. Now, let the contest commence." Meanwhile, within the Supreme Room, Su Chenxiao observed the unfolding scene below with great amusement. The conflict between brothers was indeed a most intriguing spectacle. Lu Zishan chuckled beside him. The duel between the two scions of the ancient Xian family, thanks to you, young master, will surely amplify the renown of Tianqi Arena Manifold after today. Even I am eager to see which of the two brothers will emerge victorious. I shall remain here in this private chamber with you, awaiting the outcome. Chapter 39. The Dark Flow main character, killing his brother and slaughtering his clan, proving his path with blood. Xian Aoyan's eyelids twitched violently, his eyes ablaze with fury. He had never envisioned that his own younger brother, Xian Ning, would appear in this place. Their relationship was irreparably fractured. One was a rebellious outcast, while the other was the epitome of obedience and excellence within the family. Xian Aoyan's gaze was razor-sharp, piercing the soul like a blade. His voice, hoarse and deliberate, inquired, "Xian Ning, who sent you here? Was it that ancient relic of a man?" Xian Ning, maintaining a tranquil demeanor, replied slowly, "Brother, it has been a long time. I came here of my own volition. Since you have chosen to sever ties with the Xian family, you should not continue to wield our family's name and the divine techniques bestowed upon you by our father." A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Xian Aoyan's eyes, and suddenly he burst into laughter. "Ha! Good. I, Xian Aoyan, have long since severed any connection with your Xian family, and the techniques I employ are certainly not your so-called Xiantian record." With that, the blade of extermination manifested in his hand. Xian Aoyan gripped the sword tightly, the ruthless path materializing beside him, his raven hair swirling in the air as a torrent of terrifying, sharp sword intent surged forth. "Xian Ning, if you too wish to obstruct my acquisition of this qualification token, then let us see if you possess the ability to do so today. Come to the death." With a sweeping strike of the sword in hand, a torrent of black sword light tore through all. Boom! The ground beneath shattered inch by inch, as the overwhelming and fierce sword light surged forth, fierce and unmatched in its lethality. He had long harbored discontent towards this brother who had taken everything from him. And across from him, Xian Ning felt the same. Xian Ning murmured, his expression remarkably calm, "Xian Aoyan, I have long anticipated this. Only I am the most outstanding son of our father." Suddenly, the duality of yin and yang manifested behind him. The Xiantian record activated, Xian Ning's body shimmering like flawless jade, as he unleashed a massive palm strike, conjuring a white hand adorned with countless runes, surging toward the sword light. Boom! This was the battle between two young prodigies, brothers of the ancient Xian family. In an instant, the cataclysmic clash unleashed a terrifying brilliance that engulfed the entire arena. The overwhelming might, reminiscent of a cataclysmic avalanche, made the spectators feel as though they were immersed in the chaos. Such terrifying power. Is this truly the prodigy cultivated to the fullest by the ancient Xian clan? Amidst the blinding radiance, a furious shout reverberated. Xian Aoyan, wielding the sword of extermination, shattered the divine force with overwhelming sword intent and murderous energy. He darted forward like a streak of black lightning, his speed and ferocity reaching their zenith as he charged at Xian Ning. Xian Ning. At this moment, Xian Ning's expression was as frigid as ice. He stepped forward, and the Taiji diagram materialized beneath him. With fingers splayed wide, golden runes twirled at his fingertips, emanating an enigmatic and unfathomable power. "Xian Aoyan, since your arrival, I have faded from our father's sight. If only you would never return to the Xian family." Utilizing the Xiantian record as a foundation and the ancient art of yin and yang as a core, Xian Ning's eyes glimmered with divine light as he bellowed, unleashing a black and white palm strike toward Xian Aoyan. The ancient art of yin and yang, suppressing mountains and valleys. Like a falling star, the overwhelming force of the palm descended upon the approaching Xian Aoyan, who felt an immense and terrifying pressure. Boom! The enormous divine might amplified the pressure on Xian Aoyan. He slowed his pace, gazing up at the massive black and white palm plummeting from above, his expression chillingly fierce. The sword of extermination emitted a crisp ringing, as layers of razor-sharp, merciless sword intent coiled around the blade. Fury surged within Xian Aoyan as he executed a horizontal slash at the descending black and white giant palm. "Xian Ning, Today I must convey to you that even if you were to inherit all the painstaking efforts of that old fool, you would still be no match for me. Xianxiao Tian. The sword technique of slaying the heavens, Tian Ming. Observing this scene, Xian Ning spoke coldly. Who, pray tell, is the ungrateful wretch that has received their father's devoted cultivation? Xianxiao Tian, though you are my elder brother. The chasm of our cultivation is one you shall never cross. With that, the colossal black and white hand surged with an aura that multiplied manifold, expanding outward. Boom. Accompanied by a terrifying explosion, the sword light unleashed by Xianxiao Tian shattered into fragments, while the giant hand remained unscathed, drawing ever closer, threatening to descend upon him. Grasping the sky slaughter sword tightly, a murderous intent emanated from Xianxiao Tian as he fixed his gaze upon the black and white hand and coldly declared, "Then open your eyes wide and behold. I, Xianxiao Tian, shall shatter your divine power." The nameless sword technique activated. And the earlier spectacle of slaying the serpent was replicated. Xianxiao Tian's concentrated sword intent materialized, coalescing into a multitude of merciless sword energies that far surpassed their previous numbers. Die. With a single stroke, he unleashed a torrent of sword energies that rained down upon the colossal hand above. The sword cleaved through the 8 realms. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifyingly dense assault, accompanied by immense divine power, caused the black and white hand to develop fine cracks. In the next moment, it was utterly consumed by the resplendent sword light. Rumble. Like the roar of thunder, the entire arena trembled. Xianxiao Tian, resembling a deity or demon, surged forth from the sea of divine energy. Confronting the overwhelming divine powers unleashed by his brother, Xian Ning felt akin to wielding a sword capable of annihilating all, advancing unimpeded. Countless onlookers held their breath, not daring to exhale, captivated by the fierce battle between these two prodigies of ancient clans. Is this truly a battle of the undying realm? To witness such a blood-soaked clash between two ancient clan prodigies in this lifetime, this ticket is indeed worth its weight in gold. The arena of revelation is truly exceptional. Even the prodigies from the hidden ancient clans displayed expressions of utter shock. How could Xianxiao Tian possibly contend on equal footing with his brother Xian Ning? This is inconceivable. Qiao could not suppress a gulp, looking at Xianxiao Tian, who resembled a god of slaughter. He had never imagined that this individual possessed such terrifying strength. In the Supreme Chamber, Lu Zishan, slightly fatigued from gripping her seat, gazed at the unfolding scene below. Her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. Such cultivation at such a young age, he truly embodies the essence of a hidden ancient clan. Seated beside Su Chenxiao, she inquired, "My lord, you seem utterly unfazed?" Su Chenxiao squinted and smiled. "Do not rush. Both of them are still holding back. The real spectacle has yet to commence. If all goes as expected, the brother shall ultimately remain just a brother, in the face of the destined protagonist, who traverses realms as if it were a mere meal. Those 8 minor realms are nothing but trifles. If I recall correctly, the destined protagonist Xianxiao Tian possesses a certain ancient black scripture, does he not? The forbidden techniques of the Dark Era, not belonging to the powers of the heavens. The history of the myriad realms has endured invasions from the dark side. And truth be told, I have long grown accustomed to those bizarre and sinister techniques. But the powers of the strange beings from the Dark Era are different. They are unspeakable and nameless. To say nothing of cultivation, even the slightest contact could transform one's very nature. Merely existing here, the aura they exude would permeate the entire domain, leading all to become those wretched beings that all seek to eradicate. It is rumored that the inception of the Dark Era arose from a once unseen ancient tome that appeared one day, transforming all beings in a domain into the bizarre. Alas, Xianxiao Tian, should this information spread, it would likely summon figures of imperial stature. The protagonist of the Dark Flow, a heartless evil emperor. It seems this evil refers to the Black Scripture. In comparison, I, as the antagonist, appear almost virtuous, a striking contrast indeed. Su Chenxiao's eyes flickered as he glanced at the life script of Xianxiao Tian, shaking his head with a bemused grin. The life script of the heartless evil emperor: slay brothers, wipe out clans, forge a path through blood. Chapter 40, the Black Ancient Scripture. You have compelled me to this. Rumble. Within the arena, accompanied by a blazing explosion of black and white light, Xianxiao Tian was sent flying. He rose from the ground, his body battered and bloodied. Even the sky slaughter sword knocked from his grasp. Xian Ning, with a cold expression, stepped upon the dual forces of yin and yang, his black hair flowing like a mantle. He gathered the attention of all present, advancing slowly like a youthful sovereign. Xianxiao Tian, do you see? This is the chasm that lies between us. I, Xian Ning, have diligently cultivated since childhood, never once allowing myself a moment's reprieve. You have always resented our father, yet have you ever pondered that had you not borne the blood of the Xian clan, you would not even have the right to stand before me? Xianxiao Tian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, producing a pill to ingest. His eyes bloodshot and tinged with crimson. Upon hearing these words, he threw back his head and laughed, his gaze filled with disdain and hatred. What a prodigy of the Xian clan. My dear brother, you must understand, you are the pride of the Xian family. As for me, Xian, I am but a discarded pawn of the clan. Boom. As he spoke, Xian's aura surged dramatically. Before him, a blinding divine radiance erupted, accompanied by a crisp and melodious sword chant, causing the sky slaughter sword embedded in the ground to tremble violently. Bang! A tremendous sound echoed. The sky slaughter sword transformed into a black streak, soaring skyward, while in Xian's hand, a diamond-shaped disc appeared. The disc, adorned with 4 holes, emanated a terrifying sword intent that flowed ceaselessly. The sword formation of slaying immortals. Xian, do you truly believe this is all I am capable of? Ridiculous. Sword formation of slaying immortals, rise. Xian's eyes blazed with divine light as he roared, the diamond-shaped formation quickly ascending. The sky slaughter sword, as if responding to an unseen call, surged directly toward the sword formation. In an instant, a formation conjured from sword intent enveloped Xian. Dragons and serpents coiled. The aura of impending doom surged. Witnessing this, the onlookers were undoubtedly aghast. The intensely sharp, dense sword intent seemed to strike at their very faces, causing pain. What is this? A sword formation? Within that artifact, it actually harbors a sword formation? Among the crowd, there were those with keen eyes who began to grasp the implications. An elder from a hidden ancient clan paled, staring in disbelief at Xian in the arena. Could this be the legendary sword formation of slaying immortals? Does this mean that the weapon he wields is one of the celestial swords? This is dire. If the legendary celestial 4 swords each possess a sword formation, then it is likely that even Xian, standing at the 9th level of the Undying Realm, would be utterly outmatched. Xian, have you lost your mind? He is your own flesh and blood, your brother. How could you truly wish to kill him? A voice from the hidden ancient clan thundered in outrage. Xian, with his wild black hair swirling chaotically, remained utterly indifferent to his surroundings, his face betraying an unmistakable intent to kill. His gaze was fixed intently on Xian, who was enveloped by the Wuxian array. I, Xian, have never acknowledged this so-called brother of mine. With blood as counsel and the Lushian sword as my guide, I unleash the Lushian sword array. Xian roared, the massive sword array rumbling into motion as he prepared to fight to the death. In that moment, every inch of space within the sword array erupted with the fierce aura of the Lushian sword, rendering any form of defense futile. Splatter. Even Xian, caught off guard, felt the sharp sword energy slice a bloody wound across his cheek. Frowning, he summoned the potent forces of yin and yang to shield his body, his expression gradually transforming into one of grave coldness. At this juncture, you remain obstinately ignorant. If that is the case, do not blame me for disregarding our blood ties. Xian, do not further tarnish the name of my ancient clan, the Xian family. Prepare to meet your end. With that, Xian consumed the violent yuan pill bestowed upon him by Su Chenxiao. Boom. In an instant, an inexhaustible surge of true energy erupted forth. Xian radiated a tumultuous aura, the yin and yang beneath his feet spinning rapidly, black and white intertwining as one. His eyes transformed into a striking black and white, runes swirling as he fully activated the 2-in-1 divine body to its utmost potential. Rumble. The sword array trembled, and countless strands of lethal Lushian sword energy howled forth, descending upon him like a torrential downpour. Boom, boom. The deafening sounds reverberated. Xian formed a sword seal with his hands, recklessly pushing the Lushian sword array to its apex. The bond between brothers had now devolved into madness, each seeking to determine life or death within this arena. Enough. Let it end. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion resonated within the sword array. Like a volcanic eruption, torrents of black and white divine light surged forth, piercing through the very fabric of the sword array before the astonished eyes of all. Xian's pupils constricted, disbelief washing over him. This is impossible. The Lushian sword array could even slay those at the King Realm. Yet how could Xian, merely at the 9th level of the Undying Realm, break free from the array? Rumble. A cataclysmic roar shook the heavens, the Wuxian array and the Lushian sword seemingly losing their brilliance, plummeting from the sky. Xian's complexion shifted abruptly, and he coughed up a mouthful of vital blood. His aura waned in an instant, his face paling to an extreme. Faced with the overwhelming and terrifying aftermath, he instinctively raised his hands in defense, sent flying like a kite severed from its string. Bang! Amidst the swirling fog, Xian was riddled with sword wounds, his robes torn asunder, resembling a figure drenched in blood. His pallid visage was obscured by crimson, his breath ragged and erratic. Had it not been for the violent yuan pill bestowed upon him by the young master, elevating his cultivation to the King Realm in a heartbeat, he would have perished beneath the sword array moments ago. Now, as events unfolded, both were bereft of any avenue for retreat, exhausting every last ounce of strength. Xian thrust his right palm forward, the yin and yang beneath his feet appearing to animate, transforming into intertwining dragons charging towards Xian. The ancient scripture of yin and yang, the unborn celestial talisman. Those twin dragons roared forth, wielding an overwhelming divine might. In this moment, a profound sense of death surged within him. Xian sensed that if he could not withstand this assault, he would surely perish at the hands of these twin dragons. No, I cannot die. You have forced my hand. Xian's face contorted in a grotesque snarl, as if possessed by madness. He summoned his final trump card. You have pushed me to this. With a thunderous roar, an incredibly sinister, world-corroding black ancient scripture materialized before him. This weathered tome, shrouded in tendrils of black energy, harbored a malevolent aura, one that did not belong to this realm, steeped in an ominous and unknown essence. Chapter 41. The Old Master Takes Action. Uncanny Divine Objects. The moment the black ancient scripture appeared, its sinister power penetrated the barriers of the arena, eliciting a palpable sense of dread from all present. Rumble. The overwhelming divine power of the yin and yang twin dragons surged forth. Strangely, before they could reach their target, the twin dragons began to dissipate and rot under the influence of the ominous energy. In the end, nothing transpired. Not even a ripple was stirred. From a distance, Xianning's face turned ashen. Exhausted, he knelt upon the ground, disbelief plastered across his features as he beheld the scene. This is upon witnessing the ancient scripture begin to erode the surrounding space and gradually expand outward. Xianning, typically calm in demeanor, suddenly recalled something, his eyes igniting with a tempestuous rage. Xianyan, the sinister force, the dark epic ancient scripture. You beast. Do you intend to doom every living soul within this domain? You wretched fiend. Boom. As these words escaped his lips, a tempest erupted within the arena. The dark epic was notorious. All beings across the realms were aware of its terror. What? Countless spectators trembled, their expressions morphing from shock to sheer horror. The malevolent energy, that fiend harbors the dark epic death scripture. Flee quickly. I refuse to become one of those aberrant beings. He seeks to annihilate us all. Run. Legend has it that the inception of the dark epic was marked by a black-skinned ancient tome, and anything associated with the uncanny, once it materializes, would assimilate all beings within the realm. The arena descended into chaos. Panic gripped the hearts of countless onlookers. Even the prodigies of the hidden ancient clans wore expressions of dread. We must leave. We cannot remain here. I never imagined Xianyan would possess such a thing. Let us retreat. Within the arena, Xianyan had become a source of dread, akin to an outbreak of pestilence. Ding. The fated protagonist Xianyan's exposure of the uncanny ancient scripture leads to his disgrace. Destiny value loss. 30,000. Congratulations, Master. You have gained 30,000 villain points. Ding. The fated protagonist Xianyan's relationship with his brother Xianning has been irrevocably severed. Destiny value loss. 5,000. Congratulations, Master. You have gained 5,000 villain points. The system's notifications echoed continuously. Upon sensing the ominous energy, Lu Zishan turned pale with fright. She had never anticipated that Xianyan would harbor such a thing. How could this uncanny fiend exist? The Tianqi arena is doomed. Even Xing Lao's expression shifted slightly. As he prepared to act, as a quasi-emperor, he understood all too well what the appearance of the uncanny signified. At that moment, a soft chuckle resonated. Chenxiao, appearing somewhat languid, stretched and smiled, saying, having observed for so long, it is time for me to intervene. Such a dreadful entity should not exist within the realms. In the arena, Xianning's expression was one of unbridled fury. He glared fiercely at Xianyan, bellowing, Xianyan, have you lost your mind? Are you intent on dragging our entire ancient clan, the Xian family, into your grave? Enveloped by the ominous aura of the black ancient scripture, Xianyan appeared to be somewhat affected. His entire being was recovering at a terrifying pace, and he laughed maniacally. Ha, so what? You have all forced my hand. Since I, Xianyan, have exposed this black ancient scripture, I have no intention of allowing any of you to return alive. Xianning's pupils constricted. Celestial canopy. Xianyan bellowed as if possessed by madness. Boom. Under the wielder's command, the black ancient scripture erupted with an unbelievable force, enveloping the entire arena in a shroud of dark, malevolent energy. Those who intended to flee or use teleportation talismans found themselves abruptly halted in their tracks. Why are the teleportation talismans unusable? What is this? Xianyan's aura was terrifying as he laughed grotesquely. Suddenly, rumble. An unmatched, surging divine power, akin to an overwhelming ocean, descended. A golden divine radiance illuminated the heavens, and with a single strike, it shattered both the sacred formation of the arena and the eerie celestial canopy. Buzz. The black ancient scripture unleashed an exceedingly horrifying power that enveloped Xianyan. Yet, even with the protection of this strange force, Xianyan felt as if an immense mountain was crushing him. His bones seemed to shatter inch by inch. What kind of divine power is this? Imperial might. This is imperial might. Could it be that a great emperor has descended? At this moment, a voice filled with amusement echoed from the sky. All right, it is time to conclude this. Next, it is the time for the Su family of the Imperial Clan to act. Imperial Clan. Upon hearing this voice, the faces of the thousands in the arena displayed disbelief, their eyes wide as they gazed upwards. There, amidst the heights, a remarkably handsome young nobleman dressed in pristine white garments, resembling an otherworldly fairy, descended. His divine form was flawless, entirely unlike any being of this realm. Beside him stood a stooped old man in black robes, whose cultivation was unfathomably deep. Golden divine radiance enveloped him, surging like the sea, shielding the young nobleman from the slightest taint of that ominous aura. The quasi-emperor. That person is a quasi-emperor. Who is he? Upon seeing the newcomer, Xian Ning knelt on one knee and spoke loudly. I have met the nobleman. Su Chenxiao glanced down at the frenzied Xian, a hint of mockery in his eyes as he waved his hand. The artifacts of the Dark Era are indeed astonishing. Black ancient scripture? Harboring a strange spirit, indestructible and unbreakable, capable of eroding all things in the world and transforming them into ominous beings. As he spoke, Su Chenxiao looked at the slaughter immortal sword and the slaying immortal formation on the ground, grasping both divine artifacts and unable to suppress his admiration. The slaying immortal formation is a treasure. Ding. The destined protagonist Xian Outyin has lost the fated treasure, the slaying immortal formation, losing 50,000 destiny points. Congratulations to the master for gaining 50,000 villain points. Ding. The destined protagonist Xian Outyin has lost the fated treasure, the remnants of the slaughter immortal sword, losing 30,000 destiny points. Congratulations to the master for gaining 30,000 villain points. You scoundrel, that is my slaying immortal formation and slaughter immortal sword. Upon witnessing his treasures being seized, Xian Outyin gasped, glaring fiercely at the newcomer. However, upon noticing the astonishing elder beside Su Chenxiao, his fierce eyes flickered momentarily. Without hesitation, he activated the black ancient scripture to unleash a terrifying black divine power. Humph! The elder Qing roared angrily, sweeping his sleeve to shatter this divine power. Though it is an artifact of the Dark Era, do you truly believe you can contend with a quasi-emperor merely with this? Chapter 42, The Eerie Ancient Scripture Exposed. The fate of the protagonist in ruins. Quasi-emperor. That young man is undoubtedly a scion of the Su family of the Imperial Clan. As if recalling something, Qi Aosong from the hidden ancient clan sighed in relief, filled with joy. Xian Outyin, do you not realize who you are facing? You possess the ancient scripture of the Dark Era, a crime deserving of death. Now, will you not obediently surrender and avoid bringing ruin upon your family, the Xian clan? Shut your mouth. Xian Outyin roared, taking a deep breath and glaring fiercely at Su Chenxiao and Qi Ao in the distance, his voice icy, as if threatening from the depths of the abyss. You will all pay for this. Having said that, Xian Outyin prepared to unleash a divine power to escape. But at that moment, the elder Qing beside Su Chenxiao moved. With a cold laugh, he spoke. Do you think you have any chance of escaping today? An overwhelming pressure descended, and divine radiance erupted as the power of the quasi-emperor transformed into a golden seal that pressed down. Boom. In an instant, the entire arena was shattered, and a tremendous pit appeared where Xian Outyin stood. The sound of agonizing screams resounded. Xian Outyin lay bloodied and wretched in the pit, akin to a pool of mud, in the presence of a quasi-emperor. He had not even the opportunity to utilize the black ancient scripture, had it not been for the nobleman's presence. This would have been the result after the elder Qing had held back. The elder Qing furrowed his brow, suddenly realizing the terror of the ancient scripture, as it had even corroded his quasi-emperor divine power just moments ago. The ancient scripture of the Dark Era was present. Should it taint even a small portion, it could drive one to madness, transforming them into a strange entity. Thus, he dared not leave the nobleman's side even for a moment. Not dead. Gaze directed at the almost vanishing Xian Outyin, shrouded in an overwhelmingly ominous aura, the elder Qing unleashed another astonishing divine power. Rumble. At that moment, the eerie black ancient scripture erupted with an extraordinarily brilliant black light. As if all life withered, the heavens wept. And from the black ancient scripture emerged a shadow resembling a human form. The shadow grinned up at the elder Qing, revealing its chillingly white teeth, and then, in a flash, it whisked the oblivious Xian Outyin away, leaving only the corrosive ominous aura behind, until Xian Outyin's figure vanished from the arena. The realm he had inhabited had been thoroughly tainted. Seeing the elder Qing prepare to act again, Su Chenxiao gestured dismissively and spoke calmly. Enough. Su Chenxiao smirked nonchalantly. That black ancient scripture, does it possess sentience? How intriguing. After all, it is an artifact of the Dark Era, even difficult for an emperor to handle. My Su family shall not wade into this murky water. Let the hidden ancient clan of the Xian family deal with it themselves. Destroying such bizarre entities not only requires considerable effort, but also carries the risk of transforming an entire realm's beings into strange creatures, bringing down the ire of many. The elder Qing nodded slightly, retracting his terrifying cultivation and standing silently beside him. Su Chenxiao narrowed his eyes, toying with the trembling slaughter immortal sword and slaying immortal formation in his hands, as a vast map unfolded before him. A red that was moving swiftly across the map. System marker. Su Chenxiao smiled lightly. However, Xian'aoyan, how many destiny points do you truly have to squander? Within the chaotic arena, after the incident with Xian'aoyan, all present felt a sense of having survived a calamity, upon witnessing the elder beside the Imperial Scion shatter the encroaching space. Numerous immortal sects and reclusive ancient clans finally dared to approach. With immense gratitude, they clasped their hands in salute, proclaiming, "We pay our respects to young Master Su." Su Chenxiao waved his hand dismissively, a serene smile gracing his lips as he replied, "It was merely a trifling matter, no need for such formality. I initially sought merely to witness a splendid spectacle, yet unforeseen events unfolded." He continued, "The bizarre beings harbor a deep-seated enmity against our realms. Thus they must be eradicated by all." With a sigh of regret, he added, "Alas, that ancient scripture, the Black Ancient Scripture, is extraordinarily peculiar. Even the Quasi-Emperor is unable to vanquish it." Upon hearing this, the individuals present were filled with profound admiration. Truly, he was the scion of an imperial clan. It was known that during the Dark Era, it was the emperor of the Su clan who led the celestial cultivators to tear asunder that shroud of darkness. The elder from the reclusive ancient clan, Chi-Ao, spoke with reverence. "Young master, your righteousness is commendable. Had it not been for your intervention, we might have met a tragic end at the hands of Xian'aoyan, or worse, become harbingers of calamity. Who could have anticipated that Xian'aoyan possessed such a weapon?" The surrounding crowd nodded in agreement, their expressions filled with indignation. To wield such an artifact with the intent to annihilate us all. Xian'aoyan's heart is indeed deserving of punishment. Upon returning to our clan, I shall report this matter to the elders. The Kunming Dao domain concealed such a perilous bomb, posing an ever-present threat to the celestial realms. At this moment, Xianning, pale as a ghost, approached from a distance, his eyes filled with shame. Were it not for that explosive Yuan Dan, he might have perished beneath Xian'aoyan's sword formation. "Young master," Xianning lamented, "I have let you down." Su Chenxiao chuckled lightly, patting his shoulder. "As long as you are unharmed, that is sufficient. Take this." A white radiance erupted from his storage ring, revealing a vibrant Qingdi Dan. "Is this the Qingdi Dan?" Upon sensing the overwhelming vitality, many prodigies present suddenly brightened, casting envious glances at Xianning. They now understood why Xianning was present. The esteemed guest in the supreme pavilion above was none other than the Imperial Scion, and Xianning had accompanied him. Overwhelmed, Xianning gazed at the gentle-faced Su Chenxiao, feeling a wave of emotion swell within him. This unprecedented sensation brought a hint of moisture to his eyes. "Thank you, young master," he expressed gratefully. Meanwhile, in a desolate mountain range within the Kunming Dao domain, ominous energy coiled and enveloped the surroundings, as mountains and towering ancient trees were swiftly reduced to ashes at a terrifying pace. Xian'aoyan's disheveled figure appeared in this place. Coughing violently, he collapsed to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. His eyes burned with a crimson hue, filled with hatred and fury as he roared, "Why? Why did you not help me kill him?" From the hovering black ancient scripture nearby came a chilling, raspy laughter. "Ha ha ha. Do you not realize that the one who appeared today is from the Imperial Su clan? Had I not intervened to save you, you would have perished at the hands of that quasi-emperor long ago." Xian'aoyan trembled. The Su clan? He was well aware of that name. Among the 10 greatest imperial clans of the celestial realms, each stood as an inviolable, supreme existence. The reclusive ancient clans were as insignificant as ants in comparison, let alone one hailing from the Su clan. Chapter 43, The Ancient Clan Xian family is doomed, the final words. Yet, considering he had not only exposed his greatest trump card, but would also face relentless pursuit, coupled with the loss of 2 supreme treasures, Xian'aoyan pounded the ground in rage, shouting, "How infuriating!" The voice from the black ancient scripture resonated once more. "You should remain here and recuperate. Once the Crimson Meteor burial ground opens, acquire that artifact and then depart this domain, seeking a remote place to cultivate. Fear not, with my assistance, you shall become an emperor within a century." The Crimson Meteor burial ground. But he lacked the qualification to enter. Suddenly, a chilling glint flashed in Xian'aoyan's eyes as he coldly declared, "At this point, what does an additional sin matter?" A day later, outside the great hall of the reclusive ancient clan Xian family, a group of elders appeared ashen-faced, kneeling outside with bowed heads, trembling in silence. The entire Xian family was shrouded in an oppressive atmosphere. Bang! Within the hall, the sounds of furious roars and shattering porcelain resonated. That beast has truly gone mad. To dare keep relics from the Dark Era on him. Is he intent on bringing ruin to our ancient clan? Inside the dimly lit main hall, Xian Yu was beside himself with rage. Even with outsiders present, his expression twisted into a mask of madness as he smashed objects. It had been centuries since he had lost composure in such a manner. Su Chenxiao observed this scene quietly, leisurely sipping his tea. The charge of colluding with the bizarre beings of the Dark Era. Aside from those imperial clans that once led the celestial realms out of darkness, even a mere Xian family could scarcely bear such a weight. It was no wonder Xian Yu would behave so irrationally. After an indeterminate period, Xian Yu slumped into his seat, his eyes vacant, alternating between laughter and tears as he exclaimed, "Ha ha, Xian Yu once so wise. Never anticipated I would foster such a treacherous son. Fratricide, harboring the ancient scriptures of the Dark Era that all must condemn. Could this be my retribution for slaying my kin? Is this all retribution?" At this moment, Xian Ning, kneeling outside the hall, could no longer restrain himself and rushed inside. "Father." Yet upon entering, he was taken aback. The scene was one of utter devastation. He had never seen his father so lost and despondent. In that moment, as the patriarch of the reclusive ancient clan, Xian Yu was devoid of spirit, overwhelmed by guilt and regret. Xian Ning felt a lump in his throat as he stepped forward. "Father." Xian Yu glanced at him, his voice weak as he spoke. "Ah, Ninger, I have failed our ancestors and your mother's wishes. The Xian family is doomed. It shall perish by my hand." Xian Ning was struck as if by lightning, a sense of despair washing over him. He could not fathom that his usually wise and imposing father would utter such hopeless words. Xian Ning fell to his knees, crawling forward, grasping his father's hands as he implored, "Father, please, do not say such things. Our Xian family has stood for millennia among the celestial realms. We will not fall." Xian Yu raised his head and closed his eyes, lying upon the patriarch's seat, appearing as if he had aged centuries as he murmured, "An ancient clan? But my Xian family cannot bear the sin of attempting to reignite the Dark Era. Last night, the chief family of the ancient clans reported that your brother, Xian Outyan, ambushed several prodigies from the ancient clans, killing Qi Ao and 6 others, and seizing their qualification tokens. In the near future, the Qi family will lead a multitude of individuals from various ancient clans and sects to seek retribution." "What?" Upon hearing this, Xian Ning gasped, nearly grinding his teeth in a low growl. "Xian Outyan, it's him again. Father, he seeks to destroy our Xian family." Xian Yu slowly opened his eyes, his expression weary, as he fixed his gaze upon Xian Ning. He extended a large hand to cup his son's face, speaking with utmost gentleness. "Ninger, I am deeply remorseful for my shortcomings as a father. After your mother's passing, I have neglected to care for you both, having assumed the role of clan leader. All this time, you have blamed me for favoring your brother Outyan excessively. However, the reason for my indulgence towards him is because your mother's final wish was for me to take good care of Tian. Although you have been a hostage for 3 years, your mother and I had poured all our love into you during your childhood, while Tian suffered in other realms." Tears streamed down Xian Ning's face as he choked out, "Father, please, do not speak of him anymore." Xian Yu shook his head with a gentle smile, revealing a side of him that was rarely seen. "Ning, you resemble your mother in both temperament and appearance, while Tian takes after me. I understand that I have not been a good father in your eyes, but today, I wish to tell you, Ning, that in my heart, you have always been my most obedient and understanding child, and my pride." As if imparting a final testament, Xian Yu spoke extensively in one breath. Xian Ning trembled uncontrollably, having longed for his father's affirmation, yet not in this moment. Just then, a voice echoed from outside the hall. Clan leader, the hidden ancient clans Qi, Zhao, and Ming families, along with several sects, have sent their representatives." Upon hearing this, Xian Yu nodded, his eyes flickering, lost in thought. He gently wiped the tears from Xian Ning's cheeks, whispering lovingly, "Ning, you have grown. After my departure, if they grant our Xian family a sliver of hope, and we continue to exist, then you shall be the clan leader." Xian Ning grasped his father's arm tightly, kneeling and lowering his head in desperate pleading. "Father, I beg you, please do not say any more. You will be fine." Witnessing his son in such a state, even the strong-willed Xian Yu felt tears welling in his profound eyes. He realized how neglectful he had been towards his younger son since Tian's return. But why had he come to this realization so late? Xian Yu chuckled softly, finally affectionately ruffling Xian Ning's hair before rising and approaching Su Chenxiao, who sat quietly to the side. "Young Master Su, within this is all that I, Xian Yu, possess, as well as half of the resources accumulated by my ancient clan through the generations." Su Chenxiao looked up at Xian Yu, inquiring, "Clan leader Xian, what is the meaning of this?" Chapter 44. Who has the right to prove? I wonder if I, this young master, am qualified? Xian Yu knelt with clasped hands, lowering his head as if offering a final request. "A failure to educate is the father's fault. Tian's heinous actions are intrinsically linked to my shortcomings as a father. But my good child Ning is innocent. I implore young Master Su, in light of this humble offering, to spare Ning's life. From this day forth, my son is willing to risk everything for you, without hesitation." Su Chenxiao remained silent for a moment. To be honest, he was not a good person. Yet, perhaps seeing the paternal love emanating from Xian Yu reminded him of his own family. Su Chenxiao accepted the storage ring, nodding calmly as he spoke. "Understood. You may go." Xian Yu's body trembled, his face alight with boundless gratitude. He knew that only this young master from the Imperial Su family could potentially spare his youngest son's life amidst the myriad ancient clans and immortal sects. Father, please don't. Xianning felt utterly powerless, pleading desperately from behind. Xianyu slowly rose, casting one last glance at Xianning before unleashing a surge of energy that rendered him unconscious, bowing deeply to Su Chenxiao. Young Master Su, farewell. Su Chenxiao nodded without speaking, watching Xianyu's towering figure depart, his eyes flickering as he toyed with the storage ring in his hand, murmuring to himself. Xianaoyan, you have a father willing to bear the weight of all your sins for you. But why can't you feel it? According to Xianaoyan's narrative, the Xian family has never wronged him. It is solely his one-sided belief that all of this is owed to him by the Xian family. Everything that transpired today has been recorded by his shadow stone. Su Chenxiao genuinely wished to see what would unfold when the destined protagonist faced death and found himself in dire straits. Would he feel regret upon witnessing this scene? Su Chenxiao slowly stood and walked towards the hall's exit. Outside, the sky was thick with dark clouds, ominous and oppressive, as if heralding a storm about to break. At this moment, outside the Xian family hall, Xianyu and the elders gazed at the approaching throng of various clans. Xianyu, your son, Xianaoyan, has killed my youngest, Qiao. My Ao has suffered this unwarranted calamity. I, Qi Kong, have but this one son. If your Xian family fails to provide an explanation today, my ancient clan, Qi, shall bear an eternal grudge against you. Upon seeing Xianyu, an elderly man with a furious countenance roared. This man was Qi Kong, the clan leader of the Qi family, having had a son late in life. He had doted on Qi Ao since childhood, and now, with his son deceased, he felt a grief deeper than anyone present. My grandson also perished at the hands of your son, Xianaoyan. Is your Xian family colluding with the bizarre beings of the dark epoch, seeking to defy the heavens? Today, we, the ancient clans, shall act in the name of justice and eradicate you traitors from the hidden ancient clans, lest you tarnish our esteemed reputation. Thunder rumbled ominously overhead. Under the terrifying pressure from thousands of ancient clans and sects, the heavens above the Xian family seemed on the verge of collapse. The elders of the Xian family trembled, their faces etched with despair. Clan leader, Xianyu took a deep breath, confronting the hostile crowd with a resolute voice. My Xian family accepts these matters. A failure to educate is a father's fault. My son Aoyan's actions fall squarely upon me as his father. I, Xianyu, am willing to atone with my life, offering all the resources of my Xian family as compensation, only asking you to spare us a chance at survival. However, to suggest that my Xian family is colluding with the bizarre beings of the dark epoch is utterly preposterous. The individuals above persisted relentlessly. Death. Xianyu, do you really think that with your death, this matter can be resolved? It is not so simple. Unless your entire clan is annihilated, our resentment shall not dissipate. Your son Xianaoyan used the ancient texts of the dark epoch at the Tianqi arena, witnessed by countless eyes. The evidence is irrefutable. What more can you say? If you claim your Xian family has no ties to the bizarre beings of the dark epoch, who can prove that? Who would believe it? The light in Xianyu's eyes flickered with understanding. He knew all too well that, aside from the few ancient clan members slain by Xianaoyan, the rest present were merely seeking to leverage this opportunity to eradicate the Xian family and claim their spoils. At that moment, a faint voice unexpectedly resonated from within the hall behind Xianyu. How about I provide proof? Slowly emerging from the hall was Su Chenxiao, nonchalantly followed by Qing Lao. Xianyu's eyes lit up with immense gratitude as he clasped his hands in thanks. Thank you, young Master Su. Above, Qi Kong, the patriarch of the Qi family, furrowed his brow and coldly retorted, you provide proof? What right do you, a mere child, have to speak? However, upon uttering these words, the expressions of the other ancient clan members nearby shifted dramatically, as if a realization had struck them. Several elders from the Qi family gasped in shock and hurried to Qi Kong's side, whispering urgently, Patriarch, do not say such things. That appears to be the son of the Su family, the Imperial Clan. What did you say? Qi Kong's eyes widened in disbelief, instantly regretting his words and wishing to tear his own mouth apart. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Are you trying to doom me? He shot a fierce glare at the informant and then hastily approached the lower tier with the other Qi elders, trembling with respect as he bowed deeply. I am Qi Kong, patriarch of the ancient Qi clan, and I pay my respects to young Master Su. One after another, the other ancient clan members descended, too fearful to remain above, scrambling like dumplings in their eagerness to pay their respects. Fuhai Dao Tong, I greet you, young master. Zhao clan, I greet you, young master. Ming family, I greet you, young master. Your name is often mentioned by my daughter upon her return to the clan. These venerable beings, having lived for centuries, now prostrated themselves before Su Chenxiao with deference, akin to humble servants. Su Chenxiao surveyed the gathering, his gaze landing on Qi Kong as he spoke with a calm demeanor. I shall provide proof that the events surrounding the Dark Era ancient scriptures were solely the doing of Xianaoyan. Any objections? In that instant, Qi Kong's earlier bravado evaporated, replaced by a palpable fear as he bowed his head submissively. If it is you, young Master Su, who bears witness, then there can be no question. This matter rests entirely upon Xian Tian. Su Chenxiao's gaze swept across the other attendees. And what of you? The atmosphere grew increasingly delicate. Once the dignitaries who had come to demand justice, all present now nodded vigorously in agreement before Su Chenxiao, as if they were chicks pecking at grain. The Imperial Clan's young master could not possibly wish to spare the Xian family, could he? Many pondered silently. Qi Kong felt a deep anguish within. Having lost his only son, seeking retribution seemed only natural. Yet now, with the appearance of this Imperial Clan scion, not only was vengeance out of reach, but his very existence felt precarious. How had the ancient Xian family ascended to such heights, entwined with the Supreme Imperial Clan? Amidst the confusion, Xian Yu spoke serenely. Esteemed clan leaders, I comprehend your dissatisfaction with my son. Yet, grievances have their origins, and debts their owners. I, Xian Yu, am willing to bear the entirety of the blame. I implore you to show mercy to the innocent members of my Xian family. With that, Xian Yu, as the patriarch of an ancient clan, knelt before Qi Kong and the other clan leaders in a profound bow. What? Everyone present was taken aback, their eyes widening in disbelief. Xian Yu, disheveled and with a determined expression, addressed all gathered. My foolish child is still young and has strayed onto a misguided path. After my death, I am willing to use my life force and essence to forge the path of a saint. The treasures of the Xian family, accumulated over generations, lie in the rear hall. Xian Yu sought nothing more than to quell their anger by offering these treasures, hoping that when they captured my son, they would spare his life. In the eyes of the astonished, powerful beings present, Xian Yu gathered an overwhelming force of saintly power, calling out in remorse as he struck down with resolve. Bang! Patriarch! The members of the Xian family stared in horror, their eyes wide. The once mighty patriarch of the hidden ancient clan had fallen. Notification. The father of the destined protagonist, Xian Tian, has perished, losing the protection of the ancient Xian family. Destiny value severely diminished, a loss of 100,000. Congratulations, Master, you have obtained 100,000 villain points. Buzz. Upon his death, an immense and terrifying aura coalesced into a golden orb at his chest, signifying the choice to condense the path of a saint, requiring the sacrifice of everything. Xian Yu's body, blood, and soul turned to ash, gradually dissipating into the ether. Moments later, the sand on the ground was blown away by a gentle breeze, as if he had never existed in this world. On the ground lay a radiant saintly fruit, pulsating with divine energy. All present fell silent at this sight. Who among them did not know that this was the most ruthless patriarch of the ancient Xian family? Not only was he immensely powerful, but he had propelled the Xian family to new heights in a mere few years, a true tyrant. And now, such a figure had knelt an apology and sacrificed himself for the sake of his son. Many felt their anger dissipate, exchanging glances filled with a sense of shared sorrow. Even Qi Kong, whose son had been lost, sighed deeply and spoke. Ah, the heart of a parent is indeed pitiable. Patriarch Xian, your family has suffered misfortune. Why must you endure this? As a fellow father, he could empathize with Xian Yu's plight. However, the pain of losing a child could not be assuaged. Only the blood of Xian Tian could offer solace to the spirit of his departed child. Qi Kong glanced at the grieving elders of the Xian family and said solemnly, your patriarch has sacrificed himself to protect the Xian family. If we pursue this matter further, it would reflect poorly on us. With that, he declared, as for your rebellious son, Xian Tian, we will take matters into our own hands. Should he retain any ties with your family, do not blame the Qi family for being merciless. From this day forth, the hidden ancient clan of the Xian family shall cease to exist. The grand elder stepped forward, sorrow etched on his face as he clasped his hands in respect. The Xian family understands. As for the saintly fruit, all present exchanged glances, a glimmer of greed flickering in their eyes. The saintly fruit contained the essence of the saintly path, ensuring that possession of it would guarantee entry into the realm of saints. Xian Yu, having emerged as a powerful patriarch, was already formidable. His saintly path was at the very least of a superior tier. The addition of another saintly being would represent a monumental enhancement for their ancient clans. After deliberating briefly, they unanimously decided, led by Qi Kong, to offer the saintly fruit to this Imperial Clan scion. Su Chenxiao raised an eyebrow. What do you offer me this for? With utmost care, Qi Kong approached Su Chenxiao, cradling the saintly fruit with reverence. Young Master Su, we were blind before and have committed many offenses. We have collectively decided to present this saintly fruit to you, hoping you will overlook our previous transgressions. Their fear of this Imperial Clan scion outweighed their greed. The vastness of the myriad realms is boundless, with countless hidden ancient clans and immortal legacies. Yet, among them, only 10 imperial families reign supreme. Even the beasts nurtured by these clans are not to be trifled with, let alone the esteemed son of the Su clan's patriarch standing before them. Furthermore, the treasures of the Xian family are also at your disposal, esteemed young master. Su Chenxiao squinted, a grin spreading across his face. He did not indulge in pleasantries, directly accepting the saintly fruit of the Tao, and remarked nonchalantly, "As for the treasury, you may allocate it as you wish. I shall not interfere in your quest for vengeance. However, Xian possesses ancient scriptures. As long as he remains unvanquished, he poses a perpetual threat to the realms. Should you find yourselves at an impasse, the Imperial Clan shall not hesitate to intervene." The crowd felt a tremor in their hearts at his words. If this matter were to reach the ears of the 10 imperial families, then all hidden ancient clans would inevitably face dire repercussions. Qikong hastily responded, "Rest assured, young Master Su, my Qi clan possesses the ancestral method of tracing bloodlines. As long as Xian remains within this Kanming domain, he shall never escape our pursuit. I refuse to believe that he can remain indifferent after news of his father's demise spreads." Su Chenxiao nodded slightly, waving his hand. "I am somewhat fatigued. I leave this matter in your capable hands." With that, Su Chenxiao returned to the main hall, leaving the others to exchange glances in bewilderment. An hour later, representatives from various ancient clans departed. The elders of the clan donned mourning attire, preparing to handle the patriarch's affairs. Overhead, an ominous cloud loomed above the Xian family. Within the main hall, Xian Ning, recently awakened, sat despondently on the ground, lost in thought. Su Chenxiao quietly sipped his tea, the hall stark and empty. With only 3 present, after an indeterminate period, Xian Ning shakily rose to his feet and approached Su Chenxiao. His once raven hair had turned ashen, and his crimson eyes were streaked with tears. His countenance was eerily calm. "I implore you, young master, assist me." He knew that only one person could provide the aid he sought. Su Chenxiao regarded him with a neutral gaze, reminiscent of an unfeeling sovereign, and slowly inquired, "Assist you with what?" In Xian Ning's eyes, an intense madness ignited. He swore to personally eradicate the beast that had slain his father, unrepentant and vile. "I offer my entire cultivation and soul to swear an oath to the heavenly Tao. If you help me slay Xian from this day forth, my wretched life shall belong to you, young Master Su, and I shall forever revere you as my sovereign." Chapter 46, Blood Tracing, Blood for Use. Xian Ning's eyes blazed with vengeful fury. Upon uttering his vow, delicate white threads began to swirl around him, intertwining and transforming into runes imbued with the essence of the heavenly Tao. He bit his finger, inscribing his blood upon them. In an instant, the runes detonated into a cascade of white starlight, dissipating into the air. Irrevocable, a covenant with the heavenly Tao. Su Chenxiao maintained his usual demeanor, locking eyes with him for a protracted moment before calmly stating, "Rise, he shall not escape. When the Qiyun burial grounds are opened, let him be interred alongside the ancient scriptures of the Dark Era." Xian Ning was overjoyed, bowing deeply in gratitude. "Thank you, young master." The events surrounding the Xian family stirred considerable unrest among the hidden ancient clans. No one anticipated that such a ruthless and decisive patriarch would choose to take his own life for the sake of his son. Nevertheless, the pursuit of Xian did not wane. The ancient clans united to seal off the domain, issuing a significant bounty for anyone who could capture or provide information about him. Amidst the allure of the substantial reward, countless cultivators, undeterred by the risk of being ensnared by the Dark Era's malevolent entities, fervently sought Xian's whereabouts. At this moment, deep within the Mistwood mountain range, a tremendous roar erupted from the ancient, tranquil forest. Xian, drenched in blood, wore a frenzied and grotesque expression as he dispatched several cultivators who had dared to confront him. With one hand, he seized a struggling ancient clan cultivator, forcibly extracting his memories. After forcibly siphoning the memories, Xian trembled violently, his gaze chilling, ignoring the anguished cries of his victim. He crushed the man's skull with a brutal grip. The news of his father's death plunged Xian into profound sorrow, prompting a primal howl of grief. The ancient scriptures hovered beside him, emanating an eerie power that obliterated the surrounding corpses. A shadow materialized beside Xian, observing the trembling figure on the ground, and cackled. "What's this? Weren't you filled with hatred for your father? Why do you appear so tormented upon hearing of his demise?" Boom. Xian relentlessly pummeled the ground. His hands bloodied and mangled, yet he showed no signs of stopping until a deep crater formed beneath him. Only then did he lift his head, his scarlet eyes streaming with blood tears. The shadow, produced by the ancient scriptures, marveled, "What a splendid gaze. In your eyes, I see hatred and fury." Xian coldly turned his head and hurled a fist towards the shadow, roaring, "Silence." Yet his attack merely caused the shadow to dissipate momentarily before it reformed. "That old fool died for the Xian family, yet he dares to claim it was for me." Xian seethed. "All of this is debt owed to me, Xian. Does he think I could ever forgive him? Never. From this day forth, he would no longer be bound by any so-called blood ties. No one would have the power to restrain him. Whoever it is, I, Xian, will kill at will. None who have wronged me shall escape." With this thought, Xian erupted into maniacal laughter, his eyes tinged with an inky darkness, oblivious to the grinning shadow beside him, its mouth filled with jagged teeth. A day later, atop the Chenji peak of the Xian family, a massive crimson vortex loomed at the summit, surrounded by barriers. Only those with the proper qualifications could enter. Thousands gathered, awaiting the opening of the Qiyun burial grounds. Seated at the head of the assembly, Su Chenxiao observed with interest as the clan leaders of various ancient factions stood respectfully beside him. Do you believe we can capture Xian today? Su Chenxiao inquired, glancing curiously at Qi Kong, the head of the Qi clan. Qi Kong, with a respectful demeanor, replied, Young master. Xian killed my youngest son and seized his qualification token to enter the Qiyun burial grounds. We have now sealed the entire Kaming domain. If this young man wishes to escape, the soul means lies within the ancient teleportation array located in the Crimson Fallen Grave. Xian Ning's gaze, as frigid as ice, swept over the crowd below as he spoke in a deep voice. Perhaps he is currently concealed among the throng. Su Chenxiao, with a faint smile, inquired, Do you require my assistance, my lord? Qi Kong and several other clan leaders exchanged confident glances and replied, My lord, we are 4 Saint Realm experts present. If we cannot capture a mere undying realm pawn, it would be utterly laughable. Another clan leader echoed this assurance, with 4 saints personally taking action. Should they fail to apprehend Xian, it would be better to find a piece of tofu to smash oneself against. This damned sense of déjà vu. Su Chenxiao's expression turned peculiar upon hearing this, and he refrained from further comment. Buzz. The system panel unfolded. On the system map, a bright, flickering red that was situated right here. Su Chenxiao smiled amiably as he gazed down at the crowd. Amidst the throng, a burly man clad in a gray cloak hastily lowered his head. Damn it, could this fellow have noticed me? A peculiar cackle echoed within his sea of consciousness. What is there to fear? You possess the black ancient scripture. Even if you are exposed, so what? Your previous attempt to seize the qualification token was all too blatant. I can sense the aura of a killing formation here. It seems this group has long since laid out a net, intending to draw you out today. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of icy murderous intent flashed in Xian eyes as he scoffed disdainfully. Do these fellows truly believe they can capture Xian so easily? He had already made his preparations. Su Chenxiao withdrew his gaze, leaning back in his chair, his left hand languidly propping up his head, his lowered eyelids curling into a playful smile. They arrived quite early, indeed. Let the chaos ensue. It would be best if the scene grew even more tumultuous. After all, you are already burdened with so many sins. What does one more matter? With a gentle flick of his right hand, a white, fluffy death soul beast materialized in his grasp. Since devouring the soul of a king realm expert, the death soul beast had taken an extended period to digest. Now, it had evolved from its juvenile stage into its youthful phase, its aura considerably strengthened, and it seemed time for it to play a role. Approximately a stick of incense later, the grand elder of the Xian family gazed at the mysterious vortex atop the peak. Only when the vortex transformed into a vivid crimson hue, fully revealing itself, did he approach Su Chenxiao and the assembly of ancient clan leaders, speaking with utmost reverence. The moment has arrived. We may now enter the Crimson Fallen Grave. Qi Kong nodded, exchanging glances with the surrounding clan leaders, signaling that they could initiate action. They had confidently arranged everything prior to their arrival. Qi Kong sneered coldly and declared, Then let us commence. Xian Ning, lend your blood for this purpose. Upon hearing this, Xian Ning decisively drew a line of blood upon his fingertip. Qi Kong grinned widely, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. Xian, though I know not what method you employ to evade our divine senses, this ends now. Trace the blood's origin. Buzz. The blood in Xian Ning's hand was drawn forth, transforming into an arc of light that darted past Qi Kong's eyes. Qi Kong's gaze, sharp as lightning, swiftly scanned the crowd below, quickly locking onto the burly man. Found you. Qi Kong's eyes brightened, and he immediately shouted, It is him. Seize him. Without wasting further words, the other 3 Saint Realm clan leaders erupted into action. A tremendous aura of sanctity surged skyward, one of them bellowing, Xian, today you shall have nowhere to flee. Heavenly seal, earthly lock. Another invoked a formation. Even facing a mere undying realm junior, the ancient clan leaders spared no effort. The dark epic ancient scriptures were exceedingly peculiar. Even in the hands of an undying realm practitioner, they were not to be underestimated. A lion does not hold back when hunting a rabbit. Excessive underestimation will only lead to endless troubles. Boom. The formation crashed down, shaking the heavens and the earth with a deafening roar. This sudden turn of events caught everyone present off guard. The formation. What is happening? Qi family's leader, as well as Zhao and Ming families? What are they attempting? Layers upon layers of formations rapidly arose. In the blink of an eye, the entire Qianji peak transformed into an impenetrable wall. Countless robust spiritual chains intertwined, seemingly sealing off the entire realm. Ancient absolute death formation. Ancient locking dragon formation. Ancient sunflower water formation. 3 layers, airtight. Perhaps due to Xian current low destiny value, he had lost the intelligence decreasing buff. Witnessing this scene, even Su Chenxiao found himself momentarily taken aback. Su Chenxiao gazed at the four ancient clan leaders charging into the crowd without reservation, displaying their might, and couldn't he help but lament, truly ruthless. No wonder they assured me with such conviction before. With these three formations, forget the undying realm. Even the pinnacle of the Saint Realm would likely bleed out on the spot. Not only Su Chenxiao, but the concealed Xian Aoyan's complexion also shifted drastically upon seeing the three great formations arise. Although he had long prepared for a showdown, he had not anticipated that the opponents would hold him in such high regard. Xian Aoyan's expression became as grim as one who had just consumed excrement. He roared with fury. Qi Ming, did you not say there was only one killing formation? What are the other two? The spirit of the black ancient scripture in his mind remained silent for some time before finally responding. Use the ancient scripture. As long as the ancient scripture exists, none dare to lay a hand on you. Faced with the imminent threat of four Saint Realm powerhouses, Xian Aoyan did not dare to be careless. His face was filled with murderous intent as he bellowed. You bastards! Do you truly think Xian Aoyan is as malleable as clay? Black ancient scripture. Buzz. A dense and ominous aura surged upward, violently crashing against the ancient formations above. That eerie and foreboding energy began to swiftly corrode the first absolute death formation. Yet even so, beyond the absolute death formation, the locking dragon formation and sunflower water formation still stood. It was impossible to shatter them all in one go and break free. Boom. The spirit shadow of the black ancient scripture materialized. The shadow unleashed hundreds of terrifying black divine rays towards Qi Kong and the others. Boom. Qi Kong and the other three Saint Realm experts summoned treasures capable of isolating all. A holy shield as pure as jade appeared before Qi Kong, as beams of black light struck its surface, erupting with a thunderous roar. Boom. The eerie power began to incessantly erode and spread across the shield, faintly threatening to breach it and reach his hand. This was a power not belonging to the heavens. Should even a hint of it touch one, it would drive them to madness and transform them into a grotesque entity. Even Saint Realm powerhouses dared not let it taint them. Upon witnessing this, Qi Kong was so frightened that he hastily discarded the shield and summoned a newly prepared one. He laughed heartily. Ha! Young one of the Xin family. Do you truly think that by wielding the eerie powers of the dark epoch, we would hesitate to touch you? How laughable. I have not come today to capture you, but rather to extinguish the rebellious traitors of your ancient clan right here. Fellow warriors, let us commence. Taishan seal. With that, the four formidable beings of the sacred realm unleashed their grand techniques, converging towards Xian Aoyan for the purpose of annihilation. Although the ancient scriptures of the Dark Era are enigmatic and fearsome, as long as one refrains from direct contact, there shall be no harm. Thus, they all employed ranged methods, intending to eliminate him from a distance. Xian Aoyan's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that these shameless old geezers had prepared so thoroughly, wielding their artifacts as if they were disposable. However, do you truly believe that such actions can subdue me, Xian Aoyan? Qi Ming. A shadow directly merged with Xian Aoyan's back. Suddenly, he was invigorated as a terrifying radiance erupted from within him, swiftly radiating outward. This ominous power was extraordinarily terrifying, rapidly engulfing the sacred techniques of the few. Qi Kong, witnessing this, sneered repeatedly, his defensive artifacts shielding him from any taint, and remarked, desperate resistance. I am eager to see just how far that ancient scripture of the Dark Era can assist you. Sacred Mountain Seal. With a thunderous roar, another divine technique surged forth. At that moment, anguished groans and cries of despair resonated throughout the arena. Ah, do not come any closer. Chief, save me. The entire Dao Peak was engulfed by a peculiar aura that spread like a tidal wave. Although the few mighty beings of the sacred realm remained untouched, the younger generation who had come to the Red Abyss burial ground could not withstand this sinister force. Hundreds were now writhing in agony on the ground, their faces and bodies contorting, skin and flesh rotting away in chunks, spewing forth torrents of black blood and flesh. Some were rapidly covered in fur, resembling ferocious beasts. Even more horrifying, new arms sprouted from their bodies, writhing as they emitted agonized howls. It was akin to a hellish purgatory. Seemingly witnessing the birth of those bizarre beings from the Dark Era, Qi Kong trembled, his pupils dilating in shock. Meanwhile, Xian Aoyan, consumed by madness, stood at the center of the arena, the shadow hovering behind him, arms wide open, laughing maniacally, radiating overwhelming malevolence. Now, he resembled a source of plague, with life wilting and deforming in his wake. Ha! You may withstand it, but what of the others? Everyone, charge forth and entangle them. The pages of the black ancient scripture before Xian Aoyan flipped open rapidly. All the cultivators corrupted and transformed into monsters by this eerie aura went mad, rushing towards the four sacred realm leaders. In the distance, the resplendent golden power of the quasi-emperor formed a barrier that isolated everything. Upon witnessing this, Xian Ning's face turned crimson with rage as he attempted to charge forward. Xian Aoyan, this fellow has become more demonic than the demons themselves. What are you doing? Su Chenxiao glanced at him with a faint smile in his eyes, saying, just remain here quietly and observe. As he watched the numerous cultivators tainted by the eerie aura continuously deform, Chenxiao lazily patted the soul beast resting in his hand, smiling gently. Still sleeping? It's time to eat. Chapter 48, Slave Spirit Qi Ming, A Life and Death Struggle of Xian'aoyan. The soul beast seemed to sense something. It rolled around in Chenxiao's palm, and then shot forth like a white arrow, being an inherently strange creature. It was completely unperturbed by the influence of the ominous aura. Like a tiger among sheep, the soul beast swiftly infiltrated the bodies of the cultivators, consuming their tainted souls. Chenxiao cast his gaze towards the shadow behind Xian'aoyan. Qi Ming Black Ancient Scripture Slave Spirit, once a malevolent cultivator from the Kaming domain. It stumbled upon the Black Ancient Scripture in the Cave of Heavenly Demons, and was subsequently consumed by dark energy, losing its corporeal form, with its soul adhering to the scripture. So it was like this. Rather than being a spirit of the Black Ancient Scripture, the shadow was more accurately described as a slave embodying the will of the scripture. Chenxiao stretched lazily and rose, making his way to the edge of the golden barrier constructed by Elder Qing. Outside, the black ominous aura was relentlessly battering, attempting to engulf them. Elder Qing's expression changed dramatically upon seeing this. Young master, what are you doing? The ancient clansman nearby, filled with trepidation, rushed forward to dissuade him. Young Master Su, you must not venture out. The outside is rife with the eerie aura of the dark era. A gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall. You, esteemed as you are, cannot venture out. At this moment, they were more concerned for the imperial scion than their own clansman, fearing that he might impulsively choose to experience the danger. Chenxiao's expression remained calm as he extended his hand beyond the golden barrier, gently grasping. With a snap, a strand of seemingly sentient, writhing ominous energy appeared between his thumb and forefinger, akin to a serpentine entity. Witnessing this scene, the elders of the ancient clans widened their eyes in astonishment, their expressions akin to encountering a ghost. What the hell? What is happening? Chenxiao regarded the ominous energy in his hand with a light chuckle. This ominous energy seems to possess a semblance of intelligence. How intriguing. Applying slight pressure with his fingers, the strand of ominous energy was instantly extinguished. Naturally, he would not take risks with his own safety. Before arriving, he had already consulted the system, which informed him that the innate chaotic body could transform all things and merge myriad laws. Even if this ominous energy entered his body, the ultimate outcome would be its assimilation by the chaotic body, treated equally. Under the astonished gazes of those around him, Chenxiao leisurely made his way towards Xian'aoyan. The surroundings were filled with cultivators tainted by the ominous energy, yet Chenxiao was enveloped in a layer of misty chaotic light, rendering him impervious to even the slightest corruption. The transformed cultivators lunged at him in a frenzy, exuding an overwhelming aura of disaster. Buzz! The White Emperor's sword was summoned. With a single stroke, it cleaved down. A razor-sharp sword light howled forth. The might of the Imperial sword was unstoppable, instantly reducing the transformed cultivators to dust. Boom. Indeed stronger than in life, Chenxiao observed with keen interest. Not far away, upon witnessing Chenxiao's appearance, Qi Kong and the others were taken aback. Their faces pale as they halted their attacks and approached him. Young Master Su, what brings you here? Quickly leave. This place has already been contaminated by that ominous energy. However, upon sensing the ancient and mysterious chaotic energy surrounding Chenxiao, their expressions shifted in disbelief. This, young Master Su, you are not afraid of the ominous energy. Chenxiao smiled slightly, holding the White Emperor's sword. He looked towards Xian'aoyan, who was now a thorn in the side even to the mighty beings of the sacred realm, and spoke. Xian'aoyan, your last reliance lies within the souls of those in the dark era ancient scripture, does it not? Is it you? Xian'aoyan's expression turned furious in an instant. A terrifying killing intent spilled forth as he gritted his teeth and spat. How dare you appear before me again? It is indeed this scoundrel, the one who previously snatched away my immortal slaughtering sword and the celestial slaying formation in the arena. Chenxiao let out a derisive laugh, shaking his head in a tone of lamentation. I can only imagine that your father, in his final moments, would never have wished for you to become this way. Oh, by the way, I possess your father's last words, containing sentiments he wished to convey to you. Would you not desire to see them? As he spoke, Chenxiao produced a recording stone and tossed it carelessly toward him. Father! Xian'aoyan's pupils dilated sharply, his emotions once again surging. Yet, as if recalling something, his expression twisted into a grotesque mask of rage, and he raised his hand to shatter the recording stone with a violent blow. Boom. Do you think Xian'aoyan would still care about such trifles? What nonsense is this familial affection? I, Xian'aoyan, have no need for such things. Observing this, Chenxiao merely chuckled, retrieving another recording stone from his storage space. No matter if one is shattered, I have another. Xian'aoyan gasped, his breath caught in his throat. At this juncture, his deepest loathing was hearing anyone mention his father. You dare provoke Xian'aoyan, causing his entire being to tremble with rage. His eyes ablaze with resentment and murderous intent, as he bellowed furiously. Silence. I want you dead. Chiming, grant me strength. A dark figure cackled menacingly. Understood. With me here, you shall not perish. It had been waiting for this moment. Since you have offered yourself up, then your flesh shall be claimed by me. Chiming. Boom. The shadow began to merge with him. The black ancient scriptures erupted with a terrifying aura. Xian body began to undergo a horrifying transformation. His form expanded inch by inch, his arms and torso sprouting pulsating fleshy growths, rendering him an abominable being. This time, even the triple formation could not withstand this overwhelming power, beginning to crumble and collapse. Qi Kong and the others were taken aback. They had not anticipated that this youth still had strength to spare. Was the being from the black ancient scriptures truly this fearsome? They had long discerned that Xian's audacity relied entirely on the power of that dark figure. Protect young Master Su. Young Master, be cautious. Su Chenxiao chuckled coldly, unfazed. Xian's strength derived from the soul of that black ancient scripture. Yet, as long as it was a soul, it was food for the soul devourer. Witnessing Xian's aura continually swell, a white figure suddenly darted past. The soul devourer, having consumed hundreds of souls, locked onto the shadow behind Xian. The black shadow, gradually melding into Xian's body, seemed to sense something. It glanced at the white fur ball on its shoulder, instantly filled with dread. This is death, the soul devourer. No, how could this creature still exist? Xian, save me. The white fur ball, indifferent to its pleas, opened its gaping maw filled with sharp teeth, unleashing a terrifying force of suction. In the next moment, slurp. No. Chapter 49, Celestial Sword Body, the end approaches, accompanied by a mournful and unwilling roar. The soul devourer consumed the shadow whole. The once surging aura of Xian quaked, as if he had been hollowed out, his body collapsing weakly to the ground. Thud. What is happening to me? My power. Where's my power? Realizing something was amiss, Xian frantically searched for the shadow. His face contorted with madness as he shouted. Chiming. But no matter how he called, he could no longer perceive even a trace of the shadow's presence. The onlookers in the distance widened their eyes, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. All they saw was a furry creature appearing upon the shadow, followed by a slurp. As it devoured the shadow whole, what is going on? The eerie aura emanating from that figure vanished. Burp. The soul devourer let out a satisfied burp, then lazily transformed into a streak of light, returning to Su Chenxiao's hand. Soul devourer, mature stage. Su Chenxiao gently patted it twice, observing the soul devourer. Now once again in slumber, and with a faint smile, he stored it back into the system space. Well done. Though I know not the cultivation of that enslaved spirit from the black ancient scriptures, it seems Xian could leverage its power to contend against several formidable beings present, suggesting it was not weak. A great tonic indeed. At this moment, Xian, sensing something was amiss, became utterly panicked. Bastard, what have you done to me? Su Chenxiao replied with a hint of amusement. I merely fed your trump card to my pet. Qi Kong and the others exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions peculiar. They had not expected that young Master Su could so effortlessly neutralize the opponent's final trump card upon making his move. It is time to conclude this. The heavens and earth here were tainted by the black ancient scriptures, and Su Chenxiao snapped his fingers. Snap! A hazy, mysterious chaotic light burst forth. The chaotic divine body can merge and absorb all auras, under the incredulous gazes of the others. The already perfected innate chaotic divine body voraciously consumed the vast and strange aura surrounding them. Su Chenxiao closed his eyes, feeling waves of ominous power seemingly imbued with intellect stirring within his energy sea. Under the suppression and absorption of the chaotic energy, that ominous power gradually calmed and began to assimilate. Buzz. This colossal, boundless ominous power began to coalesce. Upon his spiritual platform, 8 luminous entities radiating divine light and surrounded by the essence of the Tao emerged, and at their center appeared a pitch-black Tao fruit, seemingly originating from the abyss itself. This represented a power of the Tao never before seen across the realms. Although feeble, it harbored an intensely ominous and eerie aura. Aside from the central Tao fruit, resplendent and seemingly sovereign under the cover of chaotic energy, the newly emerged black Tao fruit suppressed the remaining 7, rendering them subservient, as if they feared to act hastily. The 9th Tao. The ancient clan leaders surrounding the scene were left utterly speechless. Young Master Su could even absorb this ominous power. To think he could absorb such strange energies, could he truly be the fabled innate chaotic body? The Zhao clan leader murmured, his brow furrowed in contemplation. The innate chaotic body had not been seen in the realms for countless epochs. Even they had not expected that the innate chaotic body could ignore the encroachment of this ominous power. Su Chenxiao slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of divine light passing through them, as he gazed upon the disheveled Xian, now stripped of all power and lying on the ground. With narrowed eyes, he softly murmured, "Thank you for your hospitality." Extending his right hand, a surge of terrifying, malevolent, ominous energy flickered and then was snuffed out within his grasp. Feeling the emergence of the mysterious ninth Tao within his sea of consciousness, Su Chenxiao's eyes shimmered with surprise. To think that beyond chaos, divine demons, and primordial antiquity, the first Tao I comprehended would be this unprecedented eerie path in the realms. Su Chenxiao spoke with a calm demeanor. The strange power in this realm has finally dissipated. It is time to deal with the aftermath. Although the ominous force has lifted, the cultivators who have been corrupted and distorted cannot return to their former states. The clan leaders of Qi Kong nodded, aware that Xian Outyin was now devoid of strength, and they proceeded to slay the grotesque monsters. Su Chenxiao approached Xian Outyin leisurely, looking down upon him with an air of superiority. A surge of true qi lifted the ancient black scripture from the ground. Holding the black scripture in his hands, Su Chenxiao smiled and remarked, "Well, now your last trump card is gone." Ding. The destined protagonist Xian Outyin loses the black scripture, and his luck value decreases by 40,000. Congratulations, Master, for acquiring 40,000 villain points. Return it to me. That is mine. Xian Outyin's expression changed, and he howled in rage. Suddenly, with a tearing sound, Su Chenxiao frowned at the sight before him. Xian Outyin, in your current state, you hardly resemble a prodigy of the ancient clan. Corrupted by this eerie power, you have lost the shelter of your shadow and the black scripture. The multitude of flesh buds on Xian Outyin's body began to explode one after another, and the skin on his cheeks peeled away, revealing a multitude of strange, swirling eyes beneath. I will kill you. Su Chenxiao crouched down, shaking his head with a hint of regret. It's over, Xian Outyin. Perhaps in your next life, you should strive harder. He began to cultivate an unfathomably terrifying radiance, preparing to harvest the last vestiges of value from Xian Outyin. Chaos Scripture, 10,000 returns to 1. Xian Outyin let out a pained scream, curling up on the ground as he convulsed. The essence of the celestial sword body was forcibly stripped away, merging into the innate chaos divine body. At that moment, a sharp sword intent radiated from Su Chenxiao's entire being, and his cultivation level began to undergo a transformation. Immortal Realm 1st level, 2nd level, 3rd level, he continued ascending until he reached the 7th level of the Immortal Realm, where he finally halted. Ding. The destined protagonist Xian Outyin loses the celestial sword body, and his luck value decreases by 40,000. Congratulations, Master, for acquiring 40,000 villain points. A smile slowly crept onto Su Chenxiao's lips as he stood up, reveling in the immense enhancement brought forth by this foundational essence. Another exhilarating breakthrough had occurred. At this juncture, Xian Ning arrived from afar, his face etched with hatred as he spoke. My lord, may I take matters into my own hands? I wish to kill him with my own hands. Su Chenxiao cast a faint glance at him before tossing over the recording stone, calmly stating, from now on, this life of yours belongs to me. You may handle your clan's affairs. Xian Ning lowered his head, staring at the recording stone in a daze for a long time. He took a deep breath, attempting to calm his turbulent emotions, then looked towards the writhing, worm-like figure of Xian Outyin on the ground. With an icy demeanor, he slowly began, Xian Outyin, look at yourself now. At this juncture, are you still so obstinately deluded? Xian Outyin struggled to open his eyes, his crimson pupils filled with hatred and resentment. Xian Ning. Chapter 50, 300,000 villain points, the destined protagonist with regrets. You shut your mouth. What right do you have to judge me, Xian Outyin? Xian Ning took a deep breath and shouted, Xian Outyin, reaching this point today is entirely the result of your own actions. Do you know what my father said to me before he died? Xian Outyin roared in furious indignation. What do you understand about me, Xian Outyin? I, Xian Outyin, have spent my youth evading in that frigid land. I once thought they had no choice but to act as they did, but upon returning to the clan, I discovered that the love I was meant to receive had all been seized by you, Xian Ning. Xian Ning, you have won. You may relish the satisfaction of your victory by killing me, but I, Xian Outyin, shall forever look down upon you. Xian Ning trembled all over, unable to contain his laughter upon hearing those words. Ha! What a bias. Xian Outyin, so you've always thought this way. Now, open your eyes wide and behold. He crushed the recording stone, revealing the unreserved final moments left by Xian Yu before his passing. The heartfelt words from his father displayed in the recording stone caused Xian Ning's countenance to become extremely sorrowful. He spoke as he did so. You never considered why father sent you away. You obstinately believe that I took everything from you. I, Xian Ning, was born as a hostage. Father contemplated abandoning me multiple times. My mother, in my memories, was perpetually sorrowful, endlessly repeating your name, Xian Outyin. I thought they despised me as the youngest. So I exerted myself in my cultivation, striving to be the best, all to garner their attention. But you? All my efforts turned to naught because of your return to the clan. Even if you blame father and sever ties with the Xian family, you remain oblivious to the fact that every time you stirred up trouble, it was father who secretly resolved it for you. Xian Ning's eyes turned bloodshot as he released all the pent-up emotions of the past 20 years. Do you know that even in father's final moments, his last words were to plead with the clan leaders to spare your life? Xian Outyin, You have turned a blind eye to everything Father has done for you. You are the one who destroyed our ancient Xian clan, and you are also the reason for Father's demise. Gazing at the image in the recording stone, amidst Xian Ning's accusations, Xian Outyin fell into silence, having learned everything. These were truths he had never known. The memory of his father's excited and loving face upon his return to the clan flashed through his mind. Lying on the ground, Xian Outyin trembled, his face streaked with what could have been blood or tears. Even as countless ants gnawed at his heart, the pain paled in comparison to what he felt now. Father! Xian Outyin gasped, as if he had exhausted all his strength. His crimson eyes hoarsely uttered, "Kill me, Xian Ning." Xian Ning stared at him for a long while, his gaze gradually turning frigid. "Very well. Given your nature, you still refuse to acknowledge your mistakes at this juncture." A terrifying force of yin and yang began to coalesce in his hands. "Farewell, Xian Outyin." Xian Outyin closed his eyes, revealing an expression akin to liberation. Boom. Ding. The destined protagonist Xian Outyin has met his demise. Congratulations on hunting the ruthless evil emperor, the destined protagonist Xian Outyin. Unlocking the remaining fortunes of the destined protagonist Xian Outyin. Congratulations, Master, for acquiring all items of the destined protagonist. Ruthless Sword Scripture, Slay Heaven's Sword Technique. Fragmentary Nameless Sword Technique, and the Chart of the Unfathomable Stars. Current hunts of the destined protagonist, 2. Current villain points, 316,000. After personally concluding the matter of Xian Outyin, Xian Ning gazed at the corpse on the ground, his expression unusually calm. It was unclear how much time had passed before he approached Su Chenxiao and bowed, saying, "My lord, is it over?" "Indeed. Humans often reflect with regret only when facing death. What use is that?" Su Chenxiao chuckled lightly. "Over 300,000 villain points. Once this concludes, I can enjoy a delightful surge of power. I must obtain several universe-level supreme treasures." With the dust settling, the Qianji Peak lay in utter disarray, strewn with corpses. Of the originally over 10,000 souls, fewer than 1,000 had miraculously survived. Every individual present was gripped by terror, lingering dread etched upon their faces. Was it truly over? Had Xian Outyin perished? After vanquishing the monks who had been grotesquely transformed by the mysterious corruption, Qi Kong and 3 other clan leaders approached from the distance. Their expressions bore a semblance of trepidation as they cast wary glances at the ancient black scripture held by Su Chenxiao, hesitant to draw too near. After all, they lacked the chaos divine body. Qi Kong, cloaked in layers of protective vital energy, mustered his courage and cautiously stepped forward, offering his hands in salute. "We are immensely grateful for your assistance, young Master Su. However, may I inquire what you intend to do with that black scripture? It is well known that the mysterious entities of the Dark Era are beyond even the Emperor's capability to handle. Its presence incites fear wherever it may linger." Su Chenxiao replied with a faint smile, stowing the tome directly into the storage space of his system. "This black scripture shall be presented to the clan's emperor for handling upon my return. There is no need for your concerns." Qi Kong's eyes brightened at his words, and he exhaled a sigh of relief. In the ensuing hours, the survivors set about cleansing Qianji Peak. The corpses were obliterated entirely by the clan leaders using their supreme holy power, leaving no remnants behind. Once everyone had recuperated, the remaining prodigies of the ancient clans gradually regained their composure. Aside from a handful who had succumbed to despair over the loss of companions, the majority were unwilling to relinquish the hard-won opportunity to enter the Qian burial ground. At that moment, Su Chenxiao scrutinized the remaining fortunes of Xian Outyin. Heartless evil emperor destiny protagonist, Xian Outyin. Deceased. Remaining fortunes, 7 Qian burial ground. Emperor's legacy, red, path of the emperor. Qian burial ground, blood pool of 10,000 beasts. Once he acquired the ancient scripture from the Qian burial ground along with Xian Outyin's fortunes, it would be time to return to his clan. Su Chenxiao's eyes flickered with determination as he contemplated. "Qing Lao, await my return here. The Qian burial ground permits entry only to those beneath the king realm." With that, Su Chenxiao leaped into the Qian burial ground, disappearing from sight. At this moment, the ancient clan elders, who had just regained their senses, were taken aback. "Young Master Su, he has entered. What shall we do now, clan leader?" Qi Kong pondered for a moment before responding. "The Qian burial ground remains open. Let our Qi clan disciples enter. Once inside, they must immediately seek out young Master Su and ensure his safety at all costs." The other 3 ancient clan leaders nodded in agreement, expressing their support. Chapter 51. The Primordial Overlord Beasts, the Shaking Heaven Ancient Ape, and the Celestial Divine Pong. Buzz. Within the Qian burial ground, a misty white light flickered. Su Chenxiao and Xian Ning materialized inside the burial ground. Before them lay a desolate expanse, devoid of life. In the distance, towering mountain ranges loomed, shrouded in a hazy sky devoid of sunlight. Withered trees surrounded them, littered with nameless bones. The spiritual energy here was scarce, the temperature oppressive, and not a single blade of grass thrived. Su Chenxiao surveyed his surroundings, noting that this secret realm appeared quite different from his expectations. The landscape was barren, and no living creature was in sight. Xianning, glancing around, spoke up. Young master, the territory of the Qiyun burial ground is in constant flux. We seem to be at the edge of the fragmented rock abyss. This area is relatively safe, as no creatures inhabit it. The formidable beings of the burial ground dwell within the primordial mountains at its core. Though it was his first entry, Xianning, as a member of the Xin clan, possessed a deeper understanding of this secret realm compared to others. Chenxiao opened his map, examining the locations marked for opportunities within the system. The Tsang ancient refining divine art, held by Yi Xiao and Xian Outyan's fortunes appeared to be situated in the same vicinity. However, Chenxiao furrowed his brow, puzzled to find that Yi Xiao's opportunity, the Tsang ancient refining divine art, was moving swiftly. Could it be that someone had already taken the lead? With this thought, Chenxiao soared southward. Meanwhile, Xianning retrieved a map from his storage ring, speaking to himself. Young master, please exercise caution. With me, Xianning, by your side. You are assured safety. Wait for me, Xianning exclaimed, realizing the urgency of the situation. Unlike before, the spiritual energy in the Qiyun burial ground appeared to converge in the southern central region. The further south one ventured, the more pronounced the transformations became. Here, the vegetation flourished, with ancient trees reaching skyward, their verdant canopies lush with life. The primordial mountains were vibrant with energy, as if one were bathed in a sea of spiritual essence. Even the beasts were significantly larger than those in the outside world. Many unfamiliar spiritual creatures roamed, giving the impression of being in a primeval wilderness. Giant beasts could be seen rampaging through the primordial mountains, ancient beings roaring in fury. Suddenly, an ear-splitting roar erupted, a terrifying presence radiating outward, sending ripples of shock through the air. A streak of light descended from the sky, following the system's marker. Chenxiao furrowed his brow at the scene before him. The location of the Tsang ancient refining divine art was indeed here. He observed a colossal ancient ape, towering dozens of feet high, locked in a fierce battle with a majestic, snow-white divine pung that blotted out the sky. Boom, boom. The two primordial beasts clashed violently, each strike reverberating across the expanse. The terrifying roars and energies caused the primordial forest to tremble, sending countless creatures fleeing in panic. At the same time, Xianning hastened to catch up. Young master, Shu, let us witness this spectacle first, Chenxiao instructed. Upon witnessing the scene from afar, Xianning's heart raced in disbelief. Primordial great fiends, the shaking heaven ancient ape, and the celestial divine pong. How could they appear here? Chenxiao raised an eyebrow. Do you recognize them? Xianning nodded gravely. Indeed, young master. These two are the apex beasts of the Qiyun burial ground, both at the 9th level of the Undying Realm. Their terrifying strength surpasses that of kings, making them formidable adversaries. The physical might of these ancient overlord beasts is unparalleled, and they possess innate ancient techniques, exhibiting a ferocious and reckless nature. In terms of sheer power, they could likely overpower even the average king realm expert. According to the records of the Xin clan, whenever the Qiyun burial ground opened, many prodigies met their demise at the hands of these apex beasts. Roar! In the fierce melee between the two ancient overlord beasts, the shaking heaven ancient ape clearly held the upper hand. With a furious roar, the ape leaped high into the air. The celestial divine pung let out a piercing cry, bloodied and battered, as it spread its enormous snow-white wings, slashing down with razor-sharp talons aimed at the ancient ape. Boom! The shaking heaven ancient ape raised its left arm to block, but the celestial divine pang's talons sank deep into its flesh, blood gushing forth. The divine pung seized the massive ancient ape, attempting to drag it skyward. Roar! At that moment, the ancient ape, known as the shaking heaven primordial ape, let out a resounding roar, and a faint layer of golden runes shimmered across its body. Was this a divine technique? As if sensing something, Chenxiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. The golden divine light enveloped the massive form of the shaking heaven primordial ape, which suddenly surged with an overwhelmingly terrifying power. Its blood and energy roiling in a furious tempest, it raised its right fist, and, with the brute force of a mountain, struck down violently upon the battered body of the azure sky divine falcon. The impact was as heavy as a mountain, causing the very earth to tremble, and a terrifying gust of air erupted forth. Bang! A piercing and mournful cry echoed through the air. Countless blood-stained feathers rained down from the sky. The azure sky divine falcon let out a woeful wail and plummeted directly toward the mountains below. Boom! Countless towering ancient trees were crushed, and a massive cloud of dust billowed into the air. In the midst of a colossal crater, the shaking heaven primordial ape stood over the weakened azure sky divine falcon, mercilessly delivering several more punches, heedless of the falcon's anguished cries. With both hands, the shaking heaven primordial ape seized the azure sky divine falcon, lifting it up with brutal force. Its eyes gleamed with fierce malevolence as it roared in fury. Roar! In a shocking turn of events, the shaking heaven primordial ape, with sheer physical might, brutally tore the ancient, fearsome azure sky divine falcon in half. A copious amount of blood gushed forth, and the ape discarded the torn corpse, pounding its chest and letting out a victorious roar. Such a savage and chilling spectacle caused even Xianning to involuntarily flinch, murmuring in disbelief. Something is amiss. According to the records of my Xian family regarding the Crimson Meteor Burial Ground, the Shaking Heaven Primordial Ape and the Azure Sky Divine Falcon have always been fierce rivals. Yet their strengths were evenly matched, with neither able to best the other. Chenxiao, however, grinned widely. Perhaps it has stumbled upon some fortuitous opportunity? The golden radiance emanating from that Shaking Heaven Primordial Ape was clearly indicative of its mastery over a body-refining divine technique. The ancient god-refining art. Xianning, taken aback, inquired, "Young master, what is it?" Turning around, he noticed the White Emperor's sword had appeared, and Su Chenxiao's eyes shone with fervor. Xianning's pupils constricted. "Young master, you wouldn't dare." With his blood and energy surging, Su Chenxiao laughed heartily. "You stay here. That Shaking Heaven Primordial Ape possesses something that I desire." Having acquired both the ancient god body and the celestial sword body, one unparalleled in physical prowess and the other in offensive capability, Su Chenxiao had long wished to test their power. And this ancient beast, having cultivated the ancient god refining art, was the perfect opponent. Just as the Shaking Heaven Primordial Ape reveled in its victory, a faint cry echoed from afar atop a towering peak. The ape turned its head, and within the nest of the Azure Sky Divine Falcon, it beheld a juvenile falcon, still with its eyes shut, incessantly calling out. A murderous glint flashed in the Shaking Heaven Primordial Ape's eyes as it reached for a towering ancient tree to hurl at the young falcon. Suddenly, a terrifying sword light descended from the heavens. "Come forth, let me practice." Boom. Chapter 52. Sword cuts the ancient ape, reversed feather divine falcon bloodline. The fierce, slashing sword light descended. The Shaking Heaven Primordial Ape sensed the horrific threat, its pupils reflecting an extreme ferocity. It roared, and its massive, yellow-hued body erupted with an incredibly brilliant golden divine light. Boom. As the sword light struck down, it carved a deep gash through the primordial forest. The sword intent thick and palpable. A gruesome wound appeared on the Shaking Heaven Primordial Ape's body, resembling a gaping maw, blood streaming down in a pale golden cascade. In pain, the ape let out a furious roar, glaring upward with murderous intent at Su Chenxiao. Dressed in white, exuding an ethereal air, Su Chenxiao held the White Emperor's sword, smiling as he remarked, "If even the Emperor's sword can withstand this, then this ancient god-refining art truly delights me." As he spoke, a radiant light shimmered from the sword in his hand, its sharpness seemingly ready to rend the very fabric of this secret realm. With another swing, the astonishing sword light aimed to cleave the mountains asunder, accompanied by a wave of overwhelming killing intent. The Shaking Heaven Primordial Ape's massive eyes narrowed, an intense sense of danger causing its golden fur to bristle, blood and energy surging like an angry tide as it unleashed its colossal fists. To Su Chenxiao's astonishment, the ape uttered human-like words in a guttural roar. "Despicable human." Boom. Underneath that terrifying sword light, the Shaking Heaven Primordial Ape's fists were simultaneously torn apart, blood splattering into the air. With a pained cry, it writhed, its body riddled with gaping wounds from the sword's fury, blood pouring forth. A deep-seated hatred and dread flickered in the ape's eyes as it roared, "Human." Su Chenxiao raised an eyebrow, intrigued as he replied, "Oh, you can speak? How interesting." It seemed he had somewhat underestimated the might of the Emperor's sword. The celestial god body and the Teia sword technique were both supreme offensive powers. Though the ancient Shaking Heaven Primordial Ape had cultivated the unparalleled Emperor's ancient god refining art and possessed a terrifying physique, managing to withstand two strikes was, in itself, an impressive feat. The Shaking Heaven Primordial Ape, now aware of the human's formidable strength, realized that its prideful physical prowess was utterly inadequate against this foe. It hastily scooped up chunks of shattered stone and hurled them at Su Chenxiao before turning to flee. Boom. In the distance, Xianning observed the Shaking Heaven Primordial Ape attempting to escape. Channeling the power of yin and yang, he swiftly formed a hand seal and shouted, "Young master." "It's trying to flee." Xian on record, suppressed the mountain peak. Buzz. The power of yin and yang beneath his feet swirled, transforming into a colossal black and white mountain phantom that descended with tremendous force. Xian on record, no life, celestial gang. Upon making his move, he unleashed his strongest attack. The mountain phantom, combined with the yin and yang twin dragons, surged forth, runes filling the skies, the black and white divine light dazzling beyond measure. Roar. The enraged Shaking Heaven Primordial Ape, its visage twisted in fury, let out a roar, its body radiating overwhelming malevolence. With a golden fist, it struck out. Boom. It shattered the mountain and the twin dragons with a single blow. How is this possible? Xianning's pupils dilated in shock. He had never anticipated that his formidable ability could be so effortlessly dismantled by the opponent. In that moment, he realized the vast chasm that lay between him and the young master. Just then, a light-hearted chuckle echoed. Xianning, did I not say? This ancient ape is mine to handle. Su Chenxiao, with an unknown array in hand, revealed the Zhanxian array diagram. The diamond-shaped formation depicted a miniature version of the killing immortal sword standing tall within. The Zhanxian array, with a light command. The array transformed into a stream of light that floated above the shaking heaven primordial ape. Boom. The terrifying killing array, infused with sword intent, cascaded down like a waterfall, ensnaring the shaking heaven primordial ape within its confines. The ape thrashed wildly within the sword array, each collision producing an astonishingly loud crash. Bang! Bang! The earth trembled. Countless mountains crumbled, and rockslides cascaded down. Yet, no matter how ferociously it collided, it could never shatter the immortal slaying sword array. Xianning gazed over, murmuring, "My lord." Su Chenxiao had remarkably appeared within the sword array. His handsome visage bore a playful expression, his eyes shimmering, clad in pristine white that remained untouched by dust. It seemed the fearsome beasts of the 9 layers of the Undying Realm were still somewhat lacking. The Titan ape, recognizing the insurmountable odds as Su Chenxiao approached with deliberate steps, felt the inevitability of its demise, and its pupils transformed to a deep crimson. With a fierce countenance, it pounded its chest and let out a terrifying roar, charging forward like a primal war chariot, intent on fighting to the death. Su Chenxiao grinned, unleashing a tremendous sword intent with the Bai Di sword, executing a vertical strike. The Teia sword technique, cleaving the 8 desolations. A resounding boom echoed as the astonishing sword light flickered, and the vast sword intent blossomed within the immortal slaying sword array. Roar! The overwhelming and piercing sword intent pierced through the Titan ape's massive form. Behind it, the ground was cleaved, creating a fracture that extended hundreds of meters. The Titan ape's grotesque body, mere steps away from Su Chenxiao, abruptly stiffened in place. A perfectly straight line of blood appeared upon its body, and disbelief filled its eyes. In the next instant, a torrent of blood gushed forth, and its colossal form was cleaved cleanly in two. Boom. In the distance, Xianning entered the sword array, his countenance awash with shock as he beheld the Titan ape's bisected remains. This was the first time he witnessed the Imperial Clan's young master in action. 3 strikes. Merely 3 strikes were all it took to slay the renowned ancient beast, the Titan ape, within the Crimson Meteor burial ground. Xianning opened his mouth, but words eluded him for a long moment. Buzz. Su Chenxiao stowed away the immortal slaying array diagram, a smile gracing his lips as he said, "What are you dawdling for? After all, it's the body of a legendary ancient beast. There are valuable treasures aplenty." Xianning finally snapped back to reality, nodding absent-mindedly before hastening to handle the Titan ape's corpse. Watching his retreating figure, Su Chenxiao's smile gradually faded. Turning his gaze toward the distant mountaintop where a young sky sovereign rock perched, he extended his hand and effortlessly snatched the still unopened-eyed fledgling. The fledgling sky sovereign rock was no larger than a palm, seemingly just birthed, its feathers not yet fully developed. For the offspring of an ancient beast, its size was rather diminutive. A premature birth? Su Chenxiao pondered as he examined the fledgling in his palm, furrowing his brow. He decided to consult the system panel. Ding! Ancient beast, sky sovereign rock fledgling. Possesses a trace of the reverse feather rock bloodline. Juvenile phase. Bloodline regression 1. Success rate 0, 15. Su Chenxiao's eyes brightened, a hint of surprise crossing his features as he regarded the ravenous fledgling in his grasp. Although the beast kin were innately powerful, they placed immense importance on bloodline inheritance, which determined their potential. As far as he knew, the sky sovereign rock lineage could only reach the Saint realm at most. However, the reverse feather rock of the heavenly beasts was a different story. It was said to be a fierce avian of the heavens, born with mastery over the 9 heavens techniques, renowned for its unparalleled speed, and fed upon the ancient azure dragon. Upon reaching maturity, it could even rival an emperor. Despite the mere fraction of a chance for bloodline regression, in the presence of the system, what difference did it make? Su Chenxiao grinned, gently stroking the fledgling sky sovereign rock, and said, "Little one, you are fortunate to have encountered me. System, do you possess anything that could enhance the likelihood of its bloodline regression?" Ding, system is searching. 3 items detected that meet the master's requirements. Divine Beast's Reverse Feather Rock Essence Blood. Requires the Reverse Feather Golden Rock bloodline. Can greatly enhance the regression success rate. Required villain points, 150,000. Reverse Destiny Regression Pill. Can activate the most powerful bloodline in a beast, increasing its regression potential. Required villain points, 5,000. Millennium Earth Milk. Can solidify the foundation and significantly accelerate the growth of beasts. Required villain points, 2,000. Not overly expensive. Observing the items filtered by the system interface, Su Chenxiao pondered for a moment. The essence blood of the heavenly beasts was incredibly volatile. Given the fledgling's current state, it likely could not absorb or refine it. With this in mind, Su Chenxiao opted to purchase the Reverse Destiny Regression Pill and the Earth Milk. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for purchasing 10 reverse destiny regression pills. Ding. Congratulations, Master, for purchasing 30 drops of Millennium Earth Milk. Spent villain points, 110,000. Current remaining villain points, 206,000. Having spent over 100,000 villain points in one go, even he felt a twinge of pain. Buzz. He directly retrieved the Millennium Earth Milk from the system storage, revealing a white jade bottle filled with the precious liquid. Pop. As he opened the bottle, an intensely rich aura of spiritual energy wafted forth. Upon sensing this energy, the fledgling sky sovereign rock instinctively raised its head, opening its beak to emit an urgent chirp. Chenxiao gazed at the milky liquid within the bottle, its potent spiritual essence overwhelming. Just a whiff was invigorating. After a moment of silence, he murmured, "Could this also be of use to cultivators? I suppose I'll try it first." Ignoring the fledgling's cries for nourishment, Chenxiao took a small sip from the white jade bottle. In that moment, at least 5 or 6 drops of the earth milk vanished. As soon as the Millennium Earth Milk entered his mouth, it transformed into a surge of abundant spiritual energy that coursed into his body, swiftly filling his energy sea. He felt a warm flow washing over him, loosening the boundaries of his recently attained realm. Chenxiao's eyes gleamed slightly as he smacked his lips, murmuring in mild astonishment, "It tastes quite good, sweet even." The fledgling sky sovereign rock's cries grew even more insistent. Chenxiao grinned, positioning the bottle's opening toward the little creature, and gently poured a drop. Buzz. Upon ingesting the Millennium Earth Milk, the fledgling's tiny form was enveloped in a radiant white light. Just that single drop quieted it significantly, its head drooping as it lay still in Chenxiao's hand, succumbing to slumber. At that moment, Xianning, who was busy tending to the Titan ape's corpse in the distance, suddenly exclaimed, "My lord, look at this." Chenxiao, hearing this, stored the fledgling sky sovereign rock into the system space and approached. He saw Xianning holding an ancient tome emanating a faint golden glow, discovered amidst the Titan ape's remains, while in his other hand, he grasped a white bone inscribed with runes. Upon noticing Chenxiao's arrival, Xianning rose and respectfully presented the items he had gathered. "My lord, I have discovered these 2 items. This is the symbol bone of the tremor ancient ape, which harbors the ancient ape's treasured techniques. In this scripture, it appears to be no ordinary object, though its true nature remains a mystery." Chenxiao accepted the ancient scripture, allowing a strand of divine consciousness to probe within. In his mind, ancient and profound golden runes materialized, revealing the celestial ancient divine refining technique. At last, it has been found. One of Yi Zhao's greatest fortunes, the celestial ancient divine refining technique, is most suited for the primal divine body. With this supreme body refining divine art, even the most vulnerable physical frailties of a sword cultivator can be disregarded. The earlier tremor ancient ape was merely at the 9th level of the undying realm. Yet after practicing this celestial ancient divine refining technique, its physical prowess could barely withstand the might of the imperial sword. One can only imagine the formidable power of this unparalleled scripture. Chenxiao's expression brightened as he praised, "Well done. This ancient scripture is precisely what I desired." Receiving such commendation from his lord, Xianning felt a bit bashful and handed over the symbol bone, saying, "My lord, this is the symbol bone of the tremor ancient ape. It is said that cultivating the ancient ape's treasured techniques can enhance one's physical form, enabling one to withstand mountains. The symbol bone of the tremor ancient ape is intact, indicating a commendable bloodline, having comprehended the complete ancient ferocious ape's treasured technique." Chenxiao waved his hand dismissively, smiling lightly, "I have no need for this item. You may keep it. After all, it is a technique of the beast clan. No matter how powerful this ancient ape's technique may be, it cannot rival the celestial divine refining technique." Xianning was momentarily taken aback, wanting to say more. But Chenxiao continued, "The techniques for body refinement are rare across the realms. I observe that your current cultivation is rather ordinary. This ancient ape's technique is somewhat adequate. Since you are now under my command, enhancing your strength will also serve my interests." Xianning's expression softened with gratitude upon hearing his lord's words, and he accepted the symbol bone, clasping his hands in thanks. "Thank you, my lord." Chenxiao nodded slightly. "Where shall we go next, my lord?" Xianning inquired. Chenxiao summoned the system panel, narrowing his eyes toward a particular direction, smiling mysteriously. "Xianning, your Xian family has governed this crimson meteor burial ground for ages. Are you aware that great imperial opportunities lie within?" "Imperial opportunities?" Xianning chuckled bitterly. "My lord, I am somewhat aware of this. However, the crimson meteor burial ground has been around for at least several thousand years. Over such a long period, even if there were opportunities, they have likely been taken away. Currently, the only valuable items remaining in the burial ground are some exceedingly rare heavenly materials." Chenxiao smiled, remaining silent. "Let us depart. After obtaining that inheritance, it is time to leave this place." With a surge of overwhelming true energy, the two transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the distance. An hour later, boom. Accompanied by a tremendous sword light, the The colossal mountain range before them was cleaved in two by Chenxiao's strike. Yet, nestled between the split mountains, there remained an untouched area. At the mountainside, an ominously dark cave suddenly materialized, surrounded by a faint white formation. Crack. The long-standing formation, weathered by time, began to crack and splinter after withstanding the blow. Suddenly, bang. The force concealed within the formation erupted. A gigantic, blood-red light soared into the sky, piercing the heavens. This radiance contained a surging, terrifying power of vitality. Xianning's pupils constricted as he gazed in astonishment at this scene. This is Chapter 54, breaking through the 9th level of the Undying Realm, the blood pool of 10,000 beasts. Let us proceed, Chenxiao stated. Fixated on the cavern hidden within the mountains, and stepped into the air. The two entered the cave together. This place was serene, its existence unknown for how long. Upon their entrance, faint candle flames flickered to life along the dark corridor. Drip, drip. In the distance, the sound of water droplets echoed. After an indeterminate time, their vision suddenly broadened. Before them lay a pool, brimming with a powerful vitality, its waters a deep crimson. Not far away was a dust-covered desk, a stone bed, and scattered medicinal pills strewn about. It seemed to be a dwelling once inhabited by a cultivator. Chenxiao surveyed the area, his gaze settling on the dark red pool. At the center of the pool stood an inverted, sharp stalactite, from which droplets of crimson liquid perpetually dripped into the water, creating ripples. The sound of dripping water emanated from this source. Is this the blood pool of 10,000 beasts? Chenxiao mused calmly to himself. Beside him, Xianning stared at the scene in disbelief, murmuring, such a rich vitality. How could such a place exist in the Crimson Meteor burial ground? This blood pool seems so familiar. Xianning approached the edge of the pool, crouching down to wipe away the dust. Beneath the layer of grime, he discovered faintly illuminated runes. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, Xianning's expression shifted to one of incredulity. These are the ancient blood-nourishing formation runes. The blood pool of 10,000 beasts can seize the essence of life, and, through day and night nurturing, condense the spiritual blood beneficial for cultivators. As he spoke, Xianning's face paled slightly as he glanced up at the thick stone ceiling. This blood pool must have at least 10,000 powerful beings sacrificed here. The stalactite in the center of the pool serves as the focal point for gathering the spiritual blood. Spiritual blood cannot be produced from nothing, which implies that above them, countless ferocious beast corpses are likely buried. My lord, Xianning turned to Chenxiao. At that moment, Chenxiao had already approached the dust-laden desk and began to peruse a yellowed tome. As soon as the ancient text was opened, the remnants of the former owner's consciousness flowed into his mind. A figure from tens of thousands of years ago, the true man of chiming. It turned out that the enslaved spirit shadow was obtained from this very black ancient scripture. Unfortunately, the power of the black ancient scripture was exceedingly strange. He had no time to digest the blood pool of 10,000 beasts and the opportunities within this place before he was directly transformed into the enslaved spirit of the black ancient scripture. Losing his consciousness, in the final moments before his demise, he left behind this fragment of consciousness. Once the consciousness faded, the tattered ancient tome dissipated into dust. Chenxiao's eyes flickered as he surveyed the vast emptiness surrounding him, slowly speaking, Xianning, guard the path for me. My lord, what are you planning? Xianning inquired. Chenxiao grinned widely, gazing at the blood pool of 10,000 beasts, murmuring, this blood pool, cultivated over millennia, I shall gladly accept. With that, Chenxiao leaped into the blood pool. Instantly, the blood pool of 10,000 beasts surged and roiled, boiling over. The intensely rich vitality surged skyward, and crimson mist enveloped the area, transforming into ferocious beings that roared forth. Divine pythons, ancient apes, and fierce tigers emerged as the masters of the spiritual blood condensed within the blood pool of 10,000 beasts. Chenxiao's entire being radiated a faint golden divine glow, fervently absorbing the potent essence of vitality and blood. The ethereal beings materialized from the blood mist were unwillingly drawn in and refined. The terrifying force surged, cleansing his physique. Chenxiao could distinctly perceive his corporeal form growing stronger and more resilient, with the vitality within him roaring and crashing like a tempest. In that very moment, his realm surged forward, transcending to the 7th level of Undying Realm, then the 8th, and finally the 9th. Xianning's eyes widened in astonishment. Standing on the bank, he seemed to hear the powerful thrum of a heartbeat and the tumultuous sound of vitality surging. At that moment, the figure submerged in the pool appeared not as a mere human, but as a formidable ancient ferocious beast, with an ancient divine physique, unparalleled in its might. He had now undergone a terrifying transformation through the purification of the primal blood within the pool of 10,000 beasts, approaching perfection. Ancient crimson golden runes flickered across Chenxiao's cheeks and skin. An extraordinary manifestation of his divine form erupted, summoning a magnificent ancient bell that sent ripples of awe-inspiring vitality cascading through the air. In an instant, The entire mountain range trembled as if the heavens and earth were in upheaval. Suddenly, Chenxiao opened his eyes with a jolt. His gaze was like lightning, imbued with the essence of thunder. With a roar, a dragon-like force of vitality soared into the sky, causing the surrounding blood pool to churn violently. All divine essences consumed entirely. Witnessing this spectacle, Xianning's awe deepened, and a flicker of fervor ignited in his eyes as he knelt on one knee, exclaiming, "Congratulations, my lord." The blood-red waters of the pool turned crystal clear. Standing at the center, Chenxiao was immaculate and radiant, akin to a transformed ancient ferocious beast, exuding an overwhelming pressure that could be felt from afar. The magnificent blood energy receded. Chenxiao exhaled a breath of turbid air, clenched his fists, feeling an inexhaustible strength coursing through him. His ancient divine body had reached its pinnacle. With a casual punch hurled forth, boom, in an instant, the earth quaked and countless stones rained down. The cavern before him was breached, revealing a vast and profound opening. Chenxiao's eyes gleamed. At present, his corporeal form could likely withstand even the formidable techniques of the king's realm. Xianning's gaze burned with excitement, trembling with exhilaration as he clasped his hands, proclaiming, "Congratulations, my lord, on your remarkable advancement. It seems there is no longer anyone in the undying realm who can rival you." Chenxiao nodded, leaping from the pool, his white garments untouched by the water, casually saying, "Rise." Only then did Xianning stand. A subtle smile graced Chenxiao's lips. He had initially believed that after years of trials in the lower realms, without relying on the dragon transformation pool of the Su clan, it would take him a considerable time to ascend to the 9th level of the undying realm. Yet, unexpectedly, mere opportunities presented by two fated protagonists had enabled him to reach such heights in a short span. No wonder these destined protagonists advanced so swiftly. Any single opportunity they encountered could equate to hundreds or even thousands of years of cultivation for an ordinary practitioner. Chenxiao turned to Xianning, sensing something amiss, his brow slightly furrowing. Xianning, come here." Startled, Xianning rose from his kneeling position, approaching with a puzzled expression. "My lord, what is it?" Chenxiao flashed a grin, fixing his gaze on Xianning's bemused face, speaking coolly, "A remnant soul, will you emerge on your own? Or shall I compel you to do so?" Chapter 55, The Celestial Golden Swanee, the Emperor's Divine Soul. Acquiring a mount, Xianning was taken aback and replied, "My lord, I do not understand your meaning." Just as he spoke, a phantom soul slowly drifted from his back. The soul pulsated, gradually coalescing into a tall, formidable man, bare-chested and draped in animal skin. The man exuded an innate authority, and even as a remnant soul, his aura was terrifyingly potent, suffused with regal might. Realizing he had been uncovered, the man in animal skin did not seem perturbed, instead bursting into hearty laughter. "Ha! A member of the Imperial Su clan indeed possesses keen eyesight. I had deliberately infiltrated while you refined the pool of 10,000 beasts, yet I am discovered. What say you, Imperial Scion? Was the pool of 10,000 beasts to your liking?" Upon seeing this remnant soul, Xianning's expression shifted. He had not realized this soul was affixed to him, and a tempest of emotions roiled within him. When did this happen? Swanee. Identity: Celestial Beast, Celestial Golden Swanee. Emperor's remnant soul. Realm: none. An emperor of the demon race. Chenxiao's demeanor remained calm as he regarded the remnant soul. "A mere remnant soul of an emperor dares to meddle with my affairs? Did you think that by concealing your aura, I would not notice you? Remnant soul of an emperor." Xianning's pupils constricted in disbelief as he gazed at Swanee. A flicker of apprehension crossed Swanee's eyes, but he continued to laugh dismissively. "Ha ha ha, Imperial Scion, since you know I am an emperor, why do you not kneel before me?" Chenxiao scoffed disdainfully. "No need for idle chatter. I shall directly summon the soul-devouring beast." He produced the lifeless creature with ease, declaring, "Dinner is served." The moment Chenxiao revealed the soul-devouring beast, Swanee's expression shifted drastically. Even his soul trembled. While others might be oblivious, as an emperor, he certainly recognized what this creature was. Swanee gasped. "The soul-devouring beast. Where did you acquire this?" His previous arrogance vanished, and he hurriedly continued, Wait, let us speak calmly. I am the ancient demon emperor, and within this remnant soul lies the legacy of celestial beasts and the Swanee divine art. If you unleash the soul-devouring beast, you shall gain nothing." Chenxiao raised an eyebrow nonchalantly. "Is the legacy of an emperor truly so remarkable? Knowing I am of the Imperial Clan, do you think the legacy of a demon emperor holds any significance for me? Soul-devouring beast, go forth." With that, Chenxiao patted the creature's belly. The soul-devouring beast leaped forth, opening its gaping maw towards the remnant soul of Swanee. A horrific suction emanated from its mouth. Swanee was thoroughly flustered. His face turned pale as he shouted, "I was once an emperor. If you spare this remnant soul, it would be akin to possessing all the powers of the Golden Sun demon domain. While I know not the current state of the outside world, surely my descendants bearing the Swanee bloodline cannot be weak." Seeing the opponent remain silent, Suanijio, growing anxious, implored. Even if your Su clan does not lack for imperial legacies, I am favored by the heavens, possessing a destiny of immortality. All you need to do is help me reshape my corporeal form, and I shall undoubtedly return to the Emperor's realm. This would hold significant value even for your Su clan. Upon hearing this, the soul-devouring beast suddenly returned to Su Chenxiao's grasp. He gently stroked the creature, still not lifting his gaze, and remarked, "A mere remnant soul, and you believe you can still recover?" Suanijio nodded eagerly. "Others may falter, but I, the celestial divine beast, born under the aegis of heaven and earth, require only to meet the conditions. Even this wisp of lingering soul can be restored to its former glory and live anew." Su Chenxiao remarked with a faint tone. "You just mentioned the situation regarding the demon race in the Golden Sun realm. I must say, I am quite knowledgeable about the demon races in the northern domain of the myriad heavens. The Golden Sun realm is a grand domain for demons, home to the Jinli clan, the Golden Lions, and other lineages of the Emperor Demon. Their status among the demon race is extraordinarily prominent and powerful, their prowess truly formidable." Seeing a glimmer of hope, Enraged finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although he is an emperor, he currently exists merely as a wisp of lingering soul. Should he perish at the jaws of this soul-devouring beast, the last of the heavenly gold swan and I would be extinguished from existence. With a proud expression, Enraged declared, "As a member of the imperial lineage, you should know that the celestial divine beasts are favored by the heavenly Tao, and it takes millions of years for one to emerge. As the last heavenly gold swan and I in this world, my paramount duty is to propagate and ensure the continuation of my noble bloodline. To be candid, the Jinli clan, the Golden Lions, and the sun-swallowing cloud lions in the Golden Sun realm are all my descendants. Isn't that akin to being a stud?" Su Chenxiao remarked with a playful expression. "So, you are their ancestor?" Enraged proclaimed with pride. "Though some may be descendants of the former heavenly gold swan and I, they still carry my bloodline. It is not inaccurate to say I am their ancestor. Given your appearance, you seem to be faring quite well as a descendant of this emperor. Should I return to my clan, they will undoubtedly heed my commands. Feel free to express any demands you may have. The birth of every celestial divine beast is accompanied by overwhelming fortune, and they are exceedingly rare. Once they are entirely extinguished, they may never again grace this realm. Otherwise, it would not have reached the current state of near extinction among celestial divine beasts. Furthermore, the demon race holds their bloodlines in high esteem, which makes an IGOS statement quite valid. If the demons of the Golden Sun realm were to learn that their ancestor was in the hands of another, they would likely go to any lengths to redeem him." Su Chenxiao pondered for a moment. Observing that the other seemed somewhat swayed, Enraged hastened to say, "What do you say? If you were to take me out, you would be my benefactor. And I swear here that I shall fulfill any of your needs in the future." Su Chenxiao flashed a smile and replied, "I require no such favors." "What then do you wish for?" "A mount." Upon hearing this, the smile on Nigos' spirit froze on his face, his expression swiftly transforming into one of outrage. Even as a mere wisp of a lingering soul, the aura of an emperor was still terrifyingly formidable. "You would have me serve as your mount? Do you not know that I am the esteemed celestial divine beast, the heavenly gold swan and I, once an emperor? I am assisting you in restoring your soul and body. I am an emperor." Su Chenxiao frowned, weary of prolonging this exchange. He had merely spoken in jest. Given the pride of a celestial divine beast, it was clear that they would prefer to shatter into pieces rather than submit easily. Nodding, Su Chenxiao stated calmly, "Very well, soul-devouring beast. I am willing, master." Nigio's expression changed dramatically as he hurriedly interjected. Su Chenxiao was taken aback, somewhat astonished. The sudden shift in the creature's demeanor was too abrupt for him to fully process. Even Xian Ning, who stood by, was left stupefied for a considerable time. Mouth agape in disbelief. "Young master, this." With a peculiar expression, Su Chenxiao chuckled, "I thought you would rather die than yield. What happened to your status as an emperor?" Nigio retorted defiantly, "I am now but a wisp of a lingering soul. If I do not escape soon, I fear I shall completely vanish within a millennium. A hero does not speak of past glories, that is a bygone era. Moreover, during his time, before the Dark Epoch, the various imperial clans were at the pinnacle of their power. During that time, even the celestial divine beasts, favored by heaven, had to serve others as mounts. At least you are a member of an imperial clan and possess the innate chaotic divine body, a remarkable constitution. If anyone could assist me in my restoration, it would surely be you. Though it may be somewhat humiliating, it is certainly preferable to outright annihilation." Nigio consoled himself inwardly. Chapter 56. The Supreme Treasure of the Beast Master Sect, the Mother-Child Beast Ring. I, the heavenly gold swan and I, as a proud celestial divine beast, must not allow my purebred offspring to go extinct in this vast universe. This lingering soul of mine has persisted through the ages, and my determination is unwavering. After a moment of silence, Su Chenxiao looked up at Nigio and spoke softly. "In that case, let us swear an oath with our souls." Nigio's expression dimmed slightly, as if resigned to his fate, and he said, "I understand." Enraged directly established a heavenly oath, and Xianning watched with profound reverence. Though he was merely a wisp of lingering soul, this being was nonetheless a celestial divine beast, once a mighty emperor. It was astonishing to think that even such an entity would yield to the young master. After establishing the heavenly oath, Enraged no longer bore the arrogance of before. Speaking weakly, my lingering soul cannot endure much longer in this state, master. Might I enter your sea of consciousness to recuperate? I have sworn the heavenly oath and shall not dare to harm you. The sea of consciousness is a place of vulnerability for a practitioner. Given that the other was once an emperor, even Chenxiao, bound by the heavenly oath, did not readily agree. System. Is there any way to gain absolute control over this being? Ding. Mother-child beast ring. A supreme treasure from the ancient era of the Beastmaster sect. Effective only against the demon race, allowing control over their soul and body without resistance. Required villain points. 50,000. 50,000. To completely control a demon emperor for such a price is not too extravagant. Chenxiao made the purchase directly. Ding. Purchase successful. Current villain points. 156,000. With a hum, the Yinyang beast ring appeared in his hand, a pair of gold and silver rings, resembling exquisite adornments. Chenxiao donned one of the golden rings on his index finger, while the silver ring expanded gradually into a collar. Put this on. Enraged's pupils constricted, clearly recognizing this item. This is the mother beast ring of the Beastmaster sect. You possess even this. Chenxiao smiled. Is that surprising? Enraged inhaled deeply, a look of despair crossing his face as he accepted the beast ring and placed it on his hand. He refrained from wearing it around his neck, clinging to the last vestiges of pride as an emperor. With a hum, the golden and silver lights flickered simultaneously. The golden beast ring emanated a unique sensation, resonating with the silver one. Chenxiao felt that he could now wield control over Enraged's life and even discern the thoughts coursing through his mind. With a smile, Chenxiao turned to Enraged and said, "Come inside." Enraged's expression darkened as he transformed into a golden streak of light, vanishing into Chenxiao's spiritual sea. The moment he entered, an incredulous voice echoed within Chenxiao's mind. This is the bizarre path of the Tao. How did you come to comprehend such a thing? Chenxiao furrowed his brows, sensing the restless presence of Enraged's spirit within his sea of consciousness, and calmly remarked, "Do not inquire about what should remain unasked. Just stay put. After the Imperial Clan of the Su family arrives, I shall restore your spirit and physical form." Countless battles rage across the heavens, with innumerable cultivators' bodies perishing and their souls fleeing every day. Thus, elixirs and rare treasures that can restore spirits and reshape bodies are not uncommon. Upon returning to the clan, the Imperial Su family possesses ample resources that can aid in your recovery, making it unnecessary to squander antagonist points. Chenxiao glanced around. The opportunities of the two fated protagonists present had all been seized by him. The remaining items would be entrusted to Xianning for handling. A glimmer flickered in Chenxiao's eyes as he grinned. It is about time to depart for the Imperial Su family. Outside the secret realm of the Crimson Ruins. At Tianji Peak, the ancient clan leaders, including Qi Kong, awaited news from their disciples within the secret realm. What? You say you have scoured the entire secret realm and found no trace of young Master Su. Useless trash. Go search again. If you fail to find him, do not bother returning. This gathering was meant to be a 30-yearly opportunity for the disciples. Yet it had turned into a large-scale game of hide-and-seek due to Chenxiao's unexpected appearance. There was no alternative. The identity of this living ancestor was far from ordinary. Should anything happen within the Crimson Ruins, none of the hidden ancient clan members present could bear the consequences. Simultaneously, Elder Qing, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly sensed a spatial fluctuation emanating from the crimson vortex of the secret realm. Shattering the qualification tokens, Chenxiao and Xianning emerged from the burial ground. The crowd's eyes instantly brightened. Young Master Su, clan leader, young Master Su has emerged. They rushed forward. Upon seeing the newcomers, Chenxiao smiled lightly and inquired, "What brings you here, everyone?" Qi Kong, fixated on Chenxiao, seemed to have discovered something, his eyes shining with disbelief as he exclaimed, "Your blood vitality resembles that of a dragon, your physique flawless. What terrifying physical strength. Young master, in just one short day, your body has grown several-fold stronger. What have you done?" The other clan leaders wore expressions of shock. "Young master, have you broken through?" Chenxiao chuckled softly and replied, "The Crimson Ruins are indeed remarkable. I was fortunate to encounter a fortuitous opportunity." The crowd exchanged glances, aware that despite their hidden ancient clan's understanding of the Crimson Ruins, most significant opportunities had already been claimed by their ancestors. Judging by young master's appearance, it was evident that he had made considerable progress and found a significant opportunity. Qi Kong hastily clasped his hands in congratulations. "Young master possesses immense fortune. I extend my heartfelt congratulations." However, he continued, "But young master, are you leaving so soon? Why not stay as a guest at my Qi family for a few days? We would be honored to play host." that old fox. The leaders of the Zhao and Ming families shot him a glare before speaking up. Young master, my daughter had previous interactions with you. If we do not make amends, my Ming family will be restless. I implore you to visit us. My Zhao family also welcomes you, young master. Faced with the collective invitations from the hidden ancient clan leaders, Su Chenxiao waved his hand, saying, the matter is resolved, and I shall not delay you any further. After politely declining the invitations, Xian Ning planned to remain temporarily to handle matters for his father before heading to the sacred emperor's domain. Su Chenxiao promptly departed with Elder Qing from the Kanming domain. In the vastness of the void, a magnificent spirit ship sailed. Su Chenxiao reclined in a chair, his gaze distant. In his hand appeared the ancient black scripture obtained from Xianaoyan. Buzz. Chapter 57. The Imperial Clan's Marriage Proposal. Tens of thousands of lineages gathered to attend. As soon as the black scripture appeared, an exceedingly bizarre force began to erode the surrounding space. The book seemed almost sentient, trembling gently as if it wished to escape his grasp. A treasure from the dark epic, Su Chenxiao murmured. He still had yet to comprehend how to utilize this black scripture, and even the system's interface provided only scan information. Hey, Enraged. The voice of Enraged resonated within his sea of consciousness. What is it? This artifact from the dark epic was discovered in that cave abode. You must be familiar with it, right? Su Chenxiao inquired. After a moment of silence, Enraged responded, somewhat exasperated. Familiar? I am more than that. This predicament I find myself in today is entirely its doing. Oh, Su Chenxiao raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Do tell. Enraged spoke solemnly. In those days, I was engaged in the arduous task of propagating my race within a certain demon realm. However, one day, that accursed black scripture suddenly appeared. At that time, it was far from the feeble thing it is now. Upon its emergence, its bizarre power quickly began to erode all living beings in the realm. Within half a day, every creature in that domain had transformed into a grotesque being. Even I, a divine beast of heaven and earth, was not spared from its corruption. To ensure the safety of all living beings, I used my great powers to seal this realm, which over time led to the formation of the Crimson Ruins. Something about this narrative feels amiss. Su Chenxiao pondered for a while. He did not press further, but instead gazed at the black scripture in his hand, contemplating. This black scripture was a hot potato, one that no one dared to touch, not even the emperors. Yet for someone like him, who was immune to its bizarre aura, it represented an immensely formidable trump card. He returned the black scripture to the system's storage space. Su Chenxiao reclined in his chair, surveying the vast emptiness around him. Countless spirit ships traversed the boundless void, and some individuals rode mounts soaring past. What puzzled him, however, was that he was en route to the sacred emperor's domain to return to the imperial Su family, yet these people seemed to share the same direction as him. Just then, a loud call echoed from behind. Are you headed to the sacred emperor's domain as well, fellow cultivator from Tianxian sect? I am from the Taiyu immortal sect. May I request you to join us for the journey? Following the voice, Su Chenxiao turned to see a massive azure spirit crane soaring towards him. On its back stood a youthful elder with a head of white hair, smiling and waving. Flanking him were a young man and woman, both possessing fine appearances and remarkable qualities, seemingly his disciples. This spirit ship had been gifted by Yuan Fengxiao, so it was reasonable to assume that they mistook him for someone from Tianxian sect. They were also heading to the sacred emperor's domain. It was a suitable opportunity to inquire further. Su Chenxiao smiled and, without hesitation, responded, Please, you are welcome to join us. Upon hearing his words, the elder's face lit up with joy, leading his two disciples aboard the spirit ship. When they laid eyes on Su Chenxiao, Zhuosong felt a sudden jolt of surprise. Even with his extensive experience, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The figure before him exuded an ethereal grace, as clear and refreshing as the wind. Clad in flowing white garments that shimmered like jade, an extraordinary sight indeed. Beside him, a young maiden, elegant and adorned in her sect's robes, also brightened at the sight. Unable to resist casting a few extra glances, Zhuosong stepped forward, his first impression exceedingly favorable. With a courteous gesture, he smiled warmly and said, I have the honor of meeting you, young master. I come from the Taiyuxian sect in the Qing Tian Dao domain. On my way to the Sheng Huang Dao domain, my mount, a celestial blue spirit crane, has grown fatigued, hence my intrusion upon your respite. I am grateful for your understanding. This is my two disciples, Lu Ranran and Zhang Changfeng. Su Chenxiao waved his hand amiably, surveying the trio with a gentle smile. No worries, I too am bound for the Sheng Huang Dao domain. It's but a small errand. Zhuosong returned the smile, inquiring, May I know your esteemed name, young master? Su Chenxiao chuckled softly. No need for such formality, just call me Chenxiao. Zhuosong pondered for a moment. The spirit vessel was indeed from the Tianxian sect, and while the Taiyuxian sect had a long-standing camaraderie with them, he had never heard of a figure named Chenxiao within the Tianxian sect. However, he deemed it prudent to refrain from prying further into the young man's background, noting his exceptional demeanor. He merely nodded with a smile. Su Chenxiao then asked, May I inquire what brings you to the Sheng Huang Dao domain, Elder Zhua? He was curious. having observed numerous spirit vessels heading in that direction since emerging from the Kan Ming Dao domain. Zhuosong hesitated momentarily, appearing somewhat taken aback. Is it not due to the Imperial Su family's young master's marriage proposal? Not long ago, the Imperial Su family had issued an announcement stating that their young master, having returned from trials in the lower realms, was seeking a suitable wife, with the event set to commence in half a month. As far as the old man knew, nearly all ancient clans, sacred sects, and even imperial families were sending forth their most talented daughters to compete for this honor, over 1,000 factions vying for the chance. At the event's peak, goddesses, imperial maidens, and saintesses from across the realms would gather to contend. Such an occasion was exceedingly rare, and the old man had come to broaden his disciples' horizons. Su Chenxiao fell silent for a while, casting a sidelong glance at the elderly Qing Lao, who appeared somewhat awkward and remained silent. The young maiden Lu Ran besides Zhuosong spoke with a hint of longing. I've heard that the imperial young master is strikingly handsome, a being of innate chaotic divine physique. I wonder what extraordinary woman could possibly be worthy of him. Alas, my cultivation is lacking. I fear I wouldn't even qualify to participate. With that, she lowered her head in regret. At that moment, her senior brother Zhang Changfeng laughed lightly and remarked, "Sister, what nonsense. Such matters of marriage must align with mutual affection. Just look at you, my dear sister, pure and graceful, charming and delightful. Even if you do not qualify, who has to say the imperial young master might not take an interest in you amidst the crowd? If you cannot become his fiancée, perhaps a secondary wife would suffice. At that point, the Taiyuxian sect would look up to you." Lu Ran's cheeks flushed crimson, and she seemed to find some truth in her brother's words, shyly lowering her gaze. "Brother, please don't jest." Zhuosong chuckled, stroking his beard, and said, "Changfeng speaks wisely. If our young master were to favor you, it would indeed be a monumental opportunity for our Taiyuxian sect." This time, not only were the super factions present, but even smaller sects shared the same hope. After all, who could predict the whims of fate? Su Chenxiao observed the unfolding conversation with an expression of utmost peculiarity. No wonder there were so many female cultivators aboard the previous spirit vessels, some pure, some enchanting, all lovely. So this was the nature of the affair. In his mind, the entity Niujiu lamented, "Why did I not think of this sooner?" Reflecting on his own past, he recalled how he had once dominated the northern domain, ruthlessly pursuing quality offspring, seizing what he desired, and leaving chaos in his wake, all while angering nearly every faction of the northern domain's demon race. Su Chenxiao sighed, muttering, "Silence, you stallion emperor." Just then, a sudden voice from the system chimed in. Ding. Destiny's protagonist detected. Su Chenxiao felt his vision darken. A massive luxurious spirit vessel, black as night, swept past overhead like a colossal whale gliding through the void, imposing and magnificent. Surrounding it were majestic beasts, each ridden by exceptional talents of the sect, their expressions haughty, scarcely casting a glance downward. The spectacle was grand, a display of might from some super sect traversing the skies. Chapter 58. How dare the minor Tai Ding ancient sect command my young master to descend? We are from the Tai Ding ancient sect of the western region. A figure atop a majestic beast, filled with arrogance, bellowed, "All spirit vessels, lower yourselves by 100 zhang to make way. Or do not blame the Tai Ding ancient sect for being uncivil." The voice reverberated throughout the vast expanse. Upon hearing this, other spirit vessels in the vicinity began to descend. Zhuosong was taken aback, his expression one of disbelief. Those are members of the Tai Ding ancient sect. They've come as well. His disbelief was palpable. The Tai Ding ancient sect was a sect of ancient heritage situated in the remote western region, rarely communicating with the outside world. One of the most secluded and enigmatic ancient sects. Zhang Changfeng, his disciple, had also heard of them, gazing at the grand spirit vessel above, murmuring, "I can't believe even the Tai Ding ancient sect has arrived. Is this the influence of the imperial family, sister? Surely, the imperial marriage proposal is more than just a matter of fate. The unmatched imperial Su family's call for a bride. Who could have anticipated that even such a mysterious ancient sect would send representatives? There might even be more terrifying forces making their way here, and the Taiyuxian sect appeared as insignificant as ants in comparison to these colossal entities." Just then, an irritable snort broke the air. Qing Lao's expression darkened, a flash of displeasure gleaming in his eyes. "How dare the minor Tai Ding ancient sect command my young master to descend? They truly seek their own demise. It is known that in the realms, the powerful can freely bully the weak. Forcing a spirit vessel to pass overhead was tantamount to trampling on dignity, a blatant provocation. In the eyes of the Tai Ding ancient sect, the supreme spirit vessel below was merely a small faction among countless others in the Sheng Huang Dao domain, unworthy of their attention. Qing Lao turned to Su Chenxiao, saying, "Young master." Su Chenxiao remained calm, his head unraised, and replied flatly, "Then let them descend." "What?" Zhuosong's expression shifted dramatically, turning to Su Chenxiao with urgency. "Young master, you mustn't. The Tai Ding ancient sect is one of the ancient sects. Within it, there exist strong individuals of imperial lineage. It appears that they remain oblivious to our presence. It would be prudent for us to avoid them. Upon ascending the spirit vessel, he noticed the venerable elder beside the young gentleman, whose aura was as profound and unfathomable as the abyss, even beyond his comprehension. Given the elder's respectful demeanor, it could be inferred that this young man belonged to a prominent lineage, with the elder serving as his protector. Chenxiao smiled and raised his hand, stating, "It is of no concern, Elder Qing shall handle it." As he spoke, an overwhelmingly terrifying force erupted from his side, causing even the void to tremble. The radiant imperial power akin to a sun blazing in the firmament. Zhuosang's pupils constricted sharply as disbelief filled his eyes. Staring incredulously at the stooped elder next to Chenxiao, the two disciples beside him were equally taken aback, having never before encountered such a vast divine power. They felt an irresistible urge to prostrate themselves in worship, their hearts shaken to the core. Zhuosang's lips trembled uncontrollably, his mind buzzing as he struggled to process the situation. A quasi-emperor? How can this be possible? He had noted the elder beside the young gentleman when he boarded the spirit vessel, sensing an aura that was unfathomable. Yet, he had never imagined that this elder would be a figure of quasi-emperor status. In this realm, while emperors remained absent, quasi-emperors reigned supreme. Boom. Elder Qing's expression turned icy as he raised his hand, unleashing a terrifying and vast divine ability. Golden divine radiance erupted across the sea of void, hurtling toward the spirit vessel of the Tai Ding ancient sect above like a celestial collapse. How dare the Tai Ding ancient sect act so brazenly in the presence of my young master? Descend immediately and pay your respects. The astonishing force triggered the protective array of the luxurious spirit vessel above. Buzz, an ancient formation capable of withstanding even the peak of the sage realm, surged into existence. But after but a fleeting moment, it was utterly obliterated. In an instant, the heavens trembled and the earth quaked, causing all aboard the spirit vessel to turn pale in horror, their stability lost as they cried out in alarm. What is happening? What transpired? Only a few elders of the Tai Ding ancient sect, leading the expedition, sensed the gravity of the situation and shouted in terror, "A quasi-emperor! Who dares to strike against us? We, of the Tai Ding ancient sect from the western regions, mean no offense to any elder." The cataclysmic divine power collided with the spirit vessel, shattering it into countless fragments, cleaving the sacred vessel in twain with a deafening roar. The violent shockwaves radiated outward, causing even distant small spirit vessels to sway perilously, affected by the aftermath of this terrifying quasi-emperor's strike. Witnessing the Tai Ding ancient sect's luxurious vessel being ripped apart, countless onlookers were rendered speechless, their breaths caught in their throats, eyes widened in disbelief. What in the world? The Tai Ding ancient sect's vessel has been breached? A quasi-emperor has made a move. On the spirit vessel, Chenxiao, with a smile, casually took out the young celestial divine Peng and began to feed it. Not even glancing up as he remarked, "That was a bit excessive, Elder Qing. It is, after all, a sacred-level spirit vessel, quite valuable." Elder Qing gradually retracted his aura, the overwhelming quasi-emperor power dissipating as he spoke calmly. "Young master, I have indeed held back. Had it not been for the fact that this group came to participate in the Sacred Emperor's Dao Domain event, that strike would have likely annihilated everyone aboard, save for those of sage status." At this moment, Zhuosang and his two disciples were utterly dumbfounded. Zhuosang trembled uncontrollably, his eyes wide with disbelief. The only reason a quasi-emperor would protect someone was if that individual, the amiable and gentle young master before him, belonged to an imperial lineage and held a notably high status. My goodness, is this not the spirit vessel of the Tianxian sect? He had never imagined that within this seemingly unassuming supreme-level vessel, such a formidable being could exist. Meanwhile, atop the severed Tai Ding ancient sect vessel, the sudden strike caught all its disciples completely off guard. The vessel began to tilt, losing the protection of its formation. Some disciples lost their footing and fell into the void amidst the chaos. In the midst of the panicked crowd, a stunningly beautiful woman with a cold and haughty demeanor struggled to maintain her balance. Jiang Ming's expression changed upon seeing this. "Water, be careful." From his sleeve, a swarm of tiny flying insects surged forth, enveloping the woman. Jiang Ming hurriedly approached. Concern etched on his face as he looked at the exquisite and noble young woman in his arms, speaking gently. "Water, are you all right?" Chapter 59, The Fated Protagonist. Spirit Emperor, and the Seven Apertures Linglong Heart. The breathtaking beauty in Jiang Ning's embrace, Dongfang Wan, suddenly paled. After regaining her composure, an icy power instantly repelled the swarm and Jiang Ning. With her brows furrowed, she cast a cold glance at him and said, "Do you not know that I detest insects more than anything else?" Jiang Ning was momentarily taken aback, hastily retracting the swarm, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he scratched his head. Water was in grave danger, just now. Dongfang Wan shot him a frosty look and responded, "Brother Jiang, controlling insects is ultimately a lesser path. Do not lose sight of what is truly important." "Junior sister, I am well aware of that," Jiang Ning sighed, shifting the topic as he surveyed the surroundings with a grave expression. But what on earth has transpired that would lead someone to dare attack our Tai Ding ancient sect's vessel? At this moment, several elders from the Tai Ding ancient sect traversed the void, gazing below at the assailant. Which esteemed elder is it? Upon seeing Elder Qing and Su Chenxiao aboard the spirit vessel below, their expressions shifted dramatically. That is the leader of the shadow guards from the Imperial Su family. How could such a powerful figure appear in this remote location? One elder seemed to recall something, his expression turning peculiar as he murmured. The one just now referred to him as young master. What did you say? The grand elder of the Tai Ding ancient sect, Ruan Kuei, suddenly turned to look at Su Chenxiao below. As realization dawned upon him, his expression morphed dramatically, his pupils trembling as he exclaimed, "This is bad. Old 8. Summon all disciples of the Tai Ding ancient sect to join me in descending to pay our respects to that imperial young master." He was no fool. The appearance of the quasi-emperor shadow guard from the Su family in this place could only mean that the young master of the Su family had returned from the lower realms. Ruan Kuei led a throng of several hundred disciples from the Tai Ding ancient sect, emerging from the now-destroyed spirit vessel. Before them stood the esteemed figures of the Tai Ding ancient sect, each of whom was a sage-level powerhouse. Zhuosong, merely a supreme realm cultivator, felt his heart race. Nearly unable to restrain himself from kneeling on the spot, the two disciples beside him, Lu Ranan and Zhang Chongfeng, had never witnessed such a grand spectacle. The disciples of the Tai Ding ancient sect were distinguished by their formidable cultivation and extraordinary temperament. Each of them, if placed among the ranks of the Taiyu immortal sect, would undoubtedly be regarded as a paragon of exceptional talent. The two could not help but feel a sense of inferiority. Lu Ranan tugged at her masteress robe, casting a glance at Su Chenxiao beside her, and whispered, "Master, who exactly is this young Master Chenxiao? My heavens, I have never encountered such a person before." Zhuosong's expression turned peculiar as he quietly remarked, "Disciple, it seems we have encountered a person of great significance today. This young Master Chenxiao is likely the scion of some powerful imperial lineage." Lu Ranan's delicate frame shuddered, her exquisite face reflecting disbelief as she gazed at the smiling Su Chenxiao, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. A member of the imperial family? As if sensing her gaze, Su Chenxiao offered her a warm smile, causing her charming cheeks to flush crimson, and she hastily lowered her head. The cold Elder Qing spoke icily, Tai Ding ancient sect. You have long been accustomed to your tyrannical ways in the western regions. How dare you pass over my young master's head? Do you not regard my imperial family, the Su clan, with any respect? The Su clan of the imperial family. The moment these words were uttered, the hall erupted in an uproar. The disciples of the Tai Ding ancient sect were thrown into a frenzy, each one filled with terror. The grand elder Ruan Kuei turned as pale as a ghost. He hurriedly led several elders to Su Chenxiao and, bowing respectfully, said, "I am Ruan Kuei of the Tai Ding ancient sect, and I pay my respects to young Master Su. It was indeed our sect's ignorance that led to this offense. Had we known you were aboard the spirit vessel, even if we had 100 times the courage, we would not have dared to offend you. Please forgive us." At this moment, he was deeply troubled. Why, oh why, does such a revered figure deign to sit upon a supreme great spirit vessel? Su Chenxiao's expression remained calm as he regarded the elders of the Tai Ding ancient sect with a gentle smile. "Oh, so it is the esteemed guests of the Tai Ding ancient sect. It is true that many forces are journeying to my imperial family's Su clan's holy emperor's domain. For us, the Su clan, all who come are guests. And it is only proper to treat all forces, great and small, with equality. Should one use their might to intimidate others, I believe it would not reflect well upon either my imperial family or your Tai Ding ancient sect." Upon hearing this, Ruan Kuei nodded fervently, like a chick pecking at grain. "Indeed, young master, your admonition is most just. It is truly our fault. These disciples of the Tai Ding ancient sect have long been spoiled. Upon our return, we shall ensure the sect master administers punishment. We sincerely apologize for our previous transgressions." He then turned to the array of stunned disciples behind him and shouted, "What are you all standing there for? This is young Master Su, the son of the head of the Su clan, possessing the innate chaotic body and being the contemporary prodigy, Su Chenxiao. Hurry and come forward to pay your respects. Is it truly him?" The disciples gasped in shock, each voicing their awe. "We have met young Master Su." Among the crowd, the stunningly beautiful Dongfang Wan's eyes gleamed with an astonishing light. She fixated on the handsome and ethereal Su Chenxiao, her heart fluttering with emotion. Is it really him? Jiang Ning noticed the unusual expression on Dongfang Wan's face and clenched his fists, feeling a pang of resentment. The Tai Ding ancient sect had indeed come for the matter of the marriage proposal, and as the sect's holy maiden, Dongfang Wan was undoubtedly the prime candidate. Su Chenxiao waved his hand, glancing at the damaged sacred spirit vessel above, and smiled. "It is of no consequence. Just be mindful. After all, you are still guests in my holy emperor's domain. Elder Qing had indeed overstepped in his actions, damaging your sacred vessel. This matter, I too must take part of the blame." "And no, Ruan Kuei exclaimed, his heart shaking. He quickly explained, "Elder Qing's admonition is indeed warranted. The loss of the sacred spirit vessel is trivial. Our disciples have always been proud, and after this incident, they shall realize that there are always greater forces beyond themselves. They will surely temper their arrogance and be more self-disciplined. We ought to be grateful for your grace, young master, and we have learned a valuable lesson. Zuosong, standing beside them, was left dumbfounded as he gazed at the tating ancient sect's formidable elder. Is this the might of the imperial family? The sacred vessel of a hegemonic force in the western regions is destroyed, and not only do they not dare to utter a word of protest, but they are also expressing gratitude to this young Master Su. Chenxiao nodded slightly and chose not to elaborate further. His gaze swept across the disciples of the tating ancient sect until it landed on a young man with an unremarkable appearance and a hint of hostility in his eyes. Chenxiao's eyes lit up. Found you. Name, Jiangning. Title, Spirit Emperor Protagonist of Destiny. Identity, Chief Disciple of Tating Ancient Sect. Age, 24. Personality, calm, decisive. Cultivation level, Undying Realm 2nd Stage. Physique, 7 apertures Linglong Heart. Techniques, Heavenly Awakening Insect Control Technique, Imperial Puppet Technique, Ancient Alchemy Cauldron Technique, Profound Transformation Cloud Step. Treasures, Creation Cauldron, 9 Flame Celestial Fire, Gold Eating Insect, Bloodhorned Ant, Supreme Puppet, Fire Python Puppet. Destiny Value, 500,000. Chapter 60, A Fortuitous Opportunity, Seize It Well. Wow, goodness. Over 500,000 destiny value. The system interface revealed, and the multitude of treasures was indeed overwhelming, even for Chenxiao. His eyes brightened as he smiled at the prospect. The 7 apertures Linglong Heart ranks relatively low among the myriad divine bodies and does not enhance one's own strength. Its sole advantage lies in its ability to multitask. Individuals with such a physique typically excel in formations and alchemy, possessing a natural advantage in these areas. The protagonist of Destiny before him, despite his modest cultivation, was exceptionally skilled in external techniques, particularly in puppet control and insect manipulation. The gold-eating insect and bloodhorned ant were both exceedingly rare and precious ancient spirit insects. He certainly has an impressive array of hidden cards. Chenxiao pondered silently. Seeing that this young master did not express excessive reproach, Ruankuei's expression shifted to one of immense relief, allowing him to exhale deeply. He had heard whispers on the way here that this imperial scion had once been a tyrant, wreaking havoc among the demon clans of the north. The amiable and approachable young man before him was a stark contrast to those rumors. Indeed, hearsay is often misleading. Ruankuei clasped his hands repeatedly and, having finally relaxed, spoke respectfully, "Young Master Su, given the circumstances, we shall not disturb your rest any further." Chenxiao smiled gently, his tone serene. Previously, Elder Qing acted too hastily, damaging your spirit vessel. Without it, I imagine your speed will be greatly impeded. Since you are heading to the Holy Emperor's domain, why not travel together with me? After a moment's contemplation, Ruankuei hesitated. That might not be appropriate, young master. The loss of the vessel doesn't affect us much, and I actually have another one in my storage ring. Just then, the 8th elder of the tating ancient sect coughed heavily, signaling Ruankuei with a glance. Young master, please wait a moment, the 8th elder said with a hint of regret as he approached. Chenxiao nodded with a smile, nonchalantly responding, no problem. The 8th elder pulled Ruankuei aside and spoke in a tone of distress. Grand Elder, you must be cautious. Ruankuei furrowed his brow, perplexed. Elder 8. What do you mean? Elder 8 discreetly cast a glance at Chenxiao before turning to Ruankuei, saying, what is the purpose of our Tai Ding ancient sect's journey to the Holy Emperor's domain? Is it not to have that young lady, Dongfang Wan, compete for the qualification of the martial arts matchmaking event? And now, that young noble from the Imperial Clan is right here, even inviting us to accompany him. Is this not a fortuitous opportunity to allow that girl to cultivate her feelings with this young lord in advance? If Wanner is fortunate enough to catch the eye of this nobleman, our Tai Ding ancient sect could very well seize the moment, rendering the competition moot. With such a rare chance laid before us, my elder brother, how can you even contemplate leaving? You truly are growing old, regressing with age. Upon hearing this, Ruankuei was momentarily taken aback. His eyes suddenly brightened as he slapped his forehead, looking at Elder 8 with newfound appreciation. Indeed, Elder 8, you have truly enlightened me. Elder 8 chuckled, adopting the demeanor of a seasoned individual. After all, that girl, Dongfang Wan, is our Tai Ding ancient sect's holy maiden, distinguished both in cultivation and beauty. As the saying goes, proximity to the water tower allows one to catch the moon first. Young people are full of vigor. All we need to do is provide them a bit of private space, and good fortune will surely follow. The more Ruankuei contemplated this, the more he believed it to be true. They journeyed a great distance precisely to ensure that the sect's holy maiden becomes the betrothed of the young noble from the Imperial Clan. His eyes sparkled with excitement, and he exclaimed, bravo, you have a brilliant mind, Elder 8. Realizing this, Ruankuei hurriedly turned and approached Chenxiao, his demeanor undergoing a remarkable transformation as he awkwardly clasped his hands and said, young Master Su, What you just mentioned is indeed profound. To be candid, our Tai Ding ancient sect has only brought this one spiritual vessel for this journey. The disciples under my care possess modest cultivation levels, and without the protective array of the vessel, we might encounter numerous dangers along the way. As he spoke, Ruan Kuei's face clouded with worry. Your generosity and imperial demeanor, young master, not only overlook our rashness, but also permit us to board your vessel. I am genuinely grateful and at a loss for how to express my thanks. Su Chenxiao smiled and waved his hand dismissively. It is merely a trivial matter. This vessel may be small, yet it can comfortably accommodate over 1,000 people. Unbeknownst to him, the reason for his desire to keep them close was to facilitate easier contact with the destined protagonist. Ruan Kuei nodded eagerly, expressing his gratitude. After listening to Elder 8's analysis, he felt as though his heart was bursting with joy. Were it not for the presence of the imperial young lord, he might have been grinning ear to ear. He could hardly believe that Tai Ding ancient sect had unexpectedly turned misfortune into fortune, getting a head start in bringing their holy maiden closer to the imperial young lord. Thank you, young master, he exclaimed. After some light conversation, Ruan Kuei then led the group of disciples to the edge of the spiritual vessel, his expression suddenly turning serious. Did you all hear that? Young Master Su has graciously overlooked our previous indiscretions. Now that you are aboard this vessel, you must conduct yourselves with decorum. Should you offend that nobleman, do not blame me for being merciless. The disciples understood the gravity of the situation and promptly subdued their demeanor. After all, no matter how formidable Tai Ding ancient sect might be, they could not rival the 10 great imperial clans. They knew that even if the young noble were to eliminate them on the spot, the elders would not dare to utter a word of complaint. Understood, elder, they chorused. Among the crowd, only Jiang Ning furrowed his brow and muttered, it was that fellow who destroyed our Tai Ding ancient sect's vessel. Yet somehow it feels as though we are at fault. Wanner, I sense that person is not of good character. You. Enough, Jiang Ning. You must not slander young Master Su. Dongfang Wan retorted, her brows knitted together in displeasure as she cast a warning glance at him. In this realm, traversing above others with a spiritual vessel is already an act of disrespect. Those of the imperial clan hold esteemed status, especially the son of the clan leader. If we were to encounter someone with a less amiable temperament, I fear none of us from Tai Ding ancient sect would escape unscathed. Young Master Su has chosen to overlook past grievances. We should be filled with gratitude. Jiang Ning's face stiffened, and he found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, Elder 8 waved to Dongfang Wan among the disciples, smiling warmly. Holy Maiden, come here for a moment. Dongfang Wan nodded, casting a cold glance at Jiang Ning as a warning. That nobleman is accompanied by a quasi-emperor level expert. Brother, be mindful of your words in the future. Do not bring calamity upon Tai Ding ancient sect. Chapter 61, The Destined Female Protagonist, Dongfang Wan, Triggers Hidden Rewards. With that, Dongfang Wan approached. Elder, what is it? Elder 8 directly communicated through his divine sense. What are your thoughts on that young noble from the Imperial Clan? Dongfang Wan was momentarily taken aback as she glanced at the strikingly handsome Su Chenxiao in the distance, whose ethereal demeanor and elegant presence resembled that of a refined gentleman. A gentle smile inadvertently flickered in his eyes. After merely a glance, Dongfang Wan quickly averted her gaze, biting her crimson lip shyly. Elder, what do you mean by that? Seeing her reaction, Elder 8's smile deepened, stroking his beard with a knowing expression. We still have at least a day's journey to the Holy Emperor's domain. This young Master Su not only possesses an extraordinary background, but also unparalleled talent. This is a divinely bestowed opportunity. Holy Maiden, you must seize this chance. I noticed that there is also a young lady beside that nobleman, yet she seems to be of minor lineage. Compared to you, Holy Maiden, she is but a firefly competing with the moon, vastly different. Dongfang Wan's beautiful eyes flickered, and she remained silent. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ding, the destined female protagonist. Dongfang Wan harbors dissatisfaction towards the destined protagonist, Jiang Ning, resulting in a significant decrease in goodwill. The destined protagonist, Jiang Ning, suffers a loss of 5,000 luck points. Congratulations, Master, for obtaining 5,000 villain points. Su Chenxiao raised an eyebrow. What is happening? I haven't even begun, and this occurs? Quite intriguing. Zuosong and his two disciples were on edge, visibly anxious. Lu Ranan curiously approached, glancing at Su Chenxiao, and asked, Young Master, are you truly from the Imperial Su family? Su Chenxiao, playfully toying with the celestial divine Peng in his arms, looked up at the innocent and romantic girl with a smile. Do I not seem like it? Lu Ranan nodded, pondering before saying, I have heard that those from the Imperial Clan are lofty and arrogant, often looking down upon those outside the clan. You don't seem like that. You always appear so friendly and cheerful. Zuosong's eyes widened, his heart racing. Little miss, you might as well say such things privately. But to say them in front of the young noble? Brother Zhang Changfeng also gasped, quickly stepping forward to intervene. Junior sister, refrain from speaking recklessly. Come back. He turned to Su Chenxiao, bowing apologetically. Young Master Su, my junior sister is still young and speaks without thinking. She means no offense to the Imperial Clan. Please forgive her. Su Chenxiao chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. No worries. Miss Rannon's innocence and whimsy are quite delightful. I, a member of the imperial lineage, am not akin to mere beasts like tigers, leopards, or wolves. Rather, the imperial family possesses its uniqueness, inevitably giving rise to a few rebellious spirits. Lu Ranran nodded in agreement. Observing that this young master did not pursue the matter further, her mentor, Zhuosong, let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly pulled her away to prevent this headstrong girl from uttering anything more offensive. The atmosphere became somewhat delicate. Zhuosong, who had previously been jovial, now dared not utter a single word. Su Chenxiao, noticing the change, turned his gaze towards the crowd from the Tating ancient sect. He soon spotted Ruan Kuei leading a woman of ethereal grace and exquisite beauty. Dressed in a light blue celestial gown, her alluring figure was accentuated, revealing a swan-like neck. Skin as smooth as cream, a slender waist, and long, captivating legs, reminiscent of an otherworldly fairy. Dongfang Wan appeared remarkably confident, her steps measured and composed, with a hint of aloofness in her brow. Yet, her demeanor did not exude the coldness of an ice mountain, but rather a long-cultivated, noble pride. Su Chenxiao regarded her with quiet appraisal. Name, Dongfang Wan. Title, Spirit Emperor Fated Female Lead. Identity, Saintess of the Tating Ancient Sect. Age, 22. Personality, proud, strong-willed. Realm, Undying Realm 6th Stage. Physique, Phantom Body. Ruan Kuei brought Dongfang Wan before Su Chenxiao, cheerfully announcing, Young Master Su, this is our esteemed Saintess, Dongfang Wan. Wanner. Do greet young Master Su. Though she strutted with the pride of a peacock, upon reaching Su Chenxiao, Dongfang Wan set aside her arrogance. With a modest smile, she inclined slightly and said softly, I have the honor of meeting you, young master. Su Chenxiao blinked, feigning confusion as he inquired, what does Elder Wan mean by this? Ruan Kuei chuckled and replied, our Saintess has long admired your esteemed name and has been yearning to meet you. However, her shyness made it difficult for her to approach. I thought, considering the distance to the Saint Emperor's domain, it would be beneficial for her to engage with you. I hope I have not disturbed your rest. Ruan Kuei held confidence in Dongfang Wan's beauty. Countless suitors in the western regions sought her favor, including prodigies from ancient sacred clans. Yet, this girl had exceedingly high standards, finding even those from venerable clans lacking. Observing her demeanor today, it was evident she was quite taken with this young master of the imperial lineage. However, he pondered how Su Chenxiao would perceive the situation. Glancing at Dongfang Wan, Ruan Kuei mused, so that is the case. Su Chenxiao slightly nodded, preparing to speak when he suddenly felt a heavy gaze filled with resentment upon him. He turned to see Jiang Ning from afar, his expression a tumultuous mix of green and pale, obviously displeased. Upon noticing Su Chenxiao's gaze, Jiang Ning hastily lowered his head. It seemed he had made a wise move in approaching the fated female lead. Su Chenxiao grinned, his mind forming a rough idea. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned the tea table from the spirit boat's chamber to place it before him, gesturing, since I have some leisure time, please take a seat, both of you. Ruan Kuei's eyes sparkled with excitement, feeling a surge of hope. He chuckled amiably, young Master Su, being of advanced years, I shall not intrude upon the conversation between you and your peers. Saintess, take your time to converse with the young master. With that, he swiftly departed, leaving Dongfang Wan blushing slightly, standing awkwardly in place. Ah, this elder. Su Chenxiao raised his hand gracefully, pouring tea with poise. Miss Dongfang, please have a seat. As he regarded the exquisitely chiseled features before him, Dongfang Wan felt her heart race like never before. Nodding gently, she seated herself gracefully and softly expressed, Thank you, young master. Su Chenxiao handed her the tea, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he spoke with calm assurance. Is your visit related to the imperial family's matchmaking? Dongfang Wan was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such straightforwardness from him. She nodded, her cheeks tinged with shyness as she replied, Indeed. I initially intended to accompany the elders of our sect, but I did not anticipate meeting you ahead of time. You truly embody the distinguished reputation spoken of. Your demeanor and presence are befitting of one from the imperial family. You flatter me, Su Chenxiao responded with remarkable composure, revealing no overt emotion. Dongfang Wan's enchanting eyes sparkled as she shifted the topic, inquiring, May I ask how you perceive this matter? Su Chenxiao chuckled lightly, a hint of resignation in his tone. I only recently became aware of it. Since it is my mother's decision, as her son, I cannot refuse. I shall take it as it comes. Dongfang Wan's eyes brightened. It seemed this young master was not particularly fond of the matchmaking tournament. She continued in agreement, You are correct, young master. While marriage is often determined by parents, the ties of fate are difficult to articulate. If mutual attraction exists, it is indeed a joyful outcome. Su Chenxiao regarded her with an amused smile, playfully toying with his teacup. For instance, the chance of meeting you today is also a form of fate, is it not? Dongfang Wan's cheeks flushed, a delightful shyness overtaking her as she lowered her gaze, neither affirming nor denying. Beep. The fated female lead's heart trembles. Jiang Ning's fate value decreases by 10,000. Congratulations, master. You have gained 10,000 villain points. Beep. Hidden reward triggered. Chapter 62. Heart-shaped stone exchange for Phoenix Call Wonder Stone. Dongfang Wan's heart captivated. Oh. Su Chenxiao's eyes brightened, having unexpectedly triggered a hidden reward once more. Beep. Congratulations, Master. You have received a hidden reward. Celestial Spirit Stone. An extraordinary heart-shaped stone. Infused with potent metal chi, particularly alluring to insect swarms. Upon seeing the system's notification of the hidden reward, Su Chenxiao felt a pang of disbelief. A heart-shaped stone? Is this truly a reward for me? However, its allure to insect swarms does hold some intrigue. Meanwhile, on the other side, the disciples of the Tating ancient sect beheld the two from a distance, perceiving them as a match made in heaven. Many female disciples gazed at Dongfang Wan, seated opposite Su Chenxiao, with envy, wishing to take her place. It appears the saintess is conversing quite splendidly with that young master of the imperial family, one remarked. He is indeed an imperial scion. If he takes a liking to her, her future will be nothing short of extraordinary. The eighth elder, reveling in the moment, squinted with delight, stroking his beard. Indeed, indeed. Wan Kuei shot him a peculiar glance, muttering, Eighth elder, what expression is that? I can smell it, he replied. Smell what? The scent of love. In my youth, I too experienced this. Wan Kuei. Within the Tating ancient sect, only Jiang Ning clenched his teeth tightly, his fists trembling. He witnessed the usually aloof and proud Dongfang Wan now smiling radiantly, her stunning visage occasionally graced by a charming blush. The scene before him appeared as if it were two distinct individuals. Jiang Ning's heart bled, and his eyes brimmed with a hint of red as he internally roared in anguish. Damn it! Why must it be like this? Ever since he joined the Tating ancient sect, he had been captivated by the saintess, Dongfang Wan. He had meticulously nurtured this hard-won affection through his alchemical skills. Wanner had once promised him that if he could establish a name for himself on the King's battlefield, she would grant him a chance. Yet today, the appearance of Su Chenxiao was akin to a brazen beast, ruthlessly shattering the last vestiges of hope within his heart. Was it merely because of his impressive background and slightly more handsome visage? What makes Jiang Ning inferior to him? Jiang Ning lowered his head, feeling utterly frustrated, harboring silent resentment. Even the gold-devouring insect and bloodhorn ant, concealed within his sleeves, seemed to sense their master's emotions. One by one, they crawled out, performing acrobatics in the palm of Jiang Ning's hand. Observing this, Jiang Ning's gaze softened somewhat, and he took a deep breath, forcing a smile as he murmured, Even the gold-devouring insect and bloodhorn ant understand my affection for you, Wanner. Why can't you see it? Thank you. I'm fine. Please return. At his words, the gold-devouring insect and bloodhorn ant scurried back into his sleeves, disappearing from sight. Jiang Ning inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the turmoil within, continually reassuring himself, it's all right. We will soon reach the Saint Emperor's domain. Once there, that fellow will depart, and we shall have no further entanglements. Thus, Jiang Ning, much like a patient ninja turtle, endured until they reached their destination. At the outskirts of the Saint Emperor's domain, Su Chenxiao and Dongfang Wan engaged in pleasant conversation. It was only upon entering the Saint Emperor's domain that Dongfang Wan reluctantly bid farewell. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, Su Chenxiao smiled and produced a heart-shaped stone, presenting it to Dongfang Wan. I chanced upon this item and wish to gift it to you. Lady Dongfang, we seem to connect instantly. Should you have the time in the future, do come visit my Su family in the Imperial Clan. Is this his gift to me? Dongfang Wan gazed at the exquisitely smooth heart-shaped stone, overwhelmed with joy as she cradled it in her hands. Her cheeks flushed. Thank you. Witnessing Wanner's demeanor, reminiscent of a bashful young girl in love, Jiang Ning's eyes widened in disbelief. Is it possible that a mere piece of stone could elicit such a reaction? What are the painstakingly crafted elixirs I bestowed upon you? Blushing deeply, Dongfang Wan softly spoke. Young Master Su, I too have a gift for you. Oh, Su Chenxiao replied, slightly surprised. Dongfang Wan raised her delicate white hand, gently removing a slender bracelet adorned with a thumb-sized fiery red jade. Young Master Su, please accept this. It contains the Phoenix Song Jade, which can stabilize one's heart and enhance comprehension. While it may not be a treasure in your eyes, it is a token of my sincere affection. The Phoenix Song Jade is a rare stone of the heavens, said to be forged from the melodious cries of phoenixes over countless millennia. It holds profound significance and is incredibly precious. This was something she had stumbled upon in a secret realm, where Jiang Ning had also been present. From a distance, Jiang Ning's pupils constricted sharply. The Phoenix Song Jade. This is a celestial treasure. Back in the secret realm, I had fought off numerous prodigies to create an opportunity for Dongfang Wan, all in hopes of conveying my heartfelt intentions. Yet today, this infuriating scion of the Imperial Clan has merely exchanged a trivial stone for this heavenly gem. Jiang Ning's countenance turned ashen, his eyes ablaze with fury. Su Chenxiao, somewhat taken aback, glanced at the despairing protagonist in the distance and shook his head. Lady Dongfang, this item is far too precious. Yet, Dongfang Wan bit her lip in determination, pressing the bracelet into Su Chenxiao's hands. She then turned and hurried back to the crowd of the Tai Ding ancient sect, softly saying, "Young Master Su, I'll see you in 10 days. I will strive to improve." Having conversed on the spiritual vessel earlier, she had already developed a fondness for this gentle scion of the Su family. Su Chenxiao regarded the phoenix song jade in his hand, feeling little turmoil within, and smiled as he nodded. "Very well, then let us part ways here." Together with Qing Lao, he departed, while Zhuo Song took his 2 disciples and left as well. After everyone had vacated, Dongfang Wan stood in place, lost in thought, gazing at the stone in her palm, feeling a twinge of melancholy. Several young women from her sect surrounded her, gazing at her enviously. "Lady Saintess, what did that gentleman give you?" "Oh, a heart-shaped stone. How romantic. That must be a gift from the scion of the Imperial Clan. It seems he holds quite an affection for our Saintess. Surely, she is the one they will choose during the Imperial Clan's marriage selection." Only the male disciples of the Tai Ding ancient sect exchanged glances, their expressions sour. "That Su scion is rather stingy. It's merely a piece of stone." Jiang Ning, as the top disciple, also wore a grim expression as he approached Dongfang Wan. "Wanner, this time you acted rather impulsively. This is merely an ordinary pebble, while the phoenix song jade is invaluable, capable of warding against heart demons and solidifying one's resolve. The disparity between the two is astronomical." Chapter 63. The swarm goes out of control. The protagonist faces social death. Jiang Ning had hoped Dongfang Wan would comprehend his earnest concern. To his dismay, her expression suddenly turned cold as she glared at him icily. "Enough, senior brother Jiang. If feelings can be measured by material possessions, that would be utterly mundane. If you truly wish for my happiness, you should bless me, not belittle the scion of the Imperial Clan behind his back." The female disciples of the Tai Ding ancient sect nodded in agreement. "The Lady Saintess speaks wisely. Senior brother Jiang, if we follow your logic, should the Su scion present an imperial treasure, would the Saintess then have to offer something of equal value in return? How materialistic of you. If the Saintess likes it, it is priceless. Besides, the Phoenix Song Jade belongs to the Saintess. What does it have to do with you if she gives it away?" The collective voices of the female disciples were a relentless barrage. Jiang Ning trembled at their words, his complexion alternating between pale and ashen, swelling with indignation, unable to muster a single retort. At that moment, the Grand Elder Ruan Kuei chuckled, interjecting, "Ah, enough. That Su scion is the son of the clan leader of the Imperial Clan. Anything he casually offers cannot be mere common goods. You should all appreciate the essence of the celestial energy within this stone. If I am not mistaken, this is no ordinary stone. It is a spirit stone of the heavens. The celestial spirit stone, imbued with the essence of metallic gold, serves as a superior material for crafting magical artifacts. Even a fragment no larger than a fingernail can render a magical tool extraordinarily sharp, infused with the beneficial properties of this precious metal." Elder 8 chuckled heartily. "The celestial spirit stone is exceedingly rare, and the heart-shaped specimen in the possession of the Saintess is a natural marvel, a true masterpiece of nature, making it a 1 in a million find. Young Master Su is indeed thoughtful." Upon hearing this, even the male disciples who initially sided with Jiang Ning were struck with astonishment. Could it truly be the celestial spirit stone? The female disciples, filled with envy, began to speculate. "Naturally, I always knew that young Master Su would not present an ordinary stone. The celestial spirit stone is already a rarity, and to find one in such a natural shape must have taken young Master Su an eternity. How romantic. It is laughable that Brother Jiang fails to recognize such a gem, harboring jealousy in his heart. Not only does he overlook the miraculous qualities of the celestial spirit stone, but he also mistakenly regards this treasure as mere common rock." At this moment, Dongfang Wan lowered her head, feeling the warmth of the heart-shaped stone in her palm. Her heart pounding wildly. Blushing, her beautiful eyes sparkled like a maiden in love, softly murmuring, "Is this your sentiment towards me?" The more the surrounding female disciples spoke, the more they highlighted Jiang Ning's ignorance. Jiang Ning felt utterly humiliated, wishing to find a crack to hide within. Suddenly, the swarm of golden-eating insects concealed within his sleeves became unusually agitated, seemingly on the verge of breaking free. Golden-eating insects? Jiang Ning's complexion dramatically shifted, as he hastily clamped his sleeve shut, recalling their nature. These insects are known to crave gold and stones, requiring them for sustenance and cultivation. Once they encounter something infused with metallic gold, they will swarm forth uncontrollably. This is bad. A disciple noticed Jiang Ning's peculiar behavior and asked with confusion, "Brother Jiang, what is going on?" Crack, crack. Accompanied by the sound of sharp chewing, the specially designed robe meant to conceal the insect swarm was shredded by the golden-eating insects. In an instant, Jiang Ning's clothing was torn to shreds. A dense mass of insects poured forth, creating a shocking scene. What the hell? The sudden turn of events startled several disciples from the Tai Ding ancient sect nearby. The swarm filled the air, surrounding Jiang Ning entirely. What is happening? Brother Jiang. These are Brother Jiang's insects. Golden-eating insects? And blood-horned ants. Even the elders beside them were taken aback, their expressions shifting as they shouted, "Jiang Ning, what are you doing? Quickly, rein in your insects." Yet Jiang Ning was utterly powerless to control the swarm, as various insects burst forth from his garments. The golden-eating insects swarmed towards Dongfang Wan. The grotesque insects landed on her hand, voraciously gnawing at the celestial spirit stone she held. Dongfang Wan, who despised insects above all, turned pale, instinctively tossing the heart-shaped stone away with a shriek. Boom! Countless insects surged forward, and in the blink of an eye, they devoured the heart-shaped stone entirely, leaving not a trace behind. What? Everyone widened their eyes, unable to believe the spectacle before them. The elders were dumbfounded, and once they regained their senses, they glared furiously at Jiang Ning. "Jiang Ning, look at the mess you've created." That was a precious gift from young Master Su. Upon seeing Jiang Ning's state, even the elders were momentarily taken aback, their eyes bulging. At that moment, Jiang Ning's attire had been nearly entirely consumed, leaving him exposed, with only a tattered piece to cover himself, utterly devoid of the dignity befitting the chief disciple. His face flushed with rage and shame as he quickly reached for a fresh set of clothes from his storage ring, bellowing in utter frustration, "Get back here, you bastards." Even passers-by couldn't help but glance over, suppressing laughter as they whispered, "Isn't that a disciple from the Tating ancient sect? Huh. I've heard that the West is quite liberal, but I didn't expect it to be to this extent." In this bustling realm of the Holy Emperor's domain, teeming with people from great clans and various superlative sects, there are indeed many eccentrics. Yet, one who parades around bare-bottomed in the streets is a first. A total social death. The elders of the Tating ancient sect, filled with indignation, desired nothing more than to sink into the ground, shouting, "Get our sect's banner down, quickly." After a considerable time, the swarm finally returned. As Jiang Ning managed to gather the insects, he could feel the peculiar gazes of his fellow disciples upon him. Trembling with shame, he understood that from this day forward, he would no longer be the revered senior brother within the sect. The events of today would remain an indelible mark of disgrace in his life. Jiang Ning's heart raged. Meanwhile, Dongfang Wan stood in a daze, gazing at her empty right hand, her delicate form trembling slightly. "The token young Master Su gave me is gone, like the calm before a storm." A terrifying force brewed within her. Suddenly, a chilling wave of dark energy erupted. "Jiang Ning, I hate you." Countless insects froze in midair as Jiang Ning's pupils contracted, and he was sent flying through the air. Boom. Meanwhile, within the Imperial Clan of the Su family. Ding. The destined protagonist Jiang Ning faces social death, losing 10,000 destiny points. Ding. The destined heroine Dongfang Wan harbors animosity towards the destined protagonist Jiang Ning. Their relationship shattered, resulting in a loss of 50,000 destiny points for Jiang Ning. Congratulations, Master, you have gained 60,000 villain points. Just as Su Chenxiao returned to the Su family, he paused momentarily, a playful smile curling his lips as he murmured, "Oh, has the rift developed so swiftly?" Chapter 64. The King's Battlefield, the Imperial Clan's Dragon Transformation Pool. It seems that the Celestial Spirit Stone, capable of attracting insects, has indeed played its role. Su Chenxiao shrugged, gazing upon the family estate of the Su clan. The Imperial Clan is situated in the most spiritually enriched area of the Holy Emperor's domain. This locale not only boasts abundant spiritual energy, but also harbors the legendary primordial purple energy within its vast aura. In the distance, a colossal ancient tree stretches skyward. This tree is one of the 3 divine trees of the heavens, the primordial divine tree. Su Chenxiao's eyes gleamed as he noted that the elders of the clan had gathered shortly after the return of Qing Lao. Around a dozen individuals were present, their formidable auras resonating like deep waters, a powerful presence approaching from afar. "Ha! My son, you have finally returned. I have been waiting eagerly." A hearty and bold laughter echoed as the clan leader, Su Wudao, and Chen Wanyue led the group at the forefront. Chen Wanyue hurriedly approached, meticulously checking Su Chenxiao for any injuries. "Shower." Seeing her, Su Chenxiao smiled and called out, "Mother, I'm back." Gazing upon the remarkable youth before her, Chen Wanyue, whose cultivation now ascended to the 9th layer of the immortal realm, felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Grasping Su Chenxiao's hand, she spoke with a gentle voice. "It is good to have you back, truly good. The 9th layer of the immortal realm. Clearly, my son has encountered significant fortuity during this period." Su Wudao chuckled heartily from behind, equally pleased. Indeed, one need only consider whose progeny he is. The surrounding elders of the Su family, filled with curiosity, cast their inquisitive gazes upon Su Chenxiao. Is this Su Chenxiao? Upon witnessing the strikingly handsome and imposing young prodigy before them, many elders' eyes brightened, revealing their astonishment. It has been years. This child seems to have grown considerably. The elders could not help but express their admiration. "Haha, the child has returned, splendid." With an innate chaotic divine body in the 9th layer of the immortal realm, such cultivation achieved through trials in the lower realms, and without the baptism of the dragon pool, rivaling even the most exceptional talents from the upper realms, perhaps even surpassing them. Reflecting on the past, when Jingheng returned. I recall he had only just stepped into the Ascendant Realm, right? Ha ha ha, Patriarch, it seems that in this generation, the position of the divine child of our Su family shall undoubtedly belong to your little one. At this moment, a middle-aged man, exuding an air of authority and resembling Su Wudao, strode forward. Well done, young lad. Such astonishing cultivation and a formidable vitality. I can surmise that your divine demonic body is fully cultivated. The man chuckled. Do you still remember your uncle? Stepping forward, Su Chenxiao clasped his hands respectfully, replying, Uncle Wufa. This man was Su Wufa, the younger brother of Su Wudao, who had long been managing external affairs for the Su family, seldom returning home. The recent imperial family's marriage arrangements were also under his purview. Su Wufa laughed heartily, giving Su Chenxiao's shoulder a hearty pat. I heard you encountered some troubles in the lower realms, but as long as you are unharmed, all is well. It seems my luck is rather fortuitous, running into you so soon after your return. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Su Wufa's eyes narrowed, and his expression darkened. His cultivation of the 6-star imperial wheel art granted him extraordinary perception, and his prowess had reached the level of a quasi-emperor. What audacity! Who dares to intrude upon a member of the imperial Su family? He scoffed. Old Qing, have you truly grown senile? Can you not even detect this remnant soul residing within my nephew? With that, a formidable aura of quasi-emperor radiated from Su Wufa's palm, aiming to obliterate the remnant soul of the ancient emperor. Su Chenxiao's expression shifted slightly, while the remnant soul of the ancient beast Enraged was equally startled. Having not anticipated being discovered despite hiding deep within the spiritual consciousness, it hurriedly emerged, exclaiming, We are allies. Allies. Su Wudao and Chen Wanyue's expressions also turned slightly irate as they interjected, A remnant soul of an emperor? Why does it exist within Chenxiao? Su Chenxiao, seeing their reaction, smiled wryly and explained, This entity is the remnant soul of the celestial beast, the heavenly golden swan and I have subdued it and plan to bring it back to the clan for my grandfather to help reconstruct its physical form to serve as a mount. As he spoke, Su Chenxiao waved his hand, revealing the beast-taming ring upon his right hand. Several elders and his parents turned their attention toward him. Su Wudao's eyes gleamed with surprise. The beast-taming ring? Is this not a treasured artifact of the beast-taming sect? Recognizing the significance of the beast-taming ring and noticing another one on the remnant soul, his expression eased slightly as he raised his hand towards Su Wufa, saying, All right. Wufa, cease your actions. With this artifact, a mere remnant soul poses no threat to Chenxiao. Su Wufa, clearly aware of the situation, cast a surprised glance at Su Chenxiao, then burst into hearty laughter. Well done, young lad. I never imagined you could acquire such a treasure. Your fortune is indeed remarkable. Su Wufa complimented, seemingly gaining a newfound appreciation for his nephew. Having a divine beast from the imperial realm as a mount, your father never had such prestige. In the ensuing time, Su Chenxiao engaged in nostalgic conversations with the elders of the Su family. The remnant soul of Enraged was entrusted to his uncle Su Wufa to be taken back to the ancestral grounds for restoration, as it was presently merely a fragment of an emperor's essence. Though the celestial beast possessed the favor of the heavens and infinite potential, the reconstruction of its divine soul and body could only be entrusted to the imperial family's great powers, offering a slim chance of success. Meanwhile, he would accompany his parents to the Su family's dragon transformation pool. Su Wudao led the way, and Su Chenxiao turned to his mother, inquiring, Mother, where are my elder brother and sister? Chen Wanyue smiled gently and replied, Jingheng and Huang are both at the Supreme Realm now. They have gone to the ancient battlefield for training. Su Chenxiao nodded slightly. The ancient battlefield, a legacy of the ancient sages, serves as a ground for the prodigies of various realms to hone their skills and seek breakthroughs. It houses countless legacies of emperors and saints, encompassing trials of cultivation and heart, divided into two main areas, the King's battlefield and the sacred ancient grounds. With his current cultivation at the 9th layer of the immortal realm, it would not be long before he too would journey to the King's battlefield. Ahead, Su Wudao jested, Your brother and sister will likely return in a few days. After all, they are more concerned about your fiancé than anyone else. Seizing this opportunity, the imperial family of the Su clan would announce the current divine child. The conversation continued for quite some time until they arrived at the entrance of the Su family's dragon transformation pool. Su Wudao and Chen Wanyue finally parted ways. Chenxiao. This dragon pool was prepared specifically for the younger generation returning from the lower realms to bridge the gap in their cultivation. Although it may not serve you greatly now, it can still solidify your foundational cultivation, and the essence of the dragon path within can lay a solid foundation for your future breakthroughs to the King's stage. Chapter 65. The emergence of the heavenly golden swan and I, the golden sun realm trembles. You should take this time to comprehend deeply. Your mother and I shall take our leave, Su Wudao said with a smile. Understood, Su Chenxiao nodded, and once his parents departed, he gazed at the bubbling, energy-laden dragon pool beside him. Ethereal mist swirled above the pool, as if a true dragon were circling above, exuding an extraordinary presence. Su Chenxiao's eyes shimmered, contemplating. Perfect. I will practice the ancient divine refinement technique here. The ancient divine refinement technique is the most formidable body-refining emperor art across the realms. With his ancient divine body having achieved perfection through the blood pool of 10,000 beasts, mastering this technique could render him even more formidable. With this thought, Su Chenxiao leaped into the dragon pool. 3 days later, within the Su family's ancestral grounds, a terrifying and radiant crimson golden divine glow soared into the heavens. Above the Su family's ancestral site, it was as if 10,000 beasts were roaring. A colossal golden swan Ni phantom emerged, fierce and majestic, exuding a terrifying presence, and released a thunderous roar that shook the heavens. Roar. Ha ha. Nigo have returned. In the midst of his cultivation within the dragon pool, with a body as radiant as jade, Su Chenxiao suddenly opened his eyes, gazing towards that direction. The heavenly golden swan and I? Could it be that the esteemed Nigo has returned to us? A surge of uncontainable joy welled up in Su Chenxiao's eyes. After all, this is a celestial beast of the Emperor realm. An astonishing aura erupted forth, causing tumultuous waves to surge within the dragon transformation pool. Su Chenxiao transformed into a streak of light, hastening towards the ancestral grounds. Meanwhile, on the other side of the heavens, within the northern domain's golden sun realm, the aura of the ancestors, the call of bloodlines, a heavenly golden Nyo has emerged. The demonic royal lineage present here, including the golden Nyo clan, the golden lion, and the sun-swallowing cloud lion clan, erupted in a frenzy. A torrent of formidable auras surged towards the golden Nyo clan. A deep and resonant voice echoed, proclaiming the arrival of a newly born heavenly golden Nyo. A new master has descended. The voice thundered, followed by another resounding boom. It was not the newly birthed heavenly golden Nyo, but the aura of the ancestral Nyogyo. What? Apart from the true dragon and divine phoenix, the celestial beasts have not graced the world for 1,000,000 years. And now, this aura signifies the long-lost ancestral heavenly golden Nyo of the golden sun realm. Over the past 1,000,000 years, all descendants of the Nyo lineage in the Golden Sun realm have exhausted countless methods to search for it. Yet, Nyogyo was merely a remnant soul, residing in the burial grounds. Even using the method of bloodline tracking, it was nearly impossible to locate that faint trace of aura. Now, with the ancestral aura reappearing across the heavens, all descendants in the Golden Sun realm have gone mad. The ancestors have long disappeared from the heavens, undoubtedly bound in some place. With their emergence, our Golden Nyo clan will employ the bloodline tracking method to welcome back our ancestral king. Our Golden Lion lineage shall also partake. Enormous, awe-inspiring divine beasts transformed into human forms. Both the Golden Nyo clan and the Golden Lion clan dispatched all their available forces to seek the ancestral heavenly Golden Nyo. The aura resided at the center of the heavens, a gathering place for the most prominent clans. Regardless of the cost, we must retrieve our ancestor before the top 10 imperial clans discover them, or the consequences will be dire. Within the ancestral grounds of the Su family, the mountains stretched endlessly, lush trees flourishing, exuding an ancient and profound aura, as if one were transported to a primordial era. An elderly man, his appearance weathered, sat by the lake, contentedly stroking his beard while fishing. Beside him, a heavenly golden Nyo, resplendent in golden fur and possessing crimson gold eyes, lay prostrate, exuding the majesty of a king of beasts. The heavenly golden Nyo, adorned with 2 horns atop its head, bore a dignified and imposing stature, its flesh harboring an exceedingly violent and ferocious power. Merely a trace of its ancient aura caused countless peculiar beings nurtured within the Su family's ancestral grounds to cower in submission, trembling incessantly. Buzz. Su Chenxiao appeared at this location. Upon seeing the elderly man by the lakeside, Su Chenxiao felt a slight tremor of surprise. The man's face resembled an ancient pine, etched with deep wrinkles, yet he radiated vitality, moving with an effortless grace, his aura contained, devoid of any fluctuation. Were it not for his known identity, he would appear no different from an ordinary person, an emperor, a living emperor of the heavens. Su Chenxiao hurriedly approached. Grandfather. The old man chuckled, turning around with a smile. Ah, my dear grandson, you have arrived? Suddenly, as if sensing something, Su Qingyuan's ancient and profound eyes revealed a hint of astonishment, followed by a benevolent smile. Indeed, it seems this heir belongs once more to our Su imperial lineage. It is worth noting that this individual before him is a living emperor. Within the entire imperial clan, there is hardly anyone worthy of his praise. Have a seat. My grandson. Su Chenxiao nodded, sitting down somewhat apprehensively. Casting a glance at the lethargic Nyogyo beside him, Su Chenxiao's eyes brightened slightly. Has this fellow restored his corporeal form? Su Qingyuan chuckled. I have already reformed his physical body. My dear grandson possesses remarkable fortune. This heavenly golden Nyo has not appeared in the heavens for 1,000,000 years. This fellow is the remnant soul of an emperor realm Nyo, likely from before the Dark Epoch. Considering his age, he might even be older than this old man. The heavenly golden Nyo, lying on the ground, weakly remarked. What use is that? I am merely a remnant soul. Just as it had regained its form, it thought of fleeing, only to be caught back by this old man with a single hand. Who would have thought this creature had an Emperor Realm grandfather? Su Qingyuan chuckled. Be content. The emergence during the Dark Epoch was exceedingly bizarre. Had it not been for your status as a celestial beast, protected by great fortune, you would not even have retained this remnant soul. Now, since you have promised my grandson to be its steed, you must serve him well. My grandson possesses the innate chaos divine body of our ancestors. In the future, he shall achieve greatness, and you, the heavenly golden Neo, are fortunate to be in his service. Su Qingyuan suddenly gestured with his hand. Come here, grandson. Su Chenxiao obediently approached. Su Qingyuan continued, my dear grandson, you possess various divine bodies and a flawless Tao heart. However, in this world, no one is perfect. Rapid advancement in cultivation inevitably leads to some omissions. The other divine bodies can be overlooked, but your innate chaos divine body does not require hasty perfection. As he spoke, Su Qingyuan smiled and extended his withered, aged right hand, lightly tapping Su Chenxiao's forehead. Buzz. A ripple emanated from his fingertip. In the next moment, Su Chenxiao felt a torrent of chaotic energy surging uncontrollably within him. Even the cultivation that had just entered the dragon transformation pool, on the verge of breaking through to the king realm, seemed to be on the brink of collapse. Sensing the chaotic energy swirling wildly within him, Su Chenxiao hastily closed his eyes to stabilize his aura. Chapter 66. The Su family emperor, the destined protagonist bearing grave injuries. However, he soon realized something was amiss. Su Chenxiao slowly opened his eyes, surprised as he sensed his own condition. The foundation of his cultivation was astonishingly stable. Although he remained at the 9th level of the Undying Realm, the chaotic energy in his aura had unexpectedly become remarkably pure and refined. He felt lighter all over, as if a great burden had been lifted. Su Qingyuan chuckled. Although the chaos body can assimilate myriad energies for personal use, it inevitably leaves behind some residual impurities. Now that I have assisted you in purifying the chaotic energy, it will undoubtedly be greatly beneficial to you in the future. Su Chenxiao's eyes sparkled with joy, eager to express his gratitude. Yet, Su Qingyuan waved his hand dismissively, smiling. All right, since the matter is settled, you may take this heavenly golden Neo with you. Su Chenxiao nodded and took his leave, saying, I will visit you again when the opportunity arises. Then, he leaped onto the broad back of the heavenly golden Neo. The heavenly golden Neo let out a mighty roar, its colossal limbs striking the air, transforming into a streak of golden divine light soaring into the sky. Su Qingyuan chuckled, shaking his head as he murmured, it seems my dear grandson harbors many secrets yet. Just moments ago, while purifying the chaotic energy, he had sensed a faint, inexplicable aura amidst the residual impurities. My dear grandson, practitioners of the way must cultivate in tranquility. Even with exceptional talent, one must not succumb to impatience. Compared to the secrets residing within his grandson, what he prioritized was the matter at hand. Su Qingyuan swiftly grasped the fishing rod. Splash. The empty hook dangled in the air, stripped of its bait. Damn it, another empty catch. Su Qingyuan's expression darkened. Suddenly, a terrifying imperial pressure descended, and the tranquil lakeside erupted in chaos. Boom. It was akin to a nuclear explosion swatting a mosquito. Countless splashes of water and fish leaped into the air. Even those lurking beneath the surface turned belly up, floating to the top. Only then did Su Qingyuan nod in satisfaction, exhaling a long breath. What a relief. Clarity of thought is indeed a crucial element within the sacred emperor's domain. One must admit that although Nigio had only recently regained its corporeal form and currently possessed merely the cultivation of a supreme, it was still a divine beast of heaven and earth. Its speed was undoubtedly remarkable, far exceeding that of the supreme-grade spirit vessel he had previously ridden by several dozen times. After traversing a considerable distance on the celestial golden lion, Su Chenxiao finally came to a halt. Damn it! Does this emperor seem like a donkey to ride? Nigio roared, somewhat disgruntled. Should its descendants witness this scene, it would undoubtedly be a disgrace for its esteemed lineage. Su Chenxiao grinned, patting its large head. Behave well as my steed, and you shall reap the rewards in due time. Perhaps it was due to the Su family's imperial lineage hosting a marriage selection that attracted the attention of various celestial beauties. Since arriving here, he had continuously heard the system notifying him of the presence of destined female protagonists. In just this journey, he had detected no fewer than 5 or 6. Unfortunately, it seemed that these fated heroines were devoid of any destined male leads by their side. Su Chenxiao shook his head in slight disappointment, observing that these protagonists were either still developing or en route. Just then, a notification chimed. Ding! The destined male Li Jiangning is gravely injured, on the brink of death, with a loss of 10,000 destiny points. Congratulations, Master, you have gained 10,000 villain points. What on earth? Su Chenxiao frowned, feeling displeased. I haven't even begun to harvest yet. Which fool is about to kill Jiangning? He promptly called up the system map. The marker indicated Jiangning was currently within the city of Howdy. Within Howdy City, at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, the crowd was bustling, lively beyond measure. Those present hailed from various celestial sects or illustrious families. Glancing around, one could see distinguished individuals from different sects engaged in conversation and laughter. Jiang Ning sat at a refined table, nervously gazing across at the cold-faced Dongfang Wan. Today, it was just the two of them. Ever since that day when the spirit stone was devoured by his golden-eating insect, Wan's attitude toward him had plummeted. For 3 consecutive days, she had scarcely spoken more than 10 words to him. The expenses within Howdy City were already steep, and with the imperial marriage selection underway, the prices at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion had skyrocketed several-fold, with even a single dish costing thousands of top-tier spirit stones. Jiang Ning's heart ached. His entire fortune amounted to roughly 80,000 top-tier spirit stones. However, if it meant earning Wan's forgiveness, it would all be worth it. Jiang Ning observed Dongfang Wan, who remained silent, and after a moment of awkwardness, he forced a smile and spoke. Wan, I apologize for the previous incident. I never anticipated the sudden unrest of the insect swarm. Dongfang Wan's beauty was as frigid as ice, her disdain evident. She coldly replied, Don't call me that. It makes me feel sick. What? Jiang Ning's smile froze in place. Sick? Wan actually said I make her sick. Jiang Ning roared internally, his right hand beginning to tremble. Taking a deep breath to calm his rising agitation, he spoke again. Sister Dongfang, I sincerely apologize. I have some freshly concocted pills. You have lingered at the 6th level of the Undying Realm for far too long, and these pills can assist you in breaking through. Among them are also some that can suppress the Yin energy within you. With that, Jiang Ning retrieved several vials of pills from his storage ring and handed them over. It was worth noting that his ambitions were grand. To achieve comprehensive development, he simultaneously practiced insect taming, puppetry, and alchemy. Therefore, his own cultivation was not particularly high. Relying on the pills he concocted to barely keep pace with his peers. The pills contained within the white jade vials were crafted with great effort. Originally intended for his own use, Jiang Ning stated, Sister, although the celestial spirit stones are precious, I believe these should hold equivalent value. Bang! Dongfang Wan abruptly stood, smashing the vials to the ground. Her expression was terrifyingly cold, and she spoke without a hint of mercy. Jiang Ning, do you naively believe that item can be measured in worth? Let me tell you, no matter how much you offer, even if it's an imperial weapon, in my eyes, it pales in comparison to that celestial spirit stone gifted by the young master. With that, Dongfang Wan turned on her heel and departed, leaving Jiang Ning alone at the table, trembling and utterly despondent. The commotion naturally drew the attention of other patrons within the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Countless curious gazes turned toward him, accompanied by murmurs. What is going on? Haha, isn't that the guy from the Tating Ancient sect who was previously humiliated outside the city? So it was him. Many people exclaimed in realization. The Tating Ancient sect is one of the esteemed sects of the western regions. How could such a disciple appear? Who knows? The forest is vast, and all sorts of birds abound. It seems this person has brought shame upon the Tating Ancient sect. Listening to the whispers around him, Jiang Ning's face flushed crimson. Ever since the insect swarm incident, he had become the subject of ridicule for everyone. Trembling with rage, he smashed his fist down on the table, shattering it to pieces. Rising, he glared fiercely at the one who had spoken earlier, his voice hoarse. Say that again. I dare you. Chapter 67. Chaos at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, Yuan 2 of the Eternal Saint Clan. Those present were generally individuals of notable background. The one who had previously mocked Jiang Ning was a prodigy from a certain ancient holy clan, completely unafraid of the Tating Ancient sect. Yuan 2 nonchalantly took a sip of his drink, a hint of mockery in his expression as he said, What? Are you attempting to threaten me, Yuan 2? From what I can see, that young lady clearly has no interest in you. Why persist in your futile pursuit? This is the Drunken Immortal Pavilion in Howdy City. Before you act, you should consider whether you can afford the consequences. The other celestial prodigies from various sects eagerly watched, adding to the mockery. Brother, if I'm not mistaken, you've come here to participate in the imperial marriage selection, right? So many celestial beauties await selection by that young master of the imperial clan, and look at you, unable to even secure one woman. Tut tut. It was him again. Since arriving, he had heard the name Su Chenxiao countless times. Yuan 2 smiled faintly, a teasing glint in his eyes as he continued. Never mind. Given your pitiable state, I shall grant you mercy today. With a frigid glare that swept over the gathered assembly, he commanded, Silence. From the depths of his sleeves, an unending swarm of golden devouring insects and bloodhorn ants surged forth in a torrential wave. The air buzzed ominously. At that moment, having recently departed from the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, Dongfang Wan suddenly heard a tremendous crash behind her. Boom. She paused momentarily, her delicate brows furrowing in concern as she turned to investigate. To her astonishment, a figure was violently hurled from within the pavilion, crashing into the center of the broad street. Upon recognizing the fallen individual, her beautiful eyes widened in shock. Jiang Ning, what on earth happened? She rushed over swiftly. Outside the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, the commotion had drawn the attention of many passers-by. A massive breach had been created in the establishment. and Jiang Ning lay bloodied and battered against a vendor's stall, utterly disheveled and barely conscious. Yuan too remained seated, immobile, surrounded by the corpses of the golden, devouring insects. He leisurely sipped his fine wine, rising with a smirk. The art of insect manipulation is indeed rare. But is this all the prowess the talented from the Tating ancient sect possess? Some of the onlookers laughed derisively. Why bother squabbling with a mere ant of the second realm of the undying stage? Another scoffed. This unfortunate fellow has already embarrassed the Tating ancient sect once outside the city, and now is defeated by Yuan in a single blow. Truly disgraceful. Laughter erupted. He must be accustomed to running rampant in the western regions, yet here in the Holy Emperor's domain. He ought to be more discerning to avoid provoking those whom he cannot afford to offend. Yuan too chuckled heartily, casually strolling to Jiang Ning's side, crushing a bloodhorn ant beneath his foot as he looked down upon him from his elevated position. A look of mock pity adorned his strikingly handsome features as he shook his head and spoke coolly. The Tating ancient sect from the western regions? Is it truly that formidable? In the presence of my Yuan clan, it is no different from these insects. Jiang Ning lay on the ground, his eyes red with fury as he glared fixedly at Yuan Tuesday. He could hardly believe that this man before him was indeed a member of the Eternal Holy Clan. Yuan Tu's expression remained calm as he took another sip of his exquisite liquor, squinting with a domineering air. I, Yuan Tu, am not one to take lives easily. However, given that this is the Dao domain of the Imperial family, the Su clan, and coinciding with a joyful occasion, I shall merely cripple your limbs and powers. Henceforth, you should learn to conduct yourself with greater caution. With that, Yuan Tu lifted his right hand, unleashing a surge of Imperial dragon energy that struck with utmost ferocity. Stop! A chilling, ethereal light materialized before Jiang Ning. Upon hearing the voice, Jiang Ning's eyes brightened as he turned to see. Wanner. Yuan Tu raised an eyebrow, his finger lifting slightly, causing the golden energy to dart back like a sword, shooting towards the distance. Bang! Dongfang once summoned a barrier of true energy to defend against it. The Imperial dragon energy of the Yuan family from the Eternal Holy Clan? Her countenance darkened as she glanced at the bloody Jiang Ning before focusing back on Yuan Tu, clasping her hands in a gesture of respect. Sir, please quell your anger. I am Dongfang Wan, the current saintess of the Tating ancient sect. I am unaware of how my brother has offended you to warrant such punishment. Regardless of the circumstances, Jiang Ning was one of her own, and she could not simply stand by idly. Yuan Tu surveyed the enchanting woman before him, her beauty striking and captivating. His eyes glimmered with interest as he swirled his wine glass, smirking. The current saintess of the Tating ancient sect? You possess a most exquisite visage. Your brother attacked me. Surely it is not excessive for me to cripple him in return? At this, Dongfang Wan trembled with indignation. She turned to regard the bloody Jiang Ning on the ground, her expression darkening. Jiang Ning, not daring to meet her gaze, felt the weight of her disapproval. Dongfang Wan stepped forward, raising her delicate white hand. Slap. The sound echoed as she delivered a sharp blow to his cheek, leaving a mark. Jiang Ning, I warned you upon our arrival that this place is rife with exceptional talents, and even a random passerby could very well be someone we cannot afford to provoke. How dare you cause trouble here? Apologize. Jiang Ning's eyes widened in disbelief as he touched his cheek, unable to fathom that Dongfang Wan would strike him. Turning away, she took a deep breath and addressed Yuan Tuesday. Young Master Yuan, this matter reflects our Tating ancient sect's failure to discipline its own. On behalf of my sect, I offer my sincere apologies. Apologies? Yuan Tu grinned, his gaze shamelessly raking over Dongfang Wan as he replied with an air of amusement. Then you must present some genuine sincerity. Dongfang Wan frowned, displeased by his brazen demeanor, and spoke. Young Master Yuan, I possess some techniques and elixirs. Perhaps even a sacred artifact. Would these suffice? No need. Yuan Tu interrupted with a wave of impatience, scoffing. Do you think the Eternal Holy Clan would deign to accept such trivialities? I, Yuan Tu, have resolved to cripple this fellow's powers today. I assume you have come for the Imperial family's marriage selection. In light of the Imperial Su clan, I shall refrain from acting against you. But do not overstep your bounds. Begone. Dongfang Wan's beautiful eyes narrowed. This member of the Eternal Holy Clan was truly arrogant and domineering. Boom. A tremendous surge of Imperial dragon energy erupted forth. Behind Yuan Tu, the dense golden dragon energy coalesced, manifesting as a true dragon. Ninth stage of the Undying Realm. The overwhelming force caught Dongfang Wan off guard, compelling her to raise her hands in defense. This is bad. With her sixth stage of the Undying Realm, she was no match for this prodigy of the Eternal Holy Clan. Boom. Dongfang Wan was sent flying uncontrollably. At that moment, a deafening roar resonated from above. Roar. Chapter 68. Exiled to the spiritual mind for 3,000 years, related individuals of the ancient dragon consort. A terrifying pressure from the Supreme Realm descended abruptly. The elder beside Yuan Tu suddenly opened his eyes, gazing skyward. Upon noticing a divine figure, radiating brilliance akin to the sun, plummeting down. The elder's pupils constricted in disbelief as he murmured, is that the ancient golden lion of the demon emperor lineage? Is it him? Below. Jiang Ning's eyes widened in shock upon witnessing Dongfang Wan being embraced by Su Chenxiao. Already heavily injured, his blood boiled with rage, causing him to involuntarily spit out a mouthful of blood. Boom. The golden lion descended. Su Chenxiao, with his left arm around Dongfang Wan's slender waist, looked calmly at the girl in his embrace and inquired, "Are you all right?" That voice. Dongfang Wan slowly opened her eyes upon seeing the strikingly handsome youth before her. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with disbelief. "Young Master Su? How could it be?" Su Chenxiao smiled gently, steadied her form, and released his grip just enough to ensure her balance. "I just returned from the Imperial family and was planning to find you. It seems you have encountered some trouble here in the Howdy City." He cast a sidelong glance at Yuan Tuesday. Name: Yuan Tu. Title: Ancient Dragon Consort Related Individual. Identity: son of the patriarch of the Yuan clan from the Eternal Holy Clan. Age: 25. Personality: proud, arrogant. Realm: 9th stage of immortality. This fellow, could he be related to the destined protagonist? Upon hearing this, Dongfang Wan's eyes turned slightly red as she spoke. "My senior brother has committed some offenses here." At the same time, Yuan Tu and the other prodigies within the drunken immortal pavilion turned their attention toward her. Is that the ancient ferocious beast, the golden lion? Isn't that from the lineage of the demon emperor? Who dares to take it as a mount? It seems another prodigy from some sect has emerged. But does this fellow not know that within the 4 great imperial cities governed by the Su family, riding mounts is strictly prohibited? Once the outer members of the Su imperial family arrive, it will surely be an entertaining spectacle. Yuan Tu also glanced at Su Chenxiao atop the golden lion, his eyes narrowing slightly as he laughed heartily. "Haha, what a heroic rescue. You have truly arrived at a fortuitous moment. However, it appears you are rather unfamiliar with the rules of the Su imperial city." As he spoke, terrifying beams of light surged into the city, exuding a dreadful aura. "Who dares to cause trouble in the domain of the Su imperial family?" Su Chenxiao raised an eyebrow slightly. Those formidable divine lights descended, revealing 6 individuals clad in silver armor, wielding long spears, their presence awe-inspiring. Without exception, they were all at the Supreme Realm, and the leader was a holy guardian of the Su imperial family. They arrived swiftly, and there is even a holy expert among them. Many onlookers from various sects felt a jolt and quickly cleared a path. The group strode forward. Su Jing coldly glared at Yuan Tu and spoke in a deep voice. "Are you from the Yuan clan? Do you, an ancient holy clan, disregard my Su imperial family and dare to cause a ruckus in the Howdy City?" Yuan Tu shrugged helplessly, pointing at Su Chenxiao atop the golden lion. He replied, "I, Yuan Tu, do not possess such audacity. It is that fellow who is causing the disturbance." As Su Jing and the others gazed at the golden lion, their expressions grew increasingly unfriendly. However, upon seeing Su Chenxiao atop the golden lion, Su Jing's pupils constricted sharply. The entire person seemed struck by lightning, frozen in place. "This, young master, you audacious fool, get down." A guard beside him shouted coldly. "Bang. To hell with you, shut your mouth." Su Jing kicked him away and hurriedly knelt before the golden lion, trembling slightly as he clasped his fists. "I am Su Jing, the chief guardian of Howdy City. I have the honor of meeting young master Yanxiao." A few years prior, he had the fortune to meet this young master once. He thought he was merely a foreigner granted the Su surname, no different than a doorkeeper of the imperial family. What? Su Jing's words undoubtedly stunned everyone present. An uproar erupted among the crowd. He is the son of the clan leader of the imperial family, Su Chenxiao? How could this young master appear in this place? Cough, cough, cough. Yuan Tu, leisurely sipping his wine, suddenly sprayed it out, gasping in shock, nearly choking on his tears. What the hell? Yuan Tu's expression was as if he had seen a ghost as he stared wide-eyed at Su Chenxiao atop the golden lion. No way, right? Is this a joke? Su Chenxiao nodded slightly, leaping down from the golden lion. He calmly scanned the kneeling guardians of Howdy City, and then smiled gently, saying, "I believe I just heard someone mention that flying mounts are prohibited within Howdy City." Su Jing, taken aback, lowered his head and clasped his fists, quickly explaining. "As a member of the imperial family, young master can naturally do as he pleases. Your words are the law. Are you telling me to abide by the rules in the domain of the Su family while addressing this young master? What a joke. This young master could ride his mount anywhere, and even overturn the sacred emperor's domain without consequence." Yuan Tu's face turned pale in an instant, tears welling in his eyes. Gone was his previous nonchalant and proud demeanor. He glanced at the elder beside him and whispered urgently, "Elder one, hurry. Call my sister and tell her I've encountered trouble in Howdy City." Who would have thought that he merely wished to teach a lesson to the arrogant disciples of the Tating ancient sect, only to attract this imperial young master? The effects of the alcohol faded quickly. Yuan Tu steeled himself and approached, forcing a smile. "This is all a misunderstanding. I am Yuan Tu of the ancient Holy Clan. I have met young Master Su." Su Chenxiao regarded him with a discerning eye, gesturing towards the wreckage of the drunken immortal pavilion and the surrounding chaos. "Speak, what transpired?" After Yuan Tu's explanation, Su Chenxiao grasped the situation. He looked at the severely injured Jiang Ning lying on the ground, his brow slightly furrowing. Daring to provoke a prodigy of the ancient holy clan at the second stage of immortality? What madness is this destined protagonist up to? Dongfang Wan sighed nearby, a hint of apology in her tone. Young Master Su, it is not entirely his fault. This matter was instigated by my senior brother Jiang Ning, and my tating ancient sect bears an undeniable responsibility. We are willing to bear the losses incurred here. She was not one to distinguish right from wrong. Although Yuan Tu was rather overbearing, ultimately, it was her senior brother Jiang Ning who had stirred up trouble. Yuan Tu's eyes brightened, looking at her gratefully. Miss Dongfang speaks rightly. Young Master Su, I was merely drinking here with friends when this fellow inexplicably attacked us, resulting in the current situation. Su Chenxiao nodded and replied indifferently, I understand. Su Jing hurriedly stepped forward. Young Master, how should we handle the troublemaker in Howdy City? This. Su Jing hesitated. He could not fathom the young master's intentions. After much thought, he dared not deceive and stated truthfully, Young Master, no one was injured in this incident. According to the rules, a tenfold compensation is required. If the spirit stones are insufficient, those at the immortal second stage must be assigned to the spirit mines for 3,000 years of labor. 2 million top-grade spirit stones. It has always been this price. 3,000 years. Upon hearing this punishment, Jiang Ning's breath hitched, his pupils widening in shock. The spirit mines were incredibly harsh, and the murky air and impurities within were impossible to absorb for cultivation. Over time, it would cause irreparable damage to one's constitution and vitality. Anyone entering, even a holy expert, would emerge with significantly diminished cultivation. Moreover, many would perish before their time was up. No, I refuse to work in the spirit mines. Setting aside the possibility of death inside, just the thought of laboring in that dark, oppressive mine for 3,000 years filled Jiang Ning with despair. Compensation. I am willing to compensate. Yuan Tu, also shaken to the core, realized that it would be better to be crippled and start anew. Su Chenxiao glanced at him and raised his hand. In that case, let us calculate the losses. The person in charge of the drunken immortal pavilion rushed over. After a brief discussion with Su Jing nodded and began to speak. The losses incurred by the drunken immortal pavilion are estimated to be around 2.5 million high-grade spirit stones. According to the established regulations, this necessitates a tenfold compensation, amounting to 25 million high-grade spirit stones. The person in charge of the drunken immortal pavilion, rubbing his hands together with a smile, turned to Su Jing and said, Lord Guardian, it would be best to settle this with high-grade spirit stones. If the quality of the high-grade spirit stones is sufficient, this humble establishment is not greedy. 2 million high-grade spirit stones would suffice for compensation, although 60% of that would need to be submitted to the imperial family. They were not afraid of disturbances, for the Su family provided ample backing. They feared not the uproar, but rather a commotion that fell short of grandeur. Boom. How much? When Jiang Ning heard this staggering amount, it felt as though 5 thunderclaps had struck him simultaneously. In an instant, his mind was buzzing, and he questioned whether he was trapped in a dream. 2 million high-grade spirit stones? Insanity. The onlookers were equally horrified, their faces reflecting disbelief. What does 2 million high-grade spirit stones even signify? It is known that in the present age, imperial weapons are exceedingly rare, and even many quasi-emperor level powers utilize merely holy-grade artifacts. The cheapest supreme-grade artifact barely exceeds several 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Such a price is sufficient to acquire a remarkable holy artifact. Yuan Tu seemed to have anticipated this, grinning maliciously as he spoke. Who does not know that the Su family enforces the strictest regulations within the imperial city? This 2 million high-grade spirit stones, mark my words. Even if you dig for another 3,000 years, you would still not be able to repay it. Once, a mighty sage caused a ruckus in the imperial city and ended up with not even a pair of undergarments to his name, having to toil in the mines for 2,000 years to barely settle his debts. Jiang Ning's eyes turned red as he glared at the person in charge of the drunken immortal pavilion, roaring, 2 million high-grade spirit stones. That would be more than enough to purchase your drunken immortal pavilion. Why don't you just go and rob someone instead, you wretched sycophant? The expression of the pavilion's manager instantly darkened. He quickly squeezed out a few tears and knelt beside Su Chenxiao, lamenting, My lord, the drunken immortal pavilion has been wronged. We have diligently operated in the Hao Emperor city for a millennium, and this has always been our pricing. The tables and chairs are made of purple cloud thunderwood, and the jade plates we serve drinks on are of the finest quality. How could we possibly deceive anyone? Even Su Chenxiao was momentarily taken aback, casting a peculiar glance at this manager. He had recently reaped the rewards of 2 fated protagonists and acquired part of the hidden lineage of the Xinyuan family. Now, his storage ring contained only a little over 5 million high-grade spirit stones. As for the tenfold compensation, Su Chenxiao said lightly, Since it is a rule established by my Su family, we shall adhere to the tenfold compensation. Su Jing nodded and approached Jiang Ning, speaking coldly. If you cannot produce the amount, then you shall be shackled and sent to mine. No, I refuse to go to the mines. The mere thought of those sunless days sent a shiver through Jiang Ning's body, his face paling drastically. He began frantically pulling out his treasures from his storage ring. With a clatter, a myriad of spirit stones scattered across the ground, their qualities varying. Various puppet pills, and even the soul's sacred artifact alchemy furnace, which he had fought tooth and nail for in a secret realm, were laid bare. How much do these amount to? The manager of the drunken immortal pavilion was a shrewd individual. He had not expected such a seemingly insignificant undying realm cultivator to possess so many valuable items. He counted with his fingers and then shook his head, mumbling, "This holy-grade alchemy furnace is quite good, worth around 800,000 high-grade spirit stones. And with the other assorted items, it totals just over 120,000. You still fall short by 800,000 high-grade spirit stones. If this is all you possess, I estimate you will need to mine for another 3,000 years. Not enough." Jiang Ning's face contorted with rage. Wishing he could swallow this man whole, he delved into his storage ring with his divine sense, rummaging through it. Aside from a few crucial trump cards, such as his supreme-grade puppets and his 2 ancient techniques for controlling insects and alchemy, this was nearly all his wealth. Not enough, not enough. The panic in Jiang Ning's expression intensified. At this moment, regret surged within him like a fountain. He wished he could slap himself several times. Finally, a few low-grade spirit stones were tossed out. Jiang Ning trembled uncontrollably, and in desperation, he crawled over to Dongfang Wan, pleading, "Junior sister, please help me. I don't want to go to the mines." I acted impulsively. Dongfang Wan's beautiful face was icy cold. She had initially considered aiding Jiang Ning, but never anticipated that the compensation would be so exorbitant. Impulsive? Had she known this would be the case, why act so recklessly? Jiang Ning, do you realize that this 800,000 high-grade spirit stones, let alone me, even the elders would struggle to produce such an amount in a short time? No. Jiang Ning's expression changed as he tugged at her skirt, begging pathetically, "Junior sister, I have helped you so much. I implore you, just this once. I will certainly return the 800,000 spirit stones to you." Seeing Jiang Ning's remorseful and pleading expression, Dongfang Wan felt an increasing sense of disgust within her. With a surge of true energy, she forcefully pushed him away. Ding. The fated protagonist Jiang Ning has lost the creation cauldron, losing 50,000 destiny points. Ding. The fated protagonist Jiang Ning has lost the fire python puppet, losing 30,000 destiny points. The sounds of acquiring villain points echoed in his ears. How delightful. Su Chenxiao chuckled softly. For the sake of Miss Dongfang, let us consider the final 800,000 high-grade spirit stones waived. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning's eyes sparkled with hope, and he gratefully scrambled to his feet, gazing at Su Chenxiao with unbridled appreciation. In an instant, much of his underlying resentment dissipated, and his expression was one of sheer elation as if he had encountered a lifesaver. "Thank you, young Master Su. I, Jiang Ning, am willing to be your servant." Dongfang Wan's heart fluttered, her beautiful eyes momentarily dazed. However, she quickly regained her composure. No. Chapter 70. The fated protagonist mining. I'm utterly flabbergasted. Su Chenxiao raised an eyebrow. "Oh, what do you mean by that?" Dongfang Wan shot a cold glance at the prostrate Jiang Ning, then shook her head, her face filled with regret as she said, "To be honest, this person has caused trouble everywhere since arriving in the sacred emperor domain, bringing great disgrace to our Tating ancient sect. I am truly grateful for your leniency, but if you break the imperial family's rules because of me, I, Dongfang Wan, would not know how to repay you." At these words, Jiang Ning's pupils constricted sharply, his expression twisting into one of extreme resentment. At that moment, the last vestige of affection he held for Dongfang Wan evaporated entirely. "You shameless woman, I have treated you with kindness, yet in my time of need, you not only refuse to help, but seek to drive me further into despair." Ding. The fated protagonist Jiang Ning harbors animosity towards the fated female lead Dongfang Wan, losing 20,000 destiny points. Congratulations, Master, for acquiring 20,000 villain points. Su Chenxiao glanced at the prostrate Jiang Ning, then turned his gaze to the infatuated and somewhat bashful Dongfang Wan. Who would have thought even the fated female lead has abandoned you? Very well. Let your insects accompany you in your plight. Su Chenxiao chuckled, nodding in amusement. In that case, let it be so. Su Jing, cast this individual into the ancient mine, where he shall toil for 3,000 years to repay his debts. Su Jing clasped his hands respectfully and proclaimed, "As you command." With that, he raised his hand, binding Jiang Ning with several shackles that clasped around his neck and wrists. He then conferred with the guards beside him, utilizing his true energy to confine Jiang Ning, dragging him away from the location. Jiang Ning gazed at the shackles encircling his hands, the last flicker of hope extinguished by Dongfang Wan's own hands. His visage twisted into a grotesque expression, as if driven to madness. He bellowed in anguish, "No, I refuse to go mine. No, Dongfang Wan, you wretched woman." Dongfang Wan's face was as cold as frost as she spoke icily. "Brother Jiang, all of this is of your own making. I dare say even the elders within the sect would not speak a word in your defense." Though Jiang Ning held the title of chief disciple of the Tai Ding ancient sect, his talents were hardly exceptional. No one would be inclined to expend 800,000 top-tier spirit stones to rescue a disciple of mediocre aptitude, even if he was the foremost within the sect. Meanwhile, Yuan Tu awkwardly interjected, "Well, since this matter is settled, I shall not intrude upon you two any longer. Young Master Su, Miss Dongfang, I shall take my leave." With that, Yuan Tu turned to escape the scene. "Wait," called Su Chenxiao. Yuan Tu stiffened and turned back, somewhat awkwardly inquiring, "Young Master Su, is there something else?" With a smile, Su Chenxiao replied, "What do you think?" The color drained from Yuan Tu's face in an instant. In the Howdy City, within a serene and picturesque celestial abode, the patriarch of the Yuan clan, Yuan Kong, sat leisurely, savoring his tea. Beside him stood a tall and elegant blonde woman, her presence striking and formidable. Her features were exquisitely beautiful, her complexion fairer than snow, with an air of confidence and a hint of aloofness. Her long, cascading hair was tied up, and even clad in a subtly radiant golden battle armor. Her alluring figure remained undeniably captivating. Her legs were enviably straight and white as jade, her height reaching approximately 178 centimeters. Exuding a spirit that was neither delicately soft nor coldly proud, but rather one of rebellious independence. Yuan Kong glanced at his daughter and could not help but chuckle. "MOU, the Imperial family's martial contest for marriage will commence shortly. I have heard that it will not be solely our Yuan clan attending. Several other super sects from various regions have sent representatives as well. The heavenly maiden Chu Xiuyu from the Nanxian sect, the holy clan princess Shangwan Xinghua, and even members from the initial family of the southern domain are coming to join the fray. If you attend dressed as you are, it may not be well received. Though it is a contest for marriage, everyone understands that the chosen fiancé will ultimately be selected by the imperial scion, making first impressions of paramount importance." With a confident smile, Yuan Mou replied, "Father, such matters rely on fate. They cannot be rushed. Moreover, do you doubt your daughter's abilities? Yuan Mou am not to be outshone by others." She considered herself a goddess of an ancient lineage, possessing the divine body of the Brahma, and already holding the cultivation of the king's realm at a young age, dominating the ancient clans in the primordial battlefield. How could she be compared to those who merely possessed superficial beauty? "However, father, when will the matter of my marriage to that waste be resolved?" As she mentioned this, a glint of fierce, killing intent flashed in her beautiful eyes. Yuan Kong replied with a hint of resignation, "Chun Xian is, after all, of the Chun family's holy lineage, and your marriage was arranged by your grandfather's generation. It would not be appropriate for me to offend him over this matter. However, rest assured, should you capture the favor of that imperial scion, I doubt the first holy clan would dare to refuse." He was well aware of how much his precious daughter despised that Chen family son-in-law. It was precisely for this reason that Yuan Mou wished to leverage the imperial marriage contest to rid herself of this unwanted burden. Yuan Mou nodded slightly, her beautiful face cold as ice. "That despicable Chen family waste thinks he can coerce me into submission merely with a marriage contract. Humph. My lofty standards demand a match of unparalleled talent and extraordinary background, not a mere waste who has nothing to offer beyond connections." Suddenly, a thought flickered in her mind. "Yuan Tu, what trouble has that fool gotten into now?" Her beautiful eyes widened, her expression shifting to one of displeasure as she addressed her father. "Father, I must step out for a moment." Yuan Kong nodded, waving her off with little concern. "Very well. While you're at it, summon your good-for-nothing brother. I have matters to discuss with him." At that moment, a weak voice piped up, "No need to trouble yourselves. Father, sister, I am here." Both turned in surprise towards the source of the voice. Buzz. A flash of white light illuminated the celestial abode, revealing Su Chenxiao and Yuan Tuesday. Upon seeing the newcomers, Yuan Kong was momentarily taken aback, while Yuan Mou turned her gaze toward them as well. In disbelief, Yuan Kong exclaimed, "To her? Who is this?" Yuan Mou interjected, "Yuan Tu, what trouble have you caused this time?" Yuan Tu appeared somewhat anxious, seemingly intimidated by his sister. Avoiding her gaze as he muttered, "Father, sister, this is the esteemed young Master Chenxiao of the Imperial family." Yuan Kong's pupils widened in shock. Disbelief etched across his face as he stood up, exclaiming, "What did you say?" Just moments ago, he had been discussing this very young master with his daughter. And now the young man himself stood before him. Yuan Mou was equally astonished. As she beheld the handsome and charismatic youth, she inwardly marveled. Is this truly the young master of the Su family? Their eyes met as Su Chenxiao regarded her in kind. By the heavens, most women are either delicate and charming or cold as ice. It is rare to encounter one with such an extraordinary presence, due to her unique divine physique. Yuan Mou possessed dazzling golden hair and an incredibly alluring figure, standing at 178 centimeters tall with straight, jade-like legs. She appeared almost comparable to the 17-year-old Su Chenxiao at first glance. Name, Yuan Mou. Title, Ancient Dragon's Son-in-Law Prophesied Female Lead. Identity, daughter of the patriarch of the ancient Holy Clan Yuan, divine maiden of the Holy Clan. Age, 25, personality, proud, ruthless, unconventional. Cultivation level, Sixth Stage of the King's Realm. Physique, Brahma Divine Body. Chapter 71. Slander, Pure Slander. Without a doubt, she is the prophesied female lead. Chenxiao could not help but admire her silently. Regaining his composure, Yuan Kong hastily rose to bow. Patriarch of the Yuan clan. We have the honor of meeting young Master Su. Observing that his precious daughter remained silent, Yuan Kong discreetly communicated with her. Allow me to introduce you to the esteemed young Master Su Chenxiao. Why do you stand there in a daze? Beside her, Yuan gazed at Su Chenxiao's visage, lost in thought for quite some time. She had not anticipated that this young master of the Imperial Clan would be so remarkably handsome. Awakened by her father's gentle reminder, she finally spoke. I have had the honor of meeting the young master before. Su Chenxiao offered a slight smile and waved his hand dismissively. No need for such formalities. Clan leader Yuan Kong, visibly anxious, replied, I was unaware of your arrival, young master. We were unprepared. His gaze flickered towards the somewhat apprehensive Yuan too, and an unsettling premonition gnawed at him. Young Master Su, what is the nature of your visit with my son? With a calm smile, Su Chenxiao casually took a seat and replied, It is merely that your son has stirred some trouble in the city of Haodi. What? Yuan Kong's heart jolted. His expression darkened in an instant, and a fierce anger flared in his eyes as he turned to Yuan Tuesday, rebellious child. What mischief have you been up to? Come here at once. He had already cautioned his unruly son that the upcoming marriage proposals hosted by the Holy Emperor's domain would attract numerous talents from various sections. It was imperative that they avoid any conflicts within the territory of the Imperial Clan Su. Otherwise, it could bring catastrophe upon the Yuan Holy Clan. Yuan furrowed her delicate brows, her beautiful eyes turning icy. Yuan too, startled, approached hesitantly, his voice trembling as he defended himself. Father, sister, I did nothing wrong. I was merely enjoying drinks with some friends at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion when a madman from the Tai Ding ancient sect suddenly attacked me. I was only acting in self-defense. The Tai Ding ancient sect of the Western regions? Yuan Kong's brow furrowed deeply. As a father, he quickly pieced together the situation. His son, known for his sharp tongue and lack of discretion, could not possibly provoke someone without cause in the imperial city. He had heard of the Tai Ding ancient sect. It was not a force to be trifled with by the likes of the ancient Holy Clan. If you had grievances, you should have resolved them outside the imperial city. Do you truly wish for death by causing a ruckus here? Yuan Kong shot a fierce glare at him before turning back to Su Chenxiao with a respectful demeanor. Young Master Su, my son is young and foolish. A mere child at heart. How shall we address the damages incurred within the imperial city? The Yuan Holy Clan is willing to compensate fully. Su Chenxiao chuckled lightly, expressing indifference. Compensation is unnecessary. The matter has already been taken care of. I merely came to see if the ancient Holy Clan would be attending, hence my early arrival. Upon hearing this, Yuan Kong's eyes brightened with unexpected delight as he glanced at his daughter. His daughter was his pride and joy. A pity she was not a son. However, her talents were still commendable. He was aware of Yuan's formidable reputation on the ancient battlefield. And perhaps her name had indeed reached the ears of the Imperial Clan Su. Is it true, young master, that you came at the behest of your parents to assess matters? Realizing this, Yuan Kong's face flushed with pride, and he laughed heartily. I see. Young Master Su, this is my youngest daughter, Yuan. To be honest, she has long admired you. Upon hearing of the Imperial Clan's marriage proposals, she could hardly contain her excitement to come. After catching a glimpse of Su Chenxiao's noble demeanor, he continued, It is indeed a stroke of fortune for my Yuan Holy Clan. Why not present tea to our esteemed guest? Yuan, somewhat taken aback, felt a surge of joy within her heart. In a realm filled with countless talented women, being noticed by someone from the Imperial Clan was a testament to her own excellence. She stepped forward, a charming smile gracing her lips as she slightly bowed. Clad in golden armor, her poise remained impeccable as she poured a cup of tea with calm grace. Your tea, young master. Su Chenxiao nodded with a smile. Yuan Kong let out a sigh of relief, pleased with his daughter's actions. Her willingness to serve tea was a clear indication of her favorable disposition towards the young master. For a moment, he regarded his son Yuan too with newfound appreciation. Good lad, though a bit reckless, you have managed to bring our clan into the sight of this young master. Su Chenxiao produced a young Sangtian divine pong, nurturing it with care. After days of being nourished by the legendary earth milk, the creature had grown to the size of a chick, its snowy feathers glistening as it cried out for sustenance. Yuan Kong paused in surprise, a realization dawning upon him. Is that the reverse feather divine pong? He could hardly believe that this young master of the Imperial Clan possessed such an ancient and formidable creature. As Su Chenxiao continued to feed the Sangtian divine pong, he nodded. Indeed, clan leader Yuan, your eyes are as sharp as ever. Yuan Kong chuckled heartily. The reverse feather divine pong is a creature of ancient legend. I have only encountered tales of it in ancient texts. Raising such a beast requires immense resources, surely. Only a person of your caliber could afford to nurture it. With this, Yuan Kong opened the floor for conversation, bestowing compliments before shifting the topic. Young Master Su, I must confess, my daughter is 25 years old, blessed with the Brahmin god body, and has made quite a name for herself on the ancient battlefield. I wonder, among the many talented women you have encountered, does my daughter stand a chance of catching your esteemed father's eye? Su Chenxiao raised an eyebrow, glancing at Yuan Mou with a smile. Miss Mou possesses an extraordinary demeanor and remarkable talent. I am certain even her father would take great pride in her. However, as he spoke, Su Chenxiao gently swirled his teacup, observing the crimson liquid within as he continued. I have heard that Miss Mou might be entangled in a betrothal. Yuan Mou's body trembled in surprise as Yuan Kong's heart sank. He shot a fierce glance at Yuan Tu, silently scolding him. You foolish child. How could you mention such matters? Yuan Tu widened his eyes, shaking his head fervently. No, father, how could I possibly say such a thing? I am not a fool. Yuan Kong furrowed his brow, turning back to the smiling Su Chenxiao, and laughed heartily to mask his embarrassment. Ha, young Master Su. My daughter is virtuous and pure, still a maiden. Any rumors regarding a betrothal are mere fabrications from other sects, intended to tarnish the reputation of the Yuan Holy Clan.